Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. The host of Casa Diablo, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you got a man-sized job in your hands and need confidential help, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, 15 years ago, a grand jury launched an investigation into municipal graft and corruption. It fizzled out because a star witness fled to Mexico. Now this man is willing to return, willing to testify against persons who are still powerful figures in high places. Obviously, the assignment to bring him back requires not only the utmost discretion, but willingness to face all opposition and even violence. Please arrange to see me as quickly as possible. Yours truly, Felix Loper.
Tell me, Mr. Loper, what makes this Earl Bixby so eager to come back after all this time?
You mean aside from the $10,000 he's asking for in this letter?
Well, obviously somebody paid for Bixby's 15-year siesta in sunny Mexico. They're going to extend themselves more than a little to see that he doesn't get back here.
Well, the money won't do him much good unless he has pockets in his shroud.
And our friend must realize that.
Well, maybe I'm reading too much between the lines. But I think he's good and fed up with his self-imposed exile. He can't stand it any longer.
Slightly lamb-happy, in other words. Huh?
Yes, precisely, Valentine. Anyway, whatever the reasons for Bixby's change of heart, it suits our purpose to a T.
Our purpose?
The Citizens Committee, Miss Brooks. It's supposed to act as the city's watchdog. Well, it's been doing an awful lot of barking of late, but no biting where it can do the most good.
The village of San Sabo, huh? No wonder nobody's ever found him. So isn't it somewhere near Mount Aldez?
Right on the top of it. Bixby's got a big, sprawling place he calls Casa Diablo, just outside of San Sabo.
I see.
The important thing is to get him back here all in one piece, ready and willing to testify. How soon can you get started, Valentine?
Well, as soon as Miss Brooks can pick up a Spanish dictionary. After all, a girl should learn how to say no to some of those Mexican perfume vendors.
Just the perfume vendors, darling?
The others I'll take care of. Muy pronto. Anything else you do besides sell perfume and drive that bus out there, Emilio?
Sí, senor. Sometimes I spend the whole day wondering about Americanos.
Oh?
You are not all in the head sometimes.
A remark like that is muy malo for the good neighbor policy.
Senorita, I cannot help it. Look, all year I drive almost empty the bus way up to San Sabo, where there is nothing to see.
Yeah?
Now, in the worst season, 2 earthquakes last week, 5 passengers, all Americanos. ¿Por qué?
Oh, I know that one. That means why.
Okay, you two linguists. Now listen, Emilio. How long does your bus stop here at the inn?
Senor Emilio's tour is renowned for comfort, for speed, and for politeness. We wait till all passengers complete their meal.
Okay. I'll see if I can rustle up some cigarettes.
Si, senor. Now, senorita, here is a bottle of Slave of Fashion. Do me the honors.
Too bad you had to bring her along, Valentine.
Huh? What's that remark supposed to mean?
Well, you see, it's like this. You and me are going to have to tangle, Valentine, before we leave San Sabo.
Oh, we are?
Sure. And I hate to see beautiful dames get hurt. My friends tell me I'm soft-hearted. What you got to tell me?
That's easy. Just stay out of my way. Or your friends may be talking about you in the past tense.
Tough guy. Eh? Sort of make it real interesting. I got to see that Bixby stays where he is. Even if a bad accident has to happen to him.
He's got accident insurance. That's me.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't want us to be in the dark about how we stand. Name's McLean. See, I wonder if your girl's getting lonesome over there with Emilio. Maybe I ought to go find out, huh?
You're gonna let him get away with that.
What's that? Oh.
I'm Christine Craig.
Yeah, I heard Emilio talking to you on the bus. Well, it's about time us turistas got a little chummy, eh?
Oh, I usually mind my own business. But Guys like that Wolf McLean over there always gives me the creeps. Should be used to the type by now.
Show business?
Nightclubs and what have you.
Yeah. Incidentally, what's bringing you to San Sabo?
Oh, why talk about me? Now, there's McLean, for instance. Now, he don't care who knows he's got a gun strapped onto him. But you're different. You can hardly tell you're wearing a shoulder holster.
Oh, it's really nothing. I just try to be neat.
Uh-huh.
But tell me something, Christy. Do you happen to know a man named Bixby?
I'll see you out in the bus, Valentine. And you better warn your girl about McLean.
Who's going to warn him about her?
Well, I see that Emilio's passengers have finally decided to become one big happy family.
Oh, Redfern, on the bus I got the impression that you're a newspaper man.
Uh-huh. Allied syndicate.
Well, how about this story?
Yes?
5 people in a broken-down bus, headed for a crummy little village miles from nowhere. To quote Emilio, ¿por qué?
Well, maybe they're here to see what happens if there's another earthquake in these parts.
Which you don't believe, of course, Redfern.
It's obvious what McLean is. You can expect anything from him. And this could hardly be a pleasure jaunt for Christy, the Corrine. That leaves you and Miss Brooks. I was wondering about
Don't forget yourself, Redfern. Or as a reporter, do you consider yourself on the outside looking in?
Something like that, just waiting for things to happen. And I'm not often disappointed. Come on, I think we have time for a last cup of coffee.
Sure, thanks.
Really, Mr. McLean, you shouldn't have bought me that perfume. It's much too, well, extravagant.
Don't try to thank me, honey. My friends tell me I'm the soul of generosity.
Yes, but girls just don't go around letting men buy them expensive perfume.
All right, let's put it this way, sweetheart. On the way back, suppose you make the trip with me.
Well, yes, but girls just don't go someplace with one man and come back with another.
Maybe Valentine won't be coming back.
What?
You know, he might like it so well for his health up in San Sabo, he might decide to stay.
Oh.
Come on, let's not talk about him. Where'd you get those big blue eyes, anyway?
Oh, they just came with my head.
What? Oh, no kidding. You got something, babe. Hey, look. You ain't married to that guy, are you?
No.
Well, how come a sweet package like you is still going around loose?
You know, if you don't let go of my hand, I don't see how a girl can be expected to slam a gorilla like you in the nose.
Look, no dame kids me along.
Ow!
Better give the man back his perfume, Brooksy.
George.
You don't stay out of this, Valentine, you won't even get up to San Sabo.
You should never wind up like that.
Now I know what I got to do with you, Valentine. Bixby or no Bixby.
The Emilio Tour again presents itself, a journey of beauty and peace through all Mexico. Now do me the honor to... Madre mia, what happened?
A slight detour, Emilio. Now, Mr. McLean will get up off the floor. I think we can proceed. You sleeping, Brooksy?
Who could sleep in this rattle trap?
Now please to observe that we approach the top of Mount Old Base. You will please to extinguish the light over your seat, Senor McLean.
Shut up. Teddy, you're driving.
Now be reasonable, McLean. These roads are dangerous up here. The light makes it difficult for Emilio to drive.
Yeah, you don't mind the dark, Redfern. That's why you made sure you sat down next to that blonde.
I've had enough of you on this trip. One more word.
please,
Father,
please,
Hey,
George.
sister, get back in your
lost.
seat and flip down your lid.
Hey, George, what kind of a game are we playing here?
Game? Well, that's one way of putting it.
We want Bixby back. McLean doesn't. What do Redfern and Christy want?
I think we'll find that out when they go into action at the Casa Diablo. Hey.
Senores!
George!
Another earthquake!
What's that, George?
Hold tight. It's okay now.
What are you doing, Emilio?
We go back, Senorita. Too dangerous up here.
We can't go back now.
Oh, we gotta go on.
Shut up. All here. Leave this to me.
But, Senor McLean, feel how the mountain is shaking. Soon we all go down over the side.
Start up this bus, or you get a slug between your eyes.
George!
Easy,
Please,
let him play
the
his
Emilio
hand.
Tour is always willing to please, Senor.
Don't make me lose my temper. My friends tell me it's the one bad habit I got. Get going.
The last stop, senores. Bridge Diablo. Quick, hurry, please. Emilio, take bus to San Sabo.
Nobody's leaving this bus but me.
Why do you want to go to Casa Diablo? Crazy Americano lived there for 15 years. Earth shake again and little bridge fall. Everybody go down in canyon.
McLean, put that gun away. You can't stop us from going to see Bixby.
This guy's driving all of you to San Sabo. Try to get out, there'll be some dead people out in the road.
All right, Redfern, pick up his gun.
Good shot, Valentine.
Brooksy, see if he can make some kind of bandage for his wrist.
Oh, my boss, my poor automobile.
All right, now. Looks like all of us plan to cross this bridge to Casa Diablo. Now, maybe if we had a showdown, some of us would think better of the idea. You heard what Amelia said would happen to the bridge if there was another shake?
Bixby ain't coming back to the state.
And I'm here to see that he does get back. All right, that accounts for me and McLean. What about you, Christy?
I want him back, too. When he ducked out on that investigation, he let my father take the rap for the ones who really had it coming to him. My old man's still in jail.
That leaves just me, doesn't it? I remember a little about that investigation myself. In fact, that's why I'm here. As a reporter, I want to get the facts from Bixby firsthand.
Okay. Now everybody knows where he stands. Open the door, Emilio.
George, this isn't a bridge. It's a tightrope. Must be swaying 20 feet in each direction.
Well, that's still from the last quake, Brooksy. Just hold on to me.
Okay.
Almost across now.
Yeah.
Say, I think I see someone with a light coming down the hill from the house.
Oh,
Welcome to Casa Diablo, ladies and gentlemen.
Bixby!
Who else but a crazy Americana would bury himself in a place like this? Now, let's see. Are we all here?
How many did you expect?
All those who were invited, of course. Now, who would this be?
Take that flashlight out of my face. You made a deal with some people, Bixby. $10,000 and you stay put. Now I got the dough.
So that's
Wonderful, wonderful. This young lady.
Christy Craig, you know why I'm here. With $10,000.
To be sure, your father. Now, Redfern, I hope you have the $10,000 for the exclusive story of Earl Bixby, the black sheep.
I have.
Somehow we seem to have unexpected guests.
The young lady and I are together, representing the Citizens Committee, with another 10 grand.
What are you trying to pull, Bixby? You can't sell out 4 different ways at the same time. Not to get away with it.
I have a way. And get away with it, too.
George, there
going
goes the
on?
bridge.
That wasn't another quake.
Yeah, but in the morning, that's what everybody will think, which will serve my purpose.
Hey, what are you up to, Bixby?
You see, I was all prepared for you. I timed the explosion of the bridge from the house.
Being here alone for 15 years must have dulled your perspective, Bixby. It's 5 to 1 against you doing anything.
Knowing that, you can afford to satisfy your curiosity. As I said before, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Casa Diablo.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Nearly everybody knows that lubrication of a sewing machine, a lawnmower, or a bicycle is no major problem. And evidently, many thousands of motorists know that lubrication of today's automobile engines is solved best by compounded RPM motor oil. For RPM is first choice in the West, and for good reasons. First of all, RPM keeps your car's engine clean, prevents damaging carbon particles from ever touching those finely polished interior engine parts. A special compound in RPM literally surrounds carbon particles and other troublemakers during the oil service period and flushes them out when you have the crankcase drained. RPM also fights off corrosion, rust-proofs your car's engine as it lubricates. Another thing, RPM sticks to hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. So for protection, for trust, switch to RPM motor oil, first choice in the West. Get RPM at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. 15 years ago, one Earl Bixby, big-time political grafter, took it on the lam rather than testify in a grand jury investigation. After lo these many years, he's willing to return and tell all for a price. You show up in his Mexican hideaway with the $10,000, but 3 other characters appear with the same amount, each. After lo these many years, he's willing to return and tell all for a price. You show up in his Mexican hideaway with the $10,000, but 3 other characters appear with the same amount, each with a different reason. Being like George Valentine, you call for a showdown, and fast.
All right, Bixby, you know why I'm here. What are you going to do?
Gonna have a drink?
You can do that some other time. I've got the $10,000, see? Well, look at it.
Now, please, Miss Craig, I'm quite aware that you have the money.
You've taken 15 years out of my father's life. Well, you can't do anything about it right now. But you can come back and clear his name. And if you don't, I swear I'll kill you.
Take it easy, Christine.
Oh, Valentine, you know, it's too bad you had to take a shot at our friend McLean, so Redfern has to bind his wounds now and put him to bed. We might have discussed all this in detail before morning. Now, I think I'll have that drink.
Just be ready in the morning. I'm going to bed.
You didn't by any chance arrange for the earthquakes, too, Bixby?
Oh, that. Yeah, that was merely a stroke of luck, and I took advantage of it. Just consider the location of Casa Diablo.
Please, no geography lessons this time of night.
Small and insecure suspension bridge connects this rocky perch with San Sabo. In the morning, when they see it's gone, I can hear the natives saying, Madre mia, the earthquake, crazy Americano, he all alone now.
Emilio, the bus driver, knows you've had company.
Does he know all of you didn't go down with the bridge?
Oh, so that's it. And presto, $40,000 to invest in your wine cellar.
George, I think our host is loco en la cabeza. You know, crazy in the head. I looked it up.
Yeah, Bixby, I think we're going to tie you up until that conference in the morning.
Oh, come now, Valentine. Such a groveling admission of weakness. After all, Redfern has McLean's gun, and I'm sure that you have one.
Just the same, I think.
Would you believe it, Valentine?
What, Redfern?
McLean, the tough guy who wouldn't hesitate to make cold meat out of anyone else, is afraid of the sight of blood. And that was just a scratch on his wrist.
You don't say. Hey, Brooksy,
Yes, George.
why don't you join Christie? Redfern and I have to decide what to do about Bixby.
Okay. I just hope she can play gin rummy. I'll be darned if I'm going to sleep tonight.
I don't know what you've got in mind, Valentine, but I've got something to clear up with this gentleman. Come on, Bixby. Pay attention.
Yes?
You made my syndicate a deal. $10,000 for the exclusive story of what happened 15 years ago. All the names, conniving, the works. When do you begin talking?
Ah, you're wasting your time, Redfern. Bixby merely loves to make deals. And he's not even afraid of the political thugs who sent McLean here. So I suggest we just...
Valentine, that's...
Yeah. Come on, Redfern.
That's how I found her, George.
Valentine.
Yeah, Christie, we're here.
Oh, we got to do something for her. I'll go out to that fountain in the patio and get some water.
You stay right here, Miss Brooks. We don't know what's going on around here. I'll be right back.
He was... The knife.
Hey, tell me, Christie, who was it? Did you see him?
Oh, just a knife.
Oh, George.
Don't, Angel, don't.
Someone she couldn't even see. Bixby was with you and Redford.
Take
He's
it
got
easy
someone
now.
else, someone
Easy,
with a knife.
Brooksy, I
Someone
told you,
watching them
stop
everywhere.
it, stop it.
Yes. All right.
How is she, Valentine? Did she... Oh.
Uh-huh.
You don't think it could have been...
McLean?
Well, you saw how he acted on the bus. He could have...
I doubt it, Redford. Not with his wrist.
But I don't understand. I'm going to find Bixby...
Before we do that, we'd better get to McLean. No matter what we all think of him, he has a right to know what we're all up against.
Same way, Valentine. McLean got it the same way.
Yeah.
I was right, George. Bixby's got someone stalking us through the house with a knife. Someone we can't see, but who can see us.
And one of us is next. Unless we get hold of Bixby.
If we can find him.
Valentine, this is impossible. Bixby dead, too.
A state of affairs that seems natural to Casa Diablo.
This is just how we left Bixby. Sitting there quietly. He doesn't look as though he's even moved.
Someone else has been doing all the moving, Brooks.
You know what this means. Somebody wants to see us all dead. Whatever his reasons.
Doubted Mr. Loper would be so anxious now for us to bring Bixby back.
Well, he certainly sent us on a dilly of an assignment.
Well, we can't just stand here and wait.
I was saying the same thing to myself. So?
Why did you do that? What are you going to do with that gun?
Sorry, a weakness in my character. After I trip over my third corpse, I'm inclined to get trigger happy. I see you agree with me, Redfern.
Of course, you're right, Valentine. I almost forgot I had McLean's gun.
Well, what are we going to do with George?
You're coming with me, Brooksy. Redfern, you go through all the rooms in the left wing off the patio. I'll take the right.
Okay. I'll meet you back here.
George, if Bixby had somebody in this house to see that none of us left here alive, whoever it is must have turned on him. You know, like Frankenstein turning on his... George, you're not even listening to me.
Angel, if there's a grammar school around here, I think I'm going to enroll in the kindergarten.
Huh?
We're right down to the oldest outdoor sport in the world, Brooksy. The hunter and the hunted.
Valentine? Oh, Valentine. Come out on the balcony a minute. I found something.
What can he mean, George?
Now that age-old game begins. What is it, Redfern?
You'd better tell Miss Brooks to stay over there. I'd hate to have her see this thing. It's horrible.
You ought to write comic books, Buster.
Huh? What's that?
You know you haven't found anything, Redfern. If I fell for that gag and came over there, you'd do what you would have done before if I hadn't taken the gun out.
George!
You killed all three of them, Redfern. McLean, when you took him to his room. On the way back, Christie. And when you insisted on getting the water for her, you polished off Bixby. When we reached this side of the bridge, Bixby had to ask everybody else who he was. Well, not you, Redfern. He knew you. You had some kind of a deal cooked up with him. All right, what was it, Redfern? Down, Brooks.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for the confession, Redfern.
What do you suppose he's going to do,
Now, listen
George?
carefully, Angel. Here, I take this
Yeah,
gun.
yeah.
Stick close to the floor.
Okay.
Crawl down to that end. And when you get there, take one shot across the patio toward the sound of his voice.
What voice?
Don't worry, you'll be hearing from him. Now get moving and stay down.
Yeah, George.
Hey, Redfern. Why don't you come on over and get us?
What's the hurry? Why should I fumble around in the dark? I'll get both of you when I can see what I'm doing. You don't stand a chance. I know every inch of this place. I'll always be one step ahead of you. Don't you have anything to say to that? You're just wasting bullets, Valentine. You can't see where I am. You know, I wish I were a reporter. What a yarn. Missing politician hires broken-down newspaper man to pose as master of Casa Diablo. As fortunes dwindle, Earl Bixby evolves ingenious scheme to continue life of high revelry in Mexico City. Too bad it has to be a story that can never be told. That was the deal Bixby cooked up, Valentine. Do you hear me?
You don't have to raise your voice, friend.
What? Stop it!
You should have kept it simple, Buster. It might have worked. But I suppose being on the lam for 15 years does weird things to a man's mind. Doesn't it, Bixby?
And now you will please to do me the goodness to observe the moon as she sits herself on top of Mount Aldez. Muy romántico, muy simpático, muy...
Emilio, you sound like a fugitive from Mexico's Tin Pan Alley.
Mil gracias, señorita.
Hey, the first chance we get, Brooksy, we'd better wire Loper and tell him that if the Citizens Committee wants any testimony from Bixby, they'll have to send somebody down here to the San Sabo jail.
Well, what'll we say? Bixby unavoidably detained. Slight case of murder?
Something to that effect.
Yeah, but seriously, darling. It's hard to believe everything that's happened.
Well, in a way, Bixby lived up to his end of the bargain. For 15 grand, he agreed to live out his life modestly and obscurely somewhere in Mexico. He did, even if he had to hire that poor dope to take his place.
And to think he actually expected to get away with it. Mass slaughter.
Well, to his mind, it seemed simple enough. After he explained to the simple natives of San Sabo that his visitors went down into the chasm with a bridge, well, he just passed himself off as the crazy Americano whom they hardly ever saw.
Yeah. Emilio?
Si, senorita.
Well, shouldn't we turn this light off? You know, to make it easier for you driving at night, remember?
Oh, no, senorita. I can see quite well. Emilio's tour considers only the comfort of its passengers.
Yeah, well, we're much more comfortable in the dark.
But it was not necessary to do that, senorita. I insist that I
Emilio,
could...
how do you say shut up in Spanish?
Por favor.
You, of all people, should understand, remember? Muy romántico, muy simpático.
Muy terrifico.
In springtime, a young man's fancy turns to, well, you finished the familiar quotation. And if our young man who's going steady is a sensible fellow, he wants to keep his car going steady, too. In fact, most motorists just naturally want steady performance from their cars, and all year round, too. And that's why so many thousands of folks rely on Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this high-octane motor fuel is blended just right to put command performance in your car. It commands fast starts, smooth, steady pickup, and all the extra power your car needs on hills. Another thing, Chevron Supreme's climate tailored. That means no matter what region of the West you're driving in, you can count on command performance from this premium quality fuel. It's tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. Why not tomorrow get a tank full of the gasoline that gets the best out of your car, Chevron Supreme, blended just right to keep your car going steady. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when you join us for another adventure of George Valentine, we'll come across George and Brooksy in a small, shabby office, and we'll hear Brooksy saying,
George, what are you going to do?
Open the door of this closet.
But you know it's empty. The professor's body disappeared.
Just a hunch, Brooksy. Well, let's have a look.
Yeah, I seem to have lived through this once before today.
Yeah. We've got the professor back with us, Angel.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Victor Rodman as Bixby, Ted Von Eltz as Redfern, Gigi Pearson as Christine, Ken Harvey as McLean, Stan Farrar as Loper, and Tony Barrett as Emilio. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Journey into Hate, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're in a jam, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, some dreadful shadow has come over my sister's life. From thousands of miles away, she cries for help. If you knew me, you'd understand how little help I can be, alone. I'm turning to you because I can't think of anyone else. The trip will take a great deal of your time.
Great deal of your time and may even prove fruitless. But I can assure you I'll make it worth your while. And it's signed Janice Gibson.
I wonder what kind of letters we'd get, Angel, if our ad didn't say write full details.
I'd hate to think probably communiques in Morse code. But Janice here doesn't sound like she's in a mental state for details.
Here, let me see that letter.
Here.
Maybe I can get something out of her over the phone.
Thousands of miles away. Wonder in what direction. Do I wear an Eskimo parka or just a thin coat of suntan lotion?
Hello, Janice Gibson, please. Miss Gibson, this is George Valentine. Well, say now, wait a minute. Don't get so excited. Uh-huh. Leave on the Eudora. Now, have a heart. I have a business here. I can't just throw things in a knapsack and be off to Honolulu.
Honolulu? George, I know where we can get a very big knapsack.
Hold on, will you, Brooksy? Miss Gibson, I'm afraid it's out of the question. You see, Yeah, well, all right now. Well, okay, there's no need to cry. Yes, I believe everything you say about your sister, but... All right, you win, Miss Gibson. I'll be there.
Darling, don't you think you ought to warn the lady?
Oh, yeah. One last thing, Miss Gibson. Better reserve 2 cabins. My assistant will be along. No, I won't disappoint you. Yes, I got it, Pier 17. Goodbye. Hey, Brooksy, where you going?
Well, don't be masculine, darling. If we're going to be leaving in a few days, I've got to get some shopping done.
Oh, no, I'm afraid this is really going to be a knapsack deal.
Huh?
Yeah. The Eudora leaves at 11 o'clock tonight. Oh, Steward,
Yes, sir.
which way is stateroom 209?
Straight down that corridor, sir.
He's going to take an ocean voyage to rest up after this mad rush.
Just 1 minute, sir.
Huh? Yeah?
I'm the ship's doctor, sir. I just heard you ask about 209. Friends of Miss Gibson's?
Well, yeah, that's right.
Why, is anything wrong?
Well, thank heavens she has friends aboard. Here, this way. Miss Gibson isn't very well.
Well, I know. She sounded a little hysterical on the phone today, but
Emotional strain may have something to do with it, but I suppose you know she has heart trouble.
No, we didn't.
I gave her something to quiet her down. When I came back later, she was in there sobbing. She wouldn't open the door. I had to go and get the key.
Oh, that's dreadful.
Oh, now, Miss Gibson, try to pull yourself together. Your friends are here to see you.
Friends? Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Sure. We made a deal, didn't we?
Oh, it was getting late. I was so frightened. I thought you'd changed your mind.
Well, we're here now, and there's nothing to worry about. I'm Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'll be all right now, Doctor.
I'm sure you will. I'll arrange with a doctor in Honolulu to keep track of you. See that you're sure to get digitalis whenever you need it.
Thank you.
And mind you, young lady, I don't want any more emotional shenanigans from you.
I've made arrangements for both of you, Mr. Valentine. You just have to see the purser.
Well, never mind that now. You feel up to talking?
Oh, I must explain.
Okay. Suppose we begin with your sister.
Yes, Eileen's cablegram, it's somewhere here. Yes, in my purse.
Oh, don't get up. It's right here on the table.
Eileen is my twin sister. We haven't seen each other in 4 years.
I see.
She went on a holiday to Hawaii and married an artist named Marcel Millet. They bought a tiny island not far from Honolulu, and they've lived there ever since.
I think this is the cable.
Well, let's see, Brooksy. This must be our secret, Janice, because I'm not sure this horrible thing is happening to me. And if it is, I couldn't bear anyone else knowing it. Please get here quickly. You're my only salvation. Love, Eileen.
I haven't told anyone else but you, and I had to do that if I'm going to help her.
Yes, we understand.
Well, I'm not going to pretend I understand this message. Now, suppose we skip on to your sister's husband.
Well, I've never even seen a picture of Marcel. I've often wondered why she never sent me one, but as long as Eileen sounded happy in her letters, that was all that mattered. And then this cable, it's so strange, and it's not like Eileen. She was always the strong one, never hysterical.
Well, now, Janice, I think maybe you ought to rest.
People always wondered about that difference in us, since we are identical twins. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. We'll have days to talk about all this. Good night, Janice.
I can't understand why Eileen isn't here, Mr. Valentine. I cabled her that I'd arrive on the Eudora. Eileen's usually so punctual.
How long would it take a magician to spot us in this crowd? Come on, let's get down to the end of the dock.
Here, hold on to me, Janice.
Johnny! Oh, of course. There you are.
What? I beg your pardon.
Well, you might at least kiss me.
Please, don't.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Buster.
Well, you needn't look so shocked, Janice. I know I'm not the handsome specimen you probably expected, but you might try to bring yourself to kiss your brother-in-law.
Marcel?
What's that?
Don't be so taken aback, my dear. After a while, people get used to ugliness, especially when they realize that very often it has compensating qualities, huh?
Oh, I didn't mean...
I know what you meant, but it doesn't matter. I must say it was the easiest thing for me to spot you. You look exactly like Eileen. It's uncanny. Oh, come along. I'll have someone take care of your baggage. Huh?
I hope you don't mind, Marcel, but I brought 2 friends along.
You, Oh, these people, your friends.
Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks, I want you to meet Marcel Millet, Eileen's husband.
Hello?
How do you do?
I understand you and your wife have a whole island to yourselves. Hope there's room enough to fit us on.
Well, we weren't expecting visitors, but we'll make out somehow. Besides, as an artist, I'm grateful to have beauty around me. Welcome to Hawaii, Miss Brooks.
Why, thank you.
Oh, wait, there's a Filipino chap over there who takes pictures of tourists. I'm sure Eileen would love to have one of you and me, Janice, huh? A memento of this happy occasion. Oh, Juan! Over here, quickly.
Where is Eileen? How is she?
Oh, she's waiting for you on the island. Wants everything to be just right for her sister.
Very nice picture. Yes, sir. How many, please, Mr. Millet?
Oh, half a dozen, Juan. Just you and I, my dear, huh? Excuse us, Valentine, Miss Brooks.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Very good. All right, you smile nice for one. He make beautiful picture.
And with my arm around a beautiful lady, that makes us even, Juan.
All right, you hold still now. There. Oh, that's fine. Very nice, sir.
Couldn't we hurry, Marcel?
Oh, immediately.
Well done. Very soon. You no wait for picture?
No, Juan. My wife and I will be in from the island in a couple of days to show these people the sights. All right, everybody. My car is just over there by the warehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Millet. You must be a happy man today.
Please, you've got to tell me. I can't wait any longer. What's wrong with Eileen?
In time, Janice. Then you can see for yourself.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Why put it off, Marcel? Is it something you can't talk about?
No, but
Janice has a right to know she's been so worried.
Apparently you do know your wife cabled her. You wouldn't be here.
Yes. I ought to know about the cable. I sent it.
You had no right to do that. You made me think all kinds of things.
I had to find some way to bring you here.
Well, couldn't you have used a few more words in your cable to be more specific? You didn't have to indulge your flair for the melodramatic and scare Janice half to death.
Unfortunately, what I said is the truth.
For heaven's sake, what's wrong with her?
Well, at the risk of being melodramatic, my wife imagines things, fanciful, grotesque things.
Oh, no.
Yes, she thinks everyone is plotting against her, just waiting to kill her. Yes, she won't see a doctor, and, well, you are my only hope, Janice.
I see.
Yes, now, really, we must be going. As it is, we won't reach the island till after dark. Easy now. You can't see a thing when the landing light's off.
Okay, you better go first, Janice.
All right. Where's that tropical moon people write songs about?
Hiding tonight, Miss Brooks. I think we've got a storm coming up. Now, you just wait till I get on the dock.
Hey.
Oh, it's just an overgrown Mongol Eileen insisted on bringing to the island. Lord knows we don't need any protection. There's just the two of us.
I should say you'd welcome the company.
So I must admit he's devoted to my wife. But I'd prefer if he kept tied up. He's a vicious beast. Oh, the house is right up here.
Oh, George.
Oh, now what's wrong with her?
You can't mean that's Eileen.
I think I saw her run around that side of the house.
Well, Marcel, don't just stand there.
Well, if she intends to hide, as she usually does, we'll never find her till morning.
But we've got to do something.
Valentine, there's a flashlight on the porch in the back. You and Miss Brooks can look for her out there near the cliffs.
Okay.
You come with me, Johnny, son. But first I want to tie this animal up.
Brooksy, no matter what Millet says, the first thing we're going to do is get a light on in that house. Now, you do that, and I'll go around and get the flash.
Oh, couldn't we kind of do those things together?
No time, Angel. I'll make it snappy.
Oh, golly. Jeepers.
You'd better let me light that lamp. You might burn the place down. This house is nothing more than an oversized thatch hut anyway. There. You're pretty, aren't you?
Well, who are you?
That's my question to you. Why did Marcel bring you here? Are you one of those simpering ladies he trips off to see now and then?
Get away from me.
You know, he does have a strange fascination, that ugly Casanova. And if I thought you and he
I'd hate to haul off and hit a stranger, but I could force myself.
Better listen to her, sister.
What?
The young lady's quite capable of taking care of herself.
Yeah.
Looks as though Marcel's decided to turn this place into a resort.
Now, look, I've been fumbling around in the dark long enough. Since you're not Eileen Millet, who are you? How did you get here?
Miriam Denton's the name. House guest, model. Lately, I've turned into a nurse for Marcel's mad wife. If you want to know anything else about me, ask him.
Well, George, what are we going to do?
Well, right now, Angel, we're going down to the boat landing and get my gun out of the luggage.
George, boat's gone.
I wouldn't mind that so much, Brooksy. But that means there's something else missing, too.
Huh?
My gun.
Oh, fine.
Yeah. This weird little drama calls for us being permanent guests in this tropical paradise.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. You know, in every town, when 5 p.m. rolls around, there's a big parade, a traffic parade of folks who are homeward bound. If you're part of this daily parade, and if your car has so little pep that you have to stay in the creep-along lane, better switch to Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's a high-octane fuel blended to put command performance in your car. You'll find Chevron Supreme commands speedy pickup at every green light, smooth acceleration on the open highway, and all the extra power to make your car great on hills. A premium quality gasoline, it also commands fast starts every time you use the starter. For Chevron Supreme is climate tailored to the different altitude and temperature zones between Canada and Mexico. So wherever you drive in the West, rely on Chevron Supreme to give your car command performance. Try a tankful tomorrow at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. In answer to her twin sister's plea, Janice Gibson comes to you with a strange assignment, namely to travel thousands of miles to a tiny island just off Honolulu. If you have George Valentine's keen instinct, something about the whole journey bothers you. You see how right you were when you arrive at the island and hear a piercing scream in the night. Janice Gibson's sister disappearing into the jungle.
Can't anyone hear the storm out there? Doesn't anyone care if my sister's out in it?
We all care. Very deeply, Janice. But we'll never find Eileen if she doesn't want to be found, huh?
I'd like to disagree with Millay, Janice, but I'm afraid he's right. You've seen what it's like out there.
Incidentally, Mr. Millay, what happened to the boat? And why did you leave Janice alone?
Yes, you asked me to wait and never came back.
I thought it might be a good idea to circle the island. But don't worry, the boat is quite safe where it is.
Yeah, I'm sure it's well hidden.
What's that?
Skip it, Buster.
I'm going to look for her.
Hey, Janice, stop. Listen to me.
No, now let go of me.
Brooksy, take her upstairs and stay with her.
Any one of the guest rooms? Makes no difference.
Come on, honey. You've got to think of yourself, too.
Think of myself without Janice.
I've got to get rid of that blasted dog.
What's the matter, Marcel? You seem nervous. You shouldn't be. You've got a gun. My gun, to be exact.
What do you mean?
It's missing from my luggage.
Valentine, I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't like your insinuation.
I'm not insinuating anymore. I'm going to find out the reason for everything that's happened.
There's only one reason. I was at my rope's end. The only person I could think of with Eileen was her sister.
Huh?
What's happened tonight may have upset you and Miss Brooks, but I did not ask you to share in it.
Now, listen to me, my friend, and listen carefully.
I have no choice. Why don't you hit me?
Don't tempt me. It happens I don't want to bring things to a head because I have my own plans for tomorrow.
Really?
If I made a cup of tea, could I persuade you gentlemen to be civilized?
Here's your persuasion on Marcel here, Miss Denton. And while you're at it, you might persuade him not to let those fancy maneuvers with the gun and the boat go to his head.
Marcel, what are you waiting for?
I didn't expect her to bring those people. It changes our plans.
But he suspects
Do you think I'm a fool? I know that. But I've got to have a chance to think.
You wouldn't stop to think if you really loved me. You do, don't you?
What a woman. Love and murder in the same breath. I told you, Miriam, give me a chance to think.
George, did you see Janice this morning?
No, Brooksy, I thought she was still upstairs with you.
Well, I left her for a few minutes, but when I came back, she wasn't there.
Oh, I thought you knew, Mr. Valentine.
You what?
Miss Gibson went out with Marcel. Naturally, she's anxious to find her sister.
Well, isn't that something we were all going to do together?
I didn't know what your plans were.
Not much you didn't. You know darn
Save
well.
it, Brooksy, come on.
Oh. Hey, George.
Well, now, easy, easy. What's the matter, fella? What's bothering you? Easy there, boy. Well, we're going to go for a little walk.
What are you talking about, George?
Just what I said, Angel. Wait a minute. Hey, now, fella, take a whiff of this.
What have you got there, George?
One of Eileen's handkerchiefs. Yeah, and I think our canine friend here knows what I mean. Come on, boy. Now we can go for that walk.
George, he keeps coming back to this spot.
Yeah, I know.
But there's nothing here but the beach.
Wait a minute, hold it. There seems to be some kind of a cave in the side of this tomb.
Yeah, that's where he wants to go. Look at him.
Here, hold him, Angel.
Okay.
While I see if I can tear away some of these vines.
George, I don't know if I can hold it.
It'll just be a minute. I want to see if...
What is it?
Oh, good Lord. No, Brooksy, stay where you are.
Yeah, if this dog will only let me...
Give me, I'll take him. But don't go in there.
George, is it...
Eileen. A bullet in her head.
Oh, no. But, George, last night she was alive, off somewhere by herself. Nobody could even find her.
That's where we were all wrong. Last night, Eileen was already dead.
But we heard her scream.
That was Miriam who put on that little act. She was also the shadow we saw disappear around the side of the house.
Oh. Well, what does Marcel expect to gain by all this?
He's probably turning that over in his mind right now. And that's why we have to find him and Janice before he has a chance to make another move.
It seems so useless, George. There are so many places on this island he could have taken Janice.
Well, there's only one thing in our favor, Brooksy. Marcel has to make this piece of mayhem look like an accident. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, I know. You keep saying it.
Easy now, quiet, fella. Don't you see, Brooksy, he intends to pass Janice off as Eileen. He did it very successfully yesterday. That photographer took it for granted Janice was his wife.
Uh-huh. Well, I can see how he could have given everybody that impression.
Yeah, the loving couple returned to the island. Wife has an unfortunate accident. He can report it as such to the police and collect the insurance because there's no sign of violence. Something he couldn't do with Eileen, who sports a prominent bullet hole. Wait a minute. Wonder what's eating him.
George! Hey, up there on that cliff.
Yeah, Brooksy, come on.
Oh, golly, George.
Okay, Malay. See if you got an answer for this. All right, fella, go get him.
Yes, I've got an answer. I've been waiting a long time to do this.
Don't stand there, Janice. Come down here.
You killed us all. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Here, Brooksy, you take care of him.
Okay.
I want to see what he intends to do next.
Claire, he told me about Eileen.
Yes, I know, honey.
He was going to push me into the ocean. Make it look like an accident.
Stay where you are. The three of you.
You're riding for a fall, Buster.
You make another move toward me, and I'll let the women have it first. You know I have no compunction about it either.
Yeah, I know. You're a brave boy when it comes to shooting dogs and women.
Keep him away from me. Oh, please.
Don't,
please.
Janice, don't.
Once more, your intrusion interfere with my plans, Valentine.
It breaks my heart.
I suppose the best way to do it, after all, is to get rid of the three of you at once. I think we're going to have another little storm tonight. It's the time of year, you know.
We can do without the weather report.
Oh, yes. The story will go something like this. Despite my urgent pleas, the three of you insisted on taking the boat out into the storm.
Aren't you satisfied you killed my sister? What else do you want?
Of course, I shall be interested in recovering the body of only one of the foolhardy trio. The one the police will accept as my late, beloved wife.
Doesn't Miriam Denton understand that she may be next on your list someday? What does she see in you anyway?
She sees in me a man who won't let anything stand between him and his dream. Now, let's go back to the house and make the best of this waiting.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Marcel, get this over with.
In a few minutes, I think we can be ready. Of course, Valentine. I shall have to shoot you and Miss Brooks. I couldn't expect you to jump into the water at my command, eh?
Why don't you stop posturing?
No, let him go on, Miriam. He just wants to show you how much power he has. All because he didn't turn out to be a Clark Gable.
Shut up, Valentine. I'm as good as any man. Better.
You're not a man. You're something that crawls.
I'm something that uses his brain, Miss Brooks. Since no one knows Janice is here, the insurance company will ever question a routine police report on my wife's death. We'll be able to do a lot of things with $50,000. Won't we, Miriam?
Yes, if you'll only stop talking.
I'm not afraid anymore. I'm just sorry I got you and Claire into this thing.
I'm so glad to see you take this philosophically, Janice.
I doubt if I would have had many more years to live anyway. He kept telling me it could be.
Don't say any more, Janice.
Why do you stop her? What was she going to say?
She was just going to crack a very grim joke, Marcel. And it happens to be on you.
What do you mean? And don't get up. Stay where you are.
No, I feel like walking around.
You know what I'll do if I try?
You're not going to do anything. What's more, you're not going to live to spend that $50,000.
Be careful, Marcel.
Something's happened in the last 4 years that you don't know anything about. Something that's going to hang a crepe on that rosy future of yours.
You don't say.
Yeah. Janice has been ill, very ill, under constant care of a doctor.
What's that to do with me? Now, let's get started. Come on.
Andre Boyard, M.D.
What?
Uh-huh. I thought you'd recognize the name. Dr. Boyard. The best heart specialist in Honolulu.
Of course. The one the ship's doctor mentioned.
What is this?
He more than mentioned him, Marcel. He gave the doctor specific instructions to locate Janice. Very soon now, he'll do just that.
You're lying.
And the picture you were so anxious to have taken, it'll only prove that it was Eileen's twin sister who arrived.
Miriam, you heard what he said. Look at Janice. There's nothing wrong with her, is there? Is there?
Marcel!
You're as good as cook, brother, and you did it yourself.
No.
Watch out for him!
Let go. Don't let me break your arm. Let go of the gun.
I've got it, George.
Yeah. Well, Marcel, what is it now that stands between the man and his dream? Hey, look, Brooksy, why the purser's office?
Oh, I told you. friend of mine wanted me to inquire about a honeymoon cruise on the Eudora.
Honeymoon cruise, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Friend, huh? What friend?
Oh, you wouldn't know him. But he has nice, broad shoulders, just about your height.
Uh-huh.
And he calls his girlfriend Angel.
One of those gooey characters, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yes? What can I do for you folks?
Well, we want to find out about a honeymoon cruise. Something in the near future.
Oh, I think we can accommodate you. Now, just what would you like?
Well, darling, I just described the potential groom to you. What do you think he'd like?
Yeah. Look, friend, you have a nice long cruise scheduled for, let's say 1952 or 3.
Now, really, if this is some kind of a joke.
Well, please, mister, don't play so fast and loose with my life.
I beg your pardon.
This is the nearest to first base I've gotten yet.
I think everyone will agree that cutting down the cost of car operation is an economy step in the right direction. And if there's anyone who hears more about budgeting and economizing than a grocer, who is he? Mr. J.W. Holden of 301 H Street, Bakersfield, California, is a grocer, and here's his statement about RPM motor oil. Quote, I must confess I don't know much about a car, but there's one thing I'm sure of. I haven't had to spend 1 cent for repairs since I started using RPM motor oil in 1945. And thousands of other users of RPM, folks in all walks of life, have had the same success with this premium motor oil. For RPM is specially compounded to keep your car's engine clean, to fight off internal rust and corrosion, to keep cylinder walls cool when engine temperatures get hottest. So for protection you trust and the finest wear-saving lubrication, give your car a break by giving it RPM motor oil. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when the telephone wakes George Valentine out of a sound sleep, you'll hear him saying,
Yeah?
George, wake up.
Huh?
We got a letter this morning you're going to love. Harger is right in the middle of it.
Huh? Harger?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope it's something big. I'd like to nail him good.
Well, if you can, it will be good. Meet me at Molly's Cafe, 12 sharp.
Yeah, got it. Hey, you know, Angel, I was just thinking, how nice it'd be to have your dulcet voice wake me up every morning.
Oh, well, I got news for you, Mr. Valentine. That could be arranged.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Janice, Gerald Moore as Marcel Millet, Louise Arthur as Miriam, Jack Crucian as Juan, and Earl Keane as the purser. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Since America began, from all over the world have come men and women of every race, every religion, every cultural background. And into this land they brought a stirring concept, brotherhood. Let's remember that, especially now, during Brotherhood Week. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Changes my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Double Death, another transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm writing for my employer, Mr. Douglas W. Groves, Gill, Dundee, and Fenwick, industrial advisors and accountants. It is Mr. Groves' desire that you report to him at your earliest convenience. Mr. Groves has sprained his ankle, so it will be necessary that you contact him at his new residence on Country Lake Road rather than in the city. Naturally, you will be reimbursed for the slight additional time and expense incurred. Yours very truly, for Mr. D.W.G., by R.H. Mr. Valentine, that's what he told me to write. Please don't tell him I added this note of my own. Mr. Groves has double-checked you. He double-checks everything. He's like that. But his personal life isn't quite so well organized. Please don't be offended by him. Please see him. Please help him. Sincerely, R.H. Rena Hilliard.
Mr. Valentine, my wife has disappeared.
Your wife is...
That's right. She's disappeared, and I want you to find her. And I don't want you to waste any time about it.
Oh.
This blasted leg.
Oh, Mr. Groves, you shouldn't have bothered coming outside to meet us.
Stay away from the office a couple of days. That's what the doctor said when he taped up my ankle this morning. Now, the reason I sent for you, Valentine...
It's a nice place you have out here, Mr. Groves. Just moved in, didn't you?
What? I said the reason I
Yes,
sent
you did
for you...
just move in. Why, some of the shutters are still up. Packing crates out there by the smokehouse. And so many weeds all over... Oh, but you've started cleaning up the roses, haven't you?
Young lady, I'll see that you get your Dick Tracy badge in the morning.
Oh, how sweet of you.
I guess we could do without the sarcasm, Mr.
All
Groves.
right. If I've been rude, please forgive me. Please sit down. The important thing is my wife's been missing from here since last night.
You know, this is exactly the kind of case you could hand right over to missing persons. Police.
What?
Well, they do a much better job, you know.
I won't have a lot of blue-coated loudmouths stamping around. Well, it's not easy to talk about my personal life.
Well, it isn't for anybody, Mr. Groves.
I took this place alone, yes, about a week ago. My wife and I have seldom lived together.
Divorced?
No. There's been no reason for that. We both have money. My wife has never asked for it. And I'm certainly too busy to ever have had time for any outside interests.
Like other women?
Me? Really? When my company moved its offices here from New York, my wife had been in Europe. I took this house because it's not far from a little cabin where we spent our honeymoon 17 years ago.
You mean you still love your wife?
It was an absurd bit of sentimentality, thinking we might get together again. She drove up a couple of nights ago in her latest Italian car and laughed at me.
Oh.
Anyway, last night there was a vulgar knockdown, drag-out fight, and she left.
Uh-huh. Only there's still an Italian car out in the driveway.
It's broken down. I phoned the garage yesterday. No, she was so anxious to get me out of her hair, she just picked up her handbag and stormed out.
Well, Mr. Groves, I don't understand why you want her back.
I'm a rather important man, Mr. Valentine. My wife is the kind of person who might enjoy embarrassing me by disappearing.
Clear that one up, will you?
Well, it's just that I've phoned and telephoned everywhere I could think of, to friends, airlines, her maid, whom she might have contacted, but no one's heard of her. No one's been informed that she's dropping in on them or returning to Europe or anything like that.
Just a second, Mr. Groves. I know I'm risking a remark about being a junior G man.
What's that?
Well, it's another observation. Your house again. Your wife isn't here, and apparently you haven't hired any servants yet. And still, this floor has been freshly scrubbed.
She threw a drink at me last night when we were fighting.
Oh. Yeah, liquor makes a nasty stain on hardwood, I guess.
Mr. Valentine, that's why I didn't call the police. All they do is stare at such things.
You mean wondering if it was liquor?
I'm afraid the police know me, at least in another city.
What?
Yes, and of course that's why my wife could embarrass me so by disappearing. She knows the police would check up and find out I was once in jail.
What?
You, Mr. Groves?
Well, not for long. It was hushed up. You see, more than a year ago, we'd had a run-in at a party, my wife and I, in Cincinnati. She made some remarks, and I made some, and the next thing I remember, I was being told by a policeman that they'd had to stop me from killing my wife. Now, Mr. Valentine, do you understand why I need someone to find her? Someone who won't waste time staring at stains on the floor?
Been up visiting that new Mr. Groves, eh?
Yeah, maybe. Why? Friend of yours?
No, not so as you notice. He don't know I'm alive, I guess, except maybe some dogs have barked at him out burning his incinerator. Neighbor, next-door neighbor. Takes time to get acquainted.
Oh?
Jose Williams, my name. Pleased to meet you. Nice weather we're having.
Yeah, sure. See you again sometime.
Besides, he's not the type to be forward. Businessman, you know. Guess you're the first real visitors out here.
Well, wait a minute, George. What did you say?
Well, casual visitors, that's what I mean. Outside the real estate man rented him the place. That's Mr. Benson. Drives 37 Nash. Good condition, though. Then, of course, the wife.
You saw Mrs. Groves?
Most painted-up Italian car ever laid eyes on. Stayed inside, I guess. Short time she was here.
Uh-huh. You noticed a good deal, don't you, Mr. Williams?
Student of human nature. What's wrong with that?
Well, did you happen to notice Mrs. Groves leave?
No.
Well, then how did you know she was only here a short time?
That's called a conversational pitfall. You know that? That kind of question? Oh, but I overheard a bit of your talk up there on the porch just now.
You did?
Oh, just snatches, mind you. Yes, I was shaving. Didn't want to cut myself.
Oh, no. I suppose you heard that Mr. and Mrs. Groves didn't get along so well.
Not like Mr. Groves and that other one.
Oh, naturally not. Oh, no, not like the other one.
No.
Come on, let's have it.
Well, only saw her a couple of times. This, whoever she is, pretty as a picture. Only a good deal more third dimension. That is, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, we'll struggle with it.
Yeah. Once in the evening, Mr. Groves met her out there by the grape arbor. Secret-like. Yes, indeedy, just like the movie.
Mushy.
Yeah, that's right. Just like a kid of 16. Never can tell about a businessman, you know. Then one day, saw them out on the highway together, away from the place. Then last night, too, inside the house, that time before they remembered the blinds being open.
Hey, wait a minute, hold it. You saw some other woman inside his house last night?
Man doesn't act like that with his wife. So I guess I ain't so dumb saying Mrs. Groves couldn't have been around here a very long time.
Oh. No, you're not so dumb, Jose. What else did you see? What else did you hear, snooping around the way you do?
A student of human nature, that's all. Nothing much. But he likes to garden, I guess.
He likes to what?
Yeah. Up at 6 this morning he was, hopping around, burning things in the incinerator out back. Leaves, I suppose, don't you?
Oh, excuse me.
No, I'm sorry. Didn't expect anybody to be coming out.
Oh, Mr. Groves is taking a nap now. He's resting. You must be Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks. I'm Rena Hilliard, his secretary.
Well, how do you do?
I'm just on my way back to the city. I've been getting a signature on some business papers and things.
Of course, Miss Hilliard. Only I've wanted to ask you, that note you tacked onto the letter to me.
What? Oh, yes.
Yeah, you sounded so worried about your boss. What did you think had happened?
Please let me go. There's no way I can help you.
You know, George, if Miss Hilliard took off her glasses, and she does have quite a third dimension.
Sure, Angel, she's not bad. Only right now I'm interested in another subject of gossip. The incinerator.
Oh.
Shirt, pair of trousers.
George, they're so badly burned.
Look here, Angel, pair of canvas shoes. I know you can't tell much from ashes, but these might.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some kind of dark stain on them.
Well, George, there's still a shovel standing there by the roses. Hurry up, George. Can't you hurry?
Well, this is the only spot we've noticed that's been freshly dug, isn't it?
Yes, of course it is, and he's no gardener.
I know.
Mr. Valentine, what in the name of blue blazes do you think you're...
Take it easy, Mr. Groves. I'm doing you a favor, that's all.
Digging up the roses I spaded last night?
Oh, cut the comedy, Buster. I'm not the police. I work for you, remember?
Yes, so you do. But it's the stain on the living room floor all over again, isn't it?
It is. Unless you do some very fast explaining, Mr. Groves.
Or would you rather I did some more fast digging?
You may dig if you like.
Okay, Buster. There's not much more loose dirt to go.
Yes, you may dig if you like. You may be suspicious. You may listen to that old gossip Williams if you like. You may think whatever you wish, and I won't interfere, Mr. Valentine. Yes, you may dig. You may dig all you like, Well, go on. What's the matter with you? Dig, Mr. Valentine. Go on.
Okay, you win, Buster. No more loose dirt. Only goes a foot down.
Yes. The proper depth for cultivating roses. Now get out of here, Mr. Valentine. Get out of here and never come back again. You're fired. Do you hear me? Fired.
All right. I was going to quit anyway, Mr. Groves. You don't want a guy working for you who believes that you murdered your wife?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If you're planning a trip up into the mountain country, you're no doubt going to make sure your clothes are right for the climate. But did you know that Chevron Supreme gasoline is also climate tailored? That's right. This premium quality gasoline is specially blended for each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. And it's further tailored according to the season. Try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Right away, you'll notice how much better your car responds. Faster starts, faster pickup in traffic, ping-free power on hills. Wherever you drive in the West, count on top performance in that area when you've got Chevron Supreme in the tank. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're hired by a man who never got along well with his wife, but who wants you to find her. She could have left his house afoot or by bus or by train, but she didn't. You try looking for Mrs. Groves in the place you finally decide she most probably is, the Rose Garden. Only you're wrong. Well, if you're anything like George Valentine, it doesn't bother you to be wrong, except when you've called in Lieutenant Riley and he keeps harping on it.
The trouble with you, Valentine, is you always jump at conclusions.
All right, Riley, all right.
Well, what would you have done, Lieutenant? What would you have thought?
That's not the point. The point
Look,
is...
never mind, will you? Never mind. What's missing person say about her?
They can't find her. Of course they can't find her.
Groves told us she might want to disappear to embarrass him.
Yeah, and if she wanted to disappear, the police will have a tough time.
Well, what about her car? That story you told us about her car being broken down.
It's true. The garage says so.
And they couldn't turn up anybody else who might have seen her, or might have seen her leave.
Well, she didn't leave by bus or train. We checked that.
Hot dog stand at the crossroads, local doctor.
Hey, wait a minute. What doctor?
Local doctor. Groves said he called him to come out and tape up his ankle.
no, George. That was after his wife had already gone this morning.
Sure, Valentine. Sure, you're all mixed up. We talked to that doctor, and he said he'd never even met Groves, ever.
Oh. So the ankle's bumped two ways, huh? A phony, maybe.
That's what I mean. There's holes in Groves' stories.
George, Mrs. Groves wasn't seen by anybody out there. Well, suppose she never even arrived at that house.
That we have proved, Miss Brooks.
Huh?
She arrived at the house, all right, just the way he said she did a couple of nights ago.
And hasn't been seen since. Well, cherchez the other femme.
Huh?
Come on, Angel. Let's see what the nervous secretary has to say.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hello, Riley speaking. What? Yeah? Oh, I might have thought so. Yeah, okay, sure. Oh, Valentine, why do you get in such cases?
Look, who was it?
Every time you do... You know, the trouble with you
Sure, that's why we came in. Only will you...
I said the trouble with you is you dig in the wrong place.
Huh?
What?
There's a smokehouse on Grove's property.
Yes, next to the garage.
Well, Sergeant Ritchie found a bloody handprint on the door of the smokehouse. Grove's handprint.
What?
Now, wait a minute. Inside the smokehouse, there's a dirt floor, and it's been freshly dug. Only I don't mean just 1 foot deep. How you coming there, Sergeant?
Won't take long, sir.
You know, Mr. Groves, we're running those blood samples down to the laboratory for tests.
I know, Lieutenant.
Hey, how about the tennis shoes and the clothes out of the incinerator?
Oh, pretty badly burned. But we got some fresher blood off some of the loose dirt there.
Well, Mr. Grove?
I have nothing to say, Mr. Valentine.
You seem to specialize in saying nothing, don't you?
Lieutenant!
Yes, Sergeant.
You're pretty pale, Mr. Groves.
Well, here we are, Valentine.
This is it, all right, Lieutenant. It's the grave, all right. Take it easy now, man. Take it.
Now, come on. Up with it. There we go.
The body of a dog.
Yes.
Dog. A dog. Wait a minute now.
That's all you'll find there, just the dog.
What kind of a runaround do you think you're pulling here?
Of course I haven't explained. Why should I incriminate myself? I killed the dog last night. He went for my leg, and I swung with a stick, and I hit him too hard. I started to bury him in the roses when it occurred to me that other dogs might... Well, anyway, I brought him in here. I even burned the clothing I'd been wearing. Dog's blood. Your own laboratory will tell you.
Incriminate yourself. You said you'd incriminate yourself.
I've committed a crime, don't you understand? That dog belongs to my neighbor, Hosea Williams. He has a pack of them. Now you've made me confess to something that lays me wide open to civil suit. I hope you're happy.
The phony bad ankle. Come on, let's hear you.
Well, I had to make up some excuse for not going to work, not facing everybody in town, not explaining to everyone that my wife had left me.
Oh, I see.
Now, gentlemen, perhaps you'll look for a live wife in places where she might be found. I'm sure it won't be necessary for me to ask you to leave.
George, Lieutenant, where on earth have you been? Mr. Williams called nearly half an hour ago.
Oh?
Hosea Williams, the gossip. And he wants you to get right back out there.
Oh, he does he? He wants us to stick out our long necks
George,
and...
listen. Mr. Williams says she's back again. That other woman. He's positive it's the same one.
Well, so what? There's no law against a businessman not sticking to business, is there? Who cares?
Hold on, Riley, will you? What else, Angel?
Well, he said he saw them kissing, and they were trying not to be seen.
Okay, that's enough. I'm going.
Oh, no, you're
I
not.
said I'm going, Riley.
Okay, I'll go, too.
Huh?
Yes, I'll go. And I might even make an arrest this time. I'll arrest that guy Williams for malicious gossip. That's what I'll do.
A student of human nature, that's all. I can't help what I see and what I hear.
Now, you listen to me, you old
Now, wait a
woman,
minute,
you...
hold. You saw them out here, Mr. Williams. You saw them meet and saw them kiss, then slipped back into the house.
Yeah, the same girl, all right.
And you're sure the girl's still inside, huh?
She hasn't left. Don't you worry about that.
All right, come on, Williams. Brooksy, wait for it, will you, Lieutenant?
Hey, wait a minute.
I don't need a warrant. You do. Besides, I want somebody to cover the exits, Riley. You just might be able to save a life.
The cupboard is bare. They looked everywhere, and the cupboard was bare.
You've done it again, haven't you, Mr. Groves?
Mr. Valentine, I swear I saw...
Oh, we looked everywhere, and there's nobody here but our host.
I suppose it will occur to you eventually that my gossipy neighbor here is as much of a liar as most gossips are, that he invents things for the supposed thrill there is in it.
No, I didn't. I tell you
I
that...
said never mind. There's only one thing to do now. Hey, Riley.
Yes, here I am.
See anybody leave outside?
Nope.
Okay, I guess you can make your arrest.
Now, wait a minute. See here, I haven't done anything but tell you what I...
Well, Blabbermouth, it gives me the greatest of pleasure
No. Now,
Riley,
listen,
I meant you can arrest Mr. Groves.
What's that?
For murder.
Valentine, are you completely out of your mind? There hasn't been anyone here this evening. I don't have any girlfriend. I don't even...
Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Miss Hilliard.
I just drove up.
Well, Miss Hilliard.
Hello, sir. I wanted to talk to Mr. Valentine.
I'm afraid it's a little late, Miss Hilliard.
What? Oh, no. No, I was so upset before. I wanted to protect him.
What's that?
Yes, I know, Miss Hilliard. You've been upset about your boss for some time, the way he's been acting. Well, the way you acted earlier today, I thought maybe you were his girlfriend.
George, yes.
Me, his girlfriend. That's a little funny, Mr. Valentine. I've been his secretary for 10 years now. He's never even looked at me twice. Even if I've wanted him to. I knew he and his wife didn't get along at all.
How about it, Williams? Is this the girl you saw?
No, not her. Not even without the glasses.
But there is somebody, Mr. Valentine. He's been whispering to somebody on the telephone the past week. And the reason I was so upset out here earlier was I'd interrupted him. He was talking to the same girl again. He told her everything was perfect now. Right according to plan. They'd be happy together now. I don't care how much I like him. I can't let him get away with it. Going away with another girl when it's over his wife's
Miss
head.
Hilliard. Now, take it easy. Be quiet. There's no point upsetting yourself. Mr. Groves, I owe you a great big apology. Everybody does.
Well, that's rather an understatement, isn't it?
You don't have a girlfriend. Maybe you never have had one.
Oh, but I just...
Never mind. And when I was out here this morning, I said I thought you'd killed your wife. Well, I was wrong about that, too. You didn't kill her until maybe half an hour ago.
George!
Sure, Angel. We couldn't help ourselves earlier. He gave us so many clues. We couldn't help thinking what you wanted us to think, Mr. Groves.
Valentine,
of course, that's what you wanted, Groves. The stain on the floor, the leaves on your wife you knew wouldn't pan out, the burying of the dog. Then burning in your incinerator when you knew you'd be seen.
Really, I don't understand.
And no matter how many times we asked him, Williams insisted he'd only seen billing and cooing over there. He never mentioned the terrible fights which you described, which people a mile away would have known about.
Well, perhaps I exaggerated.
I'll say you did, Buster. Everything you said about your wife was a lie. Because there wasn't any fighting with her, was there? There was only, well, suppose you name it.
Mushy.
Yeah, that's right, Brooksy. And that's how the girlfriend gossip started. It's your wife who's been here all the time. But no one would ever suspect that a married man, let alone you, would act that way with his own wife. So you didn't care if she was seen once or twice.
Only, what did you do with her today, Mr. Groves? To get her out of the way, I mean.
Nothing, really.
You do everything in pairs, don't you, Groves? The big efficiency man. Check and double check. Maybe you've been pretending to your wife it was a second honeymoon.
No.
Yes, of course. Your first honeymoon cottage you mentioned. That's somewhere near here. That's where she's been, isn't it?
Lieutenant Riley,
What did you tell her to get her over there, Mr. Groves? That you needed a day to shake off the office? Some business needed attending to while you threw out your red herring to us? Oh, but you phoned her, didn't you? To tell her everything was getting along fine. Nice guy.
Lieutenant, I've warned you before. Get out of this house.
Oh, but the lieutenant's got another job here. Digging.
What?
Do everything in pairs, don't you? You even tried to kill your wife once before, so you knew you'd have to be pretty fancy this time. Make us accuse you so we could find you innocent and leave you alone from then on. Where is your wife? Here, of course. But where? In the place you thought nobody in this wide world would ever look for your wife ever again. Oh, no, you don't.
Take it easy, Bud. Take it easy. That's...
This time you do the digging, Groves. In the same grave where you buried the dog.
George, I wonder why he did it. Why he killed her. I mean, if he really didn't have a girlfriend, what...
Oh, golly. Did you ever hear such a heel?
Huh?
Invites his wife to enjoy a second honeymoon, pretends that's what it is, and then he...
But if there wasn't another
Oh,
girl,
I
George...
don't know, Angel, why, I mean. I guess some husbands have been known to just want their wives dead.
Well, it isn't necessary to exaggerate.
Sometimes it happens, at least. Both ways.
Well, but with women it's different. They have reason
Only
to
one
be...
class of people I know who are immune from a little exasperation now and then. Maybe immune from happiness, too, but it...
What do you mean, George?
Bachelors. Come here, Angel.
Uh-huh.
What's the best fall tonic for the car you love? Easy answer, RPM motor oil. For RPM is the oil that stops 80% of wear inside your car's engine. You know what causes that wear. Acid-laden moisture which forms on cylinder walls and other vital parts the moment you cut your car's ignition. The result is corrosion and rust. But RPM prevents this high-cost wear. It's specially compounded to keep a moisture-proof film on vital parts at all times. Even though your car stood still for days or weeks, rust and corrosion couldn't get started with RPM protecting it. No wonder RPM motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Get it for the car you love tomorrow, and get it at regular intervals. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, here is Robert Bailey.
Who cares where Jackie's going? He may be going to court for breaking into the drugstore. Or to a playground where he has a normal outlet for his energy. You care when you give to the community chest. For you're helping pay for wholesome youth activities that curb juvenile delinquency, like scouting and the Y. So when you give, please give enough for all community chest agencies. Enough for a full year. They're counting on your help.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ted DeCorsia as Groves, Gene Bates as Rena, Dick Ryan as Hosea, Joe Forte as Benston. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Rose Petal Staircase, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, once again I take pen in hand despite the fact that you have not answered my first letter. Since that time, my tireless genealogical search has led me to the little town of Culliver, named, as you perhaps know, after the once eminent Senator Culliver. Here in the senator's very house lies the tragic object of my search, guarded faithfully these many years by the senator's 2 surviving daughters. The ways of fate are strange, and death wears many hats. However, I do not believe that I will require your assistance as anticipated. I can manage women, particularly spinsters. I can make them see the light. And amid the cobwebs and jealous ruins of this house is a marble staircase, which I am sure will lead me not only to the object of my search, but to the resolution of the future as well.
Yes, I am sure I can trick them all. Sincerely, Professor Fulton. Well, George, we never got a letter from him.
No. Trick them all. Funny thing to say.
Yeah. And it says, P.S. It's too bad that you couldn't have seen this wonderful staircase, Mr. Valentine. It's a delight to the eye, made of solid marble, but exactly the color of faded rose petals.
Yeah. Brooksy, I wonder what it was that Professor Fulton was searching for that he found there. Genealogist, huh?
Yeah.
Something to do with a person, probably. Or a dead person. Anyway, I'm curious about a rose petal staircase set in cobwebs.
Oh, but indeed, this is not an imposition, Mr. Valentine. My sister Bertha and I often receive callers who are passing through.
You know, mister, it's going to cost you 2 bits.
What's that, driver?
To get her to show you the local ruins, it'll cost you 2 bits.
Mr. Valentine, I'm sure you could dismiss your taxi driver there for the time being.
Oh, relax, Claudine. I'll hang around and wait for them. I got no other customers.
Oh, you must excuse Johnny. He's our town character. Though how some of the nicer people have endured him as the only taxi driver these many years.
Yes, sure, of course, I understand. Here, I have 25 cents.
Oh, thank you. Naturally, we only collect it for the local historical society. Every penny of it.
Yes.
Oh, naturally.
And now, if you'll excuse the hostess who leads the way. Callers, Bertha? Oh, Bertha, dear, callers.
What? Claudine, no. Tell them to come back later.
Pardon me a moment.
Oh, don't, Claudine, can't you? It's almost 3 o'clock.
Oh, I'm sure your watch is fast, my dear. This charming gentleman is Mr. Valentine, and this is Miss Brooks.
Oh, how do you
How do you do?
The house is a mess. There's dusting I can't reach. There's even cobwebs. I've got a bad heart. I want you to know it's all I can do to
I'm sure they understand the difficulties of the servant problem nowadays, and scarcely expect 2 ladies to sacrifice their other activities, not to mention the skin of their hands.
The skin of whose hands?
Bertha? Oh, now, look, please. We just heard about the staircase, and I want
All right. I don't care. Whatever you want, Claudine. But I warn you, my watch isn't fast. And if you're going...
nonsense, my dear. As all the famous people and handsome young gentlemen in their evening clothes came up to our doorway and in through this hall, a footman stood ready to throw open the doors of the ballroom like this. And there beyond... There. You see?
Oh, it really is the color of rose petals, isn't it? Oh, it's beautiful.
My father said he stole it from the color of my cheeks. The marble's from Italy, but the design is my own father's. He built it for us, for his girls. Rose-colored marble for the color of my cheeks. I was the oldest, the most beautiful, he said. But there were 3 of us.
3 of you?
We had a younger sister. Her name was Esther. Oh, but I don't see what these
No,
people...
please, let me. There was music then. Music all the time. And dancing and young men by the score. And before his death, my father used to tease me over who would be the first to come down on his arm to the rose petals and orange blossoms, and the young man of choice who'd be waiting below with the minister. Oh, there were many young men, Mr. Valentine. But it wasn't I, though I had many an opportunity. And it wasn't poor Bertha, who was never very attractive.
Claudine.
No, it was the youngest, little Esther, who came floating down dressed in white to the arms of her groom. Esther was married, she was.
Claudine, stop it. Please stop it.
And that's why we're still spinsters, Mr. Valentine. Our misfortune dates from then, from 15 years ago. Our responsibility.
What do you mean?
Esther and her handsome, strapping husband left the house by automobile. And the automobile overturned. And Esther was killed.
Oh, but I don't understand about it.
Oh, Claudine, look what time it is. Claudine, get them out of here. Get them. Oh.
Yeah, 3:00.
George, a bell. Tiny bell. It's from upstairs, isn't it? Up the staircase.
Our responsibility, Mr. Valentine. For 15 years, ever since Esther's death. Don't be frightened. Perhaps you'd like to carry a bed tray upstairs.
George, it's from in here.
Man's face in the mirrors.
Oh,
Look at all the mirrors.
there he is. Over there in the bed.
Oh, yeah. Hello there. I brought your tray up. Oh.
George, he can't speak. He just looks at you.
Yeah. And that's the bell. Hanging from the bed springs.
He's paralyzed.
What?
Moves just enough to make the bell ring. He can see you, though.
Oh, yes, of course.
He can hear, too. Can't you?
Poor guy.
6 months ago, the doctor said he might even walk again or even talk. He tries to sometimes, but then he gets all upset and can't. He'll be this way forever, I guess.
But how long?
15 years like that, you heard her. 15 years, and us running up and downstairs for him. It's Esther's husband, that's who it is. She was killed in the accident, but he wasn't so lucky. And neither were we.
Oh, please, if he can hear you.
I don't care what he hears anymore. It's what other people hear and say. He's the man, they say, the only man the Colliver girls could ever catch. And they couldn't have caught him if Esther hadn't died and he hadn't been paralyzed.
Miss Colliver, stop it, please. Come on, Angel. I think we'd better get out of here.
Yes, George.
I wish he would, too.
Please, I say.
Don't I, Mr. Fulton? Don't I?
What did you call him?
Hubert Fulton, that's his name.
Fulton. He isn't any relation to a man I met once, is he? A Professor Fulton?
Oh, get out of here. Get out of here right now with your gossip. Your gossip!
Oh, George.
Poor guy.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you ready to go back to the train?
Oh, hello,
Johnny. Everybody calls me Johnny.
Everybody, huh? Well, listen, Johnny, you run the only taxi around here. There's a guy I want to find and talk to right now. His name's Professor Fulton.
I know. He mentioned your name to me once.
He did?
He was up here at the house, about a week ago. Distant relative of Hubert in there.
Yeah, well?
The professor was trying to locate Hubert. Finally found him. I think he, being the only relative, had it in mind to move Hubert out of here, put him in the hospital.
Well, that's the best idea I've heard in years.
But I don't know what'll happen now.
What do you mean, now?
Professor's dead.
What?
The other night he slipped, fell all the way down that staircase. Now he's dead.
Just an accident, I presume, wasn't it, Miss Claudine?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's what the coroner said, and of course it was.
Miss Claudine, I think you're lying to us.
What?
Yes. Why are you so upset, so nervous? And even the way you were before, telling us about your family in the staircase. Yes, and right now, why don't you take your hands away from your... Pair of glasses. Pince-nez glasses. With a black ribbon.
His death was an accident. It was. I know it was. He was going to take Hubert away from us. And that would have been such a godsend. Bertha can't stand taking care of him.
Wait a minute. Are these Professor Fulton's glasses?
Oh, I have to tell someone. Yes. He was nearsighted. He tripped and fell. But when I saw him in the funeral parlor, Well, anyway, I found his glasses the next day. Hidden here in my sister's room. Bertha's room.
It's Bertha, Hubert. Bertha. Can you forgive me the cruel things I say in front of you? I have to say them, Hubert. They mustn't ever guess. No one must ever come again to take you away. I've stopped them all. I won't let them. I won't. All right, Hubert. I'll read to you now. My love is strengthened, though more weak in seeming. I love not less, though less the show appear. That love is merchandised, whose rich esteeming the owner's tongue doth publish everywhere. Our love was new, and then but in the spring.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Do you know when most wear occurs inside your car's engine? Does it happen when your car is running or when it's standing still? The right answer is when your car is standing still. It's a fact that 80% of all engine wear happens after you turn off the ignition. It's caused by acid-laden moisture, which forms on cylinder walls and results in corrosion and rust. RPM motor oil is compounded to prevent this damage. RPM keeps a moisture-proof film on internal parts at all times. Even though your car stands still for days or weeks, rust and corrosion can't get started when RPM is in your engine. No wonder RPM motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. For the car you love, get RPM motor oil tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The rose petal staircase, built long ago for beauty and marriage and happiness, but now only a setting for tragedy. For upstairs lies a man paralyzed, the only man the Colliver girls ever caught, so the gossips say. Hubert Fulton, guarded by the spinsters Claudine and Bertha. And when a relative, Professor Fulton, tries to move poor Hubert to a hospital, the professor somehow has an accident and dies on the marble of the staircase. Well, if you're anything like George Valentine, you locate a man from out of town like yourself, the professor's lawyer, Mr. Hines.
Mr. Valentine, if it weren't that my firm has handled a Fulton family business for years, I wouldn't have touched that professor with a 10-foot pole. He wasn't a professor at all.
Okay, he was a phony. What else, Mr. Hines?
A gold seeker, my friend. Huh? Do you know the only earthly reason he so kindly came searching for poor Hubert? A relative he'd never even met?
Well?
I'll tell you. Hubert is worth exactly $73,000.
Oh? Well, if Hubert has so much money, why haven't they spent some of it?
Oh, they've taken very good care of him.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, they have. The doctors have been very optimistic, but, well, I'll grant you, it's rather an unhealthy atmosphere right now.
That's an understatement. I think Bertha positively hates Hubert. Always complaining.
Maybe, but Claudine, well, she's full of delusions, grandeur, and beauty. It's true.
But at least to her, he's just a responsibility. We'll work out something for him, all right?
Uh-huh. Okay, Mr. Hines.
Just a moment. You still haven't told me exactly what this is about the professor's glasses.
I'm still not going to. There's enough gossip already. Good night, Mr. Hines.
Did you see the coroner, Mr. Valentine?
No, but we will later. He's out on a case.
I wish you wouldn't.
But I have to.
No, listen to me. I've been sitting here and remembering. I knew so many boys and gentlemen, so very many. I could have had any one I chose if it weren't for the burden of Hubert. But it was so different for Bertha.
How do you mean?
She was never attractive. No one ever liked her. She never had a single opportunity. And it isn't surprising, is it, if a plant that never saw the sunlight should wither in strange patterns. I just mean she's been so unnaturally intense lately, and her own health isn't good. And perhaps if she went away somewhere, perhaps if she rested, I'm sure I could work out something with that nice Mr. Hines.
You think your sister's getting a little too peculiar. But as for the coroner, you'd like to just let sleeping dogs lie, is that it?
We're both quite peculiar, I'm afraid. Mr. Valentine, I just don't want to know any more about what those glasses of the professor's mean.
I'm afraid it's not that easy, Miss Collins.
But after all, she's my own sister. And it's impossible anything will be found by investigation and prying.
Just a minute. I'm afraid I'm the heel now, Miss Claudine. I'm afraid I want to know about those glasses. Because if there's any chance Professor Fulton's accidental death was really murder, then the sleeping dogs are going to be waked up.
What?
Well, Johnny, what are you doing in here in the senator's old room? And a handful of papers, huh?
Yes, George, look. A letter addressed to you.
Give me that.
Professor Fulton's first letter to us.
Yeah, that's it, Angel. Now, you just hold still,
Oh,
Buster.
no, please. That was just in my pocket. I brought it to show you. He gave it to me the night he died.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But he did. He found it and realized he forgot to mail it. He'd warned in the desk. I was here looking for that.
Oh, no? Then what were you looking for?
Valentine! Mr. Valentine, what in heaven's name are you doing?
Johnny! Hello, Bertha. Hello, Claudine.
Mr. Valentine, will you please be good enough to throw this man out?
Just a second, Miss Colliver. I caught our taxi driver friend here rifling your father's desk.
What?
Yes, but I...
All right,
Mr.
all right, all of you. Now,
Valentine.
listen. Angel, there wasn't much in that first letter to us from the professor.
Huh?
Just what Hines figured. The professor wanted us to help locate Hubert, that's all.
What's that?
Never mind. Let's stay with you, Buster.
Oh, Valentine, I'm not a criminal. I'm not a housebreaker.
No, you're a taxi driver. A most distinguished citizen.
Thanks, Claudine. I come up here to help you, Valentine. Honest, I did. Only stopped by in the old senator's room because it's where they keep all the family papers.
The what? No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is. I wanted to make sure I wouldn't find something. Something I guessed about for a long time. Maybe you and Hines should know. Nobody else does. They've pretended so well.
Johnny!
Because looking out for poor Hubert up there is the important thing, isn't it?
Johnny, stop it! Please stop it! Please
What I
stop
didn't
it,
find,
please
I knew
stop
I wouldn't
it.
find. The most important paper in the world are these crazy Colliver girls. It's a paper that doesn't even exist. A marriage license.
Bertha, please wait.
It's true, isn't it, Claudine? Hubert up there and your little sister Esther were never married. You and Bertha just pretended all these years so no one would take him away. That's why you never touched his money, so you wouldn't have to show any proof.
I see no reason why a lady need even answer such...
Oh, golly, George.
Claudine's still beautiful, isn't she? But you see, gossip's true, I guess. Two spinsters couldn't stand to lose the only nice guy who's been in this house in the last 15 years. When Hubert got banged up in that accident with Esther, well, he's never been in shape to fight his way out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm learning things fast, Johnny. Only I'm afraid there's still a little matter of...
Valentine, listen to me. Hines said you was talking something about glasses.
I still am.
The professor's death was an accident. Can't be any question about that. I noticed about the glasses, too.
You did?
Sure. I was here that night. I was a witness.
Okay, witness. Claudine found the glasses in Bertha's room. Now let's hear your testimony.
Bertha's room? But the professor had them on when he fell. I know he did. He was wobbling anyway. That's when he gave me your letter. Mumbled something about he'd forgotten to mail
The
it.
professor was wobbling?
He is no good. He's full of liquor. That's what I was doing here, bringing him liquor. That's why he stumbled. The girls is downstairs. I know there was, 'cause I was just outside and come running back in.
And his glasses?
I'm positive he had 'em on, laying there on the floor at the foot of the staircase before I went out to get a doctor.
Yeah, I get it. So what happened to the glasses after that still doesn't make sense, but at least his death was an accident.
You can ask the coroner. There was other evidence.
Why didn't you tell us earlier? Why did you wait until now for a lot of things? Coming here, sneaking, being caught. That scene with Claudine and Bertha, hurting them like that instead of just telling us.
You know, don't you, lady?
Yes, I think so.
Sure. I've been hurt myself.
Claudine?
Nobody's good enough for her. And besides, he's been hurt too, hasn't he? I don't think he's happy here, do you? I hear that? I guess he wants some.
Oh, George, listen. Hubert's bell. Something must be the matter with him.
Come on.
No, hold it, both of you. Johnny, isn't there a back stairway up there?
Well, sure.
Okay, get up there fast, but don't let anybody see you. I'm finally getting my cap on straight.
What?
Now, Angel, we're not going up. We're going downstairs. Come on.
The bell. Let go of me. Mr. Valentine, something's wrong with Hubert. Let me go up.
Look, I came down to stop you, Bertha. Be quiet, will you?
I've got to go upstairs. He needs me.
Quiet. Now, calm down. We'll do it. You can't go running all over the house.
He needs me. He needs me. I love him. He needs me.
Look,
George.
Oh.
George, I'd better find the light.
No, she's fainted, that's all. I want it dark. She's all right. Now, back we go, Angel, and do as I say. Now, this is it, Angel. Start panning. No.
George, she'll know I'm not Bertha.
It's dark here. Go on.
Okay.
Perfect. Hold your breath.
Bertha? Bertha, dear, is that you? Did you hear the bell? Hubert is all right. I've looked in on him. You needn't have come. You shouldn't have come running up the stairs like that, Bertha. You know you have a bad heart. Bertha, you shouldn't. Oh, dear, you both. Bertha.
I'm all right.
Oh!
Yes, it's just us, Claudine. Your sister just fainted downstairs. Take care of her, will you, Brooksy?
Yes, sure, George.
Fainted.
Yes, I'm afraid there wasn't any heart attack. So I guess there isn't any murder, is there?
Mr. Valentine.
Just like there wasn't any murder of the professor. But you thought it might be a good idea if I thought there was, hiding those glasses then pretending to find them.
I can't talk about it. I won't talk about
Why should you? There isn't anything to say. I guess it was you who thought up the idea years ago of keeping Hubert here. But it wasn't for his money, was it? Pride, I guess. Something to do with your life, with those dreams you live in.
Oh, no.
It might have gone on forever if the professor hadn't shown up trying to get his hands on Hubert's money.
Contemptible, beastly, contemptible.
It was just your good luck the professor had an accident. Oh, sure, I'm not nice. But you had to use me, didn't you? With Johnny sniffing around and Bertha all upset, you had to think up something so Mr. Hines wouldn't catch on to the real secret and take Hubert away forever. Hubert might be able to declare himself someday, and your ugly sister just might like it.
She can't have him. She can't.
Yeah, that's it, isn't
She
it?
can't
Lady,
have
what
him.
makes you tick if you...
I don't love him, but she
Oh,
can't.
Miss Culliver.
Esther can't.
Miss
Bertha
Culliver.
can't. I don't love him. I don't care. I don't love him.
Miss
But she can't.
The marbles from Italy. But the design is yours. Isn't it, Father?
Father?
You built it for me. Rose-colored marble for the color of my cheeks. I'm the most beautiful, you always say, Father. I'll be married first, you say, Father.
Oh, Lord. Miss Culliver, please.
But I'm ready now. And there's music now. Music all the time. And there's orange blossoms and rose petals. Which one is it, Father? Show me the young man who's to be my husband. Give me your arm, Father. Lead me down the staircase. The rose petal staircase.
Poor Claudine.
Bertha, please. Hubert's watching.
I can't help it. It's my fault, too. Just as much my fault. I've turned bitter and hateful.
Oh, but she helped make you that way. Make you so jealous of him.
Oh,
you're not too old to change.
It's so... Looking at it now, it's so unhealthy. Two old maids pretending. Why, I must be insane like she is.
No, you're not. You're not. And anyway, think of Hubert. Someone still has to take care of him. He'll be getting better now. The doctor said so.
Yes. And look at me. Ugly and spiteful.
Bertha, look at him. You see? He's crying. Can't you tell?
Why? Hubert. Hubert. Would you like me to read to you?
George.
Yeah, Angel, I'm here.
From you have I been absent in the spring, when proud-pied April dressed in all his trim.
Time to go, isn't
And
it?
for the spirit of you.
From you have I been absent in the spring. Brooksy, I guess spring's a pretty good thing not to miss, isn't it?
If you've had showers in your locality recently, you probably know exactly where your umbrella and raincoat are. But did you know that Chevron Supreme gasoline is also prepared for the whims of October weather? That's because it's climate tailored according to the season and to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. Depend on it to get the best out of your car wherever you drive any month in the year. Try a tank full of premium quality Chevron Supreme tomorrow. You'll notice right away how your car responds better. Faster starts, faster pickup in traffic, ping-free power on hills. You'll agree you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now, here is Robert Bailey.
Who cares about the kid next door, the boy from the broken home, the little guy who's always getting into trouble? You care when you give all you can to your community chest. For your community chest dollars help pay for child guidance, foster homes, Boy Scout organizations, vital services that healthy youngsters need. So when you give, please give enough. Enough for all community chest agencies. Enough for a full year.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Paul McVeigh as the professor, Lorene Tuttle as Claudine, Jeanette Nolan as Bertha, Ed Begley as Johnny, and Franklin Parker as Hines. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Empress of Fish Falls, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's crowding into a corner and you can't find your way out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I am a man who hears voices. No matter where I am, I always hear things. But it's always voices. Yesterday, my fortune teller told me... Oh, no.
File it, Brooksy. Overboard.
Yes, but George, there are some more letters, and there's a lot of important mail here, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
I'm sure, too. Everybody's sure.
Huh?
Quiet. Oh, boy, did you see that fish? 3.5 pounds if he was an ounce.
Hey, come on, give the oars a pull, Riley. Come on, never mind the rest, Brooksy. Throw him overboard.
Why don't you throw Miss Brooks overboard? It's bad luck, women in boats.
Oh, it is it? Well, why don't you try putting a worm on that hook, Lieutenant?
Look, we're doing the fishing, Angel. This is our vacation, not yours.
Well, that's what makes me so mad, sitting back there in the hot city. But I knew you'd want to see your mail, George. I knew it was too important to wait, and I thought...
Oh, yeah, sure. You travel 500 miles for a man with 3 wives.
Oh, but listen to this one, George. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Valentine, your name has been given to us as a likely prospect for the Fruit of the Month Club...
Oh, no.
Oh, brother.
Well, at least now that I'm here, well, you wouldn't mind if I fished with you just for one day, would you?
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it. I got something. I'll swing it around. The lines are tangled. Yeah.
What you got, George?
Yeah, I got something.
Huh?
But it's no fish. Come on, pull the boat a little closer.
Oh, no. Oh, it's the body of a little boy.
Yeah. Only it's the first little boy I ever saw with gray hair.
Riley, that's the body of a midget.
Well, he hadn't been in the water very long. 12 to 24 hours, maybe.
And it's pretty clear how he got there, isn't it?
Yeah. Been shot through the back 3 times. How do you like that? On my vacation! Murder.
Well, what's a midget doing in a place like this?
Oh, he's getting on in years. Maybe he likes to fish, too.
Well, it wasn't robbery, I'll tell you that.
Huh?
Nah, he didn't have a wallet or anything, but he's still got his watch. A beauty, too.
Oh, let me see it, George.
There you are. It's a gold one.
Hey, that's the kind that opens up on both ends. Let me see it. There we are.
Well, his name was Merle Bender.
Read what else it says.
Well, it says, to the greatest general manager who ever lived, Merle Bender. A little bundle of 3-ring showmanship. Gratefully, Colonel Gerald P. Fargo.
Fargo Circuses?
Yeah.
Hey, I know that guy.
Looks like our little man here was a big shot, doesn't it?
I should hope to tell you. If Bender was general manager of Fargo's... Say, Valentine, we better get in touch with his boss, Fargo, right now. Yes, sir, and we'll need a crew out here and a fingerprint man, and then...
Yeah. This is your vacation, remember?
Well, I only meant we'd get him started, that's all. We're just going up there to be good citizens. Oh, these small towns. There's a deputy sheriff lives here, but do you think I could find him? No. He's gone all the way to the ocean today to fish.
Lieutenant, what did you do with the body?
Gave it to the local sawbones. Calls himself coroner, too. I guess he's okay, except he was more worried about the Empress's cold than he was about murder.
The who's what?
How should I know? It's that kind of town. I took a look at the bullet, though. It's out of a .32 automatic as sure as I'm born.
And, Lieutenant, what are you going to do with that bit of information?
I'm going to find me a telephone and dump it on the sheriff at the county seat. Now, here, let's try in here, huh?
Hello, strangers. What'll it be? Soda, cone, sundae?
No, I just want some change, that's all.
For the phone?
Yeah.
Haven't you got anything smaller than 4 bits?
Well, yeah, here's quarter.
Quarter? Well, that makes it better.
Half a dime's a nickel, plus 15 is 50.
Well, I'm only calling the county
Why didn't
seat.
you say so? Give me back the nickel. It's
Huh?
only 10 cents.
Oh, yeah, here,
10,
sorry.
10 is 20 is 5. Now,
Yeah.
you got your change, Mac. You're happy, I'm happy.
Yeah, well, wait a second. 5, 10... Oh, yeah, I got it all. Thanks, sorry.
Hey, you didn't learn that passing the walnut job in any country school, brother.
Yeah, you mean I've been on the hop, Flair J? Me? No. I'll tell you a secret about me. Step a little closer, miss. Plenty of room for one and all.
Huh?
Now, watch my nose.
What?
Just keep your eye on the nose. A little freckle. Easy, does it?
Oh, George, you're swallowing it.
Well, don't worry, lady. There's no danger. There you are, back again. Now the years. You just time together like this. You
Oh,
get
no.
Hey, slow down, Buster.
Okay. Pull myself together. No money in it anyway. Here, have a Coke on the house.
Oh, thanks.
My name's Rubberface, just in case you didn't guess.
Hey, look, what kind of a town is Fish Falls? Everybody from the circus?
No, only 20 or 30 of us. There wasn't any 2 years ago.
What happened? Bad times?
Bad? This? Oh, I've got a drugstore, miss. You ought to see me get the kids here. No, we're all sort of retired. At least too old for the one-day stands.
Oh, I get it.
Oh, no, you don't. We're sideshow people.
What's that?
Sideshow people. Weirdies. It's not so easy to find a nice place to retire if you're a lady and got hair on your chin. Or you're a man with the Battle of Bunker Hill painted all over you.
Only here in Fish Falls you're accepted, huh?
Don't kid yourself. People point at other people any place you go. This town was like all the rest until the Empress came along.
The Empress. Now, there it is again. Who in the name is the...
Greatest little old lady since Cleopatra bit the snakes. That's who I mean. And don't let anybody tell you different. Name's Merle Bender. And
What?
Don't interrupt, lady. She's got more money and she's got more class. Say, did you see the big castle down the river? Well,
Hey,
that's
wait a
where...
minute, hold it. Isn't Merle Bender the name of a midget?
Midget?
Yeah. A man about 50. Gray hair, heavy shoulders.
No. Merle Bender's the Empress. Empress of Fish Falls. A little bundle of three-ring showmanship. That's who she is.
What was it you desired to discuss with the Empress? That is, what did you want to see her about?
About a gold watch.
Well, I don't think the Empress would be interested in buying
Yeah, now look,
anything.
Buster, there's something she should know. I just want to see the...
Who are these people, Elephant?
What are you doing downstairs? Get back up there.
I wanted to come downstairs, Elephant.
Go on.
No. I think I'll stay downstairs for a while.
Will you do what I... Oh, dear. Excuse me, Mr. Valentine. It's difficult enough being a butler when you're so fat you can't even hold a tea service, but...
The inhuman sausage, they used to call him.
Yes. She expects me to work with a footman like this.
Footman? Well, I should hope to. Golly, what size are they? 17?
AAA. I'm almost 8 feet tall, too.
My name is Elephant, so she calls him Castle.
She does? Well, I'm very happy to meet you both. But look, I'm in a hurry and I
Does
want...
this man have a contribution for the hospital, Elephant?
What? Oh, no, we just came here
Then
to...
I think they better go, don't you? I think I'd
George.
like you better with them gone.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Lighthouse. Take it easy.
I believe he's right for once, Mr. Valentine.
Look, both of you, quit pushing, will you?
Go
You're asking for
away.
it, Dean. Stop.
Stop it! Stop it, all of you! Stop it! All right. Come in, young man. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Empress.
My name is Mrs. Bender.
Yes, ma'am.
My husband was a lion tamer. God bless him. Sit down. Sit down.
You know, you're certainly hard to see, Mrs. Bender.
Don't be insulting. I'm easy to look at.
Oh.
Or at least I was once. You're attractive, my dear. If you'd use just a little darker lipstick.
Well, thank you. But you see,
Yes, I know. Your name is Claire Brooks, and you're George Valentine.
Huh?
Yeah, that's right. Well, look, we came to tell you...
Tell me about a midget, yes.
Yeah.
Shorty McDonald. I knew him years ago in Carnival. He came here just last night. His little car's still out there in the garage. He said he was looking for a place to settle down, wanted me to help him.
Did you?
Well, I'm very busy just now collecting money for a hospital drive. But, of course, I told him to wait, to stay here. We'd find something in a few days.
Well, then what happened?
That's all. Last evening, he said he was going to take a little walk down by the river.
Uh-huh. Well, we pulled him out of the river this morning with 3 bullets in him. But I suppose you know that, too.
Naturally.
Okay, do you know about the watch?
Perhaps.
Your watch. The one the midget was carrying when he was killed. The one Colonel Fargo must have given you when you were manager of his circuses.
Oh, yes. Those were the days.
Well, how did the midget get the watch? Did he steal it?
Aren't you forgetting you're on your vacation?
Huh?
And that man with a gorgeous temper who's with you. I suppose he has questions to ask, too.
Mrs. Bender, how did you...
I've seen you out there on the river through my opera glasses, wasting your time using spinners.
Look, Mrs. Bender, there's been a murder.
Do you think I'm not aware of it? Shorty was a lovely little man. I gave him my watch to take into town for repairs, that's all. The police of this county will manage quite well without interference.
Look, Mrs. Bender, we only wanted
We
to
know.
help.
We appreciate what you've done most sincerely. But your 2 minutes are up now, Mr. Valentine. I hope you catch lots of fish. Goodbye.
I know. I got the same treatment. I got the bounce, too.
From the sheriff?
He says he's got his orders, and now he's got the case. Thank you, and good night.
Well, the old lady seems to run this county just like she must have run Fargo's circuses, with a tiger whip.
That's what she thinks. I got a wire in answer to the one we sent Fargo. Here, look.
It says, Lieutenant Riley, Fish Falls, California. I have never heard of anyone in show business by the name of Merle Bender.
What?
Who is taking you for a sucker this time? Signed Colonel Gerald P. Fargo.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in a moment. Maybe you think your car gets its rest at night, same as you do. But your car's engine is subject to its worst beating when your car is idle. As soon as you cut the ignition, acid-laden moisture condenses, starts to attack internal engine parts. The result is corrosive rust, which causes 80% of engine wear. But if you're using RPM motor oil, relax. RPM, a premium quality oil, is compounded to keep a moisture-proof film on all internal engine parts. Even if your car stood idle for days or weeks, RPM's adhering agent would keep this protective film on vital parts. Without this special ingredient, oil couldn't do this wear-saving job. The oil would quickly drain off internal engine parts. So depend on RPM motor oil, the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go on your vacation to catch fish, only instead you pull from the river the body of a midget. You meet a woman who calls herself the Empress of Fish Falls, a woman who pretends to have been a great lady of the circus, a woman who tells you to peddle your papers. But if you're anything like George Valentine, when a real authority in the circus world wires that he's never heard of anyone by her name, you begin to wonder and check around.
And so all you've met is the minority group? The so-called freaks, eh?
Well, that's why we came to you, Mr. Grote. You're the town banker, and we thought you would
You know, we didn't cotton to them much when they first started coming here. It's a small community, conservative and so on.
Rubberface suggested that the Empress helped change that attitude.
Oh, not directly. But, of course, she knew them, accepted them. And what would be more acceptable than a woman like her?
You mean because she's so wealthy?
Well, since the Empress has been here, this county has improved itself more than in the last 10 years rolled together. Oh, roads, mobile, libraries, and now the hospital.
You mean she contributes all the money?
Oh, she works her time on every committee, a regular dynamo. And I assure you she's offered to do a bit of underwriting anytime the county fails in its quota.
I suppose she banks with you?
Well, now, see here, if she was rude to you, I'm sure it was just that she's so busy. This time she heads the committee, you understand, the position of trust.
Yeah. But what we're interested in
It's
is...
her job to visit the farms or to be at home to accept the money. Now, it's her job to see that... well, what's the matter?
You mean Mrs. Bender is collecting money from people in the county herself?
Well, that's the way it's done. It's a rural area. This is the big weekend.
Much money?
Oh, yes, indeed. Just after all, it's a hospital.
Mr. Grote, how do you know Mrs. Bender is what she seems to be?
Get out of here.
Huh?
All of you! You're insulting a noble woman. And you're insulting my judgment of character. I won't be bothered by a bunch of outsiders. Good day.
Why, sure, miss. There's nothing I haven't done in my time as a thinker. I've been a barker, a lumber jim. I was even a rider in the mannequin.
Well, Rubberface, I suppose you knew most of the other circus people in those days. Gosh, you make a good soda.
A rubber face special for you, miss. Always snap back for more.
Well, I mean the people who live here in the town now. You knew them in those days, didn't you?
Some of them. The others came from foreign shows, some from Connie. Like that midgie got killed, Shorty McDonald. He was a Connie.
Oh?
So he switched to vaudeville in a double act.
Uh-huh. But, well, I mean, I suppose you knew the Empress in those days, didn't you?
Did I? The Empress? What? Drink up the soda, miss.
Yeah, that's right. You got it. And the address is just Billboard Magazine, New York City. Yeah, I'll wait.
Hello, Mr. Valentine.
Well, hello, Elephant.
I couldn't help hearing. That is, noticing. Friends on Billboard get you good publicity in show business. I never
What have you
had...
been doing? Following me?
Of course, maybe you don't have friends. Maybe you're just asking Billboard for information about people.
It's a free country,
I really doubt if you do have many friends prying like that.
Why don't you cut the double talk?
I never got good publicity, even if I was one of the heaviest in the push-on class. Look at those hands, Mr. Valentine, like loaves of bread.
Yeah, you look at them.
It's a funny thing about fat men, though. They move fast.
Wait a minute. Take your hands away from me. Let me go.
Too close to hit, Mr. Valentine. You won't pry anymore, will you?
Hey, my stomach. Stop squeezing. Cut it out, Chrissy Bear. Cut it out.
You'll be all right, Mr. Valentine. They'll find you here in the alley. You'll be all right, but you won't pry, will you? There's a hospital drive going on. You'll leave us all alone. Yes, Mr. Valentine. Of course you will.
Well, I guess now you'll buy something's wrong in Denmark, won't you? Even from an outsider?
But I don't know, but the fat man might have killed him.
Try to drink this water, George.
No, I'm okay. I'm all right.
Yeah, sure. Like bologna in a meat press.
He just squeezed me around the stomach till I passed out. Yeah, I'll take that water.
Yes, well, I've known her for some time, Lieutenant. I've trusted her.
Well, you can ask to see the hospital money, can't you?
No one else would know she has it there at the house. I suppose they think it's in my bank already, the early contributions are. I always felt there was no danger. Her two men there.
Mr. Grote, you wouldn't look well holding a sack.
Oh, the sheriff will be back here soon, but... Yes, I'll go with you.
Well, that's more like it. Valentine, you able to travel?
Yeah, Riley, I'm miles ahead of you. Let's go.
I think this is Grand Central Station.
I tried to keep them out, Mrs. Bender. I tried
be quiet, Castle. Just what is the meaning?
We're sorry to come barging in on you like this, Mrs. Bender, but
Yes, but there's a little matter of money involved. Well, speak your piece, banker.
Why, Mr. Grote,
I didn't know you associated with outsiders these days.
It pains me, Mrs. Bender. No, it really does. But, well, it was in regard to the hospital fund collection.
Oh, but of course. I should have guessed. You'll be pleased to know that I have nearly all of it. I'm within $72 of reaching the quota.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Yes, people have been coming up here all day bringing money, haven't they? Where do you collect it? Your desk there?
Get out of here. Get out of here right now.
Mrs. Bender, now, please. It's just that we thought it would be best. I mean, now the money is almost in, and in the light of the murder and all that. But if I moved it to a safer place, I can open my bank at night.
How dare you? How dare any of you come up here suggesting
Excuse me, Grandmother. But you're a fake. You're a fraud.
I'm a what?
You're supposed to be big in the circus world, but nobody big in the circus ever heard of you.
Why?
You're supposed to be a wealthy woman, but the financial world never heard of you.
Mr. Grove.
There was a gold presentation watch with your name on it handy for showing to the yokels to impress them with your importance.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm afraid it's the oldest confidence game in the world, sister. To move out to the sticks and set yourself up as the grande dame until you and your boys could collect on the big charity hall. But the party's over now, sister. It's time to...
Party? I didn't get an invitation.
That's so you're back again.
But I'd be glad to show them my tricks. Don't worry, Empress. I'll take care of it.
I'll do it too, Empress.
Boy, don't.
Stand still, all of you. Yeah, nobody's bigger than a gun. Now, for the last time, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bender, but I'm going through your desk.
No, please.
I'm sorry.
Uh-huh. The cupboard was bare, huh, Lieutenant?
Yes. Yes, it's gone. Cash, checks.
What do you mean?
It's been stolen. I just found out. I've been sitting here wondering what to do.
Stolen, huh?
Everything you've said about me is true, except one thing, Lieutenant. I wasn't planning to swindle. It was to help people.
Yes, that's true, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Grote is known, of course. He's the only one except for the circus people. You see, I was a thinker of a sort. For 35 years, I was a wardrobe mistress. Since then, well, I've just been using the things I learned in life, that's all. I've been what I never was able to be in the circus, an empress, even if it's only in Fish Falls.
Oh, Mrs. Bender, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Well,
skip it. I know you thought the sheriff could figure out Shorty's killing without anybody getting wise to your game. But don't you see? Whoever took the money knows it. Knows what a nice patsy you make.
You see, even Mr. Grote here began to doubt.
And whoever took the money knew about where to find it, too. And that cuts us down to size. About the size of this room.
What? Oh, but the boys are from the circus. My kind of people.
There are bad apples in any barrel, Mrs. Bender. I remember your midget friend moved into your house last night. Well, he also moved into the killer's setup. That wouldn't have made much difference if the midget hadn't recognized him as a bad apple.
Oh, but no one knew Shorty here but me.
Oh, indeed. I'd never met him.
Me neither.
No? Well, it doesn't make much sense unless one of you is lying.
Shorty McDonald had been in a carnival, and he did a double act in vaudeville.
And the only double act in vaudeville for a midget that I ever heard of is...
Low and high.
Yeah. The midget and the giant.
Now, wait a minute, Empress. There's no reason for everybody to look up at me. The elephant here, he's just as likely as I am. He was the one trying to squeeze the man to death, wasn't he?
Yeah. The big boy put me out, all right. But maybe he was just being a little overzealous and trying to protect the Empress's secret.
He's always like that. He's too strong here.
Why don't you shut up, Beanpole? Shorty McDonald wasn't squeezed, he was shot. And can you imagine the elephant here sticking one of those sausage fingers of his into the trigger guard of a pistol? It wouldn't work. He couldn't do it. He couldn't fire a gun.
Sure, there's lots of things he can't do that I can do. Things nobody can do that I can do. See, I could fire a gun, couldn't I?
How easy?
No! You could shoot yours and I could shoot mine and lots of people would be killed.
I said put it down. The sheriff will be here and you'll be...
I don't want to kill lots of people, do I? I'm going to run away, Empress, but I'll take good care of your money. Don't worry.
Crazy.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. I'll go out the back way.
There's a car in the garage. If the sheriff comes in the front, he can get out the back road. Get away.
He won't get away.
Let him go.
What?
Let him go. Now, don't worry. Getting away is one thing he can't do. Remember, Empress? The only car in the garage belonged to the midget. And it's a midget car. Come on, Riley, let's take him.
Well, here you are, Empress. The giant's all tucked away, and here's your hospital money. Oh, but that's $72, of course.
$72, oh, yes.
Mm.
Just one moment, Lieutenant Riley.
Hmm?
Is it customary for a police officer on vacation to carry a gun?
Huh? Oh, well, I just happen to have it with me, that's all.
Oh, yes, of course. You brought it along for snakes, huh? Lieutenant, I do appreciate your promising to keep my secret. But I'm sure you'll understand me when I say that I still need $72. The hospital fund?
Oh, you mean just because I'm in civilian clothes and carrying my gun? Empress, what kind of a blackmailing scheme is
I
this?
said you had a gorgeous temper the first time I saw you.
Oh.
Here's my fountain pen, sucker.
George, why is it that murders always happen to detectives everywhere they go?
Oh, I don't know. Because life is like the movies, I guess.
Yeah, but George, what I mean is, would you hold this pole? The line seems to be stuck in
Hey, give me that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right, Brooksy. Yeah. We've hooked onto a fish.
You're driving in city traffic. You're on a slight upgrade, and you come to a stoplight with a line of cars right behind you. The light turns green, and you want to pull away fast. You make it all right, but your car's engine does a lot of knocking. What you want, mister, is Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that gives your car ping-free power. It's specially blended to burn evenly, to give your car better performance under every driving condition. Faster starts, smooth, quick pickup in traffic, extra power on hills. And depend on Chevron Supreme for ping-free power wherever you drive in the West. It's climate-tailored for each different temperature and altitude zone. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we come upon George Valentine and Brooksy as they're doing a little professional snooping in the dark, we'll hear...
What'd you find out, Brooksy?
Nothing, George. Nothing that would indicate it. But I don't know exactly what I expected to find.
Oh, yes, you do.
George, what do you suppose he did with her?
I don't know. He looks like the trunk or hatbox type. And if I'm right, we're going to find her, Brooksy. Somewhere.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Verna Felton as the Empress, Eddie Marr as Rubberface, Alan Reed as Elephant, Ed Max as Castle, and Howard McNear as Groat. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The elusive $100,000, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If it's so off the beam, nobody can help you. You got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, this is not a quiz program, but how would you like to get paid for spending a weekend at the fashionable resort of Las Rositas? Doing what? Just having fun. Indulging yourself luxuriously at my expense. Fulfilling an ambition most men merely dream about. Alas, these pleasures
which I cast at your feet applied me because I must spend the weekend being charming, glib, and hilarious, entertaining the wealthy yokels in the Peacock Room of the Pioneer Hotel, where you can reach me if this letter intrigues you. Just write, wire, or simply drop in. Signed, Walter Haney.
You know, you keep reading that letter, Angel, and I'm going to stop and make you hitchhike the rest of the way to Las Rositas.
Well, I'm sorry, George, but I'm fascinated. Well, things like this just don't happen to people, unless they guess the name of the song.
With humor like that, Brooksy, you may be able to follow Walter Haney in the Peacock Room.
Yeah, but seriously, why would a man who's been a star for years, making thousands of dollars a week, write a letter like this? Maybe it's just a gag. Well, how do you know?
I called the hotel. There's a suite waiting for me, all paid for.
Oh, a whole big suite.
Yep, that's right. So I reserved a room for you on the second floor, right over the laundry.
Right over the laundry?
Well, I'm sorry. It's all they had, Brooksy. Besides, I'm not Walter Haney. This comes out of office expenses.
Well, at least I'll be around to watch you indulge yourself luxuriously.
Oh, I don't know about that, Brooksy. Could be it's Walter who's indulging himself. At my expense.
Dear Valentine, here's something I want you to spend for me. $15,000 in cash.
Jeepers. May I touch it?
Hey, now, even with Miss Brooks' help, I may not be able to spend that much in one weekend. Then what?
What I have in mind, Valentine, you'll get rid of it in a few minutes.
Splurge the whole $15,000, Haney? On what?
I'll come to that. But I should explain. At the moment, this is all the money I have in the world.
Well, then you'd better take care of it.
If you read anything about me in the papers, Miss Brooks, you know that next to breathing, I'm supposed to love gambling best.
Well, look, why don't you go out and throw it away yourself? This town's wide open for gambling.
Yeah, that's the hitch. I could sneak out between acts, but I'm not allowed to gamble.
What do you mean by that? You're over 21.
I'm in debt to a syndicate now for over $100,000. I know how to pay them back, but it's a gamble. And that's the one thing that they won't let me do.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
Yeah, they have a shifty-eyed character named Marty Ool shadowing me. Won't even let me get near a slot machine.
Go ahead, Haney.
This means a great deal to me. If I weren't allergic to melodrama, I'd say it was a matter of life or death. Now, here's what I want you to do, Valentine.
Yeah?
There's an art dealer in this town who, I suspect, maintains a so-called gallery merely to fleece visiting millionaires.
Oh, something you won't find in the guidebooks, huh?
Well, Mr. Dirkson's particularly proud of one item in his fly trap. It's a much sought-after Etruscan vase by one Alberto Molini, 1506, 1568.
I take it isn't just something you put flowers in.
No. It's the real thing, old man. It's worth much more than $15,000.
Yeah, but the poorhouses are full of characters who've tried to outwit the connoisseurs.
Miss Brooks, when I'm not doing other foolish things with my life, I dabble in artistic obscurities. Once I found a Fra Angelo in an attic. Only it turned out to be an amazing fake. But I still think that there's nothing like...
Nothing like coming to the point, Haney.
Yes. Well, if I'm right, Valentine, Mr. Dirkson's vase is not only authentic, but it's the mate of another masterpiece by Molini.
All of which adds up to what?
$100,000.
My, how you do toss off round numbers.
Oh, I'm quite serious, Miss Brooks. There's a fabulous cattleman, one Hank McCrary, who lives just outside of town here, and who owns the other Molini. Incidentally, he does use it to put flowers in. He can afford it.
Uh-huh. And he'll pay you the $100,000?
As I said, if I'm right about Dirkson's vase, that's the gamble. I may lose my $15,000. This Hank McCrary, he knows as much about these things as he does about longhorn steers.
Well, it seems to me a simple risk for you to walk in and make the purchase yourself, as long as your intentions are honorable.
You don't know these gentlemen I'm indebted to. Flinty individuals, one and all. And they don't believe in anyone gambling with what they consider their money.
Oh, Walter, I didn't know you had visitors. I was inside knitting. Did I hear...
Adele, I want you to meet some friends. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, how do you do? How do you do, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, I'm glad to meet you, too, Miss Hayden.
Walter, just what are you up to now?
Now, look, please, Adele.
You know, Mr. Valentine, my brother doesn't tell me a thing that's going on.
Really?
Still, I don't know what he'd do without me. Which reminds me, Walter, I'm going down to see the manager.
Adele,
I shall tell him we want those lights changed for your performance. And you be sure to take a nap now, dear. Oh, yes. Goodbye, Mr. Valentine.
Nice to have met you.
Me, too.
Oh, Miss Brooks, you must forgive my sister. She makes my work her whole life.
Hey, you know, Haney, between a stage sister and a gambling syndicate, you don't seem to have a life of your own.
I'm rather sensitive about that, old boy. Supposing we don't discuss it. Is it a deal?
Why not? There's no law against it. And it's your money.
Good. Believe me, I'm more worried about Adele than I am about myself. She can't sleep because of that $100,000 debt.
I see. Oh, Brooksy, you'd better go and check in.
Oh, yeah, my room over the laundry.
I want to see what I can find out about Mr. Dirksen. I'll meet you downstairs in the drugstore.
Valentine?
Huh?
I want to see you outside a minute. Before you leave the hotel.
Well, who are you? I take it you got a name. Or am I being presumptuous?
The name's Marty Ool. And I told you I want to talk to you outside.
Oh.
Patio.
The boy from the syndicate, huh?
Yeah.
Haney mentioned you.
I said outside.
Okay. Well, here we are, Marty. Alone at last.
I don't know what Haney is cooking up with you,
How did you know about me and Haney at all?
Now, never mind. Just shut up. Now, look, I'm warning you. Stay away from him.
Oh, well, gee, thanks for telling me, Mr. Rule.
Yeah.
I might have stuck around town and got into an awful lot of trouble.
Yeah, real trouble. Get it? I think I'll show you just what it's like.
Something like this. Thanks for the warning, Marty. But you know you shouldn't try to scare people out of town like that.
Would you mind waiting for me, Mr. Valentine?
Oh? Well, ordinarily, no, but right now I'm in a hurry.
It's all right if I come along, isn't it?
Hey, you know, this seems to be my day for meeting people I don't know. You know, you could have taken a cab. Then the driver wouldn't have to ask you such questions as, who are you anyway?
Lola?
Just Lola, huh?
Isn't that enough? Tell me, why did you come here to Las Rositas to see Walter Haney?
Oh, now this is getting to be a routine.
What did he say to you?
And I thought you wriggled in here because you were interested in me, and me alone.
I could be interested in you, if you would answer my question.
So this is how beautiful redheads named Lola act.
I must know why he wanted to see you.
How did you even know I met Haney?
Suppose we stop off down the block for a drink. I'm sure you'll tell me what I want to know. But this is a 5 and 10 cent store.
It's a bus stop, too, Lola. It's as far as we're going together.
But I thought
Me,
we were...
too. But suddenly I remembered all my Boy Scout badges. Bye, Lola.
You know, I'll find out what I want anyway.
Sure, I know you will, but I don't want to make it any easier for you. Oh, yeah. You still didn't tell me who you are. I mean, aside from being Lola.
I'm nobody. I'm just Walter Haney's bride. This was supposed to be our honeymoon.
Walter Haney? Hey, wait a minute.
Just don't tell his sister. If she found out, she might drop dead. I hope.
What'd you find out about Dirksen, darling?
The most charitable report. Nothing that could send him to jail. So these are the galleries. Well, let's go in and get it over with.
Welcome. Dirksen's Temple of Art is honored.
We want to buy a vase, Buster.
Yeah, and the 5 and 10 didn't have just what we wanted.
What? You do not understand. I surround myself with only the most precious objets d'art.
That's fine. I'm talking about the Molini.
You see here only the Molini?
Yeah, 1506, 1568. But most important, $15,000.
Sit down, dear lady. Dear gentleman. Dear. I do not know how I can bring myself to part with it. It would cause me such pain here in my heart.
That could be indigestion, Mr. Dirksen.
Oh, look at it. Isn't it beautiful? 20,000, perhaps?
I don't think your indigestion is that bad, friend. It's 15.
You are fortunate. Money means nothing to me. You brought the cash, of course.
Well, what do you know? That Haney fella wasn't trying to pass off a phony on me after all. This here vase is the real thing, Valentine.
Yeah? I mean, sure.
Oh, it ought to be just the right thing for Petunia.
Well, it was right there in Las Rosaritas under my own nose.
Well, that's life, Mr. McCurry. Now, I don't like being mercenary, but...
Oh, yeah. Haney called me about that. I got the money right here. 1,000, 2, 3. Oh, I just can't count. I'm too excited about getting that vase.
Yeah, handling all that money would do things to me, too.
Oh, but it's all there, Valentine. I'm a man of honor. Besides, I know when I'm getting the best of a good bargain.
Yeah.
And so we leave the hallowed precincts of Fort Knox, otherwise known as McCreary's Ranch, and make our way back to Las Rosaritas, the Monte Carlo of the West.
You're in rare form, Brooksy.
Yeah, but not before I ask a couple of questions. Well, this gunful Marty and the redhead Lola you refuse to talk about. What's going on anyway, George?
Long stories I don't mind telling, Brooksy, but this is kind of complicated. You see it... Uh-oh, another one of my loyal followers.
I knew my brother was planning something with you today, Mr. Valentine.
Remarkable insight, Miss Haney.
You don't have to play cat and mouse with me. I happen to know what this is all about and what's involved.
Okay, that's the end of that game. What do we play next? Get in the car, Angel.
Okay, George.
Just a minute.
Yeah?
You probably think I'm interfering with my brother's life. Everybody does. But I'm going to protect him as long as I live. Against every grasping female that comes along.
Miss Haney, this is just another job for me, and it's almost done. Frankly, that's all I'm interested in.
I see. Would you mind giving me a lift back to the hotel?
No, of course not.
I'd like to see how it feels to ride with someone who's carrying so much cash.
Well, here we go again.
What do you mean, George?
Look, in back of us.
Huh? Oh, you mean that car?
Yeah, we're being followed, and this time by experts.
What's that?
They're staying just a nice half block behind us, waiting for the time to close in.
Well, hurry, do something. That money belongs to me and my brother. Every cent of it.
They can go as fast as I can, Miss Haney, even a little faster. Knowing they're catching up with $100,000.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If your car has one of today's high-compression engines, then here's great news for you. A new Chevron Supreme gasoline is now available, and it meets all the demands of today's high-powered cars. Gives your car faster starts, faster getaway in traffic, extra power that lifts your car over hills without a ping or an engine knock. A new Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. It's a premium quality gasoline, climate-tailored for the West's different altitude and temperature zones. So wherever you drive, go on new Chevron Supreme. Bet your car's improved performance makes you agree you can't buy a better gasoline. Get it tomorrow at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A famous nightclub entertainer, Walter Haney by name, invites you to Las Rositas, a fabulous, really, gambling resort. Gives you $15,000 to buy a rare vase. That you do, and on a quick resale, end up with $100,000 in cash. You're headed back to turn the money over to your client when suddenly you notice a car on your tail. You've got to think fast, and if you're anything like George Valentine, you do.
George, that car's getting closer.
They'll take all that money away from you. You can't let them.
Now, leave this to me, Miss Haney. Now, listen, Brooksy.
Yes,
See
George.
that cab parked up ahead? When we get there, I'm going to slow down. You take over the wheel.
But you'll never get to that cab without them seeing you.
I want them to follow me. You just keep going and get back to the Pioneer. Now, come on. Let Miss Haney sit on the outside so you can get to the wheel.
Okay. I've got it.
Good.
Oh, but darling, I wish you'd tell me what you're going to do.
No time, Brooksy. Here I go.
George!
The money. They'll find him. Take it away from him.
Oh, Miss Haney, stop talking about that money.
But it's my brother's.
I'm beginning to wish I'd never heard of your brother.
Keep going, Kevin. Keep going. Lose that car.
Come on, snap out of it.
What?
You ain't been in that cab for quite a while, chum.
What?
We sent him on his way after we dragged you out. Don't you remember?
Swell memory. Go on, ask me. When was the Spanish Armada sunk?
I'll ask you. Where's that $100,000? We've been all over you, and it's gone.
I lost it in the crap game.
Where did you stash it? Or did somebody get to you first?
Who hired you for this job, monkey face? Dirksen? McCurry trying to get his money back?
I'll ask the question.
Montiole? Or maybe Lola trying to get the most out of a honeymoon?
Okay, if that's the way you want to play it. Come on, Johnny.
Hey, give me another towel, will you?
Yeah, sure thing, boss. But I think you'd be better off there getting a doctor.
You got a real smart hotel here, friend. I just don't want to shock any of the equally smart clientele when I leave this washroom. Ooh. That feels better.
Yeah, what happened to you anyway, boss?
Look, is Walter Haney through with this last show in the Peacock Room yet?
Well, let me see. Just about, I guess.
Swell.
I just wanted to give you time to freshen up, Valentine.
Money.
Hey, you. Get out.
Yeah, mister, but I work here.
I said get out until I'm through.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute. Let's be nice about this, Marty. I don't want this dance with you. I'm not up to it.
Don't I know it, though? And am I sorry?
Look, if you're interested in money, I got $4.86 on me.
When I lost you after you left McQuarrie, who got to you?
Who didn't?
Whatever money you picked up for Haney belongs to the guys I work for. He wasn't supposed to gamble any of his dough until he was all squared up. Now, what happened to the $100,000?
Okay, Marty, I did this before. I can at least try to...
Not this time, Valentine.
You don't know what it was like going through that last show, not knowing what happened to Valentine and the money.
That money means everything to us, Walter.
Doesn't anybody care about Valentine just for his own sweet self?
Well, of course, Miss Brooks. I care very much. It's just that
He was doing everything to save that darn money of yours. When he hopped out of the car, he knew he was making a clay pigeon of himself. Who knows where he is now or what happened to him?
I know, and I'm sorry I started the whole mess.
Now, Walter, don't get yourself unnerved. Remember, you have 3 performances tomorrow.
Oh, what's the use?
Well, don't we make a happy group?
Lola.
Yes, Walter?
I thought we decided to give me a little time and then to...
Walter, who is this woman?
Well,
That can wait. I just want to say this. I found out what Valentine was doing for you, so I hired someone to follow and take the money away from him.
What? What do you mean you hired somebody? Where's Mr. Valentine?
I don't know, but he didn't have the money on him.
Oh, Lola, you shouldn't have...
What else could I do to keep it away from you, Walter? You'd only gamble it away. I wanted to make sure whatever you owed would be paid off and we could make something out of our future together.
Future together? What are you ranting about? Who are you?
How's your blood pressure, Miss Haney?
What's that?
I happen to be your sister-in-law.
No.
Well.
I was going to explain, Adele, as soon as everything got straightened out.
I won't allow it. Whatever success Walter's had, his talent, everything, it's due to me. I never got married just so I could take care of him. I won't let this happen no matter what I have to do.
Walter, you know where I'm spending my honeymoon? Alone. I'll be there waiting, but not for long.
Oh, Lola!
Walter, how could you do a thing like this to me?
Adele, for the love of heaven, why don't... Oh, just sit down there and knit. Do anything, but please stop talking.
Oh, I've nothing to live for now. You're going to regret this, Walter.
Mr. Haney, I'm sorry my sympathies are limited. But right now I'm only interested in George. What about these people you owe money to? They might have...
Yes, Miss Brooks, I've thought of it. I'm going to call him right now. Room 418, please.
So that's all I'm good for, then. Just to sit here and knit.
Hello, Miller. Miller, this is Haney. You got hold of Valentine? No? Oh. Yeah, I know, Miller. I'm quite sure you won't let me out of your sight.
What did he say?
Miller's boy, Marty, caught up with Valentine, too.
Yes?
I don't understand it. He didn't find any money either. It was already gone.
Then, Walter, you mean you still owe all that money?
That's right, Adele. Miss Brooks...
Oh, save it, Mr. Haney. From here in, I'm crying copper and see if they can't find George. George.
True love. She can still recognize
Oh,
me.
darling, when I saw you coming across the lobby.
I know. Is that Haney's dressing room over there?
Yes, George, but you're in no condition to do anything more tonight. Talk to him in the morning.
I think if I just take everything slowly and surely, I'll be able to make it.
Oh, golly. You see? There's nobody here. Come on, George, please.
Wait a minute, Brooksy. Slowly and surely. Remember?
Well, what is it?
It's a note. Do you mind reading it, Angel? My eyes seem to be closing earlier tonight.
It isn't addressed to anybody.
Go on, read it, Angel.
It says, when you've done what I've done to a life and seen the way it all worked out tonight, there's only one answer. When you find me, you'll know I wasn't afraid to face that answer.
Wait a minute. This sounds like...
Yeah, George.
Slowly but surely, let's get down the hall to Haney's apartment.
Nobody here either, George.
Go on. Take a look in the bedroom. Make sure. He's got to be somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, so he took that way out, the fool, and why...
No, George, look.
Adele. Close that door.
Oh, but why should she do that to herself? Do you think she got to the dressing room first and read the note Walter wrote?
Brooksy, I got a feeling Walter never wrote that note. It was his sister.
But it said, when you've done what I've done to a life.
She met her brother's wife.
Oh, Adele, Lola's here, and we just have to talk to you. Valentine.
Hi.
You all right? Oh, I can't tell you how sorry I am for everything that's happened.
You sorry too, Lola? Why did you pick up those gorillas you hired?
Mr. Valentine, I love Walter. That's the only excuse I have for what I did. But about the money...
George, don't you think you better tell Mr. Haney?
Yeah. Your sister's in the bedroom, Walter.
Then I better go in and have it out with her right now about Lola and me.
No, wait a minute.
What?
You better read this note.
Adele. Oh, no. Oh, I've got to see her. She wouldn't
No,
do it.
Walter. I don't think you'd better go in there. She decided to end it that way, and, well, there's nothing you can do.
Oh, good Lord.
Walter, darling, don't.
Oh, Adele. Adele never really meant any harm. I tried to save her from herself. Each year, I got worse.
You mean at gambling, don't you?
Yes, Valentine.
Her gambling?
But, Walter, why did you let me go on thinking it was you who couldn't hold on to a penny?
I owed something to her. It didn't matter if everybody thought that I was the black sheep. If I let it ride like that. It was an obsession with her. Then she got in over her head and... and then this happened.
Will you cut it out, Haney?
But it is funny, Valentine. There's not even the money now.
There's something even funnier. But it doesn't make you laugh.
What do you mean, Valentine?
The $100,000. When I jumped out of that car, I slipped it into your sister's knitting bag.
George!
Valentine.
Yeah. She didn't know it, but she had it with her all the time. You see, your stage sister still took care of you, Haney.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we leave the fashionable resort of Las Rositas, the Monte Carlo of the West.
The honeymoon haven of thousands of happy couples embarking on their life together.
Oh, darling. Golly, to think you took the trouble to memorize that part of the pamphlet.
Well, there's a lesson for every man in that gaudy little publication put out by the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, tell me more, dear heart.
Joining all those happy couples are the thousands of divorcees who leave this desert Mecca, their freedom papers clutched in their hot little hands.
I don't see anything like that in this pamphlet.
You should read the tables put out by the Bureau of Vital Statistics, Angel.
Home, home on the range, where never is heard a discouraging word. Ah!
If you've read your newspaper, then maybe you've read all about it. All about the new Chevron Supreme gasoline. And once you've tried new Chevron Supreme in your car, you can honestly say to yourself and to your friends, you can't buy a better gasoline. Look what it does for today's high-compression engines. Faster starts, quicker warm-ups, speedier getaway, and extra power on hills with never a knock. Count on new Chevron Supreme for all the power your car can deliver. It's a premium quality gasoline that's climate-tailored. It gets the best out of your car in each different altitude and temperature zone wherever you drive in the West. Try a tank full of new Chevron Supreme tomorrow, and you'll agree it's unsurpassed. Fill up at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we follow George Valentine as he hurries through the door of an expensive apartment, we'll hear...
Oh, George! George!
Easy. Take it easy, Brooksy. Oh. Who's been pushing you around?
I don't know what happened, George. That's just the way he was when I came to. With that letter opener in his back.
Who's he?
Well, his name is Glenn Cooley. Oh, darling, I don't know whether I did it or not.
Oh, this is just great.
What are we going to do, George?
Well, we can't find out by standing here. I got to prove you didn't do it before the police try to prove you did.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ramsey Hill as Haney, Jeanette Nolan as Miss Haney, Ralph Sedan as Dirksen, Mark Lawrence as Marty, Pinky Parker as McCreary, and Charlotte Lawrence as Lola. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. End of Summer. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're all at sea and someone keeps rocking your boat, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I hope that you won't think I have any ulterior motives in writing to you. May I just say that what I'm asking you to do is very important to me, more important than I can tell. And the most important thing of all is speed. You see, Mr. Valentine, I am alone, and it is difficult for me to find out certain things by myself.
Who is Rosaire writing to? George Valentine. Who is George Valentine? Oh, if she would only move her shoulder so I could see the words. Could she possibly suspect? Oh, no, of course not. If only she'd move so I could see. Oh, I must go easy. I must... Oh, what lovely shoulders in the morning light. Round, sloping, and warm. Warm as the end of summer. Now I'll be able to see what she's writing to Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I didn't see you. I didn't know you were in the room.
Oh? Didn't you? On my way outside for a cigarette and a breath of air, that's all. Will you join me?
Were you looking over my shoulder?
Mm-hmm. That's quite a bill you have on your charge account, isn't it?
You were looking.
I'll tell you a secret. Of course I was. But all I could see was you, Rosaire.
I don't think I care for a smoke just now. I'll finish sending my bills and things. You go ahead.
Oh, it's all right, Rosaire. I'll see you later on.
Miss Burlick, this is a permanent house, isn't it? I mean, well, most of the places up here seem to be cabins.
Oh, yes, but I'm not. Not permanent, that is. It's my sister and her husband's house.
Uh-huh.
They live here the year round. I've just been here a short time, my first visit.
I see.
I haven't seen my sister, Marcia, this morning, but perhaps you'd like to meet her husband. He's Frederick Jindal, the artist.
Oh, yes, I think I've heard his name.
He specializes in murals, you know. Busy right now with some panels for a new library. Has to meet a deadline. Oh, Frederick, would you... Well, I guess it doesn't make any difference. He didn't hear me, I guess.
Oh, we're not insulted. What good's an artist without a temperament?
Well, he's not like that. But he's working awfully hard, terribly hard. I've been modeling for one of his panels. Well, I don't understand him very well. My shoulders...
You and your sister seem to go for different types.
What? Yes. Yes, Marcia's much smarter than I am. More positive, more beautiful, more everything.
I think what Miss Brooks meant was the man you asked us to check into is a little easier to understand, that's all.
Oh, no, I'm not a very complex person.
You know, Miss Burlick, I don't normally like to investigate someone without knowing why. But I think in your case it stood out all over your letter. And now it's written all over your face.
Oh, really?
So here goes. Dr. Nicholas Wills, age 37, single, residence 347 Maple Drive, City. Graduate, Stanford Medical School and Children's Hospital and private practice in pediatrics. Belongs to a lot of clubs, got a list here. Plays good golf, and as for his financial standing...
Please, I don't care about that.
I didn't think you did. Dr. Wills is now vacationing in a cabin about a half a mile from here, as I'm sure you already know. And as for the women in his life, there seemed to be none, at least until he came up here.
That was what you really wanted to know, wasn't it?
I've only met him a few times. Marcia introduced me one day when we were swimming. Mr. Valentine, I've had my fingers burned in the past, that's all. You learn to be cautious when you're not as young as you should be.
You? Miss Burlick, you underestimate yourself. From the minute I walked into this room, all I've been able to see is you.
I know you'll have a little lunch before you go back. Perhaps you'd like to take a walk while I see if I can find Marcia.
Just a second. What else is bothering you, Miss Burlick?
What?
Well, you're thinking about two things at once. And you haven't sounded as eager and as urgent as you did in the letter. Has something happened since then? About Dr. Wills?
No. No, of course not. Just that I'm embarrassed, I guess. I told you that I wasn't a very complex person.
So that's all it was. Hiring a man to find out things that aren't worth knowing anyway. Oh, You're a fool, Rosaire. A dear, warm-blooded fool. That's what's so nice about you. But I can relax now, can't I? I should relax. Because now your Mr. Valentine will never guess what I did, will he? No one will ever guess.
But, George, what are you going to say to the doctor?
Oh, I don't know, Brooksy. I'll think of something. How do you like the weather, Doc? Or something like that there.
George.
Not hard to drop in on people up in a place like this.
Yeah, but...
Dr. Wills. Come on, Brooksy.
But, George, you
He
can't
won't
just...
mind. Everybody leaves their cabins open around here. Besides, we know about him. He's a normal, amiable sort of guy.
Well, he's not out playing golf. There's his clubs.
Uh-huh. Yeah, look through there. You can see out back.
Huh?
Canvas to park a car under, only no car.
Oh, yeah.
You know something else? I don't see any medical instruments either.
But, George, he's on a vacation.
What difference does that make? Doctors and instruments are like St. Bernards and brandy.
Well, not exactly.
Okay, but take a look. Dresser drawer, still open. No razor any place around. No toothbrush, no suitcase.
I'd say we're not going to be able to ask any questions of the good doctor.
Check. Whatever it is that's in the air, we'll just have to fly through alone.
May.
Huh?
Wonder who she is.
What are you talking about?
Well, the name May doodled here by the telephone. And on the pad there's a number.
Yeah. 673R3. Well, Brooksy, we're not here to snoop.
Oh, no.
So let's go back to lunch and do just a little prying.
How does one entertain one's guests? Would you like some more iced tea, Miss Brooks? Marcia always did that for me. Such a stream of conversation you can hardly hear yourself think. No, it's better this way. There's no voice to interrupt your work. And there'll be no more torment in my mind like there was last night. I need to redo the gray in the face of famine. It's my best panel. Yes, I must do it before.
Did you look out in the gardens by the orchard? I said, Frederick, did you look for Marcia out in the garden?
Yes. She's probably just dropped by the club for lunch, Rosaire. It's better this way.
What's that, Mr. General?
Would you like some more iced tea, Miss Brooks?
Oh, no, thanks.
Say, I just happened to think of something. What does R mean in a telephone number?
Why, it means ring, Mr. Valentine. You live in the country, and people listen in.
Oh, I get it. Like 673R3 means ring 3, huh?
That's our telephone number. How did you happen to know?
Oh, well, I just noticed it, that's all. Miss Burlick, do you happen to know anyone by the name of May?
May. In May, things come pushing out of the ground, waving their colors at you, shouting at you, telling you where to look.
What are you talking?
It's my wife's name, Mr. Valentine.
Marcia?
Well, she calls herself May sometimes.
Where did you see that name, Mr. Valentine? Where did you see the telephone number?
Well, I just happened to notice.
Where did you go on your walk before lunch? No, never mind. I know where you went. I followed you a little way. I knew you'd be suspicious. That's why you came up instead of writing. You went to Dr. Will.
Please, Rosaire. Can't we just finish our meal?
Frederick, you haven't looked for her. You've been thinking of your work. You didn't look in her room. You haven't seen her all morning, since last night. I heard you quarreling, but you haven't seen her since then. I didn't look in her room. Excuse me.
Rosaire!
There. You see? Her bed hasn't even been slept in.
Oh, Miss Burlick, please. We knew you were upset about something.
He's gone too, isn't he? I walked by Dr. Will's this morning and I saw his car was gone.
But you don't have to add 2 and 2 quite so fast, do you?
Ever since we were children, she's always been more attractive than I. She and Frederick haven't been getting along lately. I don't know what it's all about, but I guess when I saw the way she looked at Dr. Wells yesterday...
Well, isn't there anyone we can call to at least find out where the doctor went?
I could tell the way she looked at him. There was something between them. They're together somewhere. I know they are.
Do be quiet, Rosaire. Good heavens, there's no point in advertising that my wife's run away from me. Oh, yes, that's what happened. We fought last night about it. Oh, I guess I'm supposed to be outraged. You would be, Mr. Valentine, but then you're younger than I am. There comes a time when you can't endure the spring anymore, when it's almost a relief to look forward to the quiet end of summer.
George, I don't believe it. I don't believe any of it.
Yeah, I know, Brooksy, you're right.
Well, did you get a chance to use the telephone?
I called the doctor's office in the city. He's down there, all right. But I couldn't talk to him because he's making his regular Monday visit to hospital patients.
Oh.
He goes down every week of his vacation. There's nothing unusual about it.
And so, of course, he took his things. But, George, there's nothing missing from Marcia's room. And a woman who's running away from her husband would at least take the jacket of her suit.
Brooksy, it's all in the air. I don't know what it is, but I'd bet my bottom dollar they didn't run away together.
Why did I say that? But I had to say something. Marcia isn't here. I had to explain somehow. They must believe. Rosaire will help them believe with her silly feminine suspicions. Oh, yes, it'll be a day or so before that doctor comes back and people will realize he's been alone. I'll think of something by then. Mr. Valentine won't be here to realize Marcia was never with the doctor. And I can always take care of Rosaire all right.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Gentle.
Oh, yes, quite all right. You're leaving?
No, not exactly. In fact, I just wanted to tell you we're sticking around for a while.
You're what? You're what?
You are Mr. Valentine?
Yes, if you don't mind. If it's all right with you.
He's staying. What can I say?
Well,
I shouldn't have told the story, but I can't tell the truth.
It's likely to be a bore for you. I'm under tremendous pressure, you know. Some work to be done.
Break down. I mustn't lose control like I did last night.
My wife thinks I'm headed for a nervous breakdown.
Of course, Mr. Gentle. Miss Brooks and I understand.
He's guessed.
We understand perfectly.
I should have taken precautions. A murderer takes precautions.
Yes. You understand, I'm sure.
A murderer. They know.
Yes, Mr. Valentine, of course.
That I killed my wife. That I killed her.
Yes.
I killed her.
Whatever you say.
I killed her. I killed her. I killed her.
What was it you said, Mr. Valentine?
Nothing. Just that I'm sure we won't be here long. But I'll have to get help from a garage. You see, my car has a flat tire, that's all.
Oh, that's all. But that's a good deal, isn't it? Well, what a shame.
Yes, Mr. Gentle, it is. Isn't it?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If your car's engine knocks, take a tip. Just try ping-free Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's scientifically blended to burn evenly to assure smooth power under every driving condition. And that's important when you realize a knocking engine is a strained and laboring engine, wasting both power and fuel. With premium quality Chevron Supreme, you'll find your car delivers smoother cruising on the straightaway, faster pickup in heavy city traffic, and extra power on hills. Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored, too. That means ping-free power no matter which temperature or altitude zone of the West you drive in. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. There is a time of year when the warmth of the sun lies quietly on the land, when the clamor and confusion of growth and early blossom is past, when ahead is the peace and retirement of autumn. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you can only wonder what it is that's in the air. But if your name is Frederick Gentle, and you're an artist, and you know what it is you want, the end of summer.
There, that's it. Yes, I have the line of your shoulder much better now, Rosaire. No, don't move.
I'm sorry, Frederick.
You don't mind if I watch, do you? Your painting?
Why? No, naturally not.
Thank you. It's very interesting. I confess I'm a little confused by it. There's so much intensity.
Yes, but that's the point, don't you see? Now, over here, it resolves itself into the emotional, the unthinking.
You mean the figure of the woman?
Yes.
I wish I could see it. He won't let me see what he's done with me.
It looks to me, Miss Burlick, like he's sort of idealized you as an escape from problems or something.
Mr. Valentine, there's no reason for you...
No, forgive me. I don't mean anything. I'm just talking, that's all. Your wife must have been an intense sort of person.
My wife? She seemed to go out of her way to misunderstand me. She could never realize that a man has his work to do. Work that must be done. You must give yourself to your work, but she kept interfering. She tried to make me slow down.
Frederick, she only wanted to help.
Sit still, Rosaire. Interfering and advising, and I cannot stand interference.
She only seemed worried about you.
Sit still, Rosaire.
I'm sorry. Am I still all right?
Now, there is a woman, Mr. Valentine. All woman, and that's all.
Oh, Frederick, I wish I knew what you meant sometimes. It's stupid not to be intelligent, isn't it, Mr. Valentine? He says things like that, and he says other things. And I think sometimes what he means is he loves me.
Now, Rosaire, you're tired and upset. You shouldn't...
No. Let her talk, Mr. Jendal.
I thought it was so wrong. I've hated to think of it. My own sister's husband. But maybe it's different now. Maybe I shouldn't be so old-fashioned. Yes, she's got the man I wanted. Maybe I should take hers. Turnabout's fair play, isn't it? Maybe I could get so I would understand you, Frederick. I don't know. What do people want out of each other anyway, except to be with each other?
Rosaire, my dear, you don't need to talk now. I've kept you posing too long.
Perhaps I'm attracted to you too, Frederick. Perhaps all I want is to love and to be loved.
Rosaire.
Don't touch me.
What?
No. No, I can't stand you. What made me say those things?
But, Rosaire, I did it just for you.
Oh, I'm a fool. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Frederick. I can't stand you.
What did you mean?
What?
You said you did it for her. Did what? What did you mean?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where is your wife, Mr. Jendal?
I don't know what you're talking about. Flat tire. Weren't you going to get your car fixed or something, Mr. Valentine? So you could leave?
Brooksy?
George.
What'd you find out?
Well, I looked all over like you said, and I didn't find anything. Nothing that would indicate... Well, of course, I don't know exactly what I expected to find.
Oh, yes, you do, Brooksy.
Yes, I know. George, what do you suppose he did with her?
Oh, I don't know. He looks like the trunk or hatbox type.
What? But I looked at
I
him.
know. Oh, I'm just sore because there's nothing you can grab onto. It's a powder keg without any fuses.
Well, George, when I was outside, I talked to one of the neighbors for a minute. And I mentioned Dr. Wills.
Yeah?
And the man said Dr. Wills kept asking about one of the women over here.
What?
Yeah. The man thought it was amusing because the doctor seemed so smitten with Rosaire.
Well, that knocks the last leg out from under that elopement gag.
Well, we knew that anyway.
Oh, Brooksy, the trouble is our gags are wearing thin. That flat tire we cooked up is about worn down to the rim. We're going to have to get out of here, and what are we going to take with us? What are we going to tell anybody? What do we actually know?
George.
Come on. Miss Burlick. Miss Burlick, where... What's the matter?
Nothing.
Come on. What is it?
Well, I was dusting in the upstairs sitting room.
Dusting?
When you're upset, you're supposed to do something homely. Something you're used to. But I remember. There used to be a revolver there on the sideboard.
A revolver, huh? Miss Burlick, you can stop being upset about losing a boyfriend.
What?
You haven't lost him. Now, listen, we need your help. You said earlier you heard your sister and her husband last night quarreling.
Well, yes, but...
Where did you hear them? When did you hear them?
Well, I don't know. Sometime after I went to bed, around midnight, I guess.
What did they say?
I don't know. I tried to listen, naturally. She seemed to be pleading. He was shouting. But I couldn't tell. It was so far away.
Weren't they in the house?
No, outside.
Okay, then where's your room?
The center one there in back. The voices came from in back.
Huh?
Mr. Valentine, what did you mean when you said about the doctor?
Miss Brooks will tell you. Right now, I've got a date.
George?
Yeah. I've got to stop dripping water on the Rock Angel. I'm going to try a sledgehammer on it instead.
Marcia, is it true you only wanted to help? Is it true you were only thinking about me? You're out there, but you can't hear me, can you, Marcia? Or was I the one who could never hear you? It's too late to listen, isn't it? Interfering, advising, suggesting. Or were you just begging me to think of something besides my work, warning me not to work so hard, warning me about a...
Oh, hello there, Mr. Jandal.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine.
It's all right, Mr. Jandal. I'm just looking for something, that's all.
Oh? Well, what did you lose?
Oh, it's around here someplace. I'll find it all right, if I have to comb every inch of the place.
But
It's all right. You don't need to help me.
You weren't out here in back, were you?
Someplace within a radius of that window up there. Rosaires' window.
What?
Yeah. Because you could hear voices from one to the other, or vice versa, I don't know. Anyway, big voices, excited, fighting voices. Yeah, I'll find something within that radius.
What do you mean?
I told you know what I mean, better than I do. What's that over there, a greenhouse? I said, what's that over there?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah? Well, I'll try the hedge, maybe. I'll find something sooner or later.
Oh, Marcia, why didn't I listen to you? You said I should rest. Instead, look what I've started.
No, nothing by the hedge. Greenhouse, huh?
There's a line from the end of the hedge to the peach tree. An imaginary line, but has to stop somewhere. He can't go farther than that.
Wait a minute. How about the tool shed back there? No, I guess not. The peach tree. Guess I might as well circle around and take a look at the...
He's going to cross it. He's going to cross the line. Now I have to stop him. I have to, Marcia. I have to stop him.
Hey.
Huh?
Hey, what's the matter with you, Mr. Gentle?
I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Shakespeare.
Yes, it's what you're trying to do, isn't it? Trying to make me confess.
Thanks for being so obliging.
Make me confess that I shot her out here last
night.
You what? Of course I did it, of course. You guessed the minute you saw me. How can man hide the guilt of his mind? But I still have the gun that I used last night. Oh, God forgive me. Well, she warned me that I'd have a breakdown, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, you've got to kill him.
What else
You've
can
got
I do?
to kill him.
Murder is not a matter of
Kill
choice.
him. Kill him.
Oh, George.
It's all right now, Angel.
Oh, golly. I called you before, but then I looked out and I saw... Didn't you hear the car come up the drive?
The car?
Yes. The car with Mrs. Jendal. Marcia. Your wife.
Marcia.
No, Brooksy. He'll be okay.
Oh, but George, I thought she was dead, too.
I know. So did I, Brooksy. Until I began to realize he told me he'd killed her out here last night with a gun.
Huh?
Well, if Rosaire could hear voices, Rosaire could certainly hear a gun.
Oh, yeah. Well, George, Marcia is with Dr. Will.
What?
But another doctor came back with them.
Oh, yeah, I see. I guess there was something secret between Marcia and Wills. She must have run to him after the big fight last night. She knew she was right and her husband was wrong. He did need help. But what she didn't know was that the thing she was so worried about had already begun.
What thing?
She didn't know about his breakdown, Brooksy, that started last night. She didn't know that he'd commit murder in his mind.
George, what you thinking about?
Oh, I was just thinking. Brooksy, did I count too much on something? I mean, you did tell me that you looked all over the place and hadn't found anything, but still...
George, didn't you look in the greenhouse before we left?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, of course not. Marcia was back, and I knew
Well,
that...
I looked there, darling. It didn't have room for a pin, let alone a body. The greenhouse was crammed to the door with dry grass seed, bulbs for next year, flats of flowers.
Well, then I figured right, Angel. It's the end of summer.
Your car engine may have a long, serviceable life. Others wear out fast. And what makes the difference? 9 chances out of 10, the engine that wears out too soon is a victim of internal rust, the cause of 80% of engine wear. This high-cost corrosive rust starts the moment your engine stops, the result of acid-laden moisture. But RPM motor oil is specially compounded to prevent this internal engine wear. It contains an adhering agent that coats the inside of your engine with a moisture-proof film. Even though your car stands idle for days or weeks, RPM stays on the job, prevents rust. No wonder RPM motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, with George Valentine involved in a new riddle, we'll hear him saying...
Yeah, sure, Brooksy. Riley's boys will catch somebody all right. But I was the one who let McGee know so he could get to the poor guy first.
Oh, George, it isn't your fault.
No, I'm a great guy. First, I chase a girl upstairs so she can get shot. Then her old man is killed.
But I said you couldn't...
And if the Englishman turns up a corpse, I'll have a pretty good score today, won't I? Yeah, join Valentine and see the morgue.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg as Rosaire and Joseph Kearns as Gentle. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Corpse on a Caper, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the world has you spinning on your head, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Mr. Valentine, mine is no world-shaking problem, merely a grim and unpleasant duty. One of my girls here at Cliffbriar College passed away several days ago. Her body must be accompanied to her home in Mexico City. If you're available for this assignment, please phone me at the school this afternoon. Then you can meet Miss Burke.
Burdick, our resident nurse, at Eidlitz's funeral home this evening and make the necessary arrangements. Yours very truly, Julia Dunham Stoner, Dean.
I don't know about you, Brooksy, but I'd rather be on a slow boat to China.
Cliff Briar College. Golly, I wonder how old the poor girl was. Do you think she had a boyfriend, George? Think of how he must feel. They probably would...
Let's think of the problem at hand, Angel. Do we take this or not?
Who are you kidding? You've already made up your mind.
Well, somebody has to do it. The law says that a corpse must have a chaperone. Then, of course, there's Mexico City. Yeah, I'll bring you back a couple of maracas as a souvenir.
We'll talk about that later, senor. Shall I give Dean Stoner a ring?
Mexico City. Land of sunshine. Senoritas with flashing eyes.
You shut up.
Here's the burial permit and a copy of the death certificate, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, Miss Burdick.
You'll need those when you get to the train tomorrow.
How old was she, Miss Burdick?
Consuelo Benales was 19. I know. You're probably thinking how much she had to live for. A great deal, Miss Brooks. She was beautiful, had more money than she could possibly use. Everything.
Miss Benales is all fixed up for the trip. Looks real beautiful. If you want to, you can go in the back and see for yourself, Miss Burdick.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Eidlitz.
I better go across the street and get me a sandwich. The way work's been coming in these days, hardly get a chance to eat. If it would only level off over the years.
Mr. Eidlitz, you'd better go and hurry back. We have a few things to talk about.
And this is the wrong season for business. Don't understand it. Be back in a few minutes.
Well, I suppose every occupation has its hazards.
Death certificate. Date 1449. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage. Natural causes. Attended deceased from November 18th, 1948 to January 4th, 1949. Last visit, January 5th, 1949. So, Elwood, Dryden, MD.
Dr. Dryden is sort of college physician, although he lives off the campus.
I see.
He's been away the last few days, must be on a case.
I see.
Now, here's a check to cover your expenses, Mr. Valentine. Consuelo's family will take care of your fee when you get to Mexico City. Please let Dean Stoner know when you come back.
Yes, I'll do that, Miss Burdick.
Good night.
Look, Brooksy.
Yes, George?
Sit down and browse through the mortician's journal. I'll go and see if I can hurry Mr. Eidlitz along.
Well, all right, but please hurry, darling. Despite the potted palms, I can think of a cozier waiting room.
Hey, what is this? What hole did you two guys creep out of?
Yeah, you two men, what are you doing in my funeral parlor? And why have you got that young lady bound and gagged?
Button your lip or
Keep
button
your
your shirt on,
That
Danny.
gun doesn't frighten me. I'm going out and call a policeman.
Hey, wait a minute, you get...
Oh, I...
Couldn't hold myself back. Who is that character on the floor?
Well, he was the Undertaker.
Oh, the cold cook, huh? You. What are you doing here? Who are you?
You're just talking up your sleeve, Buster. Till you take that gag out of that lady's mouth.
Me? Nobody's got more respect for women than me. I think all of them like my own dear mother. Go ahead, Danny. Take the thing out of her yap.
George.
Shut up. I just did that to show you I got respect for womanhood, lady. Now back to you, Jack. What are you doing around here? And why did you hide the body? Huh?
He's been raving about somebody stealing Consuelo's body from the back room.
Didn't I tell you to keep still? Come on, Jack. What did you do with her?
The name's Valentine. What's the name they got under your pin-up picture in the post office?
Hey, you want I should give this guy a good slamming for cracking wise? The name is Bo Scarby. You're the only one been flitting around here all night. And Consuelo, she ain't here anymore.
You're running a fever, mister. I was just hired to go with the body back to Mexico.
She ain't going back to Mexico. She's gonna stay here and get buried right next to my dear mother.
Go ahead, keep ranting. I'll try and listen.
Even though she did walk out on me, she's my wife. You get the swing of it?
No, I don't. She's just a college kid. She's only been here from Mexico a couple of months. You're not in her league, friend.
She gave me a wrong name. Ginger Santos. But I found out what she really was. And I read about her dying up here in the college. You get the swing of it?
Oh, brother, the only thing I'm getting is a headache.
All right, Danny. I will hold the gun. I've got work to do.
George, tell them anything.
We'll start easy. First with a mouthful of fingers. Get the swing of it, Valentine? And then he was holding back.
Hey, what do you want me to tell you? I don't know anything. This is crazy.
Danny, let yourself go.
George!
All right. Little Consuelo went up to heaven, yielded up the ghost, joined the choir, invisible. Is that what you want to know, Scarby?
You want us to go on, boss? This guy's beginning to talk out of his ears. No, leave him alone. Do listen to me, Valentine.
Yeah, you're coming over fine.
You know where Consuelo is, but you won't talk. Okay. But I'm going to be hip to everything you do from now on. You get the swing of it?
Yeah.
Come on, Danny.
Don't move, George. I'll try to get over to you.
Might be a little awkward, Brooksy, tied to that chair. I think I can make it.
There's a couple of brave boys. Oh, darling.
Oh, I'll have you out of this in a minute. While you take care of Mr. Idlitz, I'll call Lieutenant Riley.
Oh, what about you, George?
Me? I'm just a big snoop, a little old Paul Pry.
Oh, darling, how can you joke when you're...
Body, who's got the body? And why?
Valentine, when I got the message that you were here at the funeral parlor, I quivered like a bird. I said to myself, oh, no, it couldn't be. But then again, it might.
Oh, shame on you, Lieutenant. You know you don't mean that.
Even though I look it, I'm not quite ready for Mr. Idlet's back room.
It would take you, chum boy, to come up with a capering corpse. But look here. Naturally, we're going to do everything we can to find who stole the girl's body. But now, what else is on your mind?
Murder.
Oh,
What?
now, wait a minute.
Just look at what we've got on our hands. Somebody waltzes in the back door and trips out with a corpse. A notorious hoodlum comes to claim it so he can bury it next to his dear mother.
A typical Valentine shindig.
The girl in question comes from a wealthy Mexican family and is presumably married to said mug, giving a false name.
And she's supposed to be going to college all the time.
Yeah. And finally, this death certificate.
What do you mean, finally? We've looked at it enough.
The doctor who wrote this hasn't been around for a few days. In fact, not since the morning after the girl died.
Well, the man's got a right to get out of town on a case or to go to a convention or something.
And not leave any word? Oh, we'll skip that. Now, how's this for the neatest trick of the week? The certificate is dated January 4th.
Well?
Last visit, it says, January 5th. The day after Consuela died.
Well, that's right.
Well, it might have been a slip of the pen.
Or a mistake, Lieutenant, purposely made to draw attention to this certificate. To say there's something screwy about it.
When I know this is going to hurt. But just what are you driving at?
Let's go looking for Dr. Elwood Dryden. Uphill, downhill, and all around the mulberry bush.
Here we go.
Especially in and about the canyons near Cliffbriar College for wealthy young ladies.
Lieutenant! Quick! Over here! We found something.
Come on, this may be it.
Yeah. Take it easy. Look out there. Oh, that car must have jumped the side road right down into this gully. Get the door open there.
Hey, it's good and dead, all right.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, there's not much left of the car.
George, look. It's got a medical license plate.
All right, Brady, let me get in there.
Okay, Lieutenant. Better send for a tow car.
Oh, holy smoke. You were right, Valentine. Here. Ooh. The identification tag says Elwood Dryden, M.D. A very convincing picture of an accident, except for that little hole in his head.
Powder burns. Fired at close range.
Well, then you were right about it being murder, George.
Okay. You call the shot, Valentine. Now let me see if I can match you.
Yeah?
Somebody made the doc sign a phony death certificate at the point of a gun, so there wouldn't be an autopsy on the girl. Then they let him have it.
Yep, that's the way I see it, too.
But if that's the case, there were two murders.
Uh-huh. A double header.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about modern methods. Not so many years ago, the problem of lubricating your car's engine was fairly simple. Nearly any straight mineral oil would do the job well and economically. But today, nearly every car on the road needs a specially compounded motor oil. Otherwise, engine efficiency would drop way down and repair bills would stop piling up. And that's where RPM motor oil comes in. Perfected by engineers at Standard of California, RPM assures longer engine life, cuts repair bills to the bone. Its chemical compounds prevent rust from attacking the interior of your engine. They fight off carbon and lacquer trouble, put a stop to corrosion, prevent crankcase foaming. Perhaps most important of all, RPM sticks to engine hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. And wherever you drive in the West, you're never far from a fresh supply of engine-saving, money-saving RPM motor oil. Get RPM tomorrow. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Reluctantly, you take the job of escorting the corpse of a young woman to her wealthy family in Mexico City. But the body is stolen. 2 gangsters work you over. And the doctor who signed the death certificate is found murdered. In his place, you'd probably describe these homicidal shenanigans just as George Valentine did. A double-header. Yes, and also find yourself in the room of the late Consuelo Bonales at Cliffbriar College.
Brooksy, if we're going to believe Senorita Bonales lived in this room, we'll also have to believe she was using someone else's fingers.
What's that, George?
These fingerprints we got off that silver hairbrush don't match the ones on this passport.
Well, still, the picture here goes with the girl in the funeral parlor. Mr. Idlett's identified.
Well, you can substitute a different picture, but you can't change fingerprints.
But why the melodramatic masquerade? Why should another girl take Consuelo's place and end up on a slab in a mortuary? And where's Consuelo?
Hey, one thing at a time, Angel. But you're right. The big thing is why. Why a wealthy and beautiful young lady from Mexico would let anyone else fill her nylons?
You know, we could kick that one around for days and not get anywhere.
Well, suppose we get a jump on the wild goose season. Beat it down to headquarters and make like Mata Hari with the boys in the fingerprint division. See if there's anything in the files that will give us a name to go with the prints.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, Dean Stoner told me that you were up here and wanted to see me.
Oh, yeah, just a few questions, Miss Burdick. Take care of that little matter, will you, Brooksy?
Oh, I'm on my way.
Now, would you know, Miss Burdick, when Dr. Dryden filled out that death certificate?
Why, the night Consuelo died. The Department of Health got it in the mail the next morning.
According to Lieutenant Riley, when you walked in, you found Miss Bonales dead.
That's right. I saw the light and wondered why she was up so late. First, I thought she'd taken an overdose of her pills.
Pills? What pills?
She suffered terribly from migraine headaches, and Dr. Dryden was prescribing for her.
Oh, I see.
Those are the pills in that bottle on her night table.
But Dr. Dryden decided differently, huh? Cerebral hemorrhage. Just one more question, Miss Burdick. What sort of girl was Consuelo?
Mr. Valentine, all our students are supposed to be paragons of virtue. Genteel young ladies from the best of families.
But off the record.
Off the record, Consuelo was a paragon of everything but virtue back in Mexico. Madcap heiress, beautiful and bored, that sort of thing. Her parents expected Cliffbriar to exert a chastening influence. But why should anyone want to make off with the poor girl's body? What is this all about, Mr. Valentine?
It's going to take a Mata Hari to find that out.
What's that?
Oh, don't mind me, Miss Burdick. Brass knuckles and a sleepless night always makes my mind wander. Yeah, Brooksy, I'm still on the phone. Well, I'm just trying to think. Now we know the Cliffbriar girl was Ginger Santos. And that's the name Consuelo Bonales gave that mug Scarbeck when she married him. Yeah, well, look, I'll meet you over at Max Weiner's as soon as you can get there. Well, you know, the theatrical booking agent. Yeah, so long.
Santos.
Yes, Yes, Ginger Santos, the Mexican dancer, man.
Yeah, thrown in the pokey once for dancing in an illegal gambling joint.
My files here are all mixed up. I gotta tell my secretary about this. Who am I kidding? Who's got a secretary?
Same old Max.
Wait a minute, wait. I remember. Ginger Santos, sure, especially Mexican hat dance.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Only Ginger doesn't dance around the hat.
Huh?
She makes with it like Sally Rand makes with the fan.
Yeah, well, never mind the colorful details, Max. Where is she? How can we find her?
Let me see. 3 months ago, she was in the Club Reader. And now I think she's dancing out around Brewster and La Casita.
Good boy.
Come to think of it, that's also a place where you can lose some money. And I don't mean a parcheesi.
Okay, Max, send me a bill for the info.
Sure, I'll have my secretary do that. There I go again. Who's got a secretary? Better slip me a 10 now.
What a tragic waste, Miss Santos.
What?
I said, what a waste. You sitting here alone at the bar.
Where did you come from? Why didn't you get here sooner?
I take it you wouldn't scream if I joined you, Ginger.
What do you think?
Hey, Ginger, is this guy giving you any trouble?
Yes, the kind I like. Go away, Carlos. No, wait. Get me another drink.
Look, you had too many already. Reynolds wouldn't like it. You still got your dance to do.
If my eyes are a little bloodshot, nobody will be looking at them anyway. Besides my headache.
Okay, but this is the last one.
Headache?
Yes, but no matter. A little excitement always cures that. And you look like the kind of man who could provide plenty. By the way, what's the man's name?
Valentine. George.
I mean, who are you?
Oh, just say I'm a ballet domain. That means...
Don't patronize me. I know what the word means. But aside from being a lover of the dance, what else can you suggest for excitement?
What do you think?
I like you, Valentine George. You look like the kind who'd let a girl walk on the outside.
In other words, a mug, a bruiser. You go for the type, don't you, Consuelo?
What?
Here's your drink, Ginger.
Just leave it there. What was that you just said?
Well, just providing a little excitement. Tell me, how does it feel walking around with a dead girl's name?
You're crazy.
How does it feel to know that a guy like Bo Scarbic is looking for you?
What?
You gave him Ginger Santos' name when you married him.
Shut up.
Is it exciting enough to know that the girl you let take your place, her body is gone? Or isn't that news to you? What's the matter? You lost all your steam?
Get away from me. Stop calling me you.
Playing it that way, huh?
What right have you to talk to me that way?
What's going on here? All right, everybody, quiet down. It's just a little argument. Get back to your tables. What's the matter with you, Ginger? You know I don't like things like this happening in my club.
He was bothering me, Mike. Talk to him.
Don't give me that. There isn't a man you can't handle. If there were, you wouldn't admit it.
Mr. Reynolds seems to know you, sister.
You better talk to him, Mike. He mentioned something about eyelids.
Oh? How would you like to step in my office, fella?
Well, when there's no choice, I never waste time arguing. Come on, Buster. Let's go see your etchings.
All right, Valentine, I get the picture. Now let me do some talking.
Go ahead. It's your deal, Reynolds.
I'm a gambler, a businessman, not a murderer. I'm too smart for that. The worst that can be said about me or Ginger
You mean Consuelo.
Let me talk. The worst is that we did something to keep the other dame from being shipped to Mexico, so Consuelo's folks wouldn't find out the truth.
Now, Reynolds, there's more to it than that.
All right, so the kid pulled a fast one on her people. Hired another girl to take her place so she could play it high, wide, and handsome on her own for a while. She's dynamite. She can't stand being cooped up without exploding.
Where have you got the body of the real Ginger Santos?
My boys stashed it away. But they'll see that it gets back. With a little diplomacy, things get squared again.
Oh, you write a nice story, Reynolds, except for the happy ending. You seem to forget that. Well, hello, Scarbic. For a while, I thought you lost my trail.
Get out of my way, Valentine. I just seen her outside. She's not dead at all. You, Reynolds?
Why?
Oh, now, come, boys. Let's not forget social amenities. Reynolds, I want you to meet Bo Scarbic, also a very tough guy, but more important, Consuelo's husband.
Husband? Why, that...
And, Bo, this is Mike, your successor in your wife's affection.
Yeah, I know. Me even wanting to bury her next to my dear mother. Anyway, I break this guy in half.
Please, but don't. I've caused enough trouble.
Get away from me.
Can we come in to your charge admission?
Now, just a minute. You missed the best part, Lieutenant. This is the end of the third act coming up.
Is this Consuelo, George?
Yep. And Mr. Reynolds, who does her body snatching. They're all yours, Lieutenant.
Just a moment, Lieutenant. I can... Quiet. We'll unscramble you down at headquarters. And before morning, we'll know which one of you killed Dryden and that girl.
Just to make sure you're not disappointed, Lieutenant, Brooksy and I will bring Nurse Burdick along. She'll have something to say that'll clinch the deal for you.
All right, bring her along.
Oh, 1 minute. There's something festering in my soul.
What, George?
Oh, Scarbick, I've got something for you.
Huh?
Yeah. And if you like it, send Danny. You're out!
Pretty good, Valentine. But cut it.
All unfested now. You all right back there, Miss Burdick?
I'm quite comfortable, Mr. Valentine.
You know, Brooksy, the irony of the answer to this whole thing is something only the murderer is going to appreciate.
What do you mean, darling?
Well, just think of it, Miss Burdick. Somebody forced Dr. Dryden to sign that fake death certificate. Yet he had the presence of mind to write it in such a way that it put the finger right on the killer.
Yes, it is a fabulous piece of irony, isn't it?
Yes, but it's going to be wasted on the lieutenant, George, when he finds out you've been keeping it all to yourself.
Well, he'll get over it. Uh-oh.
Huh? Oh, the left rear tire again, George.
Sounds like it. Well, may as well get prepared to go to work. Take my coat, will you, Brooksy? I'll put it on the back of the seat.
Okay, George. Well, how does it look back there?
Oh, not too bad. Well, I'm not changing any tire on the top of the pass. We'll have to wait till we get down.
You're not going to get down, Mr. Valentine.
What's that?
George, the gun. She took it out of your pocket.
Hey, what is this, Miss Burdick? Has this business affected your mind?
Start the car, please. You know what's going to happen now? At the very top of the pass, I'm going to kill both of you. And roll the car down into the valley. In what's left, no one's going to go looking for two little bullet holes.
Miss Burdick, don't be a fool. You
Don't turn around like that, Miss Brooks. Wouldn't you like to know why I killed those two?
I know about Dr. Dryden. But what did you have against that Santos girl?
Nothing. She was just a common, vulgar nobody. But her death was useful.
When is murder ever useful?
When it can get you all the things you've never had. I've been a nurse all my life, taking care of everybody else. And these last years catering to those spoiled, brainless young ladies who have everything money can buy.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen, Miss Burdick. If I explained to Lieutenant Riley you had a chance to kill us and didn't, I'm sure he'll give you a break.
Sure he will.
Keep driving, Mr. Valentine. Life could have been very pleasant with the money I would have blackmailed from Consuelo Benales.
That's all zeroed out now.
All right. But it was worth the risk. I knew I had to do what I did ever since I found out about the Santos girl and Consuelo changing places. You fools, can't you see I had to get rid of the stand-in?
You did.
They'd met regularly. They met again that night, the night I killed Ginger Santos. That school nurse, I persuaded her to let me give her a routine injection. But it was the same drug she was taking in the pills for her migraine.
George, we're almost at the top.
Yeah, Brooksy.
Now, wasn't that a clever scheme for a dowdy, unimaginative nurse? The death could either be called an overdose of sedative or murder. I made Consuelo believe I could testify I saw her poison Ginger Santos' drink at the roadhouse where... Stop the car, Mr. Valentine. Yes, and I even thought of a motive for Consuelo. Ginger was blackmailing her because she knew about the gangster husband.
Have you got it all out of your system, Miss Burdick?
I had to tell someone. It was a beautiful plan. Even though it didn't work. I thought of it all by myself. And I went through with it. Just as I must go through with this now.
No.
I don't want to do this. But I must. I must. It's empty.
Yes, Miss Burdick. You don't really think I would have tempted you with a loaded gun?
George, you mean that
Hold your horses, Angel. Just as soon as we deliver Miss Burdick to Riley, I'll tell you all about it.
If your car takes a lot of coaxing to get started, if it's logy in traffic, if it drags on hills, then it's hardly giving you command performance. And to get this from your car, get Chevron Supreme gasoline. Special blending agents in this premium quality gasoline command fast starts, command smooth acceleration, command the extra power that makes your car great on hills. And because high-octane Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored, you can be sure of command performance from your car in each different altitude and temperature zone wherever you drive in the West. Ask for Chevron Supreme tomorrow and enjoy motoring at its best with your car giving command performance every mile. You can get Chevron Supreme gasoline at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car.
George, I think it was mean of you not to tell me you took the bullets out of that gun.
Have you given away?
Darling, I was thinking, why didn't Dr. Dryden just go ahead and sign that death certificate? There was no reason to suspect it wasn't an overdose of those pills.
Oh, well, that's what I meant by the irony, Angel.
Well, I thought you were just making conversation. Part of your act with Miss Burdick.
No, Ginger was playing her part like a trooper. Consuela's medical records said she suffered from migraines. So Ginger pretended she did, too.
Well,
I had those pills analyzed. You see, Dr. Dryden realized there was nothing wrong with Ginger, so he was prescribing sugar pills for their psychological effect. That's what Miss Burdick didn't know.
Oh. And when Dr. Dryden demanded an autopsy, she was forced to kill him.
I got it. Hello? Oh, yeah, Lieutenant. What's that? Huh? Well, sure, I guess so. That sounds okay to me. Yeah, bye. Well, what do you know, Angel? The lieutenant came through with a job for me.
Well, since when did he become a booking agent for you?
Well, the Benales family wants me to escort Consuela home once she gets her annulment and everything's straightened out.
Consuelo? You don't say.
Yeah?
Mexico City, land of sunshine. Senoritas with flashing eyes.
That's right.
Lieutenant Riley, this is Brooksy. Yeah, well, George wants me to tell you we can't take that job. I've suddenly become allergic to hot tamales.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jeanette Nolan as Miss Burdick, Tony Barrett as Scarbick, Barney Phillips as Reynolds, Junius Matthews as Idlitz, Peggy Weber as Consuelo, and Jack Crucian as Max. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Come and Get Me, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If life's got you in a spin and you need someone to pull you out of it, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, are you an imbecile? I trust not, yet fear you will betray that trust. To look for intelligence in this morass of idiocy known as contemporary civilization is to embark on a search much less likely to succeed than the one pursued by Diogenes. However, let me state my difficulty. I have committed a perfect crime. Alas, too perfect. Because I now find it necessary
to confess my guilt. But no one will believe me. If you do happen to have enough sense to comprehend the possibility of my being a murderer, I should like to engage you to help me prove it to the proper authorities. Awaiting an early reply, I am Winslow Barker.
Huh?
Well, George, don't be so smug. Didn't you hear me? The man wants you to prove he's a murderer.
Well, no accounting for taste, Angel.
Oh, he must be crazy.
Maybe.
Well, no sane person would write a letter like that.
Still, he raised an interesting question. He wants to know if I'm an imbecile. What do you think, Brooksy?
Are you going to take this letter seriously? Then the answer to his question is yes.
Good of you to come, Valentine. And you, Miss Brooks.
Thank you.
Not at all, Mr. Barker. This we had to hear.
Well, here we are. Refreshment before we get down to business, eh? See how you like that. Little concoction of my own.
Oh, thanks, Barker. Long life. Even though you don't happen to subscribe to that old-fashioned notion.
Oh, this is delicious.
Yeah?
Fools.
What's that?
You will notice I lifted my glass to my lips, but I did not drink. Yet you both went right ahead. How do you feel?
How should we feel?
Oh, it never occurred to you that I'd poison you, did it?
George.
Hey, wait a minute, Buster.
With pleasure.
Why should you poison us?
Who knows? But this fact you do know. I am a confessed murderer. Yet you take not the simplest precaution.
Brooksy, remind me to buy a portable stomach pump.
Not a joking matter, Mr. Valentine. You know, I may be quite mad.
Don't try to tell me you really have poisoned us.
Very well. Wait and see.
Or have you?
Yes, wait and see.
The lady said, have you?
No, Mr. Valentine. As a matter of fact, I haven't poisoned you. You're perfectly all right.
Perfectly? You just took 10 years off my life.
Oh, no, I haven't poisoned you, but I have tested you, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, how'd I do, Professor?
Your complete lack of caution indicates but two possibilities. One, you're like all the rest. You don't take me seriously. You don't believe I am a murderer. Or two, you're fantastically stupid. In either case, you're of little use to me. Now, good day.
Not so fast, Barker. Let's ride with possibility number one for a minute.
Oh, you don't believe that I am a murderer, is that it?
A man's presumed to be innocent, Barker, until...
Even if he presumes himself to be guilty?
Well, I'm willing to be shown. Who'd you kill?
Donald Anderson. And I want you to prove it, so the police will come and get me.
Why did you kill him?
Anderson was ugly. Ugly in mind and in spirit. So I removed him.
Just like that, huh?
Yes, just like that. And no one knew.
But now you want them to know.
Yes. You think I'm mad?
No.
You don't? You must be crazy. All sane people think I'm a crackpot.
Just why do you want the world to know you're a murderer?
Well, you see, Anderson's wife, Teresa, has been arrested for the murder. Now, I didn't anticipate that the police would be so gullible. Oh, I don't want anyone else to have to pay for my deed.
I see.
I've confessed. The police laugh at me. They have their suspect. They don't want to admit they're wrong. Oh, but they are devilishly wrong. And it's up to us to prove it. Well, Valentine, will you take the case?
Well, what have I got to lose except my time and your money? And I have lots of time.
And I have lots of money. Yes. Perhaps you are worthy of the assignment after all.
Thanks. Now, is there anything at all to prove that you killed Anderson?
No, not a thing. That's the trouble. I was too brilliant, too disgustingly brilliant. There's not a shred of evidence.
Oh, great.
But don't you worry, Valentine. With your brawn and my brains, we'll find something.
Valentine, you can save your energy on this Anderson case. We have it all sewed up.
Maybe you dropped a couple of stitches, Lieutenant. It could have come apart at the seams.
Oh, please, pal, go away, will you? I'm busy.
Okay. If you want to besmirch your sterling record by helping to convict the wrong man. Or, in this case, it's a woman, isn't it, Riley?
You know darn well it's a woman. Oh, okay. What's your angle, Valentine?
Winslow Parker.
Huh? Oh, no, not that slap-happy lunatic.
Yeah, that slap-happy lunatic. What makes you so sure he didn't do the job?
Because we happen to know Anderson's wife did it.
Well, how about briefing me on the reasons?
Well, okay. Motive? Mrs. Anderson was in love with somebody else, Jonathan Gaines. But her husband wouldn't give her a divorce.
I see.
Now, opportunity, she was in the house when it happened.
Anything else?
Plenty. A couple of days before the murder, she buys a gun. Right after the murder, she gives the gun to her boyfriend, Mr. Gaines. And when we tried to get it from him, he says he lost it. We're supposed to swallow that. He lost the gun.
Why'd she say she gave him the gun? To hang it on his slave bracelet?
She says she was afraid her husband was going to try to kill Gaines, and she wanted him to be able to protect himself. Claims she didn't know at the time her husband was already dead.
Riley, maybe she's telling the truth.
Oh, come off it, pal, will you? It's an open and shut case. All we need is the gun to clinch it, and I think we can hang it on her even without it. Especially with Farnsworth's testimony.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Who's Farnsworth, an added starter?
Anderson's valet. He overheard Mrs. Anderson giving the gun to Gaines and practically admitting she did the job. Well, satisfied yet?
Not quite.
What more do you want?
Conversation, Riley, conversation. With a valet. I dearly love the sound of those bells, but come on, somebody. Come on, answer the door.
Come to think of it, George, will Farnsworth be here? His master is dead, and the master's wife is in jail.
I understand the house is going to be sold, Brooksy. Servants are staying on to do the packing. And then...
George!
Yeah, that's a high C with a kick in it. Come on, open up in there.
Hear anyone coming?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes?
Say, what plays here?
Nothing, sir.
We heard screams, she remarked brightly.
Oh, that, miss. That was only Jessie.
Only Jessie? Who's Jessie?
The upstairs maid.
Well, what happened to her?
Nothing.
Oh, just trying out for the Metropolitan auditions.
Well, if you must know, sir, she's a sinner, and I don't like sin.
Oh, great. Well, what did you do to Jessie?
She'll be all right, sir.
That's not what he asked you.
Very well. I struck her.
Well, who are you to go around punishing sinners?
Somebody must see that right prevails.
Okay, Buster, okay. Where's Jessie now?
In the kitchen,
Hey,
sir,
Brooksy,
but...
go in and look after the girl while I have a talk with this avenging angel.
All right, George.
Now, Farnsworth, you are Farnsworth, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm coming in and ask you a few questions. You can close the door.
Very well, sir. What do you wish to ask about?
Mr. Anderson's murder.
Ah, yes, the murder. Unfortunate occurrence. But then, one must expect such things, mustn't one?
Must one?
But after all, that's life, isn't it? First thing you know, you're dead. Ah, yes, that's life.
Oh, brother, Charlie Chan with the wrong accent. Now, look, I understand you overheard Mrs. Anderson giving a gun to Mr. Gaines and asking him to get rid of it.
Correct. However, I should like you to understand, sir, I'm not in the habit of eavesdropping. But when there has been a murder, one feels it one's duty, as it were.
Yeah, Farnsworth. You and your duty.
I simply press the point because, as a gentleman's gentleman, I know how my fellow gentleman's gentleman would feel if it were thought that one of their fellow gentlemen's gentlemen was no gentleman. Do you follow?
I think I lost you about 2 gentlemen back. But now, look, what I want to know, Farnsworth, you're absolutely sure you heard Mrs. Anderson tell Mr. Gaines to get rid of that gun?
Quite so, sir. She said, and I quote, "I've done something terrible, Jonathan. I've killed Donald. Here, take this gun and get rid of it for me before the police get here."
Unquote. You're sure she said that?
Absolutely, sir. However, since you repeat the question, am I to take it that you doubt my memory or my veracity?
Well, frankly, Farnsworth, you're a doubtful character, name and all. You belong in a book. Oh, Brooksy, how's the sinner?
Oh, she's busy consigning Farnsworth to the place he thinks she's going.
Well, in that case, I guess there's nothing more for us to do around here. Come on, let's go.
Where?
Police headquarters, Brooksy. Oh, want to join us, Farnsworth?
I? Why, no, sir. Don't you know it's old hat to suspect the butler or the valet?
Now, will you please look, Lieutenant? You refuse to take my client seriously because you've got a hotter suspect. But suppose I can toss a bucket of ice water on your hot suspect.
All right, Valentine. Toss.
Okay, the valet, Farnsworth, is one of your chief witnesses, right?
So?
So? Did you know he's a religious fanatic, a one-man vice squad?
Again, so?
All right, now. Mrs. Anderson has been, shall we say, wandering a bit. Now, that's your big motive. And believe me, the way this Farnsworth is whacked up, it's just the sort of thing that would make him decide it's his duty to punish her.
Oh, you think Farnsworth is framing her for the murder as punishment for waltzing in 2 times?
Oh, it's amazing how clear I make myself sometimes.
But we know part of his story is true. The Anderson woman admits giving Gaines the gun, and he admits getting it from her.
Yeah, but she doesn't admit the murder.
Now, look, it's no use, Valentine. Mrs. Anderson gave Gaines that gun for him to get rid of.
Okay.
Well, why should she, unless she committed the murder?
Riley, I've been checking. Anderson didn't have any cash when he died. House was mortgaged to the hilt. Everything he had was tied up in a heavy insurance policy he bought a year and a half before he died.
All right.
All right, well, don't you see? Barker could have killed Anderson with Mrs. Anderson's gun and left the gun by the corpse. Mrs. Anderson finds it, thinks her husband has committed suicide.
So she takes the gun away and tells Gaines to get rid of it so she'll be convicted of murder. Ah, for the
She
love of...
wanted it to look like murder instead of suicide. But she didn't count on Farnsworth pinning the murder on her.
But why would she want to... Oh, the insurance policy.
Oh, you're a dazzling sight, Riley, when you light up. Yeah, the insurance. The company wouldn't pay off on a suicide since the policy was less than 2 years old. Well?
Well, stop gloating, Valentine. You could still be wrong.
Stop griping, Lieutenant. I still could be right.
Okay. I suppose I'd better look into it.
Yeah, force yourself. I think I'll go report to my client. He'll be delighted to know I've practically got him at the door of the gas chamber.
Well, I wonder what the little man who isn't all there will pull this time. My stomach is still doing nip-ups from that poison prank.
We'll soon see, Bruce. Hey, wait a minute. Stand back, Angel. Somebody just came out of Barker's apartment.
Oh, it's too late. He already saw it.
Yeah, and he covered his face to make sure we can't see him. Hey, you, just a minute.
Stay back. I said stay back.
George! Oh, George, are you all right?
Yeah, you okay, Angel?
Oh, I'm fine, yeah.
He didn't want to hit us. He aimed at the floor to make us stop. He took the back stairs.
Oh, golly, did you see who it was?
No, he kept one hand in front of his face. Well, let's get into Barker's and see what this is all about.
Okay. Yeah, but aren't you being optimistic, darling? Expecting Barker to make any sense?
I'm just an old Pollyanna. Come on, Barker, come on.
Oh, hello, Valentine. And Miss Brooks.
Mr. Barker? Well, what happened
You
to
look
you?
like you've gone 15 rounds with a gorilla.
Well,
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. To get the best out of your car and to get economy through longer mileage, rely on Chevron Supreme gasoline. This premium quality gasoline is specially blended to give your car all these advantages. Faster starts every time you press the starter. Speedier warm-ups, alert getaway in heavy traffic driving, and ping-free power that lifts your car over the hill. What's more, Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored to the season of the year and to different temperature and altitude zones in the West. So wherever you drive and the year round, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engine. Just try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A man hires you to prove he is guilty of murder. After dutifully questioning his sanity, you succeed in turning police suspicion from their pet suspect to your client. In the due course of events, a furtive character takes a few shots at you. And a moment later, your client himself comes to the door of his apartment and drops at your feet. Being like George Valentine, you don't rock all the way back on your heels because all along you've sniffed the proverbial rodent.
He's coming too, George.
Yeah, Brooksy. Hey, Barker. Barker, can you hear me?
yeah.
What happened?
Nothing.
Nothing. If your eyes weren't swollen shut by whoever worked you over, I'd tell you to go look in the mirror. Now, if that's your idea of nothing.
I mean nothing to do with the murder.
No?
No. It was just a burglar.
You don't say. What did he take? Hey, Hey, Parker.
Oh, he's passed out again, George.
Yeah, Angel, get on the phone and call a doctor.
Yes, right.
Oh, would you look at this?
What, George?
Some boards in the floor have been pried up.
Oh. Barker must have had something hidden under there.
Oh, something was stolen after all. Come on, hurry up with that phone, Brooksy. I want to talk to Lieutenant Riley.
Well, I got here as fast as I could, Valentine. Now what goes?
Maybe you can tell me, Lieutenant.
All right, George. The doctor says it's all right to question Barker now.
Oh, good. Thanks, Brooksy. Come on, Riley.
Right with you.
Well, one thing's obvious, Lieutenant. He's lying about this being just an ordinary robbery. Whatever was under that floor was tied in with a murder somehow.
Well, maybe you're right. And whoever took it knew that Barker had it and beat him into telling where it was hidden.
That's the way it stacks up for me. Oh, hiya, Barker. How you feeling now?
Oh, a little better, thanks. Hello, Lieutenant.
I'm here under protest.
I have some good news for you, my friend.
Oh, what?
Well, I've convinced the good lieutenant that there's something to your story after all. And if we stick together and work hard enough, we can make sure you die of an overdose of the gas chamber.
That's right, Barker. You want me to believe you killed Anderson? Well, I'm willing to go along. So, suppose you give me the details, and then we can go into what happened here.
I had you sized up right, Valentine. You did a thorough job. Therefore, I'd like to engage you for still another little task. I trust you'll be as successful.
What now?
Now, I want you to prove that I did not kill Anderson.
What did he say? Listen, you, I'll have you committed. I'll have you hung.
Don't shout, Lieutenant. I have a spitting headache.
Oh, I give up.
Very well, Lieutenant. You give up. How about you, Valentine? Are you as easily confounded?
I'm confounded, all right.
Oh, you won't take the case?
Oh, I didn't say that.
Now, look, Valentine, look. You just got through trying to prove this, well, whatever he is guilty. Now, do you mean to tell me that you're going to turn right around?
What can I do, Lieutenant? After all, the customer's always right.
Yeah. Homicide.
Hello, Riley.
Oh, it's you, huh? Look, sign off, will you, pal? I'm a busy man. I haven't got time to talk to lunatics.
But, Riley,
You're as wacky as that client of yours.
Then humor me so I don't get violent.
What do you want?
The ballistics report on the bullets we dug out of the floor at Parker's place.
Okay, Valentine, I got the report right here. Those bullets came from the same gun that killed Anderson.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, we're always getting somewhere. I'd like to stay put for a change.
Tell me something about that fella Gaines, Lieutenant. You're not holding him, are you?
No, we haven't been able to tie him to the actual murder. We booked him for his shenanigans with the gun, but he's out on bail. Why?
Oh, I think I'll have a talk with him.
Now, where is that going to get you?
There's no telling, Riley. If I'm real lucky, maybe somebody will try to kill me. We won't take up much of your time, Mr. Gaines.
All right. What do you want, Valentine?
Some facts. Make a few notes for the books.
Yes, George.
But look, Valentine, I've told the police everything I know.
I'm not the police.
But you could have asked them.
Oh, they think I'm crazy.
Well, who am I to argue with the law?
You mean you won't talk?
Depends on what you ask.
Well, first of all, how well do you know Winslow Parker?
I don't. Never heard of him.
Well, then...
just a second while I answer that.
Yeah, sure.
George,
Hmm.
he's not going to be much help.
Want to bet?
I can tell the way he's acting. He's not going to talk.
He doesn't have to talk.
But you
Just
said...
a stall, Brooksy. All I wanted was to get a good look at him. I have.
Meaning?
He's the impulsive lad who was at Parker's, the one who was bouncing bullets off the floor.
Are you sure?
Positive. He tried to hide his face when he was there, but I saw enough. And I recognize his voice, too.
Then he's lying. He does know our erratic client.
And now that I know it was Gaines who made that hasty exit, it all fits.
Oh, don't keep it a secret.
Well, look, Parker hired me to prove he killed Anderson.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden he wants me to prove he didn't kill Anderson.
I know. I was there, remember?
Okay, then. Why the switch?
Well, don't ask me. This is your party.
Well, look, consider when Parker made the switch. Right after something was stolen from him. So isn't it reasonable to assume that the thing that was stolen, whatever it was, had a definite bearing on the case and on his changing his mind?
All right, but what was this thing, as you so descriptively call it?
Look, Angel, the person who did the stealing fired at me. And the police have proved he fired from the murder gun. He had the gun, so couldn't that be what he stole?
Maybe.
Okay, let's go back to the murder.
We never left it very far behind.
Now, look, I built up a theory around Anderson's insurance policy.
You mean that the company wouldn't pay off in case of suicide?
Yeah, but there's another situation in which they wouldn't pay off. And that seems to be the real cause of everything that's happened.
What?
The insurance company wouldn't pay if the beneficiary killed in order to collect.
Oh, now I see what you're driving.
Yeah, Mrs. Anderson kills her husband, gives the gun to Gaines to get rid of it. But Barker happens to see Gaines throw away the gun. He gets it and tries to blackmail Gaines and Mrs. Anderson with it.
Very neat. The gun is registered in Mrs. Anderson's name so that if it's found and proven to be the murder weapon, it would clinch the case against her.
The trial would be just a civilized formality, Brooksy. But she can't pay blackmail because she has no money and can't collect the insurance as long as she's suspected of the murder.
So Barker agrees to confess so that Mrs. Anderson can collect and pay him off.
That's it, Brooksy. He plays it wacky, hoping to get off with an insanity plea. But he has an ace up his sleeve in case anything goes wrong. The gun. If he is convicted of first-degree murder, he can always throw the guilt back on Mrs. Anderson by producing the murder weapon.
That is, he could until Gaines stole it.
Exactly. Gaines let Barker stick his neck out, then stole the gun from him, hoping to pin the murder on Barker. Gaines and Mrs. Anderson walk hand in hand into the sunset. Feeney.
Nicely put, Valentine.
Ah, my. What big ears you have.
Don't move, either of you.
Why should we? We're just as relaxed as a weightlifter in a barbell ad.
This is the gun you were talking so much about, Valentine. Looks like it still has one more job to do.
You're so right. It has. Riley.
Stop it, Gaines.
What's
Stop
you
it,
heard
Sergeant.
the lieutenant.
Careful, George.
Let it drop or you'll be carrying this arm around in a paper bag.
Well, you know, sometime you'll have to show me how you do that, Valentine.
Yeah, just call me Gorgeous George. Gaines, you were right about this gun having one more job to do. It's going to sew up the case against you and Mrs. Anderson. This time for good.
I've got to hand it to you, Valentine. How do you do it?
Oh, clean thoughts, fasting, daily shower.
Sending in box tops.
First you prove Barker guilty, then you prove him innocent.
Well, I ain't pleased.
Then you trick Gaines into producing the murder gun.
Oh, getting him off to the phone for a fake call was my idea.
You risk your own life. Brooksy's here, and not that it matters, mine. And where do we wind up? Where?
Well, Lieutenant...
I'll tell you. Just where we started. I already had Mrs. Anderson booked for murder, remember?
Yeah, but before, your whole case rested on the testimony of a feather-headed valet. Even though he was telling the truth, a good lawyer would have tied him in knots. True?
I see you're standing on your constitutional rights and admitting nothing.
Well, Riley, now the gun is your clincher, and with Barker involved, you have him as a witness, too. He'll talk, so you'll go easy with that blackmail rap.
Okay, Valentine, okay. You know you've got everything. Courage, brains, ingenuity, bulldog perseverance, everything.
Why, Lieutenant, you forgot his most important asset.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so obvious.
What?
Come on, Angel. Come on.
Oh, didn't you ever notice? When he smiles, there's almost a dimple in his left cheek.
Anyone who has ever run a vacuum cleaner knows it has to be emptied at regular intervals or it's no go. Same thing holds true for your car's engine. That's why a crankcase drain and a refill with compounded RPM motor oil at regular intervals is so all-important. You see, RPM has a special detergent compound that cleans as it lubricates. It controls the harmful wear-causing particles that collect in any engine, prevents them from depositing on and scratching finely polished interior engine parts, and gets rid of them when you have the oil changed. And RPM not only keeps your car's engine cleaner, it fights off corrosion, rust-proofs internal engine parts, and clings to the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. Next time you ask for motor oil, ask for RPM motor oil. Regular use of RPM means added life for your car's engine. No wonder RPM is first choice in the West. Get it tomorrow at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, we'll come upon George Valentine in the study of a luxurious home in an exclusive section of the city, and Brooksy will be saying...
George, I was just trying out this typewriter.
I know, Brooksy, I heard you.
But don't you see?
Yeah, the lady lied.
Oh, you think she took a shot at her husband and then came to us? Why would Peggy admit
I don't know,
to...
Angel, I don't know. But unless I have the proud Victoria sized up all wrong, the lady is still out to do murder.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Joe Kearns as Barker, Gain Whitman as Farnsworth, and Bob Bruce as Gaines. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Problem of Joe Martin, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If life for you is like trying to walk a tightrope in a high wind, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, Esquire, who is Joe Martin? Most people in the United States of America I find to be friendly, particularly if they see you have money. But Joe Martin, I find, but he is not at all friendly. In my native South America, I am an important man. I have 3 telephones on my desk. I am not accustomed when a man refuses to answer long distance, when the politeness of my letters come back unanswered. What is the matter with this Joe Martin? All I wish from him is his hand so that I may fill it with money. Please see me to offer a suggestion. Respectfully and cordially, Bolivar Estroso. Tell me, where could it happen but the United States? A South American eating a Spanish Mexican dish in an Italian restaurant to North American music. Yeah, I ask you.
Yeah, sure. It's a small world, Mr. Stoso, but we don't have to just keep running around in circles, do we?
Mm-hmm.
Who is Joe Martin?
Joe Martin. Joe Martin came to my country, to the Andes. He was what you would call a foolhardy one. He wished to charter a plane to fly alone over the mountains, just to see if he could.
Well, did he succeed?
Well, yes and no. Or rather, no and yes. His plane disappeared. There was a search, of course, but no trace of him. Hope was given up. And while I was sent to the United States, that he was dead.
Only then he came back from the Andes, eh?
2 months later, to the coast. He was a rag of bones, a hank of hair. Or is that a woman?
If you don't mind, what happened to Joe Martin?
Well, it was hard to tell exactly. There had been a crash, of course, and a fire. He was burned. A physical skeleton, a nervous wreck. But he was given the best of treatment and sent back as soon as possible to his home, to his wife.
Uh-huh. And now you're trying to contact him to give him some money. Why?
Why? International relationships, my friend. Mr. Valentine, I am representing many companies on this trip. One of them is the company which rented to Joe Martin the airplane. There was a government investigation. The company was at fault.
You mean something had been wrong with the plane?
Oh, improper servicing, that is all. And it's a thing which would not happen again. But naturally, the company wishes to make restitution.
You mean it's afraid it'll be sued and wants to make a settlement first?
No. We want to make payment. We want to maintain our reputation. But Joe Martin... Ugh.
Well, maybe the reason he doesn't answer your letters is because he doesn't want the money. Maybe he's wealthy or something.
Proof. What if he is? I have contacted his bank. Wealthy, yes, but money troubles too of late, like everyone else. And there is no one so well off he will refuse $10,000.
Yeah, all right you are. No, I guess you've got the wrong address. He's moved or he's still in a hospital somewhere.
There has been plenty of time to recover his health. And I know where is this Joe Martin. A place in the country, a house of the coast. You see, there was once on the telephone, I was able to reach the home. It was a bad connection, and then after long minutes of waiting, all I could hear was crying. A man crying.
Uh-huh. Well, Brooksy, it looks like we're in for a little trip. Joe Martin, huh? The man who wanted to conquer the Andes.
Well, let's see now. Martin Place is right next to mine, but we like lots of elbow room around here. Take the second turn down the road, about 5 miles.
Okay, thanks. Anybody home there now, do you think?
Guess so, all 3 of them. They never seem to go out.
3 of them?
Well, him and the wife and that fellow lives there. Came back with Martin.
You mean back from South America?
Guess so, I don't know.
Well, look, I'm not really prying. Well, maybe I am. But, do you know much about Joe Martin? Do you see him often?
No, but my little boy saw him the other day. They have some late cherries, Royal Ands, I think, out back of their gardens. Boys like cherries, you know.
But sometimes they get caught, huh?
Well, Joe Martin didn't say anything. Just threw a rock at the little boy.
Oh.
You'd better ask somebody else about Joe Martin.
You want to see my husband, Mr. Valentine. What about?
Well, it's about his airplane wreck in South America, Mrs. Martin.
Just a minute. There. It's a funny life out here, isn't it? When the fog comes in, there's nothing to do but sit in front of the fireplace and play phonograph records and read books and... Joe's out right now.
Out? You mean he's gone to town?
No, he just walks. He likes to walk. At least that's where he is, walking. Lord knows there's plenty of places to walk around here. No, I'm sure he's not in the house. But he'll be back.
Senor Estosa said he'd written to your husband a couple of times.
My husband never looks at mail. And I don't know anything about business. Oh, I do remember the letters. Yes, of course. Lawrence Kegley's the one you should see.
Lawrence Kegley, your house guest?
Oh, no. That's somebody else. Lawrence handles the money. He's in town, but he'll be out this evening. You know, business advisor. Like a lawyer, only with a shave instead of a shingle.
Yes. Well, Mrs. Martin, we'd like very much to...
Lord, I'm not being much of a hostess, am I? I'm sure you're hungry or thirsty.
Oh, don't worry about us, Mrs. Martin. We just came out to see...
Oh, it's just a car.
Yeah, maybe that's Lawrence Kegley now, huh?
Perhaps. I'll get it. Oh, it's you.
Hello. Well, don't bite my head off.
Did you see Joe?
Joe? Why, no. Should I?
I thought you might have. Driving in, he's out there somewhere, walking.
Oh, running loose. Communing with the
Rick, please. This is Rick Winters, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Oh,
how do you do?
Well, come to admire the fog, eh? Creeps in on little cat feet. Can you imagine anything worse than a wet cat walking across your face?
I don't know cats that well.
I do.
Mr. Winters, I guess you came back from South America with Mr. Martin, didn't you?
What's this?
She's just making conversation because you called me a cat.
Now, Estelle, don't be so sensitive.
Well, I'll clear it up for you, Miss Brooks. The person who lives here, the house guest, is Mr. Douglas Dewar.
But he didn't come from South America.
I'm telling it. Mr. Dewar's from the city. He's just a friend of my husband's.
How well you tell it.
Yes, and Rick is just... Well, anyway.
There are no adjectives sufficient. How about a drink, anybody? Or some music, maybe?
Skip it, Buster.
Now, don't resent me, Mr. Valentine. I'm a nice guy. That's a nice tune. It certainly dates me, though, doesn't it?
I guess so.
Stop it! Stop it! Turn that thing off!
Estelle, what's the matter?
What are you doing here?
I was here earlier. Why shouldn't I come back? If you don't feel like talking, I can always chat with Joe.
Yes, you can, can't you?
But I'm sure we're shocking your guests.
No, don't be ridiculous. Would you like us to leave, Mrs. Martin?
Oh, I don't know. Yes, please.
Oh, there's Kegley. Got a new car, hasn't he?
No, it's the same old
Lawrence
one.
Kegley, huh? Okay, Mrs. Martin. Suppose Miss Brooks and I step outside and meet him. And if your husband still hasn't shown up...
You wouldn't want to see Joe anyway.
Why not?
Well, I don't know what your business is, but Joe Martin would be sure to think it was something else and start yelling at you like a banshee. No, Mr. Valentine. You don't want to see Joe Martin.
Now, look, Mr. Kegley, it's simple. Mr. Estoso represents a South American company which wants to pay Joe
I know. And I'm sorry we didn't get the letters answered. But it's only been a week or so. Of course we want the $10,000. Naturally. Tell Estoso I said so.
Oh, that's fine, but when can Mr. Martin come to town? There are some papers for both of them to sign, you know.
What? Impossible. I don't know how it could be arranged. No, I'll write to Estoso. We'll forget the whole thing for the time being.
Why? Why can't Joe Martin come to town now?
Oh, how should I know? How should I be expected to make any sense? Joe Martin won't even talk to me anymore. Ask Douglas Dewar.
Ask Doug? Hey, what kind of a runaround is this? His wife says see you, and you say see somebody else. What are you talking...
George!
Yeah, come on.
Douglas Dewar.
I found him lying there. I was coming out the back way to ask if you wouldn't have some supper before you went back to town. He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead, all right. Head's been bashed in with a stick or maybe a rock.
Estelle, I looked all over for Joe. I can't find him. He hasn't come back to the house.
What? Isn't Joe in his room?
No, Lawrence, I haven't seen either one of them for more than an hour.
Uh-huh. And I'd guess Douglas Dewar has been dead for almost that long.
Joe is out somewhere? Why wasn't there a lock on that room? He should have been locked up.
But with Douglas
Hey, hold
here...
it, both of you. Yeah, I think I'm beginning to catch on. Just who was Douglas Dewar?
The doctor sent him out from the city. It was only a precaution. He was a male nurse. My husband's keeper.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If your vacation trip means you're going to be motoring through a lot of Western territory, take a tip from independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Use Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's climate tailored to give your car peak performance wherever you drive, in cool mountain country, in hot deserts, and along the coast. When you get premium quality Chevron Supreme, you can be sure of ping-free power. That's because it's specially blended to give faster starts, quicker pickup, and extra power on hills with never an engine knock. A pinging engine is a strained and laboring engine that's wasting both power and fuel, you know. So rely on Chevron Supreme for thrift and for more pleasant motoring, whether you're on vacation or just driving around town. Remember, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Who is Joe Martin? A man so careless of his own life he would fly over the Andes by himself just for the fun of it. A man who would throw rocks at a boy stealing cherries. A man who is trustful of no one. A man so alone in his own mind that he required a keeper. But now the keeper is dead. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you just got into this because of a small matter of South America business, but now that you're here, you seem to find yourself the only center pole in a badly sagging tent. Because, as everybody knows, outside somewhere, outside in the fog, still out there, is Joe Martin.
A creature like that on the loose. He should have been locked up. We should never have let him...
Mr. Kegley, will you please shut up? I got your husband's doctor on the telephone, Mrs. Martin.
Thank you.
I called the sheriff, too, Mr. Kegley.
Sheriff?
Yes, I had to.
It'll take him at least 20 minutes to drive out here. Joe Martin... he must have found out who Douglas Dewar really was.
What?
Well, Douglas always pretended he was just here as a friend. A physical instructor to help build Joe up again after his experience in South America.
But Joe must have found out, don't you see? Found out he was really a nurse, a guard. Someone Joe would think of as against him. That's why he lashed out, killed him. That's how these things work.
No, Mr. Kegley, stop chittering, will you?
Mr. Valentine, Joe thinks I'm against him.
Oh? Why? You a bad business advisor?
Well, there were reversals even before his disappearance in South America.
We did think he was dead, Mr. Valentine.
Certain adjustments were made, naturally. Reinvestments and... Well, it's always been difficult to convince Joe he's not any wealthier than he really is.
Oh, it's not your fault, Lawrence. It's not.
Mrs. Martin, why wasn't your husband put in a sanitarium?
Oh, but he's never been that sick. I'd never have dreamed that he... Well, he was always unstable, I suppose. And after that horrible experience in the Andes, he was a wreck, of course. Complete collapse. But I thought it was mostly a matter of rest and care at home, building up his strength.
Look, Mrs. Martin, if you knew...
Oh, Joe's been perfectly rational. I don't know, it's conceivable they had a fight or something. Oh, Mr. Valentine, I still can't believe my husband would be violent. Would want to kill.
Uh-huh. What did Douglas Dewar think about him?
Why, same, I imagine. He did send a wire to the doctor this evening, but I don't know what he said. Just heard him phoning to Western Union, and then I heard the doors close. That was when both of them left the house, I guess.
And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. Leave.
Lawrence.
It's only a few minutes since you called. I'm going to drive in and get that sheriff myself. There's nothing cowardly about being a little more skeptical than you are about wanting to preserve my own hide.
Oh, but Mr. Valentine...
Mrs. Martin, I wonder if you'd excuse me, too. Yeah, I just thought of something. Look, Western Union, all I want is the text of the wire to the doctor, not the charges. Yes, I know the sheriff's office told you it was okay. I just want the... Well, okay, hurry it up, will you? Yeah, call me back.
George, where are you?
Hey, Brooksy.
George, I saw him. I did. I saw Joe Martin. It was out here, George. I'd been in the living room with Rick Winters, and then I stepped out on the porch for a minute. And there, right there through the fog, there's a fence over there.
You sure it was Martin?
Yes, he was tall, like they said. He was crossing the fence on a stile. I could hear his feet on the boards.
Come on, let's take a look.
George, he was holding his arms close as though he were carrying something. I called out. I couldn't help it. And then he ran away.
Oh, the poor guy.
George, don't you think we should... Well, I mean, you're not strong enough to handle him alone.
Hey. Angel, didn't Kegley leave the house?
Kegley? Well, sure, a few minutes ago, I think. George.
Yeah. His car's still here. Brooksy, look out.
Oh, no.
Looks like Lawrence Kegley walked right into it, doesn't it?
Oh. Didn't even reach his car to get away.
He's dead, all right, Brooksy. Just like Dewar.
Do you have to, Rick? Do you have to keep playing it?
Okay, Estelle. I was only trying to keep our minds away from the morgue, the fog, and the crackling twigs outside. There, you see, you jumped a foot just then. The tick of the clock that doesn't bring help fast enough.
Buster, I think we can do without that treatment.
All right. I'll stick to music. Do you like music, Miss Brooks?
Mr. Winters, I think you're just hurting yourself. I think you're both being pretty foolish about something. I think it's pretty obvious what it is.
Observant, aren't you?
I told you to go away. I told you I didn't want to see you again.
Yes. Yes, late this afternoon, she stood out there in the sunken garden with the sunset in her hair. And I kissed her goodbye. How could I help but come back?
Oh, I hate you.
But I think I'm here to stay now, don't you?
Oh, can't you ever think of poor Joe?
That's a laugh.
Get out of here.
Mrs. Martin.
You never worried about Joe before.
You're pretty much of a heel, aren't you, Buster?
I've never hurt Joe. I've never...
Both of you. No, I'll get it. Yeah, hello? Oh, yeah, what is it? Yeah. Yes, I've got it. Okay, thanks.
Who was it? What did they want?
Well, it was the sheriff's office, that's all. Yeah, he left some time ago. Be here pretty soon.
Yes. Yes, the sheriff will be here. And he'll bring men. And the men will have guns because people are afraid of people who kill other people. But Joe doesn't know what he's doing. He's out there all alone, thinking everyone's plotting against him.
Don't get carried away now.
And I plotted myself, at least in my mind. I did love Rick once when I thought my husband was dead. Well, I'm not going to let them kill him now. I'm going to find him myself.
Estelle.
If you were half a man, you'd feel the same way.
Mrs. Martin, stop.
Get your hands off me. I'm going alone. Joe won't hurt me if I'm alone. He trusts me. He doesn't know about Rick. Joe loves me. It's the least I can do.
George.
Yeah, now don't worry, Angel. We'll be right behind her. Here, take a look at this fast.
Huh?
That wasn't the sheriff's office on the phone. It was Western Union.
Oh, it's the telegram Douglas sent to the doctor.
Yeah, I scribbled it down here.
Joe Martin took sudden turn for worse late this afternoon.
Yeah.
Violent for first time. Taking precautions and we'll bring him into hospital first thing in the morning. But George, what...
Hey, come on. There she goes.
Joe, can you hear me?
I guess her idea's right, George. She can bring him in without frightening him. He wouldn't hurt her, but in this fog... And if his own male nurse said he was violent...
Brooksy, we didn't have to be told Joe Martin was violent.
No.
Hey, which room in the house did her husband have?
What? Well, I don't know. The one up front, I think.
Uh-huh. And this is the sunken garden right here.
Hmm?
Late this afternoon.
Late? George, you could see this garden from Joe's room.
Yeah. You could see Rick Winters kissing your wife.
And the telegram said the same time. Joe violent. Oh, George, he must have seen them. Something must have snapped inside of him. Only, then it's Rick Winters who's likely to be...
Hey, shh. Back door.
What? But who was...
Joe! Hey, Joe!
Winters, the crazy... He took a dare to be a man, didn't he?
Hey, Joe! Joe!
But he's the one who's in danger,
I know.
George.
Come on, around this way.
Oh, this fog, you can't see...
Oh, Joe!
He's still alive, George.
Yeah, good. Scared away. Heard us coming. Didn't get a full swing.
Where are you? Rick!
Yeah, a rock was lifted up and swung against his head, just like the other two. We keep asking for it, don't we?
Rick,
It's okay. I've got it, Mrs. Martin. Now, let's get him back to the house.
George! Look! Joe!
By the fence. Steps. On the stile. He's coming back.
Joe, he wouldn't hurt me. I could call out and I could... No!
Hey, quick, stay with her, Brooksy.
Yes,
She's
George.
headed for the house. I'll be with you as soon as I can make it.
It's locked. The back door is locked. Rick forgot the catch when he came out. Oh, when he left that same thing on going round and round, over and over.
Martin, stop it. Get hold of yourself.
Over and over and over.
Stop it. We're all right if we just... George? Oh.
That's right. I think Rick here is going to be okay if we get him to a hospital fast enough.
George, the door's locked.
Okay, I'll go around up front.
No!
Mrs. Martin, your husband won't hurt you. Now I know he won't.
I haven't been a good wife. I haven't helped him as I should. I haven't cared for him as I should. I haven't understood his illness.
Yeah. He's a pretty sick man, all right. The telegram said he was violent. But Douglas also told the doctor he'd taken precautions. And Joe looks very calm now.
What are you talking about?
It's just too bad you didn't know what those precautions were, Mrs. Martin. You could have saved yourself so much acting.
Wait. Listen. It's Joe. It's Joe.
I said, don't be afraid of him, Mrs. Martin. He's quite calm. And he holds his arms close as though he were carrying something, just like Brooksy said. He can't pick up any rocks to swing at people.
No.
Like you can.
No.
Yes, Mrs. Martin. Joe has been wearing a straitjacket.
But, Mr. Valentine, consider the Andes. Terrible things happen to men in the Andes.
Hey, look, will you please not interrupt if you want the whole story? Okay? Okay. Now, Mrs. Martin did it. She did all of it. Why? Well, she didn't plan it that way, I guess. But when it all happened, it would have been so easy to blame her killings on a man who was out of his mind, not responsible.
That is what I say. The Andes.
Oh, you mean Joe Martin was that way because of his plane crash? He'd always been a little unstable. But Estelle didn't help it much.
She'd already talked Lawrence Kegley into playing around with his dough for her benefit. She had Rick Winters in her pocket, even though he knew what she was up to.
And after the crash, his mind sought escape.
See, that is what happens.
Yep. But most people don't have wives who push their minds in that direction. Because that's why she didn't want him in a sanitarium. He would have been cured. He will be.
I do not understand North American women.
Why not?
In my country, on the slopes of the Andes, a woman would use a machete.
Huh?
What?
I recall in a little village nestled in a valley, a woman with 400...
look, senor, you don't mind if Miss Brooks and I dance, do you?
No, not at all. The woman was also burdened with too much money.
Waiter, bring that man an order of chili con carne. Come on, Angel. This is where we came in.
If you're a motorist, here's a word of advice from independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. It's a proved fact that corrosive rust causes 80% of all engine wear. This high-cost corrosion starts the moment your engine stops. It's caused by acid-laden moisture that instantly settles on internal parts in an idle engine. To stop the attack of rust, special compounds have been added to RPM motor oil. One compound in RPM is an adhering agent. It keeps a moisture-proof film on internal parts so that rust can't get a start, even if your car stands idle for weeks. Ordinary oil couldn't possibly give your car's engine this complete protection. No wonder premium quality RPM is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. So for longer car life, get RPM motor oil. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with George Valentine as he's trying to enjoy a well-earned vacation with a little fishing, we'll hear Brooksy saying,
George, you caught something. Pull it in.
Well, I am. It's not putting much of a fight, though. I don't...
Oh.
Yeah, well, no wonder.
Why, it's a body. A little boy.
Only it's the first little boy I ever saw with gray hair.
But then it's a midget.
Yeah, Angel. Oh, brother, this is going to be some vacation.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jay Novello as Estoso, Doris Singleton as Estelle, Robert Bruce as Bergstrom, Peter Leeds as Rick, and Will Wright as Kegley. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Coward, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're an early worm who keeps getting the bird, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Douglas French. I'm staying in a rooming house, 317 River Street. Mr. Valentine, we can't lose a second in correcting the most fearful, the most horrible mistake ever made by a madman. I knew the man, but very briefly, several years ago. Some way, somehow, in those years between, the pain of his own suffering must have twisted all his remembrance of fact. Because, Mr. Valentine, I hadn't been in this city more than 24 hours when the telegraph office called to read me a wire. It had my name on it, my brand new address. It was from him.
Yes, Mr. French, message follows. It says, I have got some new facts. It is never too late for you to suffer as you should. Now I know, and soon the world will know, that I hereby accuse you of cold-bloodedly committing murder for your own cowardly gain. I hereby accuse you of murdering a total of 37 people. Signed, Emil Martinez.
Emil Martinez.
Repeating, for confirmation, 37. That is all, Mr. French.
I'd say we won't attempt to remove it until the x-rays are developed, Lieutenant. You see, in this quarter of a man's chest...
Yeah, Doc, I know. But maybe the pictures will help us until you do get the bullet out.
Near the breastbone, huh?
With the juncture of this rib, you see. Exactly. No, I'd say the difficult part just now is keeping the poor man alive.
Uh-huh. Well, all right, Doc.
Well, why are you so anxious about the bullet, Lieutenant? Do you have a gun to match it with or something?
No, not yet. But when I do find one, well, I want to know what I'm looking for. There's nothing concrete to grab onto in this case.
Except the telegram.
Yeah, that. Emil Martinez. We'll round up every Emil Martinez that ever lived. Only I don't know...
Only it was a little wild, wasn't it? 37 people. Almost a little crazy.
Except that we do have a straight-out attempted murder on our hands.
Couldn't you find anything about Mr. French?
Oh, he comes from the east. They're investigating. They'll let us know, but it doesn't look like anything. No past record. No enemies, if that's what you mean.
I meant friends.
Well, none here in town. At least he didn't see anybody we know of.
And you found him by the river, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, the walkway on the bridge. Landlady said he'd had supper, was pretty nervous, went for a walk to kill time until 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
He got it out there in the dark. The noise of traffic on the bridge to cover the shot. A perfect place. Lonesome. Motorists can't see. I guess he'd still be there if one of them hadn't stopped to inspect a flat tire.
Lieutenant, I have the x-ray.
Oh, yeah? Let's see, Doc.
Careful with it, Lieutenant.
Uh-huh. Well, Riley, speaking of flat
Well,
tires...
you're certainly not going to measure any caliber or anything off that picture.
For the love of... What is this, a picket fence?
Yes, beautifully clear, you see. I'd say your bullet is this little shadow here under the edge of the rib.
Oh, yeah. I always get a seat behind a pole.
Help us know when we operate later on.
Yeah, later on, huh? Yeah, now I gotta sit around waiting to see if he regains consciousness or if he dies.
Sure, Riley. In the meantime, the game goes on, doesn't it?
Huh?
While we're waiting for that pole to be moved, there's somebody running around who's nutty or wild or crazy.
Really, Mr. Valentine, I should be in bed today. Our telegraph company keeps quite adequate records. Worse than the Army. But I've already told the police... Excuse me.
Bless you.
Yeah. Now, look, I know there's a file copy of wires.
Oh, yes.
David.
Yes, we sent him a confirming copy after we phoned it, naturally.
Well, George, they didn't find one on Mr. French or in his room.
Throw it away or burned it, Brooksy. Now, I'm interested in the file copy at the sending point.
For handwriting?
Yeah.
Well, it was telephoned in by Mr. Martinez to one of the stations here in the city.
But when you do that, you have to give your phone number and address for charges, don't you?
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. We've already investigated. I have it right here. It was a pay station.
Bless you.
Thank you. You think penicillin would help?
I think maybe we all should have stood in bed when
I know. It's discouraging. But we handle so much traffic every day, it's very seldom any of them would notice the text. Our girls never react to the millions of words that they read.
What?
Why, good heavens. What is it, Miss Johnson?
Mr. Onslow, the message continues. I hereby accuse you of cold-bloodedly committing murder for your own cowardly gain. I hereby accuse you of murdering a total of 37 people. Signed, Emil Martinez. Do you have that, Mr. Onslow? I'll repeat for confirmation. 37. Repeat.
Hey.
George? Was she faint?
I am just a botanist, you understand, Mr. Valentine, a student. Plain Mr. Botany B. I'm not concerned with the world of men.
Mr. Onslow, you were going to say that wire was a mistake, weren't you?
Yes. I suppose a horrible mistake.
That's what Mr. French said about his wire.
I'm a botanist. In the world of botany,
I guess you've seen about Mr. French in the newspapers, haven't you? Yeah, sure. At least from the looks of your study here. All the newspapers.
Yes, Mr. Valentine, I know what happened. But that doesn't mean...
Okay, then why did it happen? Why the wires? Who is Emil Martinez? What's he talking about?
I won't tell you. I'll never as long as I live.
Yes, you will, Buster.
George, wait a minute. Mr. Onslow, do you always tear up your magazines like that?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, here, in the wastebasket. It's a current copy, too. I never heard of anyone tearing
Get away from there.
Look out, Buster.
Put it down. Don't touch it.
I'm sorry, Professor.
Oh, George.
Now, you'll be okay, Buster. Now, what do we have to do? Go through the magazine page by page? Or are you going to tell us what it is?
My world is botany. My world is botany. My world is botany.
George, look here. Look where it's folded. 37.
Yeah?
The number, it's here in the article. Freelance writer J.J. Farrell.
Farrell?
Yeah, why?
Never mind. What is it? What does it say?
He's talking about the war, about being in Japan.
Yeah?
In reference to the above, it is of interest to note that Colonel Tsuyamoto's dying remarks to me concern the wiping out of a party of 37 who, with the assistance of native guerrillas, were trying to escape the Holocaust of Singapore. George.
Oh, go on, Angel, go on.
In this case, the efficiency of fifth column informants was belied. Colonel Tsuyamoto stated that the party, which included soldiers as well as civilians, never would have been located had it not been that 4 members of the party itself were foraging for food at night, and that the application of threats finally made one of the 4 confess secretly the exact location of the other 37, who regrettably had to be destroyed. Other examples of fifth column, and so on and so on.
I guess the words in the telegram aren't so crazy after all, are they?
No, Mr. Valentine.
Were you one of the 4, Mr. Onslow?
Yes.
Was Emil Martinez?
I wouldn't remember any names.
Was Douglas French?
I don't... Oh, yes. His picture is in the newspapers. It was the same man, I'm sure.
Who else?
I wouldn't remember any names. We were all strangers until then. It was just a random group of us in a big party with a few British Army men and guerrilla leaders. The others I went foraging with that night, businessmen perhaps. Americans, I know that. I was teaching high school botany in Singapore, Mr. Valentine. Botany.
Now, look. Afterwards, you went through so much together. You were threatened, maybe tortured, weren't you?
We were separated later on, sent to different prison camps, the 4 of us. Though I never knew just why. They stopped torturing us, Mr. Valentine. Why they didn't go ahead and kill us,
I just can't somehow believe that you wouldn't remember.
Things so simply told in that article. Things so unimportant to the rest of the world. To whom the numbers 37 or 4 don't have such awful meaning. And who would guess that we were still alive, any of us? Perhaps many such events took place during the war.
You don't remember, huh?
It is not a thing simply remembered, Mr. Valentine. Not with sanity. Among that 37 were friends, were our families. But I have another family now, and my work. I am a botanist. I don't remember anything. I am a botanist.
Okay, Mr.
A
Onslow.
botanist.
I'll talk to you later.
Peaceful man.
George.
Yeah. Well, Angel, there's a guy giving a lecture tomorrow at the downtown club on the Orient.
What?
Mm-hmm. Just ordinary stuff, but the speaker's name is J.J. Farrell.
The writer? Oh, so that's
Yes,
why
Angel. Everybody seems to be in town at once, and I wonder why. And if this whole case has turned out to be a chase after a betrayer, an informer, a coward, then I wonder if the writer told all he knew, all the dying Jap told him, about which one of the 4 was the coward.
I tell you, I ain't seen Mr. Farrell.
Well, now, look, there's a suitcase. That's his, isn't it? The stickers on it?
What if it is? I ain't noticed him come in. I clean up and dust and bring in the linen once a week. That's all I do. I'm not a snooper like some people a body has to put up with.
Oh, now, please take it easy, won't you? We told you how important it was that we... Huh?
Here's his notebook, too.
Oh.
Yeah. Guess what's on the back page? Scribbled in pencil.
What?
I have some new facts. Hereby accuse you, murder a total of...
What's this? What's it?
Auntie, suppose you go into that bedroom and get rid of that laundry or whatever it is you do.
I told you a body had to put up with things.
George.
Yes, Angel. It's the words in the telegram. The same identical telegram. Signed Emil Martinez.
Oh, what's...
Come on, stay with her, Brooksy.
Okay.
Oh. Is that your tenant, Auntie? Is that the writer? J.J. Farrell?
Yeah, but I didn't see him come in. I've been here all day. I ain't seen him all day.
No, I guess you haven't. He looks like he's been dead since yesterday.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. I guess you know it was Mark Twain who said, everyone complains about the weather, but no one does anything about it. But Standard of California keeps a careful watch on the weather and does something about it. So you can get peak performance from your car the year round, and wherever you drive, they see to it that Chevron Supreme gasoline is carefully climate-tailored. Whatever altitude and temperature zone you drive in, Chevron Supreme has been blended to meet the requirements of that zone. And it's further tailored for each different season of the year. So depend on Chevron Supreme gasoline to get the best out of your car. Try a tankful, and you'll notice right away how your car responds. Faster starts, faster pickup in traffic, and smoother ping-free power on hills. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for premium quality Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You learn the tragic wartime story of one man out of 4 who betrayed the location of 37 refugees fleeing from fallen Singapore. Well, if you're anything like George Valentine, you'd like to meet the writer who wrote that story, particularly when you see that his notebook contains the words of that same telegram. The only trouble is, the writer's dead.
What did the medical examiner say, Riley?
Oh, same as you. Dead 24 hours, maybe.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And his head's bashed in, crime of passion. There was a fight, a struggle.
Yeah, that's a mouthful of understatement, brother.
Well, what about him? What kind of a guy was he?
Well, I checked with a couple of editors. His reputation's good. Not a chance of his being mixed up with anybody from the Singapore business. And if he had any idea those 4 were still alive, he's the kind of guy who probably would have kept his mouth shut. Let sleeping dogs lie.
Yeah, but look, Riley, maybe he didn't write all he did know. He couldn't have it. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, sense yet. A guy gets a bullet from whom? A guy gets bashed in by whom? It's a killer I want, not a lot of...
I was reading Farrell's notebook, Lieutenant. His notes and things for stories. And it seems to me you're both counting wrong.
What do you mean, Angel?
Well, look, here it says, Emil Martinez, question mark.
What? Give me that.
Now, just wait a minute. And then there's the name Douglas French, and his address back east, and Mr. Onslow. Well, that's only 3, isn't it? But if I turn the page, I can count to 4. Nick Atkins, with a street number, here in town. Here, this is the number.
Yeah, and this is one time I'm going to do the talking. One time Hey.
Well, that's down the alley.
Down the alley there. Come on, you take it around the left.
Okay. Oh, there's another policeman.
Yeah, guy running. I see him.
Hey, Brooksy, wait.
What?
Those shots were in the alley here, but there's nobody...
George, look, at the house, the side window.
Yeah, broken. The guy was standing out here shooting in it. Come on, side door, Brooksy.
Nick Atkins.
Who else? What?
Yeah, he missed me, didn't he? Couldn't hit fish in a rain barrel that way, the way he shot at me.
Who couldn't?
Don't mind if we get out of this lighted doorway, do you, though?
Yeah, but do you mind telling me who?
How should I know?
Now, look, Buster, my name's Valentine.
Yeah, sure, read the papers, Valentine. Hi, cutie. Miss Brooks, isn't it?
Oh, pretty smart, aren't you?
I get around, I watch what's going on.
Did you get a telegram?
You don't think I'd be left out, do you? Sure. Same stuff, same words. I checked it with Frenchy yesterday.
You saw Douglas French yesterday?
Oh, he gave me a ring to say he was in town from back east, that's all.
Uh-huh. You seen Onslow lately?
No.
Martinez?
No.
What else did French say?
That's all. He sure was in a lather about that wire, though. Yeah, poor guy.
It all strikes you pretty funny, doesn't it, Buster?
You got a better suggestion? How else you going to take this world unless you laugh at it, huh?
Okay, Atkins, be a smart guy.
Get something straight, mister. There was 37 people. I was boss stevedore of the American docks in Singapore. And I was so smart. I thought my wife would be safer within 37.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Nick, you're not going to help us very much, are you?
Have it your own way.
Okay, well, there's one thing I'd like to know, though. Did you have any idea back there in 1942 that one of the four of you had turned informer? That when they questioned you separately, one of you would have been a coward?
What do you think?
None of you ever guessed how that tragedy came about until you read Farrell's article in the magazine. Otherwise, a certain one of you never would have lasted as long as this.
Stand still, both of you.
Now, take it easy. I know who it is. Come on in, Riley.
There are 3 cops I'm going to demote, and then I'm going to demote myself.
Why, what happened? Did he get away?
Don't even ask me. Well, what's the matter with you?
Relax, Riley. This is Atkins.
Has he told you where Martinez lives yet? Has he told you what he looks like?
Oh, he's telling us nothing, Riley. Nobody is.
Everybody's being so cooperative in this case.
Oh, you can't blame him, Riley. Of course the coward isn't going to talk.
Oh, yeah? Well, we'll see. I'm expecting a phone call any minute.
Oh, did they operate on Mr. French for the bullet? Well, you could compare it with the ones that were fired at Nick Atkins.
No, not that. It's Emile Martinez. The right Emile Martinez.
What are you talking about, Riley?
There, that's the report on him now. Here, you see? People won't tell us, but we find out. Yeah, hello, Riley speaking. Yeah. What? Oh, no, Sergeant, you're wrong. You can't be right. All right. The Emile Martinez, who was in Singapore, who was captured and sent alone to a Jap prison camp. A couple of years later, in that same camp, died of sickness.
What? But the telegram.
Well, that's why the question mark after his name. So that's why
A dead man sends telegrams. Yesterday, a dead man phones a telegraph office.
Now, listen to me, Riley. Somebody signed his name, that's all. Somebody who wanted to make everybody sweat. Somebody who'd found out in the article they'd been a coward, but didn't know who it was trying to smoke him out. But that's not important, don't you get me? What I want to do is stop another murder.
Another murder?
Well, who's left out of the 4? Who fired those shots at Atkins? Who else could it be?
Get away from me, both of you.
Oh, you came right back to your house, didn't you, Mr. Onslow?
You can't have my gun. You can't have it.
But you've already shot at Atkins, Mr. Onslow.
Well, I missed him. I know I missed him.
But you won't get another chance. We're here now, and you're not going to shoot us.
Stop talking as though I were crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him.
There you are. Well, that's better, Professor.
I'm going to kill him no matter what it does to me. No matter what it does to anybody.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Onslow.
I talk about botany. I try to think about botany because I know what a terrible thing killing is. But I can't close my mind. I am going to kill him. I'm going to...
Mr. Onslow, be quiet, will you?
Why? Let him spill
You
it.
too, Riley. We're making too much noise. I told you I wanted to stop a murder, didn't I?
Huh?
Hey, George.
Yeah, Angel.
He's here. I heard the door turn.
Shh. Now, wait a minute. Here he comes. Come on, Riley, get it. Take it easy, bud. Take it easy.
Get off me! I'm not gonna.
Come on, first one, Riley.
I haven't got a gun. I don't
No,
know.
take it easy. No, he's clean.
Okay, all right then. I'm sorry we were so rough. But now sit still, don't move.
Why?
You know why.
Hello, Onslow.
Hello, Mr. Atkins.
Well, I guess we can do without the formalities. Just take them both down to headquarters. And we can check on that gun of yours, Onslow, against the bullet in Douglas French.
No.
And you don't have to laugh, Atkins. We'll find a gun of yours someplace.
Take it easy, Riley. I think I'll find the other gun for you.
Where?
French got his bullet on the walkway of a bridge, right by the railing. Okay, get some boys dragging that river fast.
Killer tossed it over, huh? All right. It's worth a chance.
It's worth a lot more than that.
Yeah, well, I'll say it is. Because one of these two guys did it. They're the only ones left. One of these two bashed in that rider and then later on went out and took a pot shot at French. I guess because French and Farrell and everybody else knew he was the coward, that's why.
Riley, will you please? Yeah, it is funny, isn't it, Atkins? Because you came up here to kill Onslow, didn't you?
He's the coward. I don't need a gun. You got no idea what it feels like to know what he did, Mr. Valentine. He's a coward, and I'm going to...
Oh, no, you don't. Take it easy now. Now, listen, mister, I want to talk about telegrams. Emil Martinez didn't send them. That's a cinch. And, Mr. Onslow, you didn't even receive your wire until long after Farrell was dead and French had been shot.
Well, what difference?
Therefore, the wires must have been sent by one of you two. Sure. And whichever one it was, you sent one to yourself to cover up.
So what if I did? What does that make me?
Thanks, Atkins. But I don't even care if it was you. The point is, the guy who sent those wires did it because he didn't know who the coward was.
What, mister?
So he couldn't have been the coward himself, could he? And on the other hand, Mr. Onslow, if you were the coward, why would you be so anxious to kill a newspaper man you didn't even know?
Huh? Now, wait a minute, Valentine.
This case is all upside down, Riley, because for once, the innocent have a tragic motive for wanting to kill. You two guys are at each other's throats because you're the last ones left. Because you jumped to the same conclusions the good lieutenant did.
But, Mr. Valentine, I
That's pretty easy, Mr. Onslow. I guess there were two guys who knew about the coward. Mr. Farrell and the coward himself, who must have found that Farrell knew the truth and killed him. The same man who walked out on the bridge by the railing and tried to commit suicide. Mr. Douglas French.
Where's Valentine, Miss Brooks?
Oh, he'll be right back, Lieutenant.
Well, there it is. There's the bullet.
The doctor said it was right next to his heart.
Yeah, and I guess it'll match up with the gun from the river, all right. The gun we already traced to French. He must have stood by the railing, concentrated on making his dying movements to heave the gun overboard.
Mm-hmm. Then pulled the trigger. Did it.
Douglas French. Only why? Why did he go to all the trouble? Why did he call Valentine into it?
But think how close to his heart it's always been, Lieutenant. Ever since 1942. Something even more deadly than a bullet. The guilt of knowing what he did. Of being the only one who knew.
I guess so.
And when the article came out, when he killed Mr. Farrell, he must have known it was hopeless. The others would get him sooner or later.
Yes, but why call you people into it?
Well, don't you understand? He wanted to make everyone think accusing him would be a mistake. It was like the way he tried to commit suicide. Trying to make it someone else's fault. Making everything someone else's fault.
Oh, sure. Sure, I get it. Douglas French was a coward all the way to the bitter end, that's all.
George? What are you thinking about, George?
Oh, I don't know, Angel. The things people do to forget things. Laugh at the world like Nick Atkins or concentrate on work.
Like botany, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Hey, you know, we're pretty lucky, Angel, you and I.
Oh, I know it.
Not having anything big to worry about. Well, when we want to forget, all we have to do is...
Oh. Yes, George?
Go out and get something to eat.
Oh.
You've very likely read and heard that RPM motor oil is first choice in the West. And have you ever wondered why this is true? One of the reasons is because compounded RPM stops 80% of wear in your car's engine. This high-cost wear starts the moment you cut the ignition. It's caused by acid-laden moisture forming on cylinder walls and other vital parts and resulting in rust. But not so when you rely on that good premium quality RPM. For special compounds in RPM keep a moisture-proof film on all vital parts in your engine. Even though your car stands idle for days or weeks, corrosive rust can't get started. So to prevent 80% of the wear in your car's engine, depend on RPM, and you'll find the first choice in the West when it comes to motor oils is your choice, too. Ask for RPM motor oil at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when we pick up George Valentine and Brooksy in a small college town, we'll hear George saying...
Now, Doctor, listen carefully. Someone was trying to make you fall, have an accident, kill you. Like someone deliberately took down that beach umbrella this morning, remember?
It might rain today. Registration week, it often rains in the afternoon.
Oh, now, Dr. Adams, look, please, I need your help. You know something. You've got to tell me. You saw something out under the elm trees. Come on, Doctor. What did you see?
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Joe Forte as French, Bob Griffin as Onslow, Mark Lawrence as Atkins, Betty Moran as the telegraph girl, and Martha Wentworth as the landlady. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Destination Dead End, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If your life's going into a tailspin and the odds are against you, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I cannot pay big fee for your services. That would mean I would have to go to my son for the money. That I would never do. But no matter what my son has done, he is still my own flesh and blood, and I must help him. He is in trouble. I know it. I feel it. Because I have to
work during the day. Would you come and talk to me tonight? Maybe I can still save him. And it's signed Sophie Pevelman, 93 River Street.
Pevelman.
Do you know him, George?
Yeah, he's that glamorized private eye who's been trading information with the biggest racketeers in town. Talking his little head off or keeping quiet for a price.
Oh, golly. George, I don't think we belong in this picture with Dickie Boy.
I wasn't thinking of him, Brooksy.
Well, then think of yourself.
Logic tells me you're right, Angel. But shouldn't somebody be thinking of a mother who can sense that her son is playing with dynamite?
I can tell you everything later, Mr. Valentine. But right now you must go to Richard.
Hey, wait now.
I know something is going to happen to him tonight.
Look, have a heart, Mrs. Pevelman. I haven't even had a chance to think about it.
Oh, I was praying for you to get here. It was like a knife turning around in my heart to hear my son on the phone.
Well, try to calm down. What did he say?
He told me he was having dinner at the Richelieu restaurant.
Well, the worst that could happen to him there would be drowning in a finger bowl.
He said he ordered everything the best and had to talk to me this last time.
That wasn't all he said.
No. One more thing that makes me sure he is in terrible danger, Miss Brooks.
What's that?
When Richard was a little boy, sometimes he would get into bad trouble and run away. It is not easy for young people to be good in this neighborhood.
Go on, go on.
When the trouble was real bad, he would say, "Goodbye, Mom. See you day after tomorrow." Then I never knew when he would come back.
And is that what he said tonight?
Yes. Don't you see, he was trying to tell me he did not know when I would see him again. Just like when he was a boy.
All right, Mrs. Pebbleman, you stay put. If it'll make you feel any better, we'll get over to the Richelieu and see what's bothering your son. Knowing the spot you're on doesn't seem to interfere with your appetite, Pebbleman.
And the condemned man ate a hearty meal.
Well, if you know that Downey's thugs are waiting outside to shoot you down, why don't you call the police?
Because it would be tomorrow night, and the night after that. And even I can't afford fabulous feasts like this every night.
Your mother isn't going to take this as nonchalantly as you are.
She'll get over it.
Hey, look.
Yeah?
How'd you ever get in a jam like this?
You just don't buy Charvet ties, suits from Bond Street, and Peel shoes just being another private dick who turns in a report and forgets it.
All right, so you don't.
But the boy from River Street in the slums, he wanted these things. In my job, I picked up a lot of useful information that nobody else could get. I traded it in like a broker.
What information about Matt Downey's operations have you been selling? And to whom?
Scarlatti. And Matt has just decided to put a stop to it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah?
Pevelman of River Street. Connoisseur, Epicurean par excellence. A private eye with a Ph.D., his mother's slave to get him. It's been a long road just to wind up at a dead end.
Hey, look, stop being dramatic, will you? I gotta dream up a way of getting you out of here alive. For your mother's sake.
Yeah. Hello, Mom. This is your boy, Richard. The inauguration is over, and I'm calling you from the White House.
Very glib, very glib.
Look, Valentine, before you knock yourself out on my behalf, I ought to tell you. Over there, that's Downey, my nemesis himself. The punk with him is a trigger-happy character named Jinx.
They're not gonna knock you off in here.
Oh, nothing as crude as that. I get it out on a public thoroughfare by some hired gunzels, while they sit the alibi out where everybody can see them.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
You gonna pass a miracle?
Maybe. See you in a while. Fire department, quick. Hey, please, this is the chef at the Richelieu restaurant on Carlton. Fire in the kitchen, everything. She is burning down. Hurry, right away, quick, quick. Oh, now if my phony French accent didn't get in the way, something ought to happen. Hey, Johnny. Those your hoods draped all over the street outside?
What? Who asked you over?
Me.
Wanted me to get rid of them, Matt? Take that toothpick out of your mouth, Jinx. All right, friend, you're dealing. Go ahead.
You heard the question.
I don't know what you're peddling, but I don't want any.
Don't play innocent, Downey. You're not dressed for it.
Be that comic arms trade. Disappear.
And give my love to Pebbleman.
Hey, there must be a fire out there.
Hey, now, take it easy, everybody. There's just a small fire back in the kitchen. What are you trying to pull, funny boy? I'll let you know when you wake up.
And you're never gonna...
Sorry.
Over here, George!
Yeah. Hang on, Brooksy. Come on, Pebbleman. We're getting out of here.
Valentine, what's going to be next with you, huh? From day to day, the suspense kills me. Now you're turning in phony fire alarms.
Look, Lieutenant, how about Pebbleman?
You say you want me to keep him stashed away, huh?
Well, what do I charge him with, pal? And how do I keep somebody from bailing him out?
Pebbleman will be happy to be charged with anything just to keep Downey off his tail.
Well, you could have found him jaywalking or talking sassy to an officer or putting mustaches on paintings in the museum.
Oh, don't be so helpful, Miss Brooks.
And to keep him from being bailed out by certain interested parties, you can shut him around from one precinct to another. Just don't let him get slammed out.
Why should I protect him? He never cooperates with us. He won't tell us a thing. If Downey and his hoodlums are gunning for him, we ought to know why.
Riley, you'd like to get something on Downey, wouldn't you?
What do you think?
All right, then. It's a bargain. Before the night's over, I expect I'll be seeing a lot of Mr. Downey.
Look, Valentine, let's stop the potsy. We can make a deal.
Okay, name it, Downey. I'll even listen.
Forget you're working for Pebbleman, and I'll forget I owe you something for that fancy shuffle at the Richelieu.
I ain't forgetting it.
Close your head, Jinx. I'll make it interesting. A wallet full of shin plasters with big numbers on them.
I got an old lady with a strong sense of justice paying me off. It wouldn't be ethical to shack up with you.
What do you want to bother with Pebbleman? You know he's a rat. Now, where is he?
In durance vial.
You gonna let him talk to you that way, Matt?
Oh, jail to you, Jinx. Jail, your old alma mater.
Okay, Valentine. We'll find a way to bail that double-crosser out.
It's going to take you some time. I made a little game out of it. It's called Pebbleman. Who's got Pebbleman?
I've got time.
You better have plenty. Our friend can plead guilty to a charge that'll keep him in the can until I can find out what'll put you where he is.
Okay. Now, let's stop being cute. Look, get Pebbleman out in the open.
That's okay for sound, but you're repeating yourself.
You got no choice, Valentine. You see, I got the old lady where nobody can get to her.
What's that?
Yeah. It's either the son or the mother. Now make up your mind.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word of advice from a fellow motorist. One of the worst enemies anyone's car can have is interior engine corrosion. And probably no one is more aware of this fact than a man who looks after a railroad's diesel engines. The man I have in mind is Mr. George L. Higgs, diesel locomotive supervisor for the Spokane, Portland, Seattle Railroad. Having had excellent results with RPM Delo oil in locomotives for years, it was natural for Mr. Higgs to use compounded RPM motor oil in his automobile and in his pleasure boat. Among other advantages of RPM motor oil, Mr. Higgs points out, quote, it's one oil that prevents corrosion and increases bearing life, unquote. Well, you don't have to run a railroad to find out that RPM motor oil gives your car protection you trust. All you have to do is get a crankcase drain and a refill with RPM. For proof of how this premium motor oil keeps your engine clean, just watch how dirt drains out with the oil after a service period. All the time, RPM is lubricating your engine. It's keeping internal contaminants dispersed in the oil, where they'll drain out when the oil is changed. So for longer car life, get RPM motor oil tomorrow at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. A strong-willed but humble woman tells you she fears her son is in trouble. And, brother, she isn't wrong. A private detective who thinks ethics is just another word in the dictionary has been peddling combustible information to two rival racketeers, and one of them, Matt Downey, is about to give him a permanent wave. If your glandular makeup is anything like George Valentine's, you play along. And Downey comes up with this fine-fingered gimmick.
Yeah, it's either the son or the mother, Valentine. Now make up your mind.
I'll play ball.
How can I be sure I can trust you?
You can't. You'll just have to coast on the deal.
You like to make things tough, don't you?
You know how much I trust you, Downey? As far as I can throw that baby Graham with both hands tied behind my back.
Jinx.
Yeah, Matt?
Call Frankie out at the lake. Tell him to put Mrs. Pebbleman on the phone. You know what'll happen if you cross me.
Oh, I'll be careful, all right. I'm not one of those morons who thinks it's a trend to be brave.
Now you're being smart.
This is Jinx. Matt wants you to...
I'll even let you go out and pick her up yourself. She'll be in a car with Frankie right near my place.
Hold it a minute. There she is.
Go ahead, Valentine.
You all right, Mrs. Pebbleman?
Mr. Valentine,
Uh-huh.
where's Richard? How is he?
He's safe. Now listen, I'm coming right out there to get you.
You coming here?
That's right.
I will be waiting, Mr. Valentine. See you day after tomorrow.
Day after? Yeah, right away. Now don't worry about a thing. Goodbye.
All right, Valentine. I'm taking your word that you'll contact your connections and let Pebbleman be sprung.
Let's put it this way. My word is as good as yours.
Take Route 22. About a mile past that big drive-in theater. Frankie'll be waiting at the bottom of the hill. Blow your horn twice so he'll know it's you.
Yeah, just like in the movies. Be seen.
Come on, Matt. What's the offbeat?
Very simple. Valentine isn't coming back. You saw how troublesome he can be.
But I thought you were...
We're holding on to Mrs. Pebbleman. As long as I have her, I can smoke Sonny Boy out anytime.
Hey, this is a spot, Brooksy. Did you manage Pebbleman's car all right?
Oh, yeah. But golly, George, I could hardly follow you in this fog.
Good girl. You got everything straight?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, now here we go. Here's the signal.
Yeah.
Hey, look, the fog lights just went on down there.
Yeah, and that light over there.
Downey's house. Now give me 5 minutes to cut across and get there. Then start up Pebbleman's car. Let it roll down the hill. The closer to those fog lights she piles up, the better.
Okay, George. I'll be waiting here in our car with the motor running. Good luck, honey.
What's going on out
All right, Jinx.
Valentine.
Hands behind your back. I don't want to use this gun. There's enough noise out here.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, they were waiting there for you, all those men. They were going to kill you.
Yeah, I know. Come on, get your things, Mrs. Pebbleman. We got to get moving.
I tried to warn you on the phone.
You did.
I told Matt not to get fancy.
Too bad he didn't listen, Jinx. Because I got to put you out of circulation. All right, come on, Mrs. Pebbleman. You're going to sit this out in Brooksy's apartment while I talk it over with Lieutenant Riley. What do you mean, Pebbleman is out?
You heard me. He wanted out. So he put up his own bail.
But wait a minute, I don't get it, Lieutenant. The gears don't mesh. He knows what Downey has scheduled for him.
Well, maybe he's tired of breathing. Anyway, all I had against him was hitching a ride on a fire truck.
Holy, something must have conked out. Why did he change his mind?
Look, pal, I did a little checking. I know Pebbleman's racket, see? He's been acting as an information pipeline for every mob in this town. Now, why didn't you tell me that in the first place?
Well, what would you use for proof? Have you got any even now?
And right at this moment, he's a walking target. Because he sold out Downey so Scarlatti can move into the River Flats District first with the numbers right.
I don't want to repeat myself, Riley, but where's the proof?
Well, give me time. But I'll tell you this much. If we get our hands on Pebbleman again, I'll find a rat that'll really stick. He's no better than Downey, Scarlatti, or any of those other muck heels.
Okay. I won't argue about that.
And Valentine, I seem to remember you promised me something to nail Downey with.
I got that, Lieutenant. But I can't deliver it until morning.
Morning? Well, that's only a couple of hours away.
Yeah, you're right. But remember what SC almost did to Notre Dame in a couple of hours.
George, you don't expect to find Pebbleman at his house, do you?
Frankly, no, Angel.
Yeah? Hello? Hello? Say, who is this?
He's there, all right.
But that would be the first place Downey would look for him.
Brooksy, I don't know what Pevelman is up to. But if he wants to play it this way, I'll help grease the skids for him.
Listen, Valentine, I'm tired. I don't feel like answering questions.
Oh, what do you think we've been doing all night? Looking at stereopticon slides?
Just what made you suddenly decide it was safe to walk the streets again, Mr. Pevelman?
Let's say I just drew a couple of high cards since I saw you two last. Now, if you'll excuse me,
You know,
please.
for one optimistic moment, I thought you heard about what happened to your mother and were willing to risk your neck to help her.
Yeah, I heard about that over my usual grapevine. But I was also told she wouldn't need my help with a smart operator like you working for her.
Well, I don't see how all this makes you any better off.
Oh, but it does, Miss Brooks. So you can just stop worrying about it.
Well, aren't you going to answer that?
I suppose I'll have to.
Richard. Oh, you're all right.
Mrs.
You
Pevelman.
shouldn't have come here.
I told you not to take one step out of my apartment, Mrs. Pevelman. It's not safe.
I know, my dear, but that's...
Now, look. Let's pick this meeting up some other time. I got a lot of things to do. Valentine, take care of my mother. Will you?
Hey, wait a minute. Is that all you got to say, Buster? You know what she's had to go through because of you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
All right. I'm grateful to you, Valentine. I'll see that you get paid for your trouble.
Well, why don't you try being grateful to your mother?
Will you stop sermonizing? Go on, get out. I've got it all figured now how I can deal with Downey, but I got to do it by myself. Now, leave me alone, Ollie.
Richard,
Yeah, Ma.
of course, I'm glad that nothing has happened to you. But there's something else I must say.
Now, look, don't you start preaching to
Your
her, will you?
father and I, we worked hard. Not so you could grow up and make a lot of money, but so that you would grow up and be a good man. Tonight I found out how you help people who break the law.
Oh, please, Mom.
You
look.
find out things that make it easy for them. I am glad I worked every day this last year instead of taking 1 penny from you. Your money is dirty, Richard. Dirty.
Oh, this is great. Great. I
Wait a
told
minute,
you.
Buster. I know who you're expecting. Now, listen. Open the door. Let him come in. But be natural.
Now, wait a minute. Look.
I'll be against the wall and back of the door. Leave the rest to me. And I have no compulsion about using this gun after what he did to your mother.
Okay.
Claire, you stay right where you are with Mrs. Pevelman.
Oh. Come in, Downey.
Thanks. I didn't think you'd be calling me.
Put that gun away.
What? Do you want to have it? Do you? I hope I didn't break your wrist. Pick his gun up.
So you pulled another fast one, eh, Pevelman?
Now, look, this was Valentine's idea. I had a proposition to make, but I couldn't talk back to him. He had a gun.
So I see.
Go on, Downey. Go on, sit down. Now, Brooksy, get on the phone and call Riley. Tell him it's nearly morning. He'll know what I mean.
Yes, George.
How do you do, Mrs. Pevelman?
Please don't talk to me.
George, there's something wrong. I don't get any connection at all.
May as well give up, lady. We took care of that phone. What kind of a sucker do you think I am? Do you think I came over here alone?
I suppose you got Jinx and his playmates cluttering up the doorway outside.
You're so right. Well, funny boy, what's the next move? You can't call the police and you can't leave the house. And after a while, Jinx is going to get worried about me.
Look, let's talk about my deal. Won't be any trouble at all to pin a kidnapping charge on you, Downey. But on the other hand, I can see that my mother doesn't talk.
Yeah?
All you have to do is forget that you don't like me.
Well, fair enough. Why not? I might even make it worth your while to come over to me from Scarlatti. You can start telling me a few things.
Sure. Yeah, sure, Downey. Then everything will be all right again, see? And nobody's going to get hurt.
Oh, you're one sweet boy, Buster.
Richard, do not even talk to that man. Tonight I heard what he does. He takes nickels and dimes from poor people to play numbers. He wants to do that in our neighborhood where you were born, to people you know. Richard!
Look, Mom, I always had to look after myself. I can't stop now. I'd better go outside and talk to the boys, Downey. Tell them we made a deal.
Stay where you are, Buster.
What are you going to do, shoot me down in front of my mother? Oh, here, Valentine. Take this envelope, huh? Give it to her later. She'll need it.
Why don't you give it to her yourself?
After tonight, she won't have anything to do with me or mine. You know that. Be right back.
Mr. Valentine, Richard has been gone so long.
Yeah, too long.
Maybe when the boys saw him, they didn't understand. Didn't give him a chance to explain. That'd be too bad.
But we didn't hear anything.
I'm going out there.
George!
Brooksy, I hate to ask you this, but do you think you can keep this gun on Johnny?
Yeah, I think so.
Good girl. And don't mind being a little nervous. That'll remind him he's only half a breath from Kingdom Come. Help you.
Get back in the doorway, you'll get blood.
Hey, your arm. You're bleeding.
Yeah, but look at that monkey sprawl out in the gutter.
Okay. Now we'll just stay where we are. After those shots, the cops will be here any minute.
Nah, they won't be in time. Jinx and another guy are in that hall across the street. I'm going after him.
Wait a minute. Don't be crazy.
Then I'm going upstairs and get down.
Pebble! Oh, that fool. Hey, Pebble. Is it bad?
Took all they had to give. What about them?
You don't hear any more shots, do you?
Swell. I had to get Mom and your people off the spot.
Now, look, take it easy. Don't try to talk. We'll get you to a hospital soon now.
I made up for a lot, didn't I? That envelope. Take care of it.
Yeah, sure, fella. I'll see that you take some money.
Wasn't money gonna cook Downey? That envelope. Lots of names, places. Make a good story for the papers. I'm gonna like reading. I wasn't a complete washout, was I?
No, fella. Not with the kind of comeback you made. Well, good morning, Brooksy. Hey, what's this?
Oh, just a heart-shaped box. You know what day it is, don't you?
I'll be real sharp and say it's Monday.
Oh.
Well, how do you like... Say, what are these things?
Well, they're socks, darling. Argyles. I knitted them myself.
Oh, you did?
Well, although they don't seem to match, they really do once you get them on.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you'd like something bright for a change. Maybe they're a little too bright, huh?
Oh, no, Angel. Maybe you did use 20 shades of red, but at least you stuck to one color.
Well...
Oh, Brooksy, I was only kidding. With my moniker, how could I forget this was Valentine's Day?
Yes,
And of all people, I should respond with some wild, impassioned gesture, and I'm going to do that.
Do what?
Well, no matter what anybody says, I'm going to wear these things.
Tonight, I'd like to tell you about a friend of mine who has a brand new car. Can't blame him for wanting to demonstrate it to me, and I can't blame him either for getting embarrassed when his new car wouldn't take an ordinary hill in high gear. Look, pal, I said, what you better put in this here car is command performance. Command performance, he said? Oh, you mean Chevron Supreme gasoline. Well, that's exactly what I meant, so I told him. For Chevron Supreme puts command performance in any car, new or old. That's because special blending agents in Chevron Supreme command fast start, speedy pickup, and all the power your car needs to make it great on hills. What's more, no matter where you drive in the West, you can be sure of command performance with this premium quality gasoline, for it's climate tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. So in mountains, at sea level, or in the desert, rely on Chevron Supreme to put command performance in your car. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next Next week at this same time, you'll find George Valentine not in his office, but far away on a tiny Hawaiian island. And Brooksy will be saying,
George! George, the boat's gone. Somebody's taken it.
Yeah, so I noticed.
Well, how'll we get off this island? What'll we do?
Right now, I think we need a little protection. Well, how do you like that?
What's the matter, George?
Something else is going, Brooksy, out of my suitcase.
Your gun?
Yeah.
Oh, fine.
So this weird little drama calls for us being permanent guests in this tropical paradise. Unless we're very smart, Brooksy. Or very lucky.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Tony Barrett as Pebbleman, Jeanette Nolan as Mrs. Pebbleman, Joe Forte as Downey, and Jim Nusser as Jinx. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, Stanger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Dark Chain, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, perhaps if my husband were still alive, I wouldn't need your help. He was the strongest man in the entire county. But he's been dead a long time now. And his brother, who manages the farm, can't see any farther than the cows and horses and the fields and the bright side of everything. Now, Buddy, please, just play with your toys, dear. Oh, here, I'll open that safety pin for you. Can't you manage? Now, you'll be quiet, won't you? There is no bright side, Mr. Valentine, when my only neighbor for miles should be in prison. And unless he's put there soon, heaven knows what will happen. Buddy, you'll tear it. Now, that's your nice dog doll that Uncle Simon gave you for Christmas. Can't you? There, that's better. I'm not begging for sympathy, Mr. Valentine. But I'm a woman who already has all she can bear. All the sorrow and the tragedy and the burden. Buddy, don't do that to your dog. It's your doll. Buddy, don't. Now, don't. Go outside, dear. Go outside, won't you? Go and see if you can help in the fields.
I like my chickens. Don't you, Mama?
Of course, Buddy.
I wouldn't hurt my chickens. Would you?
Dear, please.
All right, Mama. Bye.
Please help me, Mr. Valentine. Sincerely, Mrs. Purcell. He's 19 now, Mr. Valentine.
Well, He's certainly big.
His mind isn't.
Yeah, I understand.
But he's really quite gentle. But there are things that he can do on the farm to be useful. Those huge log chains he carries, why, he can pull stumps out of a field better than a team of horses.
Well, Mrs. Purcell, isn't there anything that...
No, there's nothing that can be done.
Well, that's too bad.
No, I'm not sorry for myself. He's just a little boy, that's all. And he's my son, Mr. Valentine. He's my...
Yeah, your life, sure, of course. Well, Mrs. Purcell, you asked us out here to visit his friends or something. A little quiet investigation of a neighbor.
Yes, you weren't very specific.
His name is Luke Schroeder.
Schroeder?
Half a mile down the road. He's always lived there, but he hasn't been around much. He's been in prison.
Oh.
He's on parole now. He can be sent back if he does anything wrong. And the other night, something was stolen.
You mean that this...
No, now, please, let me tell it in my own way. A brooch. You know, one of those delicate, old-fashioned cameo brooches. It was my grandmother's. I hadn't seen it for some time. I never go out anywhere. But it was in the storeroom in a little box. Well, Buddy wanted to look at the jewelry. That's what he calls it. So I took out the box, and the brooch was missing.
I see. But you say Buddy likes jewelry.
Yes. Outside, he couldn't take his eyes off this gaudy thing here on my purse.
Oh, Buddy wouldn't take it. Oh, Buddy doesn't ever touch anything that isn't his. Besides, I asked him later. It didn't even register. He just said it was bad to take things, especially chickens.
What?
A weasel killed chickens the other night.
Oh. Well, how do you know this brooch was taken just recently if you haven't looked in the box for a long time?
But I have, a week or so ago. I know it's been in the last week.
Uh-huh. Is that all, Mrs. Purcell?
Luke Schroeder is a thief. That's what he was in prison for. He stole jewelry before from a store in town.
Well, there's nothing you've told us that proves he stole it. And even if we discovered some proof, all we could do is turn it over to the local police.
I've seen the police. I've talked to the sheriff.
Yeah, well, what'd he do?
He was too busy to bother.
Well, look, I'm sorry, but from what you've told me, it doesn't seem...
Oh, excuse me, sis.
Simon, won't you please... this is Mr. Valentine.
Yes, we met downstairs.
Oh, what have you got there in the crate? Oh, George, look at them. Little baby chicks.
Uh-huh. Cute little rascals.
Oh.
Just fixing the bed for them under the kitchen stove.
All right, Simon, but right now we're...
Weasel got to Buddy's chickens, you know. Thought he'd like some more to play with. Only... What's this? Here's a funny thing. Found it there on the stove. Thought you might like...
What?
Well, his little doll, see?
It's a little dog doll, isn't it?
Yeah. Only its neck is all twisted around.
No, it's been torn. The head's been torn clear off, see?
I did that.
Hmm?
I was fixing the little doll, that's all. I tore its head off so I could put some more stuffing in it.
Well, I guess...
Now, Simon, please, we're busy. Can't you take those chicks downstairs?
Yeah, they're getting cold. Here, I'll carry them for you, Simon.
What? Oh, but Mr. Valentine...
Don't worry, Mrs. Purcell. We can talk later. Yeah, I think we'll be staying around here for a while after all.
Oh, there's a bright side to Buddy, Mr. Valentine.
You mean because at least he's able to help you here on the farm?
Oh, not much. So clumsy he can't even harness up the horses.
Oh?
Then he gets an idea of his own, sticks with it. Nothing else matters. You know how little kids do. No, I was thinking more... He's happy, you know what I mean? He's not bothered by thinking he's smarter than he is, like most of us are in this world.
Simon, I was thinking more about his mother.
Upset, ain't she?
Yeah, that's right.
I used to think it'd be less strain on her if we put the boy in one of those homes or something, but she bristles out like a porcupine if you ever mention
I'm upset right now about something.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you're here. Friends are good. She needs friends. I don't know what it is, Mr. Valentine. She is upset bad. I suppose maybe it's only she has trouble seeing the bright side. What's the matter? What are you looking at?
Who's that girl over there? Walking out there by the barn.
Her. Maria.
Maria?
Luke Schroeder's wife, down the road.
Oh?
Something, ain't she?
Yeah. Luke's wife, huh?
If you'd like to take a little walk around, I can show
No,
you.
thanks. We'll look at the farm later, Simon. I've got a couple of things to do right now.
Well, George, if you want to talk to Luke's wife...
Come on.
Where's your uncle, buddy?
I don't know.
What are you doing? The matter, cat got your tongue?
You go away.
Why? It's a free country, isn't it?
I don't like you. I said...
You do like those chains of yours, don't you?
These? I can pull stumps right up out of the ground. I can...
I bet you can't throw them all the way across the barn.
I bet I can. I bet I can. I bet I can. See?
That's better. Are a strong little boy, aren't you?
Buddy, not a little boy.
Why don't you like me?
You got yellow hair.
Mm-hmm. I just washed it, too. And I got a new dress on with a sparkly belt, see? Why don't you like me, buddy?
Maria,
Yes, buddy.
do you belong to Luke like my chickens belong to me? Stop laughing.
I'm sorry, buddy. I told you it's a free country, isn't it?
Stop laughing. It's not funny. They're dead.
What?
My chickens are dead in the nighttime. They're all dead. And when you're dead, you don't breathe anymore. I hate you.
Buddy, what are you talking about?
They're all...
Tell Maria.
Oh, George.
Come on, buddy. What is
He's
it?
crying.
Maria likes you, buddy.
Oh, George, that girl's the most awful thing.
All right, get out of the way.
Huh?
Go on, I said get out of the way, whoever you are.
Slow down, Buster.
Where is she? Where is she?
Luke!
Come on, Angel. We're in the town.
Yeah? Luke, I was just wondering when you were going to...
Get back to the house. Get back home.
What? But your supper's ready, Luke. It's already just waiting, and it's... Hey, who are they?
We're friends or buddies, Mr. Schroeder.
Stay out of this, mister. Go on, Maria, beat it.
I will not. You got a fine lot of nerve in front of people.
Hey, yo.
You hear me?
How do you like that, mister? How do you like a
Yeah,
husband?
he's real tough, isn't he,
I
lady?
said stay out of it.
Cool off, you big mug. I'm going. Bye, mister.
Well, so you're the great Luke Schroeder.
Yeah. I know who you are, too, Mac. No, you bitch.
No. No, don't go away, mister. Don't go away, mister. Don't go away, mister. Don't.
Shut up. Shut up, you crazy idiot.
Buddy, leave Luke alone.
Oh, mister, just leave me alone with this
hates
freak.
Buddy hates
You're not
Luke.
going to argue with me now,
Put that
are you,
knife down,
mister?
Luke. It's not going to do you any good.
Buddy hates
Buddy,
Luke.
stop it.
Buddy hates
Buddy, it's all
Luke.
right. Stop it.
Buddy hates
Will you be quiet,
Luke.
buddy? It's all right, buddy.
Buddy hates Luke.
George, come on, get out of
Buddy
here, Angel.
hates
Buddy,
Luke.
stop it!
Buddy
Come on, Luke! Come on, run, will you? Run!
All right, let go of me. Let go of it.
Crazy jailbird, you sure take the cake for brains. That poor kid back there's 5 times your size.
All right, I said. Look, mister. The other night, a weasel killed some chicken hut buddies. Everybody in the county knows it's a weasel. They've had the same trouble. Only that crazy, overgrown bird brain gets an idea in his head, it sticks there like concrete.
Oh, what do you mean?
Come over here, in the back of my car. Something I just found on the road. Something I had longer than Maria. Something never killed a chicken in its life.
Oh.
A dog.
Yeah, my dog. At least it used to be. Before it was beat to death with log chains.
return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. No one likes to get up and get going on a chilly fall morning, and your car is no exception. For the gasoline in your car is sensitive to the weather, too. But it's no problem when you use Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's climate-tailored. Based on year-round weather reports, it's tailored to each different season and to the different altitude and temperature zones throughout the West. That's why you can count on it for faster starts every time, for faster, smoother pickup in traffic, and for extra ping-free power on hills. Try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Right away, you'll notice how much better your car responds to this premium quality gasoline. You can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You meet Buddy Purcell, who is both an enormous man and a small child at the same time. His mother first called you to try to locate a cameo brooch that she says has been stolen. She's even sure who stole it, Luke Schroeder, who lives down the road. But if you're anything like George Valentine, you're much more interested in something else besides missing trinkets, like dogs, for instance. First a toy doll dog that had been torn and mutilated. And now Luke's dog, a real live dog. Only not anymore.
Well, there it is, Angel. Those log chains he lugs around are dark in a couple of places.
Dried blood.
Well, look now. How about it, buddy? Come on, kid. How about it?
I don't think he even understands us, Mr. Valentine.
Well, look, kid, you're a big boy now. You don't need to cry. Did you get mad at the dog? Look, buddy, did you kill the dog?
Let me go. Let me go.
Oh, George, we ought to wait until his mother gets back from town.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine. I've never seen a boy like this.
Now, listen to me, both of you. I get rid of that guy, Luke, all right, but it wasn't easy. And the kind of trouble he's liable to cause isn't exactly legal.
What do you mean,
He's
George?
headed for town to buy himself a drink or two, and he still says he's going to kill Buddy.
I'm not afraid of anybody named Schroeder.
Buddy going outside.
Oh, now, look, wait a minute, kid. We're friends of yours. We've got...
I killed a dog once. You know that?
You did? Well, all right, kid.
I took my chains and I swung and I swung and I swung and it killed him. It was Luke's dog. It killed my chickens, didn't it, Uncle Simon?
Oh, Buddy, we've talked to other farmers on the phone. They saw your chickens. It wasn't a dog
He
that...
gets an idea. He never
I
lets go.
hate Luke. I hate Luke. He stole Mama's jewelry.
Did he?
Mama told you. I heard her. She told you. Let go of me. Please let go of me. Please.
Buddy, is that any way to act? Now, Buddy, is... Mr. Valentine, what's this he was talking about, a brooch?
Oh, well, it's a cameo thing. Mrs. Purcell said it was stolen. She thought Luke Schroeder took it.
Cameo?
Uh-huh.
Maybe Luke did. I saw a cameo just yesterday. Girl wearing it.
What?
Mm-hmm. It was Luke's wife. That Maria. Say, ain't she something, though?
Yeah. Something is something, all right. Sorry, we've been waiting for you, Mrs. Purcell.
Have you?
Yes, I think it's time we had a little talk about Buddy.
I'm so late getting back. It's so late serving supper. You haven't had a thing to eat.
Oh, we don't mind. Sit down, won't you, Mrs. Purcell?
No, not now. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Purcell. You got us out here with a story about a brooch being stolen. Maybe by Luke Schroeder. And maybe Luke did take it. I don't know.
Of course, Mr. Valentine, that's right.
The only reason you pointed a finger at him is because you want to get rid of him. Get him out of the neighborhood. Is that right?
He's a troublemaker.
You mean for Buddy, he is.
He teases him. He picks on him like a bully.
Yeah, I know. And his wife, Maria, is no better. She could get anybody in trouble, even Luke. But the person you're really afraid of is Buddy himself.
What?
You're afraid of his violence.
No, he's always been so kind, so calm. It's just that Luke is...
Well, Luke, he's on parole. I can see the sheriff about him. I don't like guys who pull knives on people anyway. But what I mean is, you'd better be thinking of doing something about Buddy.
No, What's that?
Well, it's just the wind outside, that's all. Hey, I guess you've lived in fear, haven't you? In fear of the things your own son might do, and nobody's big enough to stop him from.
Oh, please, not now. Please, Mr. Valentine,
I don't like
please.
what I'm saying, but it seems
George, wait a minute. Mrs. Purcell, where have you been?
What?
Oh, I know you've been in town shopping. But I heard your car drive up quite a little while before you came inside here.
Oh, leave me alone.
And you've been so frightened just now that you've hardly heard us. Where were you? What's happened?
Nothing. Leave me alone, both of you.
Mrs. Purcell, you've also kept your hand in your pocket. Why?
No, leave me alone.
Sorry, but I have to...
George. Oh. George. A cameo brooch. So that's why you had your hand in your pocket.
Where did you get this, Mrs. Purcell? Come on now, where'd you get it?
Buddy.
Buddy? Well, where did he get it?
I don't know. He just gave it to me outside and ran.
Outside? But, George, Buddy was in his own room a little while ago.
Come on. Well, he's not back here yet.
Still outside. George, what's that?
Wait a minute. Another doll.
Oh.
Yeah. A little girl doll. And Brooksy, its head. Look, its head's all twisted. It's all...
The brooch. Brooch. And the doll. Maria! Oh. Maria's dead, isn't she, George?
Brooksy, that's an understatement.
With a chain.
Yeah. Bruises. Even scratches on the floor. Chains, all right.
George, look. Look at her blouse here. 2 little tiny holes.
Yes, so what?
Well, it's where the brooch was pinned. See the mark of the clasp? This is where Buddy got it. Before he took it outside to give to his mother. Mrs. Purcell must have guessed where it came from.
Uh-huh.
Well, I guess there's nothing to do.
But to keep looking, Angel.
What?
Something I noticed outside a second ago.
Huh?
Her husband Luke went into town, didn't he?
Well, yes.
Well, I saw something on the lawn, there by the bushes. There we are. A hat, see?
Oh, it's the one he had on earlier.
Uh-huh.
Well, George, Luke's been here. Well, it could have been at supper, and he could have left his hat
On a windy night like tonight? Oh, no, Angel. He went into town, all right. I just think he got back, that's all. Yeah, sure. There's his car on the side of the house.
And he left the car door open. Georgie was in a hurry, running maybe, and lost his hat. Why, maybe it wasn't Buddy. Maybe it was Luke who came back here.
Listen, that's a man's voice. Come on, this way. There he is.
Oh.
Hey, Luke. Luke.
Oh, no. The chain again.
Luke, can you hear me? Luke, listen, can you hear me? What happened?
Chains. He was waiting for me. I'd seen him earlier on the road with the chain. I ran. He chased me, hit me. Chain.
Oh, George, can't we get him back to the house?
It's too late.
What are you going to do?
Look, this just happened, Brooksy. It just happened. Don't you get it? We interrupted it.
You mean then someplace right around?
Shh. Wait a minute. Yeah. It's the chains. Hear them?
Oh, this crazy wind, you can't tell which direction.
Across the road, Angel. That little patch of woods. Come on.
What? Oh, George, you're not going.
I said come on. We can see him if he runs for it across the fields in the moonlight.
Oh.
Yeah, come on, in here someplace.
Valentine! Mr. Valentine! Mr. Valentine! Oh, there you are.
Well, hello, Simon.
I have been chasing after you as fast as I could. I saw what had happened back there. And Luke, too.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yes, I wanted to. What's that?
His chains. George.
Yeah, still in there.
The woods.
Huh? Come on now. A little more to the left, I think.
Mr. Valentine, you're not going after Buddy when he's like this.
Why not?
George?
But we can get the sheriff here in half an hour. Buddy wouldn't have time to leave the property. He wouldn't even know enough to.
Right now, we only have to search a tiny patch of woods.
But, George, there's no one else he can hurt except us. Oh, we're crazy.
5 times as strong as an ox, Mr. Valentine. You've seen it yourself. We can't handle him.
He's clumsy.
What difference does that make?
Oh, George, please don't. He's moving. Listen.
No, he's not. He's back to the right again, through here. I still say he's clumsy. He's got hands like baseball gloves.
Mr. Valentine.
So clumsy, he can't even harness up the horses.
It's closer to
You know, I'll bet Buddy can't even open a safety pin.
What?
Can you imagine what he'd look like trying to unfasten the pin on a delicate cameo brooch?
Huh?
How about that, Simon? You should have torn it off Maria's blouse. It would have looked more like Buddy did it that way.
George.
That's the way you wanted everything to look, isn't it? But you made that one little mistake. What did you do after you killed her and took the brooch? Just give it to Buddy, knowing no one would believe where he got it?
I don't understand. Mr. Valentine, the chains. He's right in here with the chains.
Oh, yeah, sure, Buster. The chains are the weapon, all right. That's why I'm going after them right now instead of later. In a little tiny patch of woods, a man couldn't run away without being seen. But he could come out of the woods and pretend he came from someplace else like you did.
No, I didn't. Buddy's right there. Look
and
out.
if I search those woods and don't find Buddy, and instead I find... Sure, there they are. The chains, Simon. Right where you left them. Hanging on a branch, swaying in the wind. No, you don't, Buster. But I guess you don't mind if I use the chains to tie you up. Yeah, some of it was a guess, Mrs. Purcell.
George seemed to think he should have a little of the kind of faith you have in your boy.
How could you, after the dog and those dolls?
Well, the second doll Simon planted himself, and the first one, well, Buddy gets an idea and sticks with it. But that doesn't say where he got the idea.
It's Simon who's been making him so upset. He gave him that stubborn idea that Luke's dog had killed his chicken.
Luke's dog. He did kill the dog, Miss Brooks.
Yes, well, he threw a chain at it, like he said. But I think you'll find Simon was the one who, well, added the finishing touch.
It was an awfully easy way for Simon to get out of a nasty spot. To set up a crime that would be blamed on an abnormal kid.
And the spot was Maria.
Yeah. The little trouble girl Simon unthinkingly gave your brooch to. Oh, she was something, all right. And Simon must have lived in terror of that tough husband finding out.
Luke gave us another clue, you know, Mrs. Purcell.
Yeah, he was attacked because he'd seen someone with chains on the road. He didn't say who, but certainly Buddy wouldn't think in terms of trying to kill a suspicious witness.
Oh, no. And Buddy is really kind when you know him. He's really... Oh, no. You were right, Mr. Valentine. I'll find a place where they'll take good care of Buddy.
Of course you will.
But I'll always be near him. I'll always be near my son.
Oh, but I wish there were a happier ending for her, George.
Oh, I don't know, Brooksy. Remember what Simon said?
Hmm?
At least Buddy's not bothered by thinking he's smarter than he is, like most of us are.
Well, yes,
Mr.
but
Valentine.
Wait a minute,
Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hope you have a nice time. Hope you be happy.
Oh.
Thanks, Buddy. Same to you.
What's the one biggest cause of wear in your car's engine? Automotive engineers have proved that internal corrosive rust is responsible for 80% of all engine wear. It starts the moment the ignition is turned off, the result of acid-laden moisture attacking cylinder walls and other vital parts. But when you rely on RPM motor oil, you stop this 80% of wear completely. That's because RPM is specially compounded to keep a moisture-proof film on internal metal at all times. With RPM on those vital parts, rust can't harm the engine, even though your car stands idle for days or weeks. No wonder this premium quality motor oil is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Why not try it tomorrow? Ask for RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Georgia Backus as Mrs. Purcell, William Boucher as Buddy, Louise Arthur as Maria, Herbert Butterfield as Simon, and Tony Barrett as Luke. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Everything is nice. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you've locked all the doors but your knees still rattle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my daughter has red hair. If you can imagine red hair with the rest of what you see in the photograph, you will understand a father's concern. Vivi is only 18, but she has spent every afternoon and evening of the past week in a disreputable place called Bamboo Bill's. Whom she sees there, I don't know, and she won't tell me. However, this is not just an affair of the heart. The 22nd of this month is her mother's birthday, but Vivi insists that she will not be home for that or any other family occasion. Mr. Valentine, my daughter isn't bad. She's upset and frightened. We are wealthy people, and I am positive someone has entangled Vivi in a situation too dangerous for her to handle alone. I will expect to hear from you at your earliest convenience. Sincerely, E.F. Sunderman.
What'll it be this afternoon, tourist?
Oh, nothing, thanks. I'm just... Yeah, I'll give you my order in a minute. Oh, excuse me.
All right.
It's so bright out on the street, and they keep it so dark in here. I didn't see your gloves there.
It's all right.
Nice place here, though, isn't it?
I said, what'll it be this afternoon, tourist?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see. Oh, limit, one per customer. Bamboo Bill's Barracuda Bite. That what you're having?
Do I look like a bee girl?
Oh, now listen, excuse me. I didn't mean
Mine's
to...
lemonade. Here, Mac.
Thanks, Miss Sunderman.
I'll take it upstairs with me.
Wait, look, really, I didn't mean
to... sit still, tourist. I'll give you something on the house.
Huh?
Just a little rain, that's all. Convincing, ain't it? Clear up in a minute. You know how it is in the tropics. Meantime, it kind of washes the air, cools people off.
Okay, chaperone. But tell me about this place here. What's upstairs?
Where she went? Nothing. Boss's office.
Huh? Where are the stairs?
I didn't say the boss was there, tourist.
All right. So I want to apologize to the girl. What's it to you?
Oh, come on. Relax. I ain't got you pegged as a masher. But I've got you pegged as a guy who makes trouble his business. Now, suppose I mix you one of the house, and then you can pad.
Hey, what's that supposed to be? Tropical thunder?
Beg pardon?
Hey, wait a minute. You just come down those stairs?
No. I just thought I heard something through here, that's all.
Yeah, like shots maybe, huh? Come on, back up the stairs.
One side, old chap. Sounds as if somebody's
No,
heard
you
that.
don't. Wait a minute.
Better get help.
Oh, Lord. Miss Sunderman. Miss Sunderman, where are you? Miss... Oh, no.
Easy, Valentine, easy. The ambulance is already on its way. Now stop kicking yourself.
Oh, well, I can't help it, Riley. If I hadn't got wise and thought I could strike up a conversation with her, she wouldn't have taken her lemonade upstairs. I don't think she's got much chance to pull through.
I've always found people who are headed for lead poisoning are going to get it sooner or later, regardless of circumstances. Now cool off and tell me about that guy once again.
Brother, I'll be glad to. 6'2", slender, English accent, maybe Australian. And he definitely had been upstairs.
Gray suit, black mustache, not much hair. Okay, we'll get the alarm out, and I'll be with you myself in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Riley.
6'2", slender, and an English accent.
Yeah, that's right. Who are you?
My name's Bill McGee.
Bamboo Bill?
Yeah, I own the place.
Wow, well, lots of excitement here. Where have you been?
That's my business.
Okay. Wait for the police.
I don't mix well with policemen.
Now, look, South Seas merchant.
I've been there. I'm no phony. Just didn't go back soon enough, did I? So the Englishman shot her.
He was upstairs. But it's a big place. There might have been others.
He did it.
Hey, you're pretty sure, aren't you? Okay, what's his name? Who is he?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Beach boy, you better start getting some ideas. It happened in your office. The Sunderman girl's been here every day of the past week.
So what?
People will want to know why. They're not going to believe she just came here for travel lectures.
You talk too much, tourist.
Yeah. And she's been scared of something, upset. Her family was worried about it. Say, how do you get along with her family?
I didn't know she had a family.
Why don't you cut the hulu? You're trying to make up a story so fast your head's spinning. You're trying to... Yes, the ambulance.
Yeah. Let me tell you one thing, mister. If that kid dies, it's going to mean the ambulance for lots of people.
Mr. Sunderman, you and your friends will have to go back to the waiting room now.
Yeah, of course, nurse. Vivi will tell us, Mr. Valentine. She'll tell us as soon as the doctors are through, as soon as she's out of the anesthetic.
She may not know who it was, Mr. Sunderman. Those bullets struck her in the back. I mean, even if
She'll be all right. I know she will.
Of course she will, Mr. Sunderman.
Today was her mother's birthday, too, wasn't it?
Yes. I wanted everything to be so nice today.
What do you mean? Isn't everything usually nice?
Well, of course, but... Dora.
Oh, Ed, how is she?
Now, there's nothing we can do. Dora, please.
I'm sorry, dear.
I want you to meet Miss Brooks and Mr. Valentine. This is Mrs. Sunderman.
How do you do?
Oh.
You're Vivi's mother?
Oh, no. Of course not. I wasn't a child bride. I'm just her stepmother.
Oh, I see.
Ed never tells people. He thinks it's... Well, he just doesn't.
No, it's better not to. We're a family now.
Yeah, but I wish I'd known. It makes a few things a little clearer.
We've been married nearly 2 years now, and...
Mr. Valentine was thinking of how Vivi feels about me, darling. Isn't that right?
Uh-huh.
Well, she hates me, of course.
Dora, no, please. After all the effort you've made...
Oh, maybe I'm overstating it a little, but it's natural, isn't it?
For a beautiful girl like Vivi and her young stepmother not to get along. She's bound to resent me. Why, I'm even attractive to some of her men. Don't you think so, Mr. Valentine?
Possibly.
But after all, I can't help the way I am.
Mrs. Sunderman, the important thing is Vivi kept to herself. She kept her own secrets.
I know that's true, but I have no idea what this thing was she was mixed up in. Bill McGee, I've never even heard her mention his name.
Well, the police will be finding out more about him.
And as for this Englishman you saw coming downstairs, her reasons for going to the restaurant in the first place, none of it makes any sense to me. I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Valentine, how to catch my own daughter's murderer.
Ed, don't. It's not your fault. But I'm afraid I don't really know anything about Vivi either, Mr. Valentine. I'm sorry I can't help you.
Yeah. Mrs. Sunderman, could I see you for a second alone?
Of course. He's so upset.
Yes, I know. Well, I just wanted to tell you, Mrs. Sunderman.
Yes?
I don't believe you. Goodbye.
Yeah. I find out nothing, you find out even less.
Well, Lieutenant, I threw a harpoon at Mrs. Sunderman, but I don't know whether it hit anything or not.
Well, we had the impression she was trying to protect her husband's feelings or trying to... Oh, golly, I don't know.
So do I, Miss Brooks. Say, do you know what happened to that South Seas character, Bill McGee? The big operator with the little answers? Well, he's gone, that's what.
Huh?
Yeah. I was getting nowhere with him, so I asked him politely to come to headquarters with a couple of the boys. And he just as politely gave them the shake.
Yeah, and he's probably in Tahiti by now, laughing up his sarong.
I wish he were. You see, we found out where Osbert Layden lives.
Wait a minute. Who?
Yes, we did make progress from A to B. The Englishman's name is Osbert Layden. Been in town a couple of years, lives pretty well without working, but behind that, his past is a little too dark for my comfort.
What do you mean by that?
How should I know? All I can find out is he came from the Orient originally, and my hunch is by way of the confidence game.
Uh-huh. And Bill McGee's done a little traveling, too, hasn't he?
That's what I'm driving at, and he's traveling today. When we went to Layden's place, we found his landlady shaking like a straight man in a George Adams cartoon.
Why?
Because she had already been visited by McGee and his suntan boys wearing blood in their eyes.
Oh, so that's it. Well, our chances of meeting the Englishman alive are a little slim, aren't they? With the sharks after him.
How right you are. Excuse me.
Sure.
Yeah, Riley speaking. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's here. Just a minute. It's Doris Sunderman. She wants to talk to you.
Well, rose to the bait, huh? Hello, Mrs. Sunderman.
Mr. Valentine, I want to talk to you. We're back at the house now. We haven't heard any more from the hospital.
Talk about what, Mrs. Sunderman?
Ed is so upset, but he's down in the kitchen now, lighting the candles on the cake, still trying to make everything nice for my birthday. Mr. Valentine, he can't keep his eyes closed forever, can he? It isn't kind to protect him from knowing things, is it?
No, it's not. Suppose you just... Mrs. Sunderman. Mrs. Sunderman, what was that?
I don't know. Downstairs. Wait.
George?
Hey, what's going on there?
Mr. Valentine, come quickly. He's dead. My husband's dead.
How about it, Riley?
Yeah, he was shot through the window all right. The top of one of the birthday candles was clipped by the bullet. He was standing there behind the table. It lines up all right.
Uh-huh. Find anything outside the window?
Yeah, a man's footprint, but it's not clear enough to do us any good. The doctor got the bullet out. It's the same caliber, and it looks like it's probably from the same gun.
Oh, yeah, sure. The same person shot them both, but who?
Get a load of this, my friend. The sergeant tells me one of our prowl cars spotted the Englishman down at the corner of 4th and Main, a mile from here.
Yeah?
At exactly 6:25.
6:25?
Yeah. And we got here at 6:30, but you heard that shot on the telephone at 6:25 on the button. So it couldn't have been the Englishman who did it.
But you've got every cop on the force still chasing him. And me. I was dumb enough to let Bill McGee find out about it. So he could take off to get the poor guy first.
Oh, relax, will you?
Brother, I'm a great guy today. First, I chase a girl upstairs so she can get shot. Then her old man is killed. Well, I didn't stumble around promoting that one. But, Riley, if the Englishman turns up a corpse, then I'll have a pretty good score today, won't I? Yeah. Join Valentine and see the morgue.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If your car kind of sputters on hills and acts logy in traffic, just try a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's specially blended to give smoother performance on hills and under every driving condition. Depend on its ping-free power to give your car faster starts, faster pick-up and stop-and-go traffic, too. And remember, premium quality Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored. Wherever you drive in the West, Chevron Supreme gasoline is blended for that altitude and temperature zone. Try a tankful tomorrow. You'll find you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Best of all, you're never far from Chevron Supreme. You can get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Well, everything is sure nice. You're hired by a man named Sunderman because he was worried about his red-headed daughter. She was in some sort of trouble, but no one seems to know what kind of trouble. The girl herself is shot, and her father, who started this idea of wanting everything to be nice, is murdered by the same gun. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you know that this is no time to be sitting around counting birthday candles.
Mrs. Sunderman, we're going to start at the beginning.
Wherever you like.
Oh, no. Wherever you like. You're the one who knows things.
Well, I don't know who killed anyone.
Yes, we've been through that much. I mean the beginning of what was wrong with Vivi.
Oh. Well, Vivi isn't wild, if that's what you mean. In fact, I think she's always looked down her nose a little at me. You know how girls are. Oh, yes, of course.
Mrs. Sunderman, your husband liked to pretend he had one big happy family.
Perhaps.
Uh-huh. And you like to help him do it.
What?
I don't believe that a woman wouldn't investigate what her stepdaughter was up to.
Well, I've never actually...
Come on. You started to tell me once on the phone.
Yes, but so much has happened. I heard that shot.
No, I'm asking about Vivi. What was it about her you didn't want Mr. Sunderman to know?
Well, it's something to do with that Bill McGee. She's scared to death of him. She has money, you know, a big allowance.
Go on.
Well, I don't want to cause any more trouble for her.
I'm the one who does that. Go on.
There are some papers he has. She wants them.
Papers?
Is evidence of some sort. I should imagine of gambling, wouldn't you?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Sunderman. I'm not using my imagination anymore. I just now quit.
Check your hat, sir.
Yeah, here you are. Thanks.
Oh, wait a minute, sir. The main dining room's through the other way, and the tropical bar's just to your right.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll be there in a minute.
But you're going the wrong way, sir. Charlie.
Papers. Well.
What?
Look what the monsoon blew in.
Well, Valentine.
Yeah, now just stand there. And keep standing there. You're through traveling for a while, McGee.
Oh, cut it out, will you? I'm not packing a gun. I'm not going anyplace now.
That's an understatement. But I didn't quite expect to find you coming back to your own office. Not with the bloodhounds after you.
Why not? The hot spot's the safe spot, isn't it?
Pretty glib, aren't you?
I've always been able to take care of myself.
Uh-huh. You and your boys, the bartender, the suntan kids.
They're all right. They stick by me. Sailors, most of them. Guys I've known in the islands and around. They show up, I give them jobs.
Oh, sure. Like taking care of the Englishman?
We couldn't find him.
Oh, brother, you take a load off my mind. All right, let's talk about gambling.
What?
Gambling. Like girls with too much dough do sometimes.
I still don't get you.
Okay. Then we'll make it papers. A piece of evidence you have that might be interesting.
Oh. Look, Valentine, you got to understand something. I came to the States and I opened this place to raise money. There's a trading company down in the Celebes. We need a couple of new boats. That's what I like, see? The green places, they get in your blood. The reefs and the blue water.
You're a one-man traveler.
Now, listen to me. There was another reason I came, too. It'll sound silly to you, but I came to get me a wife. Yeah, I did. I thought I'd found someone until things began to go wrong.
You mean someone like Vivi?
Yeah. Yeah, but things went wrong, you see. And then today, when the Englishman shot her...
Who says he shot her?
Huh? Well, you saw him coming downstairs. You put the finger
Now,
on
get
him.
this straight, Buster. Vivi was shot with the same gun by the same guy who killed her father.
What?
But her father was shot at exactly 6:25 tonight. And at that time, the Englishman was a mile away.
Who says so?
I heard the shot on the telephone. It was the police who saw and almost caught Layton. He's got a perfect alibi. Now tell me his story.
Okay. Okay, Valentine. I'll show you the piece of paper. That evidence you're looking for.
Well, that's more like it.
It's through here in the next room. I'll tell you the truth, Valentine. I'll show you what it is, and I'll show you. I still take care of myself, tourist.
Find those papers. There's something in the other room.
Come on, wake up, Valentine. I'm trying to tell you my boys have got him. They've cornered the Englishman. We're going out there.
He's alive, George. He's all right. McGee didn't get him. He didn't even get away from here.
A piece of paper.
Oh, for the love of Mike, there's no papers here. McGee would have taken them after he slugged you, don't you see?
George, are you all right? Well, don't try to move.
No, I gotta see it. Piece of paper someplace in here. He said it was.
The wastebasket.
Sure, the wastebasket. I thought there was paper, all right. Hey, it's been burned in the wastebasket.
All right, so he burned it.
Hey, look, how long have I been out?
Just a few minutes.
Uh-huh. Yeah, ashes cold, scattered, settled. You want to bet this was burned hours ago?
No, I don't. I just want to get out there where my boys are picking up the Englishman.
Okay. Go ahead, Riley. But when I think of how many birthday parties I've been to and how unobservant people can be...
George, what in the name...
Angel, you and I are going to do a little burning ourselves. In fact, here's our chance to prove you can't burn a candle at both ends.
Now, look, Valentine, you have to listen
Oh,
to me.
shut up, Beach Boy. I've heard enough out of you.
Besides, you're blowing on the candle.
Lieutenant, what on earth is this nonsense?
Well,
yes, I'm perfectly willing to tell you my story. Why it was I seemed to be mixed up in this thing.
Thanks, Mr. Layden. You had me worried for a while, but now I'm not interested. What's the time, Angel?
4 minutes.
Uh-huh. It's about a third gone, isn't it?
But birthday candles, really, old boy.
It's Mrs. Sunderman's birthday, Mr. Layden. Didn't you know?
Huh? Why, no. Why should I?
Englishman, in about 2 seconds, I'm going to
Okay,
take
McGee,
you...
sit still. Now, calm down, all of you, will you? Just watch the little candle burn.
That's what Mr. Sunderman was doing, you know, when someone stood outside the kitchen window and shot him.
Uh-huh. He just lit the candles, as a matter of fact. At least the bullet had clipped the top of one of them.
Yes, and the rest of them were just burning out when we got here.
That was about 6:30, wasn't it, Riley?
It was exactly 6:30.
Oh, yes, and when you telephoned, Mrs. Sunderman, when we heard the shot...
That was exactly 6:25.
But look here, Sunderman was killed at 6:25. You told me, Lieutenant, it was the same time when those chaps of yours saw me.
Yes, that's right. Between 6:25 and 6:30 is 5 minutes. How long is it now, Angel?
5 minutes.
You know, it's very funny. Sunderman's candles burn down in 5 minutes. But now this one is just the same, and it isn't even half gone yet.
Well, maybe he lit them earlier.
Or maybe he was shot earlier.
I didn't look at my watch, but I was talking to you on the telephone
Yes,
when it
Mrs.
happened.
Sunderman, I heard something that sounded like a shot as far away as the kitchen. Throw me that pillow, Angel.
Here, George. And here's the gun.
Thanks. You know, it's pretty easy. You stick a gun into a pillow or something else soft and, well, listen. Maybe that's how you made that sound, Mrs. Sunderman.
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't. I swear I didn't.
He didn't say you killed him.
Of course you didn't. Otherwise, why would you have gone to all that trouble? Oh, no, you were setting up an alibi, weren't you? A perfect alibi for somebody else.
But I was more than a mile away.
Sure. How long is it now, Angel?
7 minutes.
A birthday candle takes a good 10 minutes to burn, Mr. Layton. 10 from 6:30 is 6:20. The real time you killed Mr. Sunderman.
No.
Okay. She gave you a 5-minute head start. You knew that's all you needed to drive your mile for the alibi.
But, Mr. Valentine, you really
Be
can't...
quiet, stop it!
I won't be quiet. I won't let them railroad me into...
Stop it! Every time you open up your mouth!
You're in it as much as I am, Dora. You egg me on.
No, stop it!
You persuaded me to kill.
Okay, Riley, there you are. The gingham dog and the calico cat.
Now, look here, Valentine.
Yeah. Now we'll let you talk, McGee.
Wait. Let me tell you something, young man. This idea you've got that you can take care of things yourself...
I was only trying to protect Vivi and her father.
Holding back information that only the law should have.
Yeah, but I was on a spot. If you hadn't broken that alibi, Valentine, I would have been a patsy. That's what they picked me for.
I know. You mean you couldn't prove anything? It was your word against theirs. After that paper had been burned.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I wanted to find the Englishman myself.
Well, that paper didn't have anything to do with Vivi, did it?
No, of course not. It was something I just happened to have because I've knocked around in the Orient, because I know a lot of people.
Did you know Layden in the Orient?
Well, I'd met both of them there, him and Dora. But I had no idea they were in the States until I met Vivi, and she showed me a picture of her stepmother.
Uh-huh. And then when Vivi began throwing hints around at home, Dora got worried, huh?
Yeah, that's about it. She knew that Vivi already knew and that Mr. Sunderman was already beginning to guess.
Knew what? Guess what?
What was in the paper? Just a letter, really, but it showed that Osbert Layden was Dora's husband. Is Dora's husband.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, a sweet, simple little racket that could have gone on for life. Layden lived on the fat of the land, while his wife was also the wife of a rich guy named Sunderman. A guy whose only wish in life was that everything be nice.
Don't worry, Valentine. The doctors say Vivi will be all right. And I'll be very nice to her.
You know, George, I'm very impressed. Logic and alibis and everything. But really, I could have told you a long time ago that Mrs. Sunderman was just telling us one story after another. That she was a liar.
But she's what do you mean?
Well, after all, didn't you count those candles on her birthday cake? 26, really.
Yeah, but then think how many women in the world tell little lies like that. Yeah, for future reference, exactly how old are you, Brooksy?
Good night, George.
If you were out on a motoring trip last month, I'll bet you thought more than once that your car's engine was getting a lot of wear. But actually, before you start on a trip and after you come back, the engine probably gets its worst beating. That's because 80% of all engine wear occurs in an idle engine, the result of acid-laden moisture forming on cylinder walls the moment you cut the ignition. It's known as internal engine rust, and the one sure way to stop it is to use compounded RPM motor oil. RPM contains an adhering agent which keeps a moisture-proof oil film on cylinder walls. Rust just can't get started, even though your car stands idle for days or weeks. No wonder premium quality RPM is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. So, to protect your car's engine from rust, depend on RPM motor oil. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, George Valentine pays a call on the local sheriff and gets quite a shock when he hears...
Yes. Blood on the fenders. Wife ran over Jackrabbit once.
Now, look, Mr. Simpson, you represent the law in this county, and it's...
I know. The boy in the city gave me a call about you.
I asked him to. Now, look, I know blood on a fender can be lots of things. But a guy wouldn't be so touchy about it unless it was human blood, would he?
It was human blood. But you aren't going to do anything about it, Mr. Valentine.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Meir appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Herbert Rawlinson as Sunderman, Virginia Eiler as Vivi, Dick Ryan as Mac, Dan O'Herlihy as Layden, Larry Dobkin as McGee, and Shirley Mitchell as Dora. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Stranger Than Fiction, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's twisting you like a tornado and you want out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, writing this letter is a hideous necessity. But a rival has come into my life, or I should say, this woman has come back into my life, and in such a way as to cause me the kind of humiliation I will not tolerate. You may have read my husband's best-selling novel, The Awakening. Everyone else seemed to have. Well, I must know whether this particular woman is or is not the heroine of this tale of passion.
This should be an easy enough assignment for you. Please call me at my home so we can arrange an immediate appointment at your office. Sincerely, Victoria Beasley.
Now, Brooksy, that's what I call a world-shaking problem.
Well, you wouldn't make so light of it, my lad, if you'd read Samuel Beasley's book. It was banned in Boston.
Oh.
One critic called it an emotional hotfoot, 700 pages long.
Well, I must get to this cultural milestone as soon as I finish the Rover Boys in the Indian country. Right now, I'm going to call Mrs. Beasley. Okay, Mrs. Beasley, I'll just sit here and wait until you stop prancing up and down.
Mr. Valentine, you don't seem to appreciate the position my husband's placed me in with this book.
Here, Mrs. Beasley, have a chair.
Nobody's made you look ridiculous. Friends don't snicker and whisper behind their hands every time you pass.
Look, please,
So
lady.
you can sit there with that superior smirk on your face.
Well, if I'm smirking, it's because I'm trying not to laugh out loud.
I didn't come here to...
With someone like you, Mrs. B, I've got to say what I mean to make a dent. Oh, Brooksy, you read the society columns.
Oh, sure. A girl's got to be improving her savoir-faire, you know.
All right. Now, how is Victoria Beasley usually described, this time without the routine?
Really now, Mr. Valentine.
Well, without the routine. Victoria Beasley, glacial beauty, wondrous wit, soul of poise.
Please.
Evoked an almost audible gasp of admiration when she arrived at the Duchess's party, late as usual.
I'm leaving.
Now, wait a minute. Won't you admit this does call for a laugh? A woman with all those assets getting green-eyed over a fictional gal her husband dreamt up in a novel?
Sam is a broker, not a writer.
Oh, say that about Samuel Beasley on a quiz program, and the man will come up with, too bad, better luck next time.
I cured him of all his literary pretensions 10 years ago when he married me. Lord knows where he found time to write this book. He did it out of sheer malice.
You mean you thought you had a colorless milquetoast character for a spouse, and now he's the pop of a bestseller, stealing all the limelight from you?
No, that's not it at all.
Then what is it?
The Diana in Sam's book actually exists. Everything that happened between her and the hero actually happened. Almost every critic said it has the ring of truth.
Oh, well, that doesn't mean that...
The whole situation. A community like our own, Deer Lake Park. The description of Diana. The cold, distant wife who didn't know what was going on.
The glacial beauty, huh? You sound as though you knew the heroine.
I think I do. And that's where I need your help, Mr. Valentine.
Well, look, haven't I tried to explain
So many
that-
things are so very clear now. For instance, every Thursday for the last year, Sam's received a telephone call at 5:30. He's always made a point of answering it himself.
Well, does it have to be another woman? It could have been his bookie. They're very punctual, too.
Once I reached the phone before he did. The party hung up. I'm sure it was a woman. The woman.
You recognize the perfume, no doubt.
Let me finish. Every Thursday night, he's made an excuse to go into town and never once mentioned what he did.
Well, of course, you keep Sam informed of all your moves.
That's aside from the point. Your commentary doesn't interest me. I just want you to find out if Diana in Sam's book is or isn't Peggy Wilkinson.
And who's that lady?
Her family has the estate next to ours at Deer Lake Park. She's always loved Sam. Probably would have married him if I hadn't come along.
You mean except for the last year, Peggy's been content to forget, if not forgive.
Peggy's the kind of girl who's willing to wait things out. She makes a career being naive, wholesome, and athletic.
And you think she's the Diana in The Awakening?
You may have seen Miss Wilkinson in the Sunday supplements. She's always carrying not one, but 6 tennis rackets.
Say, tell me, Mrs. Beasley, what's it going to do for your pride to find out if all this is true? Or is it a little feminine mayhem you have in mind?
What I have in mind is none of your business. Question is, are you interested in a flat fee?
Oh, excuse me, will you? Valentine. Oh, yeah, Riley. Well, what's on your mind, Lieutenant? What? Hey, look, start from the beginning, will you? And this time, stop for the red lights. Huh? Oh, now, wait, I can't answer that. Looks like I'm going to take the case, so I might be violating the confidence of my client. Okay, stop yelling, will you? We'll be right out there. Mrs. Beasley?
Yes?
Do you know a man named Michael Waldron?
I do.
And you left my telephone number in case he wanted to get in touch with you?
That's right. We were supposed to have lunch in town together today. How do you know? Who was that on the phone?
Lieutenant Riley. Homicide.
What's the tie-up, George?
Well, what did he say?
Enough to take this out of the class of a family brawl. Mrs. Beasley, somebody tried to kill your husband.
Well, while we're waiting for Miss Brooks to get here with Miss Wilkinson, what about some drinks? Oh, Sally. Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am.
Just a minute here.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Mrs. Beasley, suppose we forget about the social graces until we get rid of the business at hand, huh?
The business being to prove I took a pot shot at Beasley here.
Take it easy, Waldron. Hey, Lieutenant, Mr. Beasley's been strangely quiet. Would you mind him telling us what happened?
Oh, that's going to be just dandy. He'd like nothing better than to pin it on me.
Michael, please.
Let's face it, Vicky, he resented every moment we've been together.
Why should I, Waldron? You're 5 years younger than my wife. Our friends applaud her choice for a companion when I'm occupied. You're handsome, very charming.
Okay. You guys can knife each other some other time.
Are you sure nobody wants anything?
What, are you still here? I told you that... No, Sally, nobody wants anything.
I was talking to Mr. Beasley.
You can go now, Sally.
Just as you say, Mr. Beasley.
Mr. Valentine, a moment ago you asked me for my version of what happened here in my study.
Yeah, it seems to have been lost in the shuffle.
I can be very brief about it. I was sitting there at my desk, typing, doing some work on a new story. Suddenly there was a shot through those French doors. I didn't see anybody, and I assure you I didn't stop to investigate.
I get it.
I made a beeline for the drawing room. And strangely enough, a minute later, in walked Waldron.
Here we go.
Let me ask you something, Beasley.
I'll ask the questions if you don't mind, Valentine, and when I'm through, I've got something to ask you. Why you're mixed up in this at all, Mrs. Beasley.
I don't think I can be of much help, Lieutenant. When I left for Mr. Valentine's office, Sam was here in the study. I decided I wouldn't bother him.
Didn't you even tiptoe up and peek in to say goodbye?
I told you. He was working. I could hear him at the typewriter.
As far as I'm concerned, I was merely dropping by to pick Vicky up for lunch. I didn't even hear a shot.
Of course, it might have been one of my readers expressing a critical opinion.
Please, Mr. Beasley, don't try to be funny. You know, you people rank pretty high socially in our fair city. That's why I'm here. Ordinarily, you'd have to be a corpse before I arrive.
Just 1 minute, Mrs. Beasley. I'll take that.
What do you mean?
Whatever it is you're trying to slip into your pocketbook, I'd like to see it.
You haven't anything to hide, have you, Mrs. Beasley?
Why, no. This is just a...
A gold cigarette lighter.
Yes. I must have dropped it over there by the doors.
Very interesting. Initials M.W.
Lieutenant, you needn't look at me like that. It's not mine.
Well, we'll see about that, M.W. And you weren't supposed to have been here in the study.
Michael.
That's all right, Vicky. They can think whatever they want, but they'll never prove anything.
I'm sure that's a world of consolation to my wife. Isn't it, my dear?
Well, suppose we go back downtown together, Waldron. While we check on this lighter, you and I have a few things to talk about.
Why not?
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I admit this lighter might point very definitely to Waldron, but it doesn't stop there.
All right. Where does it stop?
I'll be able to tell you better when Brooksy gets here. Now, Miss Wilkinson, as I told you, there's no reason to be nervous. The lieutenant has to ask these questions.
But I don't understand. I knew nothing of what happened to Sam until Miss Brooks told me.
Oh, but I didn't tell you, Miss Wilkinson. I made it a point not to.
I couldn't help guessing something was wrong.
Lieutenant, must we drag Peggy into this? You've got Waldron in the other room to take down to headquarters. Why this inquisition?
Valentine and your wife dragged this young woman into this mess, not me.
Surely, Sam, you can't object to us doing everything we can to find out who tried to kill you.
Your concern for me is very touching, Victoria.
Mr. Beasley, whether you know it or not, your wife has a theory that the heroine of your book is modeled after Miss Wilkinson.
Mr. Valentine, that was supposed to be a matter of confidence between us.
Attempted murder changes all that.
Victoria, you really believe that? Me, the Diana in The Awakening, that irresistible creature who unleashed such raging passion in a man?
Sam was so carried away, he couldn't help dropping some unmistakable clues. How long has this been going on? Just the last year? Or the whole time we've been married?
Now, Victoria.
How many people have known it all along, laughing at me?
Oh, this is ridiculous. Peggy is the last person anybody would picture as the femme fatale. She's the outdoor type. Much too wholesome for that sort of thing. Just to look at her, anybody can tell that.
Why stop there, Sam? You with your marvelous knack with words. Why don't you say I'm just about as glamorous as a dish of cottage cheese? I use Lifebuoy in my tub instead of perfume bath salts. The direct opposite of the striking and glamorous Victoria.
Just where were you all morning, Miss Wilkinson?
I have no airtight alibi, if that's what you mean. I was out horseback riding, all by myself.
Look, let's stop sparring, huh? Now, look, Valentine, you said you were going to pull some kind of rabbit out of the hat. Well, come on, let's have it.
Okay. Do you happen to own a cigarette lighter, Margaret?
Well, yes. I didn't know there was any law against that.
Could this be it? The initials M.W. could stand for Margaret Wilkinson, as well as Michael Waldron. Now, while you were out horseback riding, you might have taken a slight detour. And you might have wanted to kill Beasley because he wouldn't get a divorce and marry you.
Well, Miss Wilkinson?
Very well. Why shouldn't I admit it? It's all true about this morning. And the book.
Well, you know what you're saying, Peggy.
Yes, and I don't care. Oh, this'll really cause a sensation. The wholesome, colorless Peggy Wilkinson turns out to be the fabulous and much-discussed Diana. Oh, and I'll love it.
You heard her, all of you. This tweedy little frump has been making a fool of me. Me.
Well, Miss Wilkinson, I guess we'd better get into town.
I'm afraid not, Lieutenant Riley.
Huh?
Because I'm not going to press charges.
What?
George, did you hear the man?
Yeah.
I came here to make an arrest, and that's what I'm going to do.
I refuse to prosecute. As far as I'm concerned, Peggy was out hunting squirrels, and her marksmanship was incredibly bad.
I think you're right, Sam.
But I don't. I want the world to know that you couldn't hold a man, Victoria. And of all things, you lost him to me.
I think that washes everything up, Lieutenant. Thank you very much for your trouble.
If you were anybody else, Beasley, I'd better get out of here before I lose my...
Peggy, I'd better take you home.
Oh, yes, Sam.
Victoria, you'd better go and reassure Waldron that he's a free man.
I'll do that, Sam. I'll be right back, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah.
Well, where does that leave us, George? I don't see any point in hanging around now.
Oh, a very important point, Brooksy. A particularly fat and juicy bill.
Oh.
Doubt what she wanted to know. So, sit down at the great author's typewriter and make it out.
Okay. What amount shall I make it, George?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I was looking for Mrs. Beasley. This is my day off. I was just leaving.
Mm. Well, so long, Sally.
I was in the next room before. I couldn't help overhearing Mrs. Beasley say Mr. Beasley was using the typewriter when she left this morning.
So?
The reason the typewriter man was here was to bring this new machine. Goodbye, Mr. Valentine. George.
Yeah, Brooksy. This is a noiseless machine.
Then she couldn't have heard it. With the doors of the study closed.
Now, why did she lie?
You mean Victoria took a shot at her husband and then came to us? Oh, but why would Peggy...
I don't know, Angel, I don't know. But unless I have the proud Victoria sized up all wrong, the lady is still out to do murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure, George Valentine, in just a moment. You like your car. Probably everybody in your family and most of your friends like it. But there's someone who doesn't like your car, and his name is Old Man Rust. He's most destructive when your car is standing idle for long hours. He sneaks in with condensed moisture and starts nibbling at internal engine parts the moment you cut the ignition. But if you've got RPM motor oil in your car, don't you worry. So when you cut the engine, RPM doesn't drain off vertical parts. It stays on the job and prevents rust from ever getting started. Other compounds in RPM, motor oil, prevent gummy carbon and lacquer formations, put a stop to corrosion and oxidation. It adds up to complete protection, another reason why RPM is first choice in the West. Ask for RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A Marble Cove society beauty, Victoria Beasley by name, who'd rather die than be humiliated, hires you to prove that the heroine in her broker husband's sensational first book is a former sweetheart of his, Peggy Wilkinson. You don't want any part of a divorce-bound shuffle like this, but then an attempt is made on Sam Beasley's life. Said Peggy takes the blame, and the wife trips herself up with a stupid, needless contradiction, which seems to give the lie to Peggy's confession. All of which sends you, George Valentine, into frantic action to prevent another try at murder.
George, what are you going to do?
Find Victoria. Okay, Walden, where is she?
That's what I'd like to know, Valentine. What did you say to Victoria? She just brushed past me, told me to stay here until she got something cleared up once and for all.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Well, wasn't Mrs. Beasley more specific? Where was she going? What was she going to do?
That's all she said. But you've got to stop hounding her, Valentine.
Me? Hounding her?
You're a little mixed up, Mr. Waldron. Victoria came to us.
Well, there's no time to go into detail.
Why don't you admit it? Her husband hired you to spy on us. You can't do that to the kind of person Victoria is. She's easily upset. And I'm not going to let you.
Now, look, Buster, I got places to go in a hurry.
You're not going anywhere. You're going to leave Victoria alone.
You're a big, well-built lad, Waldron, but don't try to maul me.
You're staying right here, even if I have to.
Sorry, but you forced me into this corner, pal. I told you I got places to go.
Don't keep looking around like that for help, Peggy. I waited till Sam left so I could be alone with you. I'm here to kill you in your own house.
Victoria, put that gun away. You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, yes, I do. In the presence of others, you admitted that you came between me and my husband. It was you who were phoning every Thursday at 5:30. The other details are all there for the whole world to read in Sam's book.
No, Victoria, no.
No jury will convict me for trying to protect the sanctity of the American home.
Now, listen to me, Victoria.
Being a laughingstock, I'll be a heroine, a noble figure. That's something I never could stand for, being laughed at. I'm willing to do anything to put an end to that.
You've got to believe me. I lied to that lieutenant. I didn't try to kill Sam, and I'm not the Diana in his book.
Do you expect me to believe that?
Well, I said it only because I'm human. I'm tired of being the dowdy thing that I am.
Can't you understand what it would mean if people thought that I had all the glamour that you have and more? I haven't been waiting around for 10 years to get Sam.
Sorry, Peggy. I'm all through talking.
I'm sorry about this.
How did you...
She was going to kill me.
It's all right now, Peggy.
Your wrist will hurt for a couple of days, Mrs. Beasley, but you're lucky to get away this easy.
Well, I get on my knees and thank you most humbly.
No. No, and you better not bother picking up that gun either. I'll just take that. Where did you get it anyway?
It's Sam's. I took it from a drawer in his shipper robe.
I see. Okay, come on, Mrs. Beasley. You too, Miss Wilkinson.
Where are we going?
Right back where we started. Who knows? If I'm lucky, I may come up with another rabbit out of the hat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't like hogging the floor, but the time has come when you're going to have to do the listening.
Well, get it over with, Mr. Valentine. I'm sick of this whole thing.
I'm sure the ladies, too, are anxious to hear what you have to say.
Well, you should be more than anxious, Mrs. Beasley. You should be shaking with fear over what you might have done today.
You mean committing murder? I had every intention to.
Victoria, you can't go on feeling that way about me. I told you you're all wrong.
Stop sniveling, Peggy. You're safe. I doubt if I could work myself up to the same fever pitch again.
Oh, now you're just being an old softy, Mrs. Beasley.
What I meant to say is that if Miss Wilkinson is right, you would have killed the wrong woman and paid for it with your life.
I'm just as sure as ever that she's the Diana Sam wrote about.
And about that attempt on your life, Mr. Beasley.
Oh, yes, we mustn't forget that.
If Miss Wilkinson has recanted her confession and Waldron here is staunch in his denials...
I certainly am.
That leaves only you, Mrs. Beasley.
Oh, you placed much too much importance on my hearing Sam's typewriter. I only said that to make my story sound more convincing. I didn't want to be implicated in something I had nothing to do with.
Well, it seems we're right back where we started from, with a full-blown mystery on our hands. Maybe it would be best just to forget it.
I don't know about that. Stay where you are, Victoria. No, I'll answer that, Mr. Beasley.
Oh, yes, but
5:30. Thursday. Same call, same time. Every week.
Yeah, the other woman. Hello?
Is that you, Sam?
No. No, but I've got a question for you, lady.
Oh, dear Lord, what I almost did.
Yes, Mrs. Beasley. There is a real life Diana, and that was she on the phone. Okay, who is she, Beasley?
If a writer learns nothing else, he learns the value of confounding and bewildering the reader. That's the way I choose to leave it now.
Oh, Peggy, I couldn't help believing what I did. And if Mr. Valentine hadn't
Brooksy,
stopped
come
me,
here
I
a
would...
minute.
Yes, George.
Get on the phone and tell Riley to get back here.
Oh, he's going to just love that.
Well, it's only right that he should be in on the payoff.
Same rabbit in the same hat?
Nope. You've heard about how those long-eared critters increase and multiply. Well, at this point, there's a whole slew of the little beasties.
Huh?
In other words, Angel, now we've got all the answers.
All right, Valentine. I get the picture of what happened between Mrs. Beasley and Miss
But
Wilkinson.
I told you, Lieutenant, I'm not going to do anything about it. Awakening. Certainly under the circumstances, I'm not going to do anything about it.
Oh, most certainly. There have been 2 murder attempts, and we're supposed to just laugh it off, huh?
Lieutenant, do I still have to hang around here?
As far as I'm concerned, you can drop...
Surely, Waldron, you don't want to miss the exciting explanation Valentine's promised us.
Yes, why don't you say something, Mr. Valentine? What have you got on your mind?
I don't think you can stall much longer, darling.
Okay, I admit I have been stalling. But for a very good reason. Still, if the time has come. Beasley. You staged this whole business. Nobody tried to kill you.
What?
You fired that shot through the French doors.
You're going to have trouble proving an obvious absurdity like that.
Okay, if someone really wanted to kill you, some person in this room who knew you, he would have walked right up to you and let you have it, not resort to any hit-or-miss tactics.
That makes sense, Valentine. Go on.
The gun your wife wanted to use on Miss Wilkinson, your gun, has 1 bullet missing from it. And that's the bullet embedded in the wall over your desk.
Are you sure of that?
Quite sure, Lieutenant.
Mr. Beasley was so convinced that suspicion would never fall on him, he was, well, let's say, careless enough to put the gun back in his room where his wife found it.
But why would Sam do such a thing?
I'll tell you why. He'd make the headlines, more publicity for that book of his.
Yes, dear, that thought did occur to me.
The sensation the awakening caused was beginning to die down. Something like this would have started people talking all over again. Make me seem even more ridiculous.
It was fit payment for the 10 years you lorded it over me, making me a laughingstock among our friends.
And I was to be the patsy in the deal. I've been waiting for this, Beasley, and now is a
Stay
good...
put, Buster.
And the lighter, Sam? Are you going to purposely implicate me?
No, Peggy. I never thought of you as Margaret when I planted that lighter with the initials M.W. I wanted it to point to Waldron, but I never intended to press charges.
Oh, there must be something in the books that applies to a case like this. There's got to be. And I'm going to find it. Look, Beasley, I don't care how big a man you are.
Lieutenant,
Huh?
you haven't heard the whole story.
I don't think I can take any more.
Oh, you don't know about rabbits, Lieutenant, and how they increase and multiply.
Miss Brooks, there's an awful lot of things I don't know, but I'm going to find out right now.
Oh, Mrs. Beasley, I didn't know you had company. What, Shelley? I just wanted to tell you I was back in case you needed me. But, Shelley, this is your night off.
I'm sure she'll give you a detailed report some other time, but now...
Lieutenant Riley, you should be ashamed of yourself.
What's that?
That's no way to talk about the almost legendary Diana.
You know what you're talking about.
You must be out of your mind.
I was trying to stall till Sally got here.
But how did he find out, Mr. Beasley?
I'm sure he's coming to that right now, Sally.
You mean my own maid in my own house?
Yes, Mrs. Beasley. Those mysterious phone calls every Thursday. Thursday. The traditional maid's day off. Sam couldn't keep his appointment tonight.
I can't help myself, Victoria, but it is funny.
But not to me, Michael. You can get out and stay out. Victoria, I'm truly very sorry.
Of course. You began tying things up, George, when Sally made those pointed remarks about the new typewriter.
Frankly, I'm glad it's all out in the open.
Yeah, me too.
Victoria, although this must necessarily add to your humiliation, after our divorce, Sally and I are going to be married.
Oh, but that's impossible.
What?
What do you mean impossible, Sally?
Well, I'm already married. But Joe's been in San Quentin for the last 2 years.
Oh, this is wonderful.
And this time, Michael, I can laugh with you.
Sam, I'm very sorry. You look so hurt.
Sally, you might have told me instead of making such a fool of me.
But, Mr. Beasley, we just went to the movies and dinner every Thursday night.
Oh, brother.
And after all, it isn't every girl who has such a beautiful book written about her.
Oh, I don't know, Riley. I think the whole thing's pretty understandable.
Oh, don't you even talk to me about the business.
But the depressed middle-aged man turns an innocent little affair into a literary heat wave. The book Victoria kept him from writing for 10 years.
Yeah. This seems to be the night for laughing jacks. What goes with you, pal?
Well, Sam's book should have an aftermath. The awakening is complete.
How come?
Well, I'm betting Victoria is going to feel sorry for her spouse now. And after 10 years, they're really going to get together.
Yeah. Who cares?
Well, that's the beautiful part about marriage, Riley. It really can take a beating and still survive.
Oh, you're so right, darling. More people ought to try it. Or am I being too subtle again?
Oh. Well, well, what I really meant, Angel, was that, well, you see...
Go on. Squirm, pal, squirm. For the first time today, I've found something to laugh at.
If you want to be off to a good start, a fast start, every time you use your car, just make sure it's Chevron Supreme gasoline you've got in the tank. This premium quality gasoline turns the engine over the moment you press the starter. Gives your car a faster warm-up, too. More pep in traffic, a new ping-free power that lifts your car over the hills. Try Chevron Supreme and you'll agree it gets the best out of your car. Another thing, it's climate-tailored. In each different temperature and altitude zone of the West, count on Chevron Supreme for your car's best performance the year round. For today's high-compression engines, you just can't buy a better gasoline. So why not try it tomorrow? Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, as George Valentine is poking through the tall grass in a vacant lot, we'll hear him saying to Brooksy,
Well, looks like we walked into something, Brooksy.
What? That looks like part of a man's shirt.
The collar of a man's shirt with blood on it.
Golly. Stephen must have torn the collar off so he could cover the wound.
And the shirt came from Jonathan's. That's the shop where they look down their noses if your bill runs under $200.
Then we better work fast, George.
Yeah. Because young Steve's life is worth under 2 cents.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Lee Patrick as Victoria, Frank Martin as Sam, Peter Leeds as Waldron, Mary Shipp as Peggy, and Bernice Barrett as Sally. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The payoff is murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If it's touch and go with trouble and you want out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, maybe you've heard of my husband, Johnny Wyatt. Just a notch higher than a club fighter. Big, strong boy who hasn't gotten anywhere. Well, Friday night he meets Pat Driscoll at the Christopher Arena and the payoff is all set. But not if Johnny plays it my way. Then the payoff might be murder. Still, I want to take that chance. Maybe my reasons for this are a little cockeyed. But if you're interested, let's talk it over. And it's signed Doris Wyatt.
Christopher Arena, Brooksy. Sounds like old home week. Remember?
Remember? I had to sit there and watch you get worked over just to satisfy the ego of a vicious little gangster named Salvador.
The late Johnny Salvador. So now there's a Douglas Harger running all of his rackets. It's enough to make a growing boy turn cynical.
One thing's certain from Mrs. Wyatt's letter. The air around Christopher Arena still has an odor from here to there and back again.
Yeah. With Harger in the picture, the fight could very well be a fix. But why should an ever-loving wife want to change the payoff so it might read murder?
Well, George, she admitted her reasons might sound a little cockeyed.
But just how cockeyed?
All right, Mr. Valentine, I'll tell you why I'm not going to let Johnny throw that fight Friday night.
Yeah, Mrs. Wyatt?
Because I've never had a mink coat.
Huh?
What's that? Exactly what I said, Miss Brooks.
Well, pardon my dunce cap, but if your husband played along with Harger, that would be about as short a cut to a mink coat as you'd want.
And you still don't seem to get it. The first time I ever saw Johnny, I was in a chorus line. I think I wanted a mink coat more than I wanted to breathe. And I could have had it even with a wedding band. But I picked Johnny. Doesn't it mean anything to you?
Yeah. You loved him.
It's more than that. For 10 whole years, I've had to stand by while he was getting his face pushed in. But at least he was always doing a clean, honest job. The only job he knew.
But how do you think we can help you if Johnny's made up his mind?
You can help me change it.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Harger and his crowd have already placed their bets. They're not going to let Johnny or anybody else cross him.
I know.
Anyway, this is a little out of my line, Mrs. Wyatt. I wouldn't know how to go about this.
And I wouldn't know what to tell you. Oh, maybe I've got a one-track mind. A gasoline station along the road, an auto court. And who knows, maybe we could still have a couple of kids.
Funny where you can wind up dreaming of a mink coat. Sorry I bothered you, Mr. Valentine. Forget it.
Well, now, wait a minute. Let me think about this.
Hey, Doris. Doris. I want...
Oh, you got company, huh?
Where have you been, Johnny?
Training. You know, honey, Friday night, the big payoff.
Look at you. How much do you think you'll have to drink after Friday to forget what you did?
You know I'm only doing this for you, Doris. Hey, who are these people? We shouldn't be talking like this in front of
You don't have to worry about them.
Go on, get out, both of you, get out. I want to talk to my wife.
Might be a good idea if you did a little listening, Johnny.
Who are you to tell me what to do? I get enough of that. Get him out of here.
This
Doris,
is Mr. Valentine. I thought he could figure a way you could still fight an honest fight and not get hurt.
You mean you told him?
She was only thinking of you.
Get out. Get out, I told you.
Stop it, Johnny, stop it. This is one time your fists aren't going to help you. After the fight, I'm leaving you. For good.
You what?
Leaving you.
But, baby, it's 10 years. Things we had planned. This was going to be my last fight. Doris, you don't know what you're saying. You can't do
Take
it.
it easy now. Here, fella, sit down. Pull yourself together. Now, look.
Yeah.
If you're willing to try, I'll see if I can get you off the spot.
Oh, Johnny, please listen to him. What about it, Johnny?
Go ahead, mister.
Okay. You think you got it in you to beat this Driscoll guy Friday?
I think I can take him. Got at least one good fight left in me.
Good.
Besides, Driscoll thinks it's all fixed. He's been doing his training in nightclubs. Oh, but there's nothing you can do about it now, Valentine. You don't double-cross Hager and get away with it.
Well, you didn't fix this thing, Johnny. It was Steve Helianos. Your manager did all the talking for you.
You got a contract with this Helianos?
Sure, but I had no trouble getting out of that. Steve's been jipping me for years.
Well, what's the word, Johnny?
Just what you know it would be if I thought I was going to lose you.
Well, it looks like you've got another date at the Christopher Arena, George.
Yeah. Okay, we don't have much time. Get him under a cold shower, Doris. Fill him full of black coffee.
Yeah.
Where do you train, Johnny?
Murray's Gym, 8th Street. Hager took that place over from Salvador, too.
Well, don't go near the place. Use the gym at the YMCA until you hear from me.
What are you going to do?
See a man who has more reason than any of us to hate Hager and everything he stands for. A man who hated Johnny Salvador enough to kill him.
George, the basher.
But that guy's punch drunk. They got him locked away in a sanitarium.
Uh-huh. But I think he can still make the kind of sense that'll give us a fighting chance. Now, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I'll pick you up at the office. Right now, it's time for a couple of characters to get a shock treatment.
Here, listen, my friend. Where do you get off telling me how to run my business? Aren't you forgetting? I am his manager.
As far as Johnny Wyatt is concerned, you're out of business, Helianos, as of now.
I'm warning you. Don't make things unhealthy for yourself.
Come now, Helianos. You're the one who's flirting with high blood pressure. Don't get so excited.
But you heard what he said, Mr. Hager.
And everyone else will if you don't stop raising your voice. Besides, you know how sensitive I am to raucous voices. Now, if you'll just leave us alone, I'd like to talk to Mr. Valentine.
Sure, okay. But don't forget I got a contract with Wyatt.
Yeah, sure. That piece of paper and a dime will buy you a cup of coffee. And if you have any complaints, take them up with the boxing commission.
You think I won, eh? Well, I will...
Your tantrums are childish, Helianos.
Huh?
I'm afraid we both have to admit that round number 1 goes to this gentleman on points.
Thanks.
Well, the gentleman better stay out of my way. We don't want to wake up floating in his sewer.
Hey, isn't that Pat Driscoll punching the bag over there?
Yes. You see him in one of his more conscientious moods. He's actually condescended to work out today.
Uh-huh. Well, no wonder Wyatt is the top heavy favorite. You stand to really clean up if he does approve.
When he does it. Which brings us to the crux of the matter, doesn't it, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah. That Johnny Wyatt is going to fight the best he knows how. No matter which way you're betting or what you intend to do.
I can't allow Wyatt to win. There's almost $250,000 involved.
Okay, what do you propose to do about it?
Unlike Helianos, I don't indulge in lurid threats. I simply want to state a fact. If this bout doesn't come off as planned, neither you nor Wyatt will have much time to enjoy virtue's momentary triumph.
Well, now, that was the purpose of this little visit. Now we both know where we stand.
Oh, Mr. Hager, I understand this guy's giving you some kind of trouble.
Trouble? Of course not, Driscoll. We were merely discussing business.
Yeah. I was trying to find out how to bet Friday night. Mr. Hager here says you can't lose.
All right, I'm a sure thing. So what?
But I keep saying you can't win, Driscoll.
Huh?
Unless you got somebody in there to take a dive for you.
What's that? You know what I think I'm gonna do?
Hold it, Driscoll.
I'm gonna nail you one, sweetheart, and see how you look splashed on the floor.
Hey, look at the guy done it, Driscoll. Driscoll's out like a light.
I don't believe it. Who splashed on the floor?
I am impressed, Mr. Valentine. If I weren't betting on that reclining gentleman, I'd be tempted to applaud.
Hey, buddy, I just see what you done. The right cross you got there. Anybody managing you?
Out of my way, Buster. I got places to go and things to
Yeah,
do.
but that right cross.
Now listen to Mr. Valentine carefully, Basher.
I'm listening. I get what you're saying.
Good, because this is very important.
Don't you see? This is your chance to win a big fight, not even have to go into the ring.
Well, how can I do that? Them keeping me here in the sanitarium.
Now, look, Basher. You know Hager took over where Salvador left off. And he's doing the same thing to other fighters that Salvador did to you.
He can't do that. Look where I am because of him. And I used to be champ. Champ.
We know that, Basher.
Now, please, get the story straight. Johnny Wyatt wants to make this his last fight. And he wants to do a clean, honest job on Driscoll.
I wish they'd let me in there. I'd show that young punk a couple of things.
Yeah, Basher, yeah, I know. But you see, Wyatt's betting on himself. Every dollar he's got. His wife's depending on him, too.
All the money they've saved to buy a gas station, live a decent life, is on him to win.
Now, look, I'm no fight manager, and I want you to help me find the right trainer and things like that.
Yeah.
But most important, how does a guy like Hager operate? I want to call every move he makes before he even thinks of it.
Oh, okay. I'll put you straight. Already, Hager's way ahead of you.
What do you mean?
What's the odds for Friday night?
Why, it's 7-2 for Johnny Wyatt to win.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, Mr. Valentine. Before the fight, the odds are going to be even bigger for Wyatt. Hager will see that they are.
How can he do that, Basher?
A couple of stunts like he done with you in the gym today when you socked Driscoll. He didn't have to hit the floor, but he did it so everybody would think he wasn't in shape. You know, part of the frame.
Uh-huh.
And that gets in the papers, and everybody bets on Wyatt. A sure thing.
But, George, that means...
Yeah, I'm beginning to see what it means, Brooksy.
The odds should be on Driscoll. He's young, he's smart. If you just knew where to look, you'd see they got Driscoll training hard for this fight.
This puts me on the spot, Basher.
Yeah, well, it's an old deal. Salvador started doing it with me when I was getting washed up. I was 32. That was, 3 years ago.
Well, this is beginning to look like a work of art, George. Hager's got himself double insurance. If Johnny Wyatt doesn't throw the fight, Driscoll can probably beat him anyway.
Driscoll, smart kid.
Oh, boy, what a gold-plated goon guy I turned out to be. I let the Wyatts risk everything, their whole future on this fight.
You never can beat big boys like Hager when they got the fix on.
I know. Still, Johnny Wyatt's got to win Friday night. And I've got to make him. But how, Basher? How?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about the well-tailored car. Whether your everyday motoring is in the Puget Sound area, along the Columbia River, or in the desert, there's one way you can be sure of command performance from your car. That's by relying on high-octane Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this great premium quality fuel is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That means wherever you motor, Chevron Supreme's blending agents command fast starts, command smooth acceleration, command the extra power that makes your car great on hills. Just try a tank full of Chevron Supreme tomorrow and enjoy the command performance it gives your car on the straightaway, in heavy traffic, and up the steepest hills. Remember, Chevron Supreme for command performance every mile of the way. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You find yourself managing, of all things, a heavyweight fighter, Johnny Wyatt, at the end of the road, facing a younger, stronger man. If your boy wins, Harger or one of his mobsters will see that you pay with your life for the fortune they lose in bets. Yet Johnny and his wife are also betting everything they own that he gets the nod. So you're up a blind alley. If you're like George Valentine, you just put your head down and try to slug your way out.
You know, Harger, somebody must have pampered you when you were a boy. To think you can just walk into somebody's house and your very appearance is going to scare them to death?
Please, Mr. Valentine. I've been waiting for this moment. Let me do the talking.
And for once, Harger, I think you're going to do the listening. I doubt if you're going to feel like the same man when Mrs. Wyatt gets through describing you.
You keep talking about my Johnny as your boy. You think he's through and he'll do anything you tell him when he gets in the ring. But Johnny is my boy, too. This is his last fight, and he's going to fight it the way I want him to. We know what he's up against. But no soft-spoken piece of rubbish like you is going to change our minds.
Any questions, Mr. Harger?
No, just a mere statement, minus the dramatics. I thought it might carry greater weight stated in front of Mrs. Wyatt, who's supposed to love her husband.
No soft-spoken piece of rubbish is going to change our minds.
I admire models of virtue, Mrs. Wyatt, but only as curios you keep under glass.
Why don't you speak your piece and get back to your gilded gutter?
The simple fact remains. When I make a bet, there's always a payoff. Either in money or in that wasteful and businesslike operation known as violence.
But it's only been a couple of hours, Doris. Try to remember what you said.
I am.
Your exact words when Harger came in. Now, you did all the talking. He just stood there.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying so hard.
Don't rush her, George. Maybe it'll come easier if you don't make her try so hard.
But we got to get this right, Brooksy.
First, I remember saying, please, Mr. Valentine, I've been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, that's right. Then you said, let me do the talking.
And you said, and for once, Harger, I think
you're going to do the listening. Now we got it, Brooksy. Take all this down.
Okay, George, but I still want to know why.
Angel, this has to be the convincer. I've got to make Harger think I've got something on him. And before he realizes there's one important thing missing from the recording we're going to make.
Well, what's that?
Just his voice, Doris.
But, George, you'll never get away with it.
You just take the words down, Brooksy. Johnny and I have a date at the sanitarium with a basher.
I was champ once, Wyatt. Remember me, huh? Remember me?
Yeah, we all do, Bash. It's just too bad you had a guy like Salvador Him.
Sharp talk and wait, Basher. But will you please look at those pictures? I had to do a lot of talking to get the...
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm watching every move he makes.
Look, this guy isn't going to get us anywhere.
Will you keep quiet, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm watching. I got it. You can turn this thing off now, Mr. Valentine. I got the answer.
Turn the projector off now, Mac, and put on the lights. Okay, what is it, Basher?
Being the champ like I was, I got Driscoll's weakness, just like that. Johnny boy, you can murder that guy in the first round.
Me and how many bulldozers?
Go on, Basher.
Well, when the bell rings, Johnny boy, you rush to the middle of the ring with your dukes up, like Driscoll was the worst enemy you ever had.
You're not far from wrong.
You've seen him in them pictures. All you got to do is, all of a sudden, let your hands drop down by your sides.
Yeah, you forgot to mention who carries me out.
Will you listen to him, Johnny?
When Driscoll comes in for the kill, he's wide open. You've seen it. That's when you give it to him, Johnny boy. But not with your right. not with your right.
Just how do you do it, Basher?
You throw your left at him. That's the way he's least expecting.
Well, the only punch I got is my right cross. Everybody knows the only thing I can do with my left is chase off flies.
Like I said, least expecting. And the guy's got a glass jaw. You've seen it in the pictures. He won't know what happened to him.
Valentine, let's get out of here. If I do this punch, he tells me I'll get killed.
We'll talk about that later, Johnny. Thanks for your advice, Basher. And when you listen to this fight over the radio, you can say to yourself, it's just as though the Basher were in there fighting.
Do like I said, Johnny, and you'll have him smelling the rosin before he knows what hit him.
Yeah, and I could also be reading the alphabet backwards from then on.
Do like your wife tells you. By that gas station. Don't end up like me, the champ.
Valentine, let's get out of here.
Sometimes I wake up in bed fighting my own shadow, right? And then I faint, and I give him a right cross and then a left.
So long, champ. And thanks again. Well, this is about it, Johnny. The last prelim is on out there. How do you feel?
Oh, just great.
How does he look to you, Freddie? The Basher said you were the best trainer in the business.
I done the best I could with him, Mr. Valentine, in the short time we had. You gotta remember, Johnny ain't as young as he used to be.
Yeah, especially around the stomach, huh, Freddie? Doris, what are you doing here? You never want you to see me before a fight.
Oh, this time it's different, Johnny. I got you into this. The least I can do is kiss you. Good luck.
Valentine.
Here's that briefcase you wanted, George.
Oh, thanks, Angel. I'm sure I'm going to need it.
I'm betting on you, Johnny.
Okay, Freddie, that's enough. Can't help me anymore.
Anything you say, Johnny.
Did you ever see a wife like that? I'm just not good enough for her. I don't want her to see me on my face out there tonight. If they end up that way, she'll never know whether I threw the fight or not.
Will you take it easy, Johnny?
Hey, just like Joe Baloney out. Better get your boy in a bathrobe.
All right. This is going to be my last fight. I'm going to go in there and slug it out with Driscoll. Well, why are you guys looking at me that way? Come on.
You boys know the rules. Keep your punches up, fight clean, break clean.
Right.
Get back to your corners.
Okay, now, Johnny, I've only got a second, so listen. Fight this thing the way I want you to do it. It's your only chance.
I'm not taking that punch drunk's word.
Well, then take mine. Do it, and I'll even be happy to face Hager.
Hey, your mouthpiece, Johnny.
Go to it, Johnny.
What's the matter, boys? Come on in. Driscoll, give it to me, will you? Don't worry, Grandpa. You're going to get it.
Come on, boys. Get going.
Oh, come on in, will you? Come on. Got my hands hanging down. Make it quick and fast. Okay, sucker.
1, 2, 3. Hey, somebody, quick. Get the doctor from the boxing division in here. Driscoll's really hurt.
Hey, where do you think you are going, friend? Don't think you are leaving this arena.
What's the matter, Helianus? When you got a gun in a man's back, no reason for your hand to shake like that.
Just excited. I cannot wait to see what is going to happen to you. Start walking.
Okay. Johnny had more left in him than you thought, didn't he?
What are you carrying in that briefcase, Valentine? Your last will and testament?
Yeah, something like that.
In here. This is Hager's office.
Come in, Mr. Valentine.
Sit down.
Thanks a lot.
If you remember, during our last conversation, there was a slight mention of a payoff, one way or another.
I have a very retentive memory, Mr. Hager, and you were very eloquent.
Oh, why make with the fancy words, Mr. Hager? I know a couple of boys who can take care of him, but fast.
Why need we hurry, Helianus? Do you know how much you cost me tonight, Mr. Valentine?
I hope it was enough to send you to the poorhouse.
Not quite, but it was a serious blow.
Oh, yeah. I think you can afford it, all right. A lavish office like this, oil paintings. Custom-built phonograph? So many luxuries guys like Basher don't have in a sanitarium.
But what to do with you, Mr. Valentine? Of course, you must go, and eventually Mr. Wyatt, too. But how? Well, if there's one thing I dislike, it's, let's say, crudity.
Oh, brother, leave it to you. Never at a loss for the right word. You mind if I put on a record I brought along?
I love good music.
Oh, well, then you ought to go nuts about this when you hear it played back.
Hey, what is he doing? He's got a gun in there.
Please, Ilianos. You don't seem to understand how gentlemen like Mr. Valentine and I do business. Just what have you got there?
Suppose you listen, Harger. I'll put the needle down at random. But I think you'll get the general idea.
I hope it's Sibelius.
You keep talking about my Johnny as your boy. You think he's through and he'll do anything you tell him when he gets in the ring.
It's all there, Mr. Harger.
But Johnny is my boy, too. This is his last fight, and he's going to fight it the way I want him to.
If anything happens to me or Johnny, this will make sweet music in the DA's ears.
Soft-spoken piece of rubbish.
You want to hear any more, Harger? Of course, you remember. This gets better as it goes along.
You know, you don't have to have a scientific trend of mind to know that RPM motor oil means low-cost car operation and longer engine life. But Mr. George L. Reed of Miami, Arizona happens to be scientific-minded, and this is what he says, quote, "As a mining man for 15 years, I have a pretty good idea of what proper lubrication means. For long life in your car motor, you must have absolute lubrication, and RPM really does the job. I'm sticking with RPM," unquote. I think you'll agree that Mr. Reed is a wise and practical man. And if you've been using RPM motor oil in your car regularly, you know why Mr. Reed prefers this premium quality motor oil. You know that RPM keeps your engine cleaner, fights off carbon, rust, lacquer, and other costly troublemakers. And you know that where ordinary oils fail on hot upper cylinder walls, RPM protects those hot spots at all times. So to give your car longer life, get an oil drain and refill with RPM motor oil. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car.
Well, come on, Harger, speak up. Do you want to hear any more?
I'm not one to fool myself, Mr. Valentine. You may have something on that record.
Oh, I can just as well play the rest of it, including your ill-advised threat. You know, violence. Shall I go ahead?
No, you needn't bother.
You mean you are going to let them get away with this, Mr. Harger? I will take care of him tonight, and this record, too.
To be honest, sometimes I despair of you. You're so petulant.
Huh?
Do you think Valentine would walk in here with the only copy of that record?
I got 1,000,000 of them, Helianis, and they all tell the same story. Well, it was nice knowing you two.
Mr. Harger, just leave him to me.
Stay where you are. The gentleman and I have made a bargain. Good night, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. Good night, Mr. Harger.
Well, how do you like it, Mr. Valentine? We finally got our gas station. And there's even an auto court in the back.
Sure looks swell.
Well, we just thought we'd drop by, Doris, and see how you and Johnny were making out. By the way, where is Johnny?
In the back somewhere. You ought to see him, Claire. Happy as a kid, can't find enough to do. But none of these things would have been possible except for you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, thanks for the badge of honor, Doris, but all I'm doing is trying to make a living.
Living. That's what Johnny and I are doing now. We're closer than we ever were. Why, do you know, in the spring we may even open up a hamburger stand.
Oh, love and hamburgers. A reasonable substitute for a mink coat.
Something like that. All I know is everybody should be as happy as Johnny and I are now. For instance, you two could, I mean...
Oh, never mind, Doris. Subtleties like that are wasted on our friend here.
Oh, I know what Doris is driving at, all right.
Oh, do you, darling?
Yeah, but Angel, can we make it pay? Opening a hamburger stand.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett as Doris, Tony Barrett as Johnny, Jay Novello as Basher, Louis Van Ruten as Harger, John Ullman as Helianos, and Lester J. as Driscoll. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Vultures on the Wing, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the future shapes up like a condolence card with a big black border, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, because of a stroke of extraordinary luck, an investment of $20,000 promises to yield me $500,000. But the transaction must be closed swiftly, tonight, because with so much money involved, there are, naturally, vultures on the wing. I sing in the colonnade room at the Savoy Wilton, but I shall be home this afternoon at 3, if it is convenient for you. Signed, Maria. You're concerned that there's something questionable about the proposition. Is that it, Mr. Valentine?
No, I guess I'm just a creature of habit, Mrs. Burnett, but...
It's Maria to the whole world. Then why not to you and Miss Brooks, of course?
Oh, well, let's be real chummy and call me Brooksy.
You were saying, George...
Oh, just call me Georgie. Now, I was saying, when 20 grand teases back $500,000, I begin to drip with all kinds of doubts.
Oh, it's all very legal and terribly simple.
All right, you've written the lead. What about the rest of the story?
Those vultures on the wing.
Yes. 4 priceless paintings by Sebastian Zundert were sold to a very high-ranking general when the Nazis occupied Holland.
Sold?
Yes. The owner was a collaborator. He had no scruples about dealing with the Nazis. So it was all very legal.
Go on.
These 4 masterpieces passed from hand to hand by way of Portugal and Argentina to this country. They're still considered among the missing. But I'm in touch with the present owner, and he'll let me have them for $20,000.
Huh? Bargain sale.
Well, how did you and Mr. X get together in the first place?
That's where I think I've been very clever, Brooksy. From the Boulevard de la Croisée in Cannes to Ciro's on the Sunset Strip, wherever I've sung, I let my interest in the Zundert canvases be known to the right people.
Well, wasn't that a little like shooting blanks and not even having a target?
I reasoned it had to be somebody in the international set. I was right. Last night, after 2 years, I received a telephone call. So you see...
Just a minute, Maria.
Huh? Oh, Nick, I told you to stay in the library. This is a business conference.
Well, why don't you have conferences with your husband? I graduated from the Harvard School of Business.
Will you please leave us, Nick?
No, we're going to have a conference. And don't want any strangers going to start by throwing this gentleman out.
Now, hold it, will you, Buster? What have you been drinking? Singapore slings with vodka?
Let go of me.
Nick, if you don't behave yourself...
Yeah. I know. You'll leave me. Then what would I do when all the bottles got empty?
Not in front of these people, Nick. Please.
Pride, self-respect. Most important, of course. Go on with your conference, darling.
That's better.
You may not think so, but I did graduate from the Harvard School of Business.
Forgive the interruption. But, as I said, George...
Yeah?
The plan for tonight is terribly simple. You are to pick up the briefcase with the Zunderts in the colonnade room. You are my accident insurance to make sure that everything goes off smoothly.
Beautiful, isn't she?
Oh, not any more than Hetty Lamar. Now, look, we have just about 10 minutes before you meet the man with the briefcase down in the lobby.
Oh, this is just about my cue to go to the powder room with this briefcase full of old newspapers under my wrap.
Right. And on the way back, make certain everybody in the place knows you've got it.
Do you really believe anybody will think we've made the swap in the powder room, George?
This operation is strictly cloak and dagger, Brooksy, so let's play along.
Well, what have I been doing up to now?
Well, the point is, if there are any interested parties in the offing, they'll stick right here with me and your briefcase. While you go downstairs and claim the other one and get over to Maria's.
Well, here I go. I just hope my briefcase isn't showing.
I was hoping the young lady would leave so I could have a moment with you, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, I'll take out the stopwatch, friend.
Running errands for Maria? Charming creature, isn't she? I'm Alfred Steger.
Steger Art Galleries.
Oh, so you know me.
No, I've been lucky up till now.
Maria, the darling, might very well become the proud owner of 4 perfectly breathtaking Zunderts tonight.
You don't say.
But the poor pet is always at such loose ends. She might very well lose these treasures. Then if by some chance they found their way to me, you might very well find yourself $5,000 richer.
How did you get hold of the information, Steger?
Good heavens, man, you should know. Hasn't Maria even mentioned my name? I really believe I feel slighted.
Oh, you'll bounce back.
Just because I'm considering double-crossing her doesn't mean I don't think the world of the dear girl. However, what have you to say about being $5,000 richer? Scruples, awkward things, always getting in the way. But think it over, Valentine.
Good evening, Steger.
Oh, Van Brooklyn.
Would you mind returning to your table so I could speak to Mr. Valentine?
Now look here, old man.
Oh, please, boys, don't fight over
Please
me.
do not make me ask you again, Steger.
Oh, very well. I was quite through anyway. Oh, by the way, Van Brooklyn.
Yes?
Why don't you drop around at my galleries? I have some excellent reproductions.
Why do you speak to me of reproductions?
Because these might fool even you, despite your reputation as a connoisseur. Good night.
You belong in this act, too, Mr. Van Brooklyn?
In a manner of speaking, I am the act, Mr. Valentine.
Oh?
If Maria has deemed it wise to hire you to ensure the safe transfer of the Zundert canvases tonight, that is her affair. But I must make sure you understand one thing.
Well, now, just understanding one thing would be a great improvement.
The $20,000 Maria entrusted to you belongs to me. She is merely a commission agent. Someone I hired more than 2 years ago to make it known in the right places that I was in the market.
I'd like to know who isn't in the market for those things.
I myself am merely a representative of a syndicate. A group of men who intend to acquire those paintings at any cost. So it would be most sensible if you made sure they found their way to me.
Mr. Van Brooklyn, at the moment I'm playing bouncy ball with Maria. Now, if you want to get in on the game, you'd better talk to her. Otherwise, somebody might get hurt.
I see. Well, I am afraid I must leave you. Your lovely companion is returning. It was a great pleasure.
Oh, don't mention it.
Who was that sinister character with a beard? His eyes look like a couple of boiled onions behind those thick glasses. Who is he,
Later,
George?
Brooksy, later. Let me have that.
You can't say everybody in the place doesn't know I came back with a briefcase. I did everything but play catch with it.
Yeah, I saw you. Now go on and get the one we really want.
Yeah, okay, George. But be a nice, peace-loving decoy, darling. I want you back all in one piece.
Okay, go on now, Angel. Get on your tricycle.
Yeah, okay. See you at Maria's.
Nice run you've got there, Valentine.
Well, thank you. I've got very good taste. Except in the kind of people I seem to attract to this table.
Why don't you be satisfied? Stay away from Maria.
Who are you, Buster? And don't tell me I can find out at any post office by just looking at your picture, front and side.
Maybe you've heard of me, Jim Fowler.
I hope you noticed I just went pale.
Hey. Now, you shut up all over and listen.
What's going on over there?
Maria and me are friends. Good friends, catch.
That's cozy, Fowler.
I want you to stay away from her, and I want that briefcase you picked up for her tonight. I'll give it to her in her dressing room.
As you were, Jim. Reach like that again, and you're going to leave some fingers on that table when you say goodbye.
You're not very smart, Valentine.
On your way, Pixie. I got things to do.
You heard me. In the car.
Oh, you're the muscle boy for Van Brocklin, Steger, or Fowler?
Get inside, or you're going to collect yourself a lot of holes that'll spoil your appearance. And give me that briefcase.
Suppose I pout. You're not going to shoot me down on the street, are you?
Try me. Get wise, stupid. You're playing with the older boys now.
Get in.
Hey, Brooksy, what happened?
Well, it's all pretty vague, George. I got here just before you, George. Hurried here after my last show. I found her on the floor.
Yeah?
And the paintings she brought, they're gone.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that in a minute. Hey, you sure you're feeling better now, Angel?
Yes, darling, I think so. Well, I came right here, just as you told me. Then when I opened the door, it was all dark. And then, zowie, somebody hit me.
Uh-huh. Hey, has your husband, Nick, been over there like that all the time?
I don't know. I found him that way with his head down on the table. He's no good to anybody.
Well, George, you don't look fresh as a buttercup yourself. Where have you been?
Somebody wanted a briefcase full of newspapers so bad they floated me out of town. I had to walk back till I got a cab.
Oh, but the pictures...
I told you we'll get to that. And the next time around, I'm going to get the truth from you. Right now, I want to see if your husband here knows anything we ought to know. All right, shoot. Hey, Burnett. Come on, Burnett. Snap out of it. Come on, sit up in the chair.
Nick! George.
Oh. Yeah. One of our friends fixed it so that Nick will be stone cold on the hottest day in July.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If you're driving a new car, you're probably getting a lot of pleasure out of its smooth performance. But wait until you try a tank full of new, improved Chevron Supreme gasoline. It gives car performance to delight the heart of every motorist. Thanks to special blending agents, new Chevron Supreme gives your car faster starts and faster warm-ups. It gives your car new alertness in traffic, ping-free power to lift your car over hills. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. And premium quality Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored. So wherever you drive in the West, no matter what the temperature or altitude, you'll agree new Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. Try a tank full tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A glamorous lady known simply as Maria to the international smart set sends you on an errand, namely to drop off 20 grand and pick up 4 paintings. Then various and sundry personalities start double-crossing each other all around you to snare the above-mentioned canvases. And as an added fillip, Maria's husband is found stabbed to death. Momentarily, you bide your time, which, if you're anything like George Valentine, you devote to cerebral contortions while Lieutenant Riley does the talking.
Mrs. Burnett, did your husband know all 3 of them? I mean Van Brocklin, Steger, and Fowler?
Yes, more or less.
Uh-huh. Well, I've got an all-points bulletin out for them. We'll have their stories in the morning. Right now, I want to get the picture here straight. Now, Miss Brooks,
Yes, sir?
you're sure there isn't anything you forgot to tell us?
No. It was dark. I hardly got in the door. Then I thought I saw somebody looking at me. Well, then that may be imagination.
I came here directly from the Savoy Wilton. Anybody can tell you that
Okay, Mrs. Burnett, okay. Nobody is questioning your alibi. Anything else, Miss Brooks?
Come on, think hard, Brooksy.
Yeah, well, just as I passed out, I remember hearing a loud noise.
Uh-huh.
A crash of some kind. That's all.
Hey, Riley, that means the lamp on the stand over there were knocked over when the murderer was leaving, and not in the struggle with Burnett.
Back to the same thing. They both knew each other, and there was no struggle. But, Valentine, maybe you can explain something else to me. The bloodstains near the foyer door, and Burnett lying with his head on the table a good dozen feet away. How did he make the trip with the knife in him, and why no signs of blood in between?
Yeah, I've been kicking that around too, Riley, but it keeps bouncing back at me.
Yeah. Well, we'll leave the whole thing until tomorrow when I know a lot more than I know right now. Well, good night. Oh, you'd better stay put, Mrs. Burnett.
Oh, we'll come along with you, Lieutenant.
All right.
May I see you a moment, George?
I'll be right there, Brooksy. Yeah, Maria?
You're not walking out on me, are you? I need you more than... I need you more than ever now.
I can't imagine you needing anybody. But if it's going to make your dreams any sweeter, I'll be seeing you in the morning. Better get your story straight.
I know you are very anxious to speak with Maria Valentine, but I thought it would be wise if I talked to her first this morning, so there would be no misunderstanding.
What does he mean, Maria?
I'm sure Mr. Van Brooklyn intends to tell you that himself.
But first, may I explain this patch of court plaster on my cheek?
Yeah, looks like somebody set out to make a veal cutlet out of your face.
Unfortunately, the thugs who attacked me took my word that I do not have that Zunder, so I know where they are, which is true.
Sounds like Fowler's boys on the job.
The important thing is to restate the bargain I made with you, Maria. A liberal bonus if you located the paintings, and to consummate the deal, $20,000 at your disposal, for which I have a receipt.
What have you got to say, Maria?
Perhaps she will speak more freely after I leave. Just remember, Maria, I expect you to produce the money or the pictures.
All right, sweetheart. Let's scrape off all the fine-fingered intrigue and see what we've got here.
Oh, George. George, I've been so alone, so frightened.
No fun getting caught in your own squeeze, is it?
Come closer.
Yeah.
George, I'm in love with you.
Brother, you must be really scared to stagger into that routine.
Don't talk like that.
I suppose now I'm expected to rush out and get those underts for you.
That's a lie. I swear I was thinking of us. What the future would be like with all that money.
Which wouldn't belong to you. Now, let me tell you what the score is. I sent Brooksy over to Steger's galleries to ask a few questions, and I...
Well,
don't give me that used-up smile. I'll admit that's one for my memory book.
we're still in business.
I'll let you know when I'm taking in my sign. Now, you listen. I've measured all the angles, Maria, and I think I know the setup. Maybe even a little better than you do.
I'm listening.
About 2 years ago, Fowler slithered into your life. He was the kind of tough-minded man you liked. An exciting contrast to Nicky boy, who was always lit up like a busy switchboard.
No character analysis, darling. Just the facts.
What if I told you your boyfriend moved in on you, shoulder holster and all, after working out a deal with Van Brooklyn?
What? But they don't even know each other.
I'm guessing it was Fowler who sicked the Dutchman on you to suggest you pass the word about the paintings to your friends. The former black marketeers, the rundown royalty, the professional sophisticates.
You can't make me believe that.
Those two had split the fancy fee Van Brooklyn's syndicate was willing to pay. That is, if one or the other wouldn't work a double cross.
Why, those two conniving...
Makes sense, doesn't it? But then you and Brother Steger were going to pull a fast one, too. As an art dealer, he can not only okay the pictures, but find the right market for them.
Really?
Then you could pay back the $20,000 and say you weren't going to play anymore.
Very well. I admit that.
But there's more, Maria. Steger was all primed to cross you.
What?
Made me a proposition. $5,000 if I delivered those masterpieces to him.
What an unholy mess. And if it's all true. Listen, George. If you play this right, you can still...
Wow. Hello, Fowler.
I told you to stay away from her, Valentine.
Bad memory. One of my worst faults.
Go over him, Batsy. See if he's carrying a rod.
Stand still while I fan you, bud.
Never mind. Here you are.
Jim, what are you going to do?
We'll talk later.
Hey, look at this fancy heater this guy cuts around, Mr. Fowler. Look at me. I'm the Green Hornet. I got a whole army coming at me. But I go...
Where did you pick that up, Fowler?
Well, Batsy is missing a couple of brain cells. He reads too many comic books. But he does what I tell him. And that's all that matters. Valentine, where are those pictures?
I got the same story I gave your boys last night. I wouldn't know.
Jim, is it true about you and Van Brooklyn?
Sure. Like I said, we'll talk later. Batsy.
Yeah, Mr. Fowler?
Drag this peeper over to my hotel. Keep him there. He's got a lot of talking to do. If he doesn't, he's not going to walk back from this ride.
Look at me now.
Oh, please, please, no more, Batsy. And will you stop waving that gun?
Now I'm the heavyweight champion. Yeah. Bam, biff, bang. He's down. Hey, 1, 2, 3,
Hey,
4.
hey, Batsy. Huh? There's somebody at the door.
What? Oh, hey, one squawk out of you and you know what you get.
I know. What's more, I believe.
What you want, sister?
I'm here to clean up Mr. Fowler's suite. I ain't got all day, you know.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, I didn't know you had company. Oh, but I can clean around the gentleman if he'll just cooperate.
Wow, you're a cute kid. How about you cooperating with me? We might get places together.
Oh, fresh, ain't you?
Come on. Make it snappy and get through.
Gee, you got a funny voice, mister.
Huh?
Oh, didn't you know? You're talking to a frog with a man in his throat.
Now listen here, you.
He looks like an overgrown meatball to me.
That's all from you, babe.
Looks like a punch-drunk fighter with a hot foot.
I warned you, babe. Now I'm going to play marbles with them pretty blue eyes.
George!
That does it. Impolite to turn your back on it. Yes!
Jeepers. Did you see the size of his hands,
Easy,
George?
Percy. Wait till I get his gun. Hey, you were terrific, Angel. What blessed little voice guided you from Steger's over here?
Steger's own sweet falsetto.
Huh?
Well, when I walked into his galleries, I heard Steger screaming blue murder in the back. Somebody was giving him a going over.
Fowler's really covering territory today.
And then I heard Steger cry out your name.
Yeah.
Then somebody said Fowler was taking care of you at his hotel. I mumbled something and backed out of the place.
Oh, if I had the time, Angel, I'd kiss you.
Oh, I ought to get something for the $5 I slipped the chambermaid.
Now we got to give this place a double quick canvas for those Zunderts.
Yeah, but if they were here, George, why would Fowler be picking up assault and battery charges all over the city?
I don't know, Brooksy, but there are a couple of weird angles that keep popping up in my mind like three blind mice.
Such as?
Well, never mind now. Get on the phone and ask Riley to get our all-star cast at Maria's.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will notice that one member of our little group is missing.
Yes. Where's Mr. Steger?
Why, in the morgue.
What?
Yes, your Gunsels put a little too much enthusiasm in their work, Fowler.
You're not pinning this on me, Lieutenant. And I'm clamming up till I see my lawyer.
That's your constitutional right. Let me have those paintings, Valentine.
Here you go, Lieutenant.
You found them.
They're mine. I can produce a receipt for the money I advanced Maria.
Where'd you find them? Where were they?
In your place, Buster.
Right under a neat pile of your monogrammed undies.
Which adds up to this. Fowler, I'm holding you for the murder of Nick Burnett and Steger.
Can I call my lawyer?
I don't know what you were trying to get out of Steger, but that'll come out in time.
Wait, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Somebody planted those pictures in his apartment.
What?
Well, what do you mean?
But that sounds crazy, George. Why?
Maybe mine here, Van Brooklyn, can tell us.
I, who was willing to spend a fortune to secure those Zunderts?
Yes, Valentine, that doesn't make much
Oh, but
sense.
it does, Lieutenant, it does. With Fowler framed for murder, you wouldn't have to split with him, Van Brooklyn. The paintings were bound to find their way back to you. You have legal ownership. Maria's receipt.
Absurd. Mere speculation.
When Miss Brooks walked in here last night, she thought she saw two eyes staring at her. They were the glint from those egg-sized lenses you use for glasses, Van Brooklyn.
That's right, George. Oh, I'm sure.
The
now.
noise Miss Brooks heard after she was hit was you crashing to the floor with the table and the vase. That's when you got that gash in the cheek. Nobody's been slamming you around.
Then it was his blood in the foyer, not Burnett's.
Yeah. The lab tests will prove that beyond any doubt, Riley. You're pinned down like a butterfly, Van Brooklyn.
Well, what's the joke?
These pictures. People have bought and sold them, degraded their souls and spilled blood for them ever since I first put them on the market in Europe.
What of it?
Just this. They did it because these are masterpieces. Art in its most sublime form. I know all this because I have followed their trail across the world. There's no syndicate. No one but me. I want them back, and you know why? Because I painted them myself.
Oh, listen.
Yes,
You
yes.
painted them?
I fooled the entire art world. The greatest hoax in the history of art. With my failing eyesight, I knew I would never paint again. But I would have these as a tribute to my talents. Yes. And after I died, they would be accepted as the best things Zundert ever did. Please. Valentine, it would be possible for me to keep them with me until they...
I don't know why not, Van Brooklyn. You've paid for them. No, Brooksy, Fowler's goon squad merely gave Steger a good roughing up. Van Brooklyn delivered the coup de grace.
Oh, George, the reason sounds fantastic, even though I know it's true.
Yeah. Van Brooklyn was that fabulous character the papers were full of after the war. He sold $1 million worth of fake art to Goering and Company. Steger recognized him despite the beard.
Yeah, this shindig takes the cake for pure, concentrated finagling.
Yeah, awful tempting, all that, though.
Mm.
Hey, no, Angel, just out of curiosity, what would you do if you found $500,000?
Oh, well, let's see. Well, if it belonged to a poor person, I'd return it.
To a poor... Okay, don't explain it. The pain will go away in a few minutes.
For the greatest motoring pleasure you've ever enjoyed, let me remind you again of new Chevron Supreme gasoline. For today's high-compression engines, you just can't buy a better gasoline. That's because new Chevron Supreme gives your car faster starts. It gives your car faster warm-ups, too. New pep in heavy traffic driving. Power to lift your car over the hills with never a ping. And it's a premium quality gasoline that's climate-tailored. That means it's specially blended for each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. So wherever you drive, try a tank full of new Chevron Supreme, and you'll agree it gets the best out of your car. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we again catch up with George Valentine, we'll hear an incredulous Brooksy say...
Oh, don't be so smug, George. Didn't you hear me? The man wants you to prove he's a murderer.
Well, no accounting for taste, Angel.
Oh, he must be crazy.
Maybe.
Well, no sane person would write a letter like that.
Still, he raised a very interesting question. He wants to know if I'm an imbecile. What do you think, Brooksy?
Are you going to take this letter seriously?
Huh?
Then the answer to his question is yes.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Maria Palmer as Maria, Ted DeCorsia as Van Brooklyn, Leo Cleary as Steger, Ed McDonald as Fowler, Barney Phillips as Nick, and Frank Richards as Batsy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The motif is murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're running a poor last and your whole life depends on you finishing in the money, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, enclosed are 3 $100 bills to arouse your interest and claim your attention. Now, consider my problem. I've committed 3 murders. The police have seen no connection between the victims. Dr. Douglas Chapin, Stella Tofania, and Otto Pfeiffer. But there is a connection, a theme to these deaths, as definite and perfect as a motif in a work of Wagner. I want you, Mr. Valentine, to provide me with the appreciation
of an intelligent man and exhilarating knowledge that from now on you'll be an obstacle in my path. I shall phone you at 2 this afternoon. No signature.
How thoughtless.
Well, what do you make of it, George?
I'd say somebody was funning me, Angel, if it weren't for these 3 century notes.
Well, he sounds like a well-educated man. Or a woman, for all we know, but well, the handwriting's like a child.
These names here, they don't ring any bells for me, but they may for Lieutenant Riley. And, Brooksy, if we find the 3 people in this letter in the file for unsolved crimes, there's going to be a refreshing and deadly calm about the good lieutenant.
Dr. Douglas Chapin, well-known surgeon. Stella Tofania read the bumps on your head, the lines in your palm, and your future in a crystal ball. And Otto Pfeiffer, honest, hard-working diamond cutter. Now, find me a motif in that combination, Valentine, and I'll eat it.
Well, let's skip that for a minute, Lieutenant. The fact remains that whoever wrote this letter knew about these crimes. And they weren't exactly front-page stuff.
You yourself said that Otto Pfeiffer's name never even got into the newspaper.
Missing Persons is working on that, Miss Brooks. The man simply disappeared.
Yeah, but our correspondent assures us it was murder, wherever the body might be.
Dr. Chapin's death was tagged as a suicide or an accident. Take your choice. He was taking a smoke up on the roof of St. Mary's Hospital after an operation. The next thing, they were picking him up off the street.
Which leaves us with only one murder as such.
Yeah. Stella Tofania. Well, that crazy gypsy probably told one of her ignorant, superstitious customers something he didn't want to hear, and he beat her brains out in the back of the store.
But you still don't know who it was?
Unfortunately, no.
Well, then it's possible that the 3 were murdered by the same person for reasons we don't know yet.
Uh-huh. And he's paying good money to you to try and catch him. Well, maybe we're dealing with the loony here, but I can't take any chances.
Now, I don't want to sound like an old killjoy, Riley, but this character isn't stupid. I doubt if he's going to let his telephone call be traced.
Well, just the same, I'm going to set things up with the telephone company. I'm going to have another phone put in your office and trust to luck.
Okay. 2 o'clock then, Lieutenant.
Now, have you got everything straight, Miss Brooks?
Uh-huh. All I do is get the special operator on this phone as soon as the call comes through to George. Then if he can hold the call long enough to be traced, I flash the information to headquarters on this emergency.
Yes. And a whole fleet of squad cars will be at the address wherever it is in a matter of minutes.
Well, it's almost 2 now, Lieutenant.
Now, look, Valentine, when you get on the phone, wind up and talk as long as you can. Say anything, even if you have to stutter, but keep the conversation rolling, see? And
Right on the button.
All right, Miss Brooks.
I've got it, Lieutenant.
Hello?
Valentine.
Operator, you can start working on the call.
Huh? What can I do for you? Suppose you tell me what this is all about.
You sound as though you know who this is.
Yeah, you're very punctual. Now about that letter.
Never mind that. Let me do the talking. I know you're trying to trace the number I'm calling from.
Would that be located at the State Hospital for the Insane?
I also know the shortest time it takes the operator to track down any number. You can be sure I'll hang up before then.
What else do you know that's interesting, Rollo? Have you read any good books lately?
Yes, there is something else I know. You've also got a police lieutenant in your office.
You're all right, Buster. It's going to be fun playing with you.
Yes, it is a game, isn't it? And I welcome the odds against me. It'll make the triumph completely satisfying, like the final flourish of a great symphony.
Assuming you did kill those 3 people, friend, you mean you're going to continue on your merry way?
Let's leave idle conversation for another time. Now listen, tomorrow I'm going to kill again, and neither you nor the police shall be able to stop me.
Would you mind repeating that?
You heard me. I'm even going to give you the name of the victim. She is Honey Evans, a model, living at the Marlborough Apartments on Weldon Boulevard.
Now, wait a minute. Tell me something. How do you pick out your people? What have you got against this girl? What did you have against the others when... Hung up.
All right, Miss Brooks, you can forget it. Well, Valentine, what did he say?
The gentleman on the other end of the line wants us to be sure and keep tomorrow open. He'd like the pleasure of our company at a murder.
It's all right if I take in my morning milk, isn't it, Mr. Valentine?
Sure, Miss evans. Here, I'll get it for you.
Thanks. Isn't it rather silly, you and the police patrolling this building all on account of a letter from some crackpot?
Well, now, wait a minute. You forget I spoke to that crackpot. He mentioned your name with more than morbid delight.
Come in, won't you?
Okay.
I'm going to be barricaded in my own apartment. I may as well have someone to talk to. Someone interesting.
Here's your milk.
Oh, thanks. Special skim milk. I really hate the stuff, but I have to think of my figure, which is the height of irony. Honey Evans, the girl with the most beautiful hands in the world. My public never gets to see the rest of me in the ads.
Poor public.
My next-door neighbor practices like that for hours.
Well, it's one thing you can't blame on Lieutenant Riley.
Now, seriously, Mr. Valentine, who'd want to kill me? I haven't an enemy in the world.
Haven't you ever heard of people having a compulsion to kill just for the thrill of it?
No reason at all.
Well, that's what's got us stumped, Miss Evans. This man says he has a reason, which applies to you as well as the other 3.
You know, I think I'm really beginning to feel a little buttery around the knees about this whole thing.
You have a marvelous knack for understatement, Miss Evans. Now go ahead, have your breakfast. Hey, Lieutenant, I think I'd better check with Miss Evans again.
Why? What's the idea? Nobody can get into that apartment without passing us here in the hall.
She is beautiful, isn't she, Lieutenant?
If you keep on being so subtle, Angel, no one will ever know what you're talking about.
I merely said that...
Wait a minute. And where do you think you're going, Miss Evans?
I'm sorry to spoil your fun, Lieutenant Riley, but I've got to go out. My agency just called. Duchess Jewels wants me to model some bracelets for them.
That can wait till tomorrow.
Oh, no, it can't, Mr. Valentine. I've been waiting ages for this account. It means a great deal to me. Full-page ads in all the national magazines.
Miss Evans, we can't use force, but I'm telling
you. And I'm telling
you,
Lieutenant, that... Oh, George!
I got her. Miss Evans, what's wrong with us? You better get an ambulance, Riley. This girl is dying.
Coroner's report, Ray Cecilia Honey Evans, 14.36 grains of tetric myoside in stomach of deceased. Remaining milk in bottle found to contain nearly 8 grains of same. Cause of death beyond doubt, poison.
Hey, quick, Brooksy, the other phone. Get the operator.
We can go crazy doing this with every phone call that comes in the office.
Yes?
Everything went off very nicely, didn't it, Valentine?
So well, Rollo,
We're
that
ready,
you
Officer.
almost made me an accessory. I brought that bottle of milk into the girl's apartment.
What an exquisite fillip. I hardly anticipated anything so dramatically appropriate.
Now, listen to me, friend. I'm going to get you if I have to crawl into this phone and over every mile of copper wire to where you are.
I can appreciate your sense of failure, Valentine. I know what it can do to a person.
Keep stalling and darling, keep
Tell me more.
More? So you can trace the call? Hardly. Now let's get on with our game.
Hey, I got a surprise for you, Rollo. The next time you're going to be just another also-ran with a murder rap staring you in the face.
You and the police will have to do much better than you did yesterday. Consider how simple it was. Having discovered that Miss Evans was the only one in the building who ordered that special brand of skim milk, I found the time and the place to substitute another bottle right outside the Marlborough apartments when the milkman was making another delivery.
I still say you're not going to get away with it, Rollo.
Very well. If you're so sure of yourself, maybe I ought to make it more difficult next time. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Hey, now look, what did these people do to you? Why are you doing this? You can't be so crazy that human life means
Be quiet,
nothing.
Valentine. I don't have much time. Tomorrow, someone in the 1200 block on Corona Del Mar Avenue is going to be found dead. That's all I'm going to tell you. Now, let's see how really clever you can be.
But, operator, are you sure? Well, they're still on the phone.
Oh, no, we're not, Brooksy. You can hang up now.
Well, I guess you're right, operator. Thanks. George, he must be timing himself with a stopwatch. He knows just how far he can go. That time they almost traced the exchange he was calling from.
I know.
Well, what gives with Rollo now?
Murder. What else? Hello, Lieutenant Riley, please. This is Valentine.
Then he's going right on.
Yeah, but he's making it a little tougher for us. He's trying to... Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Uh-huh. Just got another call from him. No such luck. Well, he's got another shindig scheduled for tomorrow. Will you take it easy, Riley? I've got a hunch that's so crazy it might just work. All I want you to do is let me play it my way.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Anyone who has ever run a vacuum cleaner knows it has to be emptied at regular intervals or it's no go. Same thing holds true for your car's engine. That's why a crankcase drain and a refill with compounded RPM motor oil at regular intervals is so all-important. You see, RPM has a special detergent compound that cleans as it lubricates. It controls the harmful wear-causing carbon particles that collect in any engine, prevents them from depositing on and scratching finely polished interior engine parts, and gets rid of them when you have the oil changed. And RPM not only keeps your car's engine cleaner, it fights off corrosion, rust-proofs internal engine parts, and clings to the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. Next time you ask for motor oil, ask for RPM motor oil. Regular use of RPM means added life for your car's engine. No wonder RPM is first choice in the West. Get it tomorrow at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A well-bred, even pleasant voice on the telephone hires you to keep its owner from committing another murder if you can. He actually names his intended victim, and still neither you nor the police can prevent him from striking. Then another call. This time you only get the street block where you can expect mayhem to break out. All of which, if you're anything like George Valentine, suggests something as wild as the whole setup itself.
All right, Valentine, you've practically memorized that list, and it better pay off.
I had half the men in the department canvassing that neighborhood.
And the 1200 block on Corona Del Mar is king size.
Yes, and we've got the name of every man, woman, and child, address, occupation, comments.
Thanks, Riley.
This is really some job we've got handed to us. Okay, so we blanket the whole street with plainclothesmen, but we can't keep people from going to work. We can't check on every delivery man or salesman who wants in or out. We can't... Look, Valentine, will you stop staring at that list? What do you expect to find?
The name of the person who's next on Rollo's schedule.
I don't see how this can tell you.
Riley, while you and the boys cover the block, I'm going to concentrate on one Walter Cluckhone, piano teacher. 1236 Corona Del Mar.
I don't want to be an old nosy, but why?
And I don't want to raise your hopes too high, Lieutenant. So suppose we just call it a wild stab and see if it works.
Murder? Please, young man, I have no time to talk about unimportant things.
Your murder, Mr. Cluckhone. Would you classify that under the heading of trivia?
Please, look at what time it is. My pupils will start coming soon. Ah, listen to that. My new piano. Never before have I had such an instrument.
Yeah, well, that's just swell. But you gotta believe me, mister. I didn't come here just to pass the time of day. This man I told you about means business.
Young man, I learned to be a fatalist. A philosopher. 3 years I was in a concentration camp, and still, here I am.
Yeah.
A new life in a new country, a new piano, plenty of pupils, and anyway, who'd bother killing an old man like me? So, you see...
Hey, wait a minute. You said this piano was new? How new?
This morning they just delivered it. That's why I'm so happy.
Take your hands off that thing. Get away.
Let go. What's the matter with you?
Stay where you are, Cluckhone. Keep your hands off that keyboard.
What are you doing, young man?
Just having a look inside this piano. Oh, brother. You don't know how lucky you are, Pop.
What do you mean?
These little wires, this detonator cap. Somehow our unknown playmate found out this was being delivered today and managed to wire it for sound. And I mean sound with a capital boom.
I do not understand.
Sooner or later, you would have hit a certain combination of notes, and this whole place would have blown up. You with it.
I better sit down. The philosopher is not feeling so well.
Yeah, very lucky. Both of us. Phew. Move over, Pop. I think I'll sit down, too.
Valentine, what is this business about a motif, a theme, and a work of Wagner?
Well, my hunch about Cluckhone wasn't so wild after all. Think back now. A surgeon, a diamond cutter, a gypsy palmist. Now, what's the common denominator for all of them?
Well, none that I can see.
Hands, Angel, hands. All their lives revolved around hands.
Huh?
The sensitive fingers of a surgeon. Thousands of dollars depend on the way a diamond cutter handles his mallet on a precious stone. And Stella Tafania made a living reading the palms of people's hands.
Sure. And Honey Evans, the model with the most beautiful hands in the world.
And Mr. Cluckhone, the piano teacher, the same thing applies to him.
Okay, Valentine, maybe you've got an answer as to why this guy went out.
Maybe that's Rollo. I'll get over to the other phone.
Don't bother, Brooks. He's too smart for that. Yeah, hello?
I underestimated you, Valentine. Let me congratulate you on saving Cluckhone.
Well, thanks, Rollo.
However, it introduces a very unpleasant necessity.
Meaning?
I'll have to figure out details and call you later. But my next move must unfortunately shatter the beautiful pattern I had all worked out.
Yeah?
To keep anything from happening to my long-range plan, I'm afraid you must be next, Valentine.
Hey, Riley, just what kind of metal pygmies are we?
Don't make me answer that now. I don't exactly feel like Einstein.
And I feel as confused as a mating moth.
Now, look, it takes just so long to trace a telephone call, and Rollo knows that. Well, we're going to make two parts out of the operation.
Huh?
The first time he calls, we trace the prefix, the name of the exchange, where the phone is located, and that's all.
But an exchange covers a lot of territory, George.
And he'll never stay on the wire long enough for us to find out the exact number.
Yeah, but I'm going to make Rollo call me back a few minutes later, so we can be sure he's using the same phone, or at least the phone in that district. Then all we have to worry about is getting the number.
Say, that's an idea. It might work. Ah, but wait. How do you know for sure he's going to call back?
Lieutenant, if I know my customer, I think I have a way.
Oh, well, darling, I'm worried. You're going about this as though it were just another case with somebody else. He means to kill you.
You know, the same disconcerting thought keeps occurring to me, too, Brooksy.
All right, Valentine. You hit on something. But here's what we're going to do. You don't have to bother with that other phone this time, Miss Brooks.
But why?
I'll rig it up so that any call that comes into this office will flash a red light on the switchboard down at headquarters. We'll work the whole deal out from there.
Will that save any time, Lieutenant?
No, but that way we'll be in constant touch with every squad car in the city, and as soon as we find out the exchange, they'll be ordered to converge on that district. Then they can't be more than minutes away from wherever he's phoning.
Hey, you know, Riley, you and I make a pretty good team. Maybe one of these days I'll join the force and you and I...
You do, and I'll... well, I gotta get going. I think I smell my fudge burning.
All right, Brooksy, if that's Raleigh, you got the pitch. Operation Runaround.
Yes,
But
George.
don't play it too big.
No.
He may get suspicious and hang up. Now, go ahead.
Okay. George Valentine's office.
Mr. Valentine, please.
Oh, well, now, isn't that a shame? Mr. Valentine just stepped out. Oh, well, just a minute. Maybe I can get him before he reaches the elevator.
This ought to give us a few seconds.
Well, better not make it too long, George.
I won't. Hey, I know a way to waste a couple of seconds. Come here.
No.
Oh, I wouldn't call that a waste, darling.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. Hello, Valentine.
I thought you'd like to know that I've made up my mind how I'm going to dispose of you.
Oh, I'm vaguely interested, Rollo. But this time I'm going to do the talking, and you can hang up whenever you feel like it. But I think you'll stick with me.
What's that?
I told you once you weren't going to get away with it. Now I'm sure. I know enough about you so I can really grease the skids under you. It's just a matter of time.
Come. Why don't you stop whistling in the dark?
Let me tell you about yourself, Rollo. I know you're a pianist. Probably a very well-known artist once. Then something happened to your hands. That's right. Go ahead. Take a look at them. Suddenly you couldn't give any more concerts. Your whole life came to an end for you. You had to have your revenge against the world.
Stop it.
Where hands played an important part in anybody's life, you set out to destroy him. You were the one playing the piano in the apartment next door to Honey Evans. Thinking about it now, that was a pathetic performance. And your handwriting, the miserable scrawl.
I'm going to hang up.
No, this time I'll hang up. In a few minutes, I expect more information that'll make it easy to put the arm on you.
Well, how did you pull all that out of your hat?
A little elementary deduction and a generous helping of guesswork. Musical references, motif, Wagner. And he knew enough about Kluckhohn's piano to turn it into an atom bomb. All that, Brooksy, and he's as mad as a coot.
Yes, but will he call you back? If he doesn't, we're right where we started.
He's sweating blood, Angel. He's all mixed up. That cookie won't rest till he finds out just how much I do know about him.
Attention, all cars. Proceed to district covered by the Wadsworth Exchange. I repeat, Wadsworth, bounded by Elmira, Jensen, and Morton Streets, and the south side of McCary Boulevard. And step on it. That's all. Riley. Okay, Sergeant, let's get going.
Wadsworth thinks there's a big hunk of the city, Lieutenant.
I was thinking of something else. Valentine happens to be in the Wadsworth Exchange.
You've done a lot of talking, Valentine, but you really haven't told me any more than you told me before.
Still, you couldn't resist calling back, could you, Rollo?
Merely curious. Now I know it was just rather skillful deduction on your part. You don't actually know too much, and it doesn't alter my decision one bit.
Oh, that's nice. Let's hear about it.
Oh, no. Time is running short again. You know the 3 minutes it takes to trace a call. But I'm coming to get you, Valentine.
Oh, George, I can only take so much suspense.
Yeah. Well, we know Riley's got the exchange.
But were they able to get the number? A second, one way or the other, makes all the difference.
Rollo said he's coming to get me.
Oh, darling.
Oh, figure of speech, Angel. He likes the elaborate touch, that's all. He wouldn't just walk in here and blow my brains out.
Oh.
Hey, where's that coming from?
The next office. It's...
Yeah. The same thing that was being played the morning Honey Evans was killed. But it wasn't played that way. This isn't just a coincidence. I'm going to see what this is all about.
Get back inside, Valentine.
What the...
But you're the man who has the office next door.
Don't try reaching for your gun. You'll have a bullet through you before you can raise a finger. My hands are still good for something. Too bad the young lady has to be here. Now, she'll have to go, too.
Wait a minute. Look, you
Of course,
can't...
if one must die, music like that should make it somewhat more acceptable. Valse Triste, played by Gerald Mydens. One of my most famous recordings.
Next door all the time. So that's how you know almost every move I made.
Think of all the times you saw my name on the door.
Gerald Mydens, concert management.
15 years ago, it was Gerald Mydens, promising young pianist. Why should I have had a stupid, reasonless accident? Why couldn't it have happened to someone like the four you know about? That's what's been driving me out of my mind.
How do you expect wholesale homicide to change any of that?
These hands, these fingers, long, you'd imagine sensitive. But they're dead things. Only the faintest trace of feeling left in them.
Oh, don't do this, Mr. Mydens. The police will understand that you're sick. You don't know what you're doing.
My name on the door may not have suggested anything to you, Valentine, but yours did to me. It inspired this little game. But it's all over now. All over for you. Now, over there, both of you.
You must be needing that. Riley. See that he behaves, Sergeant.
Oh, Lieutenant, do you mind if you kiss a gray-haired old lady?
Oh, brother, you must have made it here and nothing flat.
I was only over on 10th Street when we found out it was the office next to yours.
Would someone mind turning off that record? Valse Triste, the melancholy waltz. It's over now.
George? Did you notice our new neighbor in the next office?
Yes, I did. Pamela Stodgeworth.
Society secretary. Oh. All social functions correctly managed. Weddings a specialty. Well, I had Coke with her down in the drugstore, and, well, Miss Stodgeworth wants to meet you.
So did the last tenant.
Yeah, but in fact, Pamela gets absolutely agog at the very mention of your name.
Oh? And why would that be?
Well, she thinks if you really got to know her, well, you might start thinking of romance, orange blossoms, old shoes, and a shower of rice.
Oh, Angel, I realize you always have my best interests at heart, but do you really think it would work out?
Huh?
Why, Pamela is at least 60.
No comment.
If you're a mother, maybe you drive the kids to school every day. Or if you're the breadwinner of the family, maybe you use the car to drive back and forth to work. In either case, you probably run into traffic lights and lots of stop-and-go driving twice a day. And what can be a better feeling than knowing your car will give you steady, dependable performance at all times? Fast starts, steady pickup for speedy getaways, and extra power for hill climbing. That's the kind of performance you can be sure of when you have a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this high-octane gasoline is specially blended and climate-tailored to get command performance out of your car in every driving condition. Its light fractions command fast starts every time you use the starter, and it's perfectly blended to command steady, powerful acceleration whenever you give it the gun. That's why you hear so many motorists saying, Chevron Supreme gasoline keeps my car going steady. Ask for this premium quality gasoline tomorrow. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find a very distraught Brooksy waiting by a roadside as...
Hey, Brooksy, over here.
Oh, George,
Have you got that prescription, Brooksy? Let me have it.
Here, but what...
Now get inside and take the wheel. I can't.
Oh, George, you know you're scaring me to death, don't you?
Well, that makes a couple of scared people. Let's just hope this stuff works, or you'll be looking for a new boss. Now step on it.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ed Begley as the murderer, Mary Shipp as Honey, and Herbert Butterfield as Pluckholm. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you feel like the knife thrower's assistant in a high wind, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Man Under the Elm Trees, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Valentine, you may not remember, but you and I had a very interesting talk once in the smoking car of the Streamliner. At least as far as Mayville Junction we did. Anyway, that's why I feel I can call on you now as a friend. I live with my little sister, Mrs. Letitia Packler. She's got too much money, more than's good for any woman. She can't control it, I can't control her, and unless you help out, there's going to be a big, loud crash at the end of the line. Now, I've warned her that you might
be coming to visit. As a friend, of course.
Hey, wait a minute, hold it, Brooksy. What's the guy's name?
Hannigan. Del Hannigan. Remember him?
People you meet on trains.
Well, anyway, it says, so Letitia or no one else will suspect the real reason you're here. You see, the big trouble is my sister likes to make friends, too. Only the wrong kind of friends. The kind that ought to be in prison. Sincerely, Del Hannigan.
Well, the name still means nothing. And as for Mayville Junction, I'm darned if I ever heard
Oh,
of it.
George, it's the college town. Just because their football teams weren't as good as the one...
All right, Angel, all right. Let's go boola boola, even if it is at Mayville College.
You must be Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
Yes, that's right.
Well, you're so much earlier than I expected. Look at me. I'm all over cake flour. There's going to be a picnic, you know, the faculty welcoming committee. Oh, but I'm so glad to meet you. I'm Tisha Packler.
You're Oh, how do you do?
And this is Skinny Adams. Skinny lives with us, you know.
Young man, I didn't see you salute the flag.
Huh? Well, I'm not in uniform.
I'm keeper of the flag.
What?
Flags at the college. I used to be on the grounds and flowers committee, but I'm not anymore. Doctor said I couldn't. But what I'm really interested in is chemistry. You look like a serious-minded young man. Do you realize that I actually saw Bratislav of nitrogen fame? He said to me, Adams...
Oh, Skinny, please. They don't want to hear your stories now. Besides, if you're going to feel strong enough for the picnic, you better lie down, hadn't you? I'm sure Dell's put up the beach umbrella over your hammock.
Oh, all right, Tisha. I know what's good for me and what isn't.
See you later, Mr. Adams.
Who is he, Mrs. Packler?
Skinny? Well, about 12 years ago, he was an assistant or something in the chemistry department. He was ambitious, but not very successful. And then there was an explosion, and it affected him.
Oh?
Doctors say that he's borrowed more than his time by now. Can't stand any strain or undue shock or too much heat.
Well, why isn't he in the hospital?
What? Well, good heavens, the college gives him his pension, and he has his choice. And after all, they say I take better care of him here in the boarding house than they could. Now, you come right inside, and I'll fix you a lemonade while I finish baking my cookies.
Say, where is Delbert, Mrs. Packler?
Oh, he's down at the ice plant getting some salt for the ice cream freezer. He and the other roomer.
The other roomer?
Mr. Stevenson. He travels in jewelry, you know, but I've boarded him a week.
Mrs. Packler, your brother didn't tell us about your husband either.
Excuse me. Tom passed away, you know. It's been 6 months, but I still get a little shock.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. It's just silly of me. It's just... Well, on a holiday, people can't help wishing for the things that are past, can they?
No, I guess not. But, holiday today? And you mentioned a picnic?
Hand me that cookie cutter. Oh, it's the welcoming, that's all, for the faculty. None of us are really connected with the college, but you see, next week's registration, and that's how all of us in this town make our living. Off the college folks. Oh, we parade, and turn out the town band, and have potato races.
I see.
I guess we just try to pretend that we're part of it. To pretend that there's some excitement in our lives, and that it isn't true that nothing ever really happens in Mayville.
Hot suspender weather, I call it, but now down to facts. Who's going to win the Coast Conference, USC, or is Washington going to end up...
what do you say we hold up the sports page, Mr. Hannigan? You wrote us a letter, and you said your little sister had more money than is good for any woman.
My friend, she's got 40,000 smackaroos. How do you like that?
Oh, where'd you get it?
Life insurance. That crazy, no-good husband of hers. Dumb, that's all he was. Got himself killed dragging his own shotgun backward through a fence. You see what I mean?
Uh-huh. I see you didn't think much of him.
Well, he paid the premiums. But a waster, that's all he was. Never turned a lick of work. Letting Tisha slave herself up to the elbow. She still does it. Boarding students who can't pay their bills. Nursing all the characters. Like that scientific earbender back there in the hammock by the meadow. A gal like my sister ought to get out more. She ought to travel like I do. See the world.
But she makes the wrong kind of friends, you said. The kind that ought to be in prison. The kind that leads to crashes at the end of the line. Now, just who is it you're so worried about? The other roomer?
My friend, you guessed it. Stevenson. Rick Stevenson, he calls himself. He's been here 1 week, and he's buttering her up already.
Buttering her up?
Sure. He knows his stuff all right. First, he goes to work getting next to that guy Adams. But he's really aiming at Tisha. Don't you kid yourself.
Okay. So the boarder's making passes at your sister. So what?
My friend, that man's a phony, a four-flusher, I tell you. Listen, chest hardware, he says he's
what?
Jewelry, selling fraternity pins. Now, if he knows the difference between a DU shield and a brass door knocker, I'll eat my hat. I've been around, I can tell. I'm a deke myself.
Well, Mr. Hannigan, supposing he is giving out a phony line. Your sister's old enough to watch out for herself, isn't she? What do you expect us to do about it?
Well, for gosh sakes, snoop around, nail something on the nosy fortune hunter so we can run him out of town. He's after Tisha's money, I tell you.
Well, what of it? So are you, aren't you?
Huh?
Yeah, isn't that the real idea? Now, how do you think she should spend it? Close up the boarding house and the two of you go traveling, first class maybe, her paying the bills?
Well, at least I'm her brother. At least I'm thinking of her place. What's the matter, my friend? You sore because I got you down here on something that don't look so important?
No. I kind of like Mayville. Only when it comes to listening to stories, I think I'd just as soon hear them from little skinny Adams.
Listen to me, would you? I actually saw Chinsky, the biochemist, and Vladislav of nitrogen.
Hey, George.
And I saw
He sounds asleep.
But still trying to bend people's ears. Hey, you know, Angel, we're in the midst of a bunch of nuts.
George, look at his face. It's so red.
Yeah?
A man in his condition shouldn't be lying out here in the sun. George, of course. The umbrella's come down.
Yeah. Better wake him up.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Adams?
Oh, now see here. You haven't been standing there, have you?
Why, what do you mean?
I haven't been saying things, have I?
No, of course not. We just came out.
Don't you lie to me. I can always tell when a student is lying. I'll have you know that I've got every one of my senses. I was hurt in an explosion, I think, but I can see. The things I see. And I can hear better than you can.
Oh, you were just mumbling, Mr. Adams.
Say anything about the elm tree?
The elm tree?
Oh, come on. Something I've seen. A man under the elm tree.
No.
Oh, that's good. Hey, now, who did that? What? Yeah, that umbrella was up when I went to sleep. I know it was.
Oh, now, take it easy, Skinny. The cat's probably just slipped down. Don't get your dander up.
Yes.
Hello, you two. I'm Rick Stevenson.
Yes, so I gather. Well, my name is
I know. I've heard all about you, Miss Brooks. Here for the holiday, huh?
Yeah, that's right. We sort of like a quiet college town.
Yeah, relief from the city, isn't it? Okay, come on, Skinny. It's 12 o'clock.
You sure, Rick? Is that late already?
We're just going to wait on the porch there for the town parade out on the side porch. Maybe you'd like to join us.
Well, thanks, Mr. Stevenson. We'll be with you in just a minute.
Whatever you say.
George.
Brooksy, about an hour in this sun might kill a man like Adams, mightn't it?
Well, it certainly would make him very sick.
Here. Slide up that beach umbrella, will you?
What?
Yeah, go on. Put it up again. Go ahead.
Oh, well, all right. I'll try. There. George!
Yes, Angel. It's all you can do to force that catch. It couldn't slip. Somebody pushed it down.
Well, George, they're all outside now.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Brooksy.
Look, what if Mr. Stevenson guesses that we've been in his room?
Oh, well, I'll worry about that later. Hey, try the closet, will you?
Yeah, okay.
Better smoke this fire, Angel. We've got to work fast on the few sparks that we know about.
Well, I agree. Somebody's trying to turn welcome faculty into Memorial Day. Oh, but it seems so impossible. That poor, harmless man.
Yeah?
I don't see why anybody would want...
What's the matter? What is it?
A letter was in the pocket of Rick's sport jacket.
Huh? Well, suspender weather has one benefit.
Federal States Life Insurance Company. It says, well, it's just a note. It says, Stevenson, on February 14th, the company paid $40,000 to Mrs. Packler. Husband died in hunting accident. Suggest you look into it. Wait, Rick Stevenson must be an insurance investigator.
Here, let me see that.
Here.
Yeah. It is a clipping in the same envelope. It's an old one. Mayville Herald, March 21st. Our town was grieved to hear of the unfortunate death of Mr. Tom Packler. His shotgun was accidentally discharged as he was crossing a fence near his own back property line, just half a mile from his own house. Tom died in the meadow he loved so well under the familiar canopy of the... Brooksy.
What?
Under the elm trees.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. What do you think you'll be wearing when cool autumn days turn up? Maybe a tweed suit or a woolen one? And next winter, an overcoat and a raincoat during the wet spring? Sure, you're climate tailored. But here's the surprising thing. Chevron Supreme gasoline is also climate tailored. It's scientifically blended according to the West's different altitude and temperature zones and according to the season. That's why with Chevron Supreme in the tank, you can be sure of peak performance wherever you drive the year round. Try it tomorrow, and right away you'll notice your car's quick response to this premium quality gasoline. Faster starts, faster pickup in traffic, and smoother ping-free power on hills. You'll find you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. So to give your car its best chance, give it climate-tailored Chevron Supreme. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You meet a frail, harmless little man whose only offense is boring people. Or is it? He's apparently so dangerous to someone that an attempt has been made on his life. In the other roomer in Mrs. Packler's boarding house, Rick Stevenson. First, he seemed to be only interested in Mrs. Packler's money, but now Rick seems to be an insurance investigator interested in her husband's death. Well, if you're anything like George Valentine, you know there's a lot more going on in little Mayfield than talk about ice cream and football.
Won't you have some more, Miss Brooks?
Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. Peckler, really.
You know, last year I ate 6 dishes of ice cream and still went out to the picnic, kicked a football farther than the coach did and won the sack race, too. Remember, Teacher?
No, sack race. Tom Packler carried you all the way. I remember that.
He did not. Just because he listened to you ramble on and on, trying to make yourself important, make people listen to nothing. All the famous scientists you saw that nobody ever heard of. Brolislav, Chinsky, de Frizzelli. You know, Valentine, Tish's husband was the only man in town too lazy to stop this wreck of the Hesperus from...
Albert, please, you've been drinking.
Well, gosh, what's the celebration for if you can't take a little...
Under the elm tree.
What's that? What's that, Skinny?
Come on, Professor. I think you and I better take a little stroll outside before it rains.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stevenson. What on earth's the matter with everybody? Miss Brooks, there's still an hour before the picnic.
Mrs. Packler, I think we'd like to take a little walk ourselves, if you don't mind.
Well, of course.
Yes, I have a couple of things I want to pick up down at the drugstore.
Oh, okay, George. See you later.
At last, Angel. Too much thunder in the air for me.
Young man, you're going to fall in beside us. Better salute that flag.
Uh-oh.
Yes, sir. I'm still keeper of the flags. A wreck of the Hesperus is still good for some jobs.
Why, of course you are, Mr. Adams.
Sure. First thing I noticed about the old house here was that flag hanging up there on the balcony of your room.
I used to be on the Grounds and Flowers Committee for a while, and before that, well, maybe I was only an assistant in the chemistry
Hey, but wait a minute. You know what I noticed about your flag? Well, go ahead, take a look at it. The blue field, Mr. Adams. It's in the wrong direction. Your flag up there is backwards.
Yes. Yes, sir. Well, excuse me.
I'll run up and fix it for you,
No.
Professor.
I'll do it. It's my job. I'll do it.
Poor guy. Well, at least we're alone again. Come on, Angel.
Okay. George, what do you want at the drugstore?
The telephone. One that's in a booth instead of a public hallway. I'm going to talk to the police.
About Tom Packler's death 6 months ago?
That's right. Lieutenant Riley in the city can run a fast check for me. The insurance company's angle, everything about it. Come on, we'll cut across the back of the house.
Okay. Well, if Rick Stevenson is their investigator, they certainly must suspect that it wasn't just a shotgun accident.
You are so right, Angel, or he wouldn't be here. Besides, the clipping said Packler died under those elm trees. And Skinny's got a secret about what he saw under the elm trees.
Murder, maybe. Well, you can just see the trees from his hammock at the edge of the meadow. So, George, somebody's taking down that umbrella must have been an attempt to get rid of him before he tells what he knows to Stevenson.
And it's not hard to get rid of him. Not any harder than getting rid of a helpless little child.
George, wait a minute.
What is it, Angel?
Wouldn't this be the Packler's woodshed?
Yeah, sure, I guess so.
Well, this piece of wood.
What do you mean?
It's the same color, the same shape, the same as those things on the front of the house, the balcony railing.
The posts that hold the railing up.
And to reach the flag, you'd have to lean against the railing. George!
Come on, Angel.
Oh, look. George, you can see it from here. Oh, why didn't we notice it before? The corner post is missing.
Stay out here, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
Watch for Skinny on the balcony. I gotta stop him. Skinny! Oh, I'm sorry, Skinny. Did I hurt you? Are you all right?
Hello, young man.
Look, I had to stop you. If you'd leaned against the railing, the corner support is off. It's loose, see?
Hello, young man.
Now, Skinny, listen carefully. Someone was trying to make you fall, have an accident, kill you. Now, you know something, and you've got to tell me. You saw something out under the elm trees. What did you see?
Might rain today.
Oh, Lord.
George.
Brooksy, you're going to guard this guy with your life. I've got work to do. Okay, Angel, how is he?
Shh. He's asleep, George. Did you get Lieutenant Riley?
Yeah, from the drugstore. Riley has a man checking. Local police, insurance company. The man will get in touch with me here.
Well, what about Rick Stevenson?
I don't know. I didn't see him. Out nursing his jaw and swearing at me, I guess.
George, this time we ought to be able to tell who did it. I mean, putting the flag backwards and fixing that ring.
Whoever's trying to get this guy is taking advantage of circumstances. Same as with the umbrella. So if we ask around, all we'll get is conflicting stories and denials from the guilty one. Wait a minute.
Hello?
Shh. It's Tish.
Hello? Yes? What's that? Who? Who did you... Oh, dear.
Tisha, what is that?
Well, I don't know. It's long distance. I don't know who they want to talk to. It's the police, I think, but it must be the wrong number.
George.
No, give me that.
Oh, no.
Give it to me. That
Well,
calls for me. It's nothing important, really. It's just... Yes? Hello? Oh, yes. Oh, this is he speaking. You did? Oh, I get it. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I guess that winds it up, doesn't it? Well, Tisha, where did you go? Tisha!
So Stevenson is in touch with the police, too, huh?
Angel, I think maybe now we can stop being suckers. That call was for me. Yes, that's right, operator. I was disconnected. Well, hurry it up, will you? Get my party back. Police in the city. Well, hurry it up. I'm sorry, Skinny. We'll have to lock you up. But you'll be all right.
Golly, George, what is it?
I'll tell you later, Angel. Where's Del Hannigan?
I don't know.
Hey, we're too late. That wasn't thunder. Around this way, Brooksy. The place Packler kept his guns.
Yeah. Well, the shot must have been here, in the woodshed.
Hold it.
Rick Stevenson.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's dead.
Oh.
Here comes the rain.
Well, George, whoever killed him must have left here just a second ago. Maybe even was back at the shed when we...
Hey, the screen door. And is back in the house now. Okay, come on, Angel. From here on, it's easy. There's only one person it can be. Hello, Mrs. Packler. Getting dry?
I was out for just a moment. The clothes on the line.
There aren't any clothes on the line.
Please get out of the kitchen. I have to take the cookies out and wrap them for the picnic. And please, they'll get cold if I don't. Let go of me.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Packler, but let's call me a detective.
Oh.
Okay, you'd better sit down. Now, why did you do it?
He found out. Stevenson found out he was coming to get me.
Uh-huh. After he talked on the phone. And he came looking in the woodshed, the place where your dead husband's guns were, where the shotgun that killed your husband was.
Stop it.
What's the matter? Were you afraid Mr. Stevenson would find that shotgun? Examine it for evidence or something?
Oh, I don't know. He was coming to get me, and I had to kill him.
Why, Mrs. Packler?
Well, I was putting his fresh linen away yesterday when I found an envelope. Insurance company. Note about me. Clipping about Tom's death.
Yes, we know.
I'd guessed before he was up to something. So many questions about me, and he wasn't a juryman like he said he was. He spent so much time getting close to poor little Skinny Adams, asking him questions.
Poor little Skinny Adams. That's a strange way for you to talk.
Oh, may the Lord forgive me, but Skinny hasn't much longer to live anyway. I couldn't have killed him but an accident.
Sure like the umbrella or the flag. Because you were afraid he knew something, weren't you?
He did. Under the elm trees. He kept saying it, and I knew sooner or later he'd tell Mr. Stevenson. He'd tell him he'd seen me shooting my husband. Oh, my husband was no good. He was a nag, loafer. He was no good. No good at all.
Mrs. Packler, I don't know what it was Skinny saw way out under the elms, but it couldn't have been much.
What? What's that?
He brags about retaining his senses. Well, if ever there's a man in this town who'd have learned how to hang the flag, he's the one. But when it was backwards, I had to tell him so. He couldn't see. Don't you understand, Mrs. Packler? He'd been out there dozens of times admiring it, but he couldn't see that far even.
What do you mean?
I mean, there was never any real evidence against you concerning your husband. You did commit a perfect crime. Perfect, except for a guilty conscience.
But Mr. Stevenson...
I know. The note that said, Stevenson, Mrs. Packler's got some money, husband dead, suggests you look into it. Well, Rick Stevenson just had a friend at the insurance company, that's all. A friend who tipped him off.
Oh, you're lying. You must be.
No. You didn't need to shoot Rick.
Oh.
Nobody's ever guessed you killed your husband.
George.
Rick Stevenson was exactly what your brother guessed he was. A confidence man, Mrs. Packler. Out after a widow's money.
George, you know, there's one thing I still don't understand.
Oh, what's that, Angel?
Well, I mean, Skinny did see something. The elm trees, he kept saying.
Brooksy, maybe I got that one figured out, too. All poor Skinny wants is for someone to like him, for people to listen. And all day he's been acting as though he had a secret, as though he'd cooked up a surprise. Well, my idea...
Surprise? Surprise? No, Mr. Valentine. I just finally learned something, that's all.
Oh?
You know, people don't like to listen to people unless people tell people what people want to listen to.
Oh, is that so?
Even if you have to make it up.
Oh, Rick.
Yes, indeed. Now, there was this man I saw once out under some elm trees.
Well, come on. I don't know that part of it.
Yes, but it's football season, isn't it?
Yes, but who? Who did you see?
Well, miss, that time I saw Newt Rockner standing under the elms.
Here we are with summer already gone, according to the calendar, so maybe it's a good time to take another look at your annual budget. One place you won't want to skimp is in buying protection for your car's engine. In the long run, it would lead to a costly repair bill, especially since it's a proven fact that internal engine rust is responsible for 80% of engine wear. This damage is caused by acid-laden moisture which attacks cylinder walls and other vital parts the moment you cut the ignition. And here's where RPM motor oil comes in with a sure helping hand. Premium quality RPM contains compounds that keep a moisture-proof oil film on all vital parts. With RPM on the job, rust can't get started, even though your car stands idle for days or weeks. So to protect your engine with long-range economy, start using RPM motor oil tomorrow. No wonder it's first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, as we find George Valentine and Brooksy calling on a new client who has written for help.
Oh, George.
Yeah, Brooksy. A guy writes me a letter, and suddenly he's dead.
Oh, golly. You can still get the smell of a gun being fired in here.
Cordite, yeah. That smells like it had been fired just a minute or two ago. Hey, but wait a minute, Brooksy. Take a look at the pistol.
Why, there isn't a shell missing. George, what do we do?
What do we do? All we have to do is find out how a man can be shot dead without a bullet.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ed Begley as Dell, Myra Marsh as Tisha, Howard McNear as Adams, and Fred Shields as Rick. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Out of Mind, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's more sound and fury than you can stand, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, a dark, inexplicable thing is happening in the lives of my two sisters. The mind of a man is driving them to inevitable tragedy. He came to their house as a guest and lingered on like a poisonous growth. It's a weird situation in which I find myself helpless. You may have the answer. Will you call my office so we can arrange to meet and take the suburban special to Fenton? Yours truly, Roger Winslow.
No matter how tricky it might seem, Winslow, there's always an answer to that sort of mental gymnastics.
I tell you, Valentine, this man really can read your mind.
Oh, does he wear a turban and call off the serial numbers on the bills in your wallet?
Nothing like that, Miss Brooks. He's very much the continental gallant, with just that touch of the roue women can't seem to resist.
Louvain, the mentalist. Yeah, I've heard of him. But how did he get entrenched in your sister's house?
Well, that brings us to Birdie. She's the older one. 38, unmarried, frustrated, and a pushover for every cult and fad that comes her way.
Uh-huh.
She saw Louvain perform in the Fenton Civic Auditorium about a month ago, and she asked him to spend a weekend at the house. He's been there ever since.
Well, this is just a random observation, Mr. Winslow, but well, you seem well able to bounce Monsieur Louvain right out on his psychic phenomena.
I tried that last weekend, but my sisters were all over me like a couple of wailing banshees. Besides, Clearview isn't my house.
But I thought you...
No, before my father died, we both decided that the house and whatever money he had should go to the girls. I'm well able to take care of myself.
Well, from what I gather, Winslow, Louvain doesn't just go around reading minds. He seems to have some kind of a hold over Sybil, too. Now, what's she like, your younger sister?
I'm afraid you're going to begin to think our family is a roster of improbable characters. Sybil has been starved for beauty ever since she got out of college. She thinks Louvain is the only man who's ever understood her frail, sensitive soul.
Oh, I know what you mean. I passed through that poetic phase, too. I thought I was another Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and
Except that you had the constitution of a horse.
Well, you could have at least said filly.
Go on, Winslow.
Well, Sybil is still young and beautiful enough for me to hope she'll desert the muse for marriage and kids before she's 30.
Mm-hmm. You said something about the inevitable tragedy. If you're talking about two jealous women fighting over a man, I don't see that I have any place in this picture, Winslow.
Well, maybe I'm over-dramatizing it, Valentine, but I'm afraid Louvain is uncovering something in my sisters that they themselves don't know exists. Something hateful and ugly, perhaps.
Have you got any reason to think that?
My father, he was a very successful doctor, tried to make Clearview a happy place, apart from the world. He built it high on the side of a mountain, a sort of symbol of the way he felt.
What do you mean?
He wanted his children to be above all the petty meannesses of the world. And now, in the person of Louvain, everything that Dad despised has come right into the house. Sybil and Birdie aren't used to being exposed to anything like that.
The poisonous growth you mentioned in your letter?
Yes. I get the feeling that Louvain just stands and listens somewhere. Every time Bertie and Sybil fly at each other over the smallest, most trivial things.
I won't let you go through with it, Sybil. I won't.
Don't shout at me. The tower room is on my side of the house.
You know Father would never stand to see anything altered.
Father is dead, Bertie.
Please, Miss Bertie, Miss Sybil.
Oh, please be quiet, Mr. Gumble.
Yes, ladies.
I have to live my own life. You want me to grow into something like you? An hysterical old maid? Oh. Why don't you slap me again, Bertie? Won't make any difference. I'll still be here to remind you of all the emotions you let shrivel up because you're afraid to live.
About that balcony again, ladies. 2 men working on it, you know. Time and a half after 5.
I insist that things remain the way Father left them.
Isn't it enough that we made shrines out of his consulting room and the dispensary? They're in your half of the house. I don't care. But in my house,
Father wanted the wall of the tower room to blend right in with the side of the mountain. He would have hated a balcony, an eyesore, like something out of Romeo and Juliet.
Already made French doors in the tower room for the balcony. Gotta make up your minds now.
Finish it, Mr. Gimple.
Yes, ma'am.
You stay where you are.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not fooling me, Sybil. All this sentimental posturing, your solitary walks in the moonlight, a balcony so you can feel you're all alone between heaven and earth. All to impress Levain, isn't it? You're in love with him, admit it.
Here's my answer. Mr. Gumble.
No?
Go and finish the job.
Yes, Miss Sybil. Don't know what I can do tonight, but it'll get done.
You'll never have Levain, Sybil, no matter what I have to do about it.
Well, Valentine, now that you've had dinner, what do you think?
Well, I think we'd be stupid if we imagined we were fooling Levain. He doesn't believe we're just a couple of friends you brought to your sister's house for the weekend.
And my feminine intuition tells me that this war of nerves between Bertie and Sybil is going to turn into a scorcher any day now.
You know, frankly, Winslow, what this situation calls for is a combination human relations counselor and a psychiatrist. There's nothing particularly sinister about this setup. It's only too human.
I know, but as
I'm afraid I'd be like the man who tries to stop a husband from beating his wife. It ends with both jumping all over him. No, thanks. I think Miss Brooks and I will be taking the first train back in the morning.
I do hope I am not intruding.
Not at all. Come in, Louvain.
Thank you. You know, it is always interesting to be present when one is being discussed. Go on, please.
How do you know you're going to like what we might say about you?
The human ego is easily satisfied. The mere sound of one's name is rewarding in itself. Incidentally, Mr. Valentine, there's an 8:10 out of Fenton in the morning.
Well, now, that's just fine. Is there someone on it you want me to wave to when it leaves?
No. But you are thinking of going back to town, aren't you?
I take it this is the mentalist at work.
Or an ear at the keyhole.
You know, Miss Brooks, at first Roger here also doubted my ability to read the human mind. Nothing gives me greater pleasure than to make converts out of cynics. Suppose I tell you what you're thinking about.
Okay. But you'd better censor it as you go along.
In so many words, it is something like this. This Louvain, he is a handsome, charming rascal at that. I wonder if that is a real wave in his hair, or is he wearing a toupee?
Yes, that's part of it, but how...
Delightfully feminine. Rest assured, Sherry, this is the hair I was born with.
All right, Louvain. We don't need any more of your demonstrations.
Now, you, Mr. Valentine...
Oh, I ought to be a pushover. I've only got one thought, and it's not very feminine.
I know. You're saying to yourself, in these very words, what I would not give to sock Buster here, right in the kiss her?
Huh?
My feminine intuition.
You heard that, didn't you, Louvain?
How could it be helped?
2 foolish, susceptible women, each with a small fortune. You play one off against the other. Well, have you decided which one you're going to hurt?
You forget I'm in this house by invitation.
Which one would be easier to handle? I'm not going to give you a chance to decide. I'm going to...
Hey, cut it out, Winslow. Now, sit down.
I'm through sparring with him.
Don't make a martyr out of him. Use your head.
Well, have you people been trying to outdo Bertie and me?
Oh, it was nothing, Sybil. Roger was merely trying to illustrate his brotherly concern.
Oh. Well, let's clear the atmosphere right now. Roger, I'll repeat what I just told Bertie. Louvain and I love each other. We're going to get married.
Well, what do you want me to say?
Not a word. We can dispense with all the deception now. You can pay off Mr. Valentine so we can step out of our affairs.
Oh, yes. That's 8:10 in the morning, Valentine.
I got news for you, Buster. I'm staying on. I'm also a guest in this house.
You forget this is my house.
Only half of it, Sybil. And I promise we'll stay on Bertie's side.
Well, a beautiful Saturday morning in the country, George, and nobody enjoying it except the birds and that character stretched out there on the lawn. You know, he looks beautiful in short.
Yeah. Louvain's supposed to be replenishing his cosmic cells or something.
Look at him sipping hot milk on a day like this.
Oh, well, that's to relax his nerves, Angel. And, brother, he can afford to relax. He knows Roger isn't getting anywhere arguing with Sybil. And he's just as sure Bertie's tears aren't going to change his plans.
Do you think he can really read minds, George?
Well, that isn't important one way or the other now.
Don't mean to interrupt nothing, but anybody see Miss Sybil?
What's that?
Mark Gumpel's the name. Contractor.
That's nice.
Just taking my men off the job for the day. Wanted to make sure Miss Sybil ain't going to change her mind about that balcony.
Well, I'm afraid she's pretty tied up at the moment.
Did what you told me this morning. Just checking.
Louvain!
George, look.
Yeah, see.
Good grief. What's going on?
Hurry, please.
What is it, Bertie?
What's the matter with him?
Look at me, Louvain. What's the matter?
I don't know. My stomach.
Louvain! Oh, darling.
Now what? Is this another one of his acts?
I came out on the lawn to talk to him, and I found him just.
Somebody
like
better
that.
call a doctor. Looks like he's been poisoned.
I don't understand it, Valentine. Don't understand it at all.
What don't you understand, Dr.
Well,
Adams?
there's no doubt about it. Louvain was poisoned. Agraphene. According to every tenant in the pharmacopoeia, he should have died almost instantly.
And he's been hanging on for hours. In other words, he's not only a mental marvel, but a medical freak.
Well, I've done everything I can for him. We'll just have to wait.
Dr. Adams, as an old friend of Dr. Winslow and his family, this will probably come as a rude shock to you, but...
I know what you're going to say. Someone in this house is guilty of attempted murder. One of John's children. It's incredible.
A man like Louvain makes incredible things happen.
Yes, I could see something like this coming. Of course, I should call the police. But perhaps if we wait and the man pulls through...
Then we could call it ptomaine. The lobster Louvain had for dinner last night?
I don't know. In a situation like this, it's hard to be sure when you're doing right.
Doctor, there's a row of match bottles in the dispensary.
John's pride and joy, that dispensary. Everything's so neatly in its place.
The bottle of agraphene isn't there. Whoever took it still has it.
What?
Roger, Bertie, Sybil. They were all in and out of the kitchen when the cook was warming up the milk for Louvain.
Valentine, they're all nice people. I can't believe any one of them would do a thing like this, no matter what the provocation.
Oh, George, Oh, pardon me.
That's all right, Brooksy. We don't have to keep anything from the doctor.
Well, you were right, George. Someone did come back to put that bottle with the others.
Yeah, who?
Bertie.
Good heavens.
I'm afraid she knows I saw her.
If it had to be one of the three, I guess it would be Bertie. Poor, unhappy Bertie.
Well, we might be able to say that puzzle was cleared up. Except for one thing.
What's that?
Well, didn't you notice, Brooksy? There's another bottle missing in that row.
What was it, Valentine?
The label on the shelf right under the empty space says ferulic acid.
Why, that's even more deadly than agraphene.
Which leaves us with a question we'd better answer real fast. Who's walking around with that bottle?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Have you read about it? Heard about it? It's that new, improved Chevron Supreme gasoline. Through constant laboratory research and road testing, Standard of California has perfected Chevron Supreme to give modern cars peak performance. For today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. It's specially blended to assure faster starts, faster warm-ups, extra pep in traffic, and ping-free power on hills. And it's a premium quality gasoline that's climate-tailored. No matter which temperature or altitude zone of the West you're driving in, you may be sure new Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. Try a tankful tomorrow. Ask for new Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Two sisters jealously squabbling over a man. The man in question, a most unsavory character. But after all, you're not writing a paper on why women prefer heels. But before you can bow out, the man, Louvain, is poisoned. And what's more, while he lingers on, you learn there's still another bottle of deadly poison circulating through the house. If, like George Valentine, you believe in direct action, you don't pull any punches when you talk to the brother of the two ladies involved.
Yes, Winslow, it was Bertie who thought Louvain's milk should be fortified with a liberal shot of...
What makes you so sure?
I'm afraid I saw her going in and out of your father's dispensary, Roger. I'm sorry.
I see. Well, Louvain isn't dead yet. No one need ever know if he
Now,
doesn't...
look, I got to talk to Bertie. You know where she is?
Yes, I spoke to her a few minutes ago. I needn't tell you what state of mind she's in. And now, to upset her even more...
Never mind that. Where did she go?
Strange, she said she was going upstairs to the tower room.
What?
Catch a breath of fresh air on the new balcony.
And that is strange, after they've been rowing over it so much. George, where are you going?
The tower room.
Get away from me. You have no right to stop
Hey,
me.
come away from those doors, Bertie. Now, don't open them. You heard me.
No, you take your hands off me.
George, I can't find the light.
Never mind that. Just help me with her. Get hold of her arms, will you?
If you don't leave me alone, I'll...
Scratch my eyes out. Now, look, Bertie. Cut it out.
Bertie, what's the matter? You gone crazy?
Oh, Roger.
It's all right. Now it's all over.
It's never going to be over. Not now. Levain's going to die. I killed him.
You didn't. You couldn't have.
Look, Bertie, it's better if you didn't say anything, at least for the time being.
There isn't anything to say that you don't already know. Miss Brooks saw me putting the poison back on the shelf in the dispensary. I was just going to confess. In my own way. But you had to stop me.
Hasn't there been enough grief and trouble in this house without you jumping off balconies? Go on, Brooksy, take her to her room.
Okay.
Ask Dr. Adams to give her something to quiet her down.
Yeah, come along, Bertie.
Oh, Roger.
I won't let anything happen to you, Bertie. Now go on.
Yes, Roger.
I think you'd better turn in too, Winslow, and get some rest.
You know I couldn't sleep. You just want to get rid of me. What's on your mind, Valentine?
Louvain. When a guy gets a lethal dose of poison, he ought to drop dead.
Deadly Poisons, Their Effects and Properties by Sebastian Kinsler, M.D. You going to finish that tonight, George?
I'm almost finished now, Angel. Hand me that pad, will you?
Yeah. Shouldn't every doctor's dispensary have a couch? Now, here's a book I'd like to curl up with. The Human Foot, Its Anatomy and Pathology. Darling, what are you doing? What are you scribbling?
Brooksy, I have just verified a universal truth.
Oh, goody.
Every cause, and by the same token, vice versa.
You know you got something there, mister? Whatever it is. But if you don't break it down so that I can
Oh, Roger. I was wondering when you were going to show up.
I couldn't let Bertie take the blame for something I did, could I?
Hey, what's going on here?
You'd better put that bottle of ferulic acid back on the shelf before anybody finds out who took it.
You don't seem surprised. I said I poisoned Louvain. I put this stuff in his milk this morning.
Here you are, Brooksy. You put this bottle back where it belongs.
Yes, but... Oh, okay.
Bertie tried to take the blame because she thought I did it. Even tried to kill herself. I'm not going to risk that happening again.
But she did poison Louvain, just as you did.
What?
Both Bertie and Roger?
Mm-hmm. She used agraphene. And you, Winslow, you let him have ferulic acid. Dr. Adams diagnosed agraphene poisoning because it was the stronger dose.
Well, that's insane, Valentine. He couldn't possibly have lived through that.
Yeah. He should have dropped dead twice. So let's go upstairs and see if he's making any concessions to what's expected from ordinary human beings.
Can't you see that I'm ill? Call Dr. Adams.
George, I hope you know what you're doing.
Come on, Buster, sit up.
Maybe Adam should be in on this, Valentine.
Louvain, you'll never improve on the death scene from Camille. The act is over.
Please, go away.
Now, look, I've had just about enough out of you. You're nothing but a two-bit exhibitionist, but you're dangerous. While you wallow around up here in bed, things are happening to people's lives.
Really?
Bertie tried to do away with herself. Sybil's outside somewhere, walking up and down, worrying about you. Dr. Adams is neglecting his practice, waiting for you to decide between life and death. And all the time, you've been no sicker than if you'd swallowed a bad oyster.
Don't tell me he's been faking all this time.
Why, I ought to drag you out of
You
that
are
bed.
not going to do anything, Roger. No one is going to do anything. I'm sorry. I underestimated you, Valentine.
Don't let it worry you, friend.
But tell me, how did you discover that the two poisons, agraphene and ferulic acid, cancel each other?
I looked it up, just as you did.
I happened to see Roger leaving the dispensary. Since hardly anyone ever goes in there, I thought I'd have a look. I noticed that there were 2 bottles missing, so out of curiosity, I checked up on their properties. You see, I was sure they were going to be used to make my departure from Clearview quite a permanent one.
I suppose you found that out by reading mine.
In this case, that was not necessary, Miss Brooks. After everything that happened, I suspected that my morning glass of milk would provide Birdie and Roger with the opportunity they wanted. When I saw each of them go in and out of the kitchen, well, there was no doubt about it.
It was 1,000 to 1 chance that they should have picked those 2 particular poisons, one an antidote to the other. But if they had killed you, Louvain, it would have been something you brought on yourself. You know, you've asked for something like this ever since you came into this house.
But now you're going to get out, Louvain. If you don't, I will kill you. But this time I won't use anything but my hands.
I'll amplify what I said before, Roger. You're not going to do anything except what I tell you. Roger, get Birdie and meet me in the tower room.
Why?
I would like to have a little family conference before Sybil gets back. I would rather not have her know how unscrupulous I can really be.
Before you call for the spotlight, Louvain, maybe I ought to remind you of something.
What is that, Valentine?
There isn't a person in this house who wouldn't be willing to swear you weren't poisoned and the dispensary door had never been opened.
Now you are underestimating me. I poured off a little of the milk before I drank it. I have it to be analyzed whenever the occasion calls for it.
Why did I bring you into this house? You're not human.
None of that, Birdie. Please.
Well, here is what I am going to do. My self-esteem would suffer badly if I did not take advantage of my improved position after 2 attempts on my life.
George, can't you make him get to the point?
You'd better, Louvain. Sybil will be back any minute. And she'll be up here in the tower room looking for us.
I shall, of course, marry Sybil. Sorry, Birdie. But then we'll always find room somewhere in the house for you. I shall expect you not to tell my future wife anything about our conversation here tonight. Now, about the financial arrangements.
I was wondering when you were going to get to that.
Naturally, I shall have Sybil's half of the estate. But I know that you and Birdie will be very happy to add to that, generously. Because I've spared you all scandal and unpleasantness. Roger, you are the spokesman for the family. What do you say to my terms?
Valentine, what can I do?
Tell him you're not buying any of it.
People have lived through worse things than what happened here today, Roger. Let him shoot his mouth off.
You know the holiday the papers would have with this story? We'd never live it down.
And Sybil, still in love with him. He'd make her hate us for what we did. She'd never believe anything about blackmail.
All right, Louvain. I know when I don't have an out. So...
Where is everybody? Dr. Adams said that... Oh, Louvain, darling. You're all better.
Yes, of course, Sybil.
Thank heaven. I was so frantic.
All that talk about poison, so much nonsense. It was nothing more glamorous than ptomaine.
And all is sweetness and light once again.
Yes, I was wondering about this conclave in the middle of the night.
Oh, just to congratulate us, my dear. Even Birdie wishes us the best now. Don't you?
I...
Don't answer, my dear. Let me read your mind.
Oh, another performance yet.
Oh, Birdie, how can you be thinking of Sybil's new balcony at a time like this?
At least let my thoughts be my own.
Oh, Bertie, I meant to tell you.
Life just beginning for me in this lovely place. I owe myself a view of what shall be mine for years to come.
Louvain!
When I need
No!
to step out...
George! Oh, dear Lord!
There is no balcony. Nothing out there.
You said he was reading my mind. I thought the balcony was there. I honestly did.
I was trying to explain. This morning I ordered Mr. Gumple to tear it down.
Oh, jeepers, George, I'll be glad to get back to town.
Yeah?
I don't think I'll ever forget that sight. Louvain stepping out into space like that.
Well, fake or genius, he certainly read Bertie's mind. You couldn't have expected him to prove it more conclusively.
Darling, I'd feel a lot better right now if you could read my mind.
Well, let's see now. I get it.
Exactly what I was thinking of. How'd you ever do it?
Guesswork, Brooksy, guesswork. When you closed your eyes like that, it could have been that you were just, sleepy.
Motorists, want to put spring in your driving? Then let me remind you about that new Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's specially blended to give your car faster starts, faster warm-ups, new alertness in traffic, and on hills, all the ping-free power you could hope for. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. You'll like the way new Chevron Supreme is specially tailored to the West's different altitude and temperature zones. That means wherever you drive, new Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. Try this new motoring thrill tomorrow. Get a tank full at an independent Chevron gas station or at a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when a somewhat breathless George Valentine rushes into a lavish apartment to meet Brooksy, we'll hear...
Hey, what goes here, Brooksy? Has Nick been over there like that all that time?
I don't know, George. I just found him that way. Where have you been?
Now, somebody wanted that briefcase so bad they floated me out of town.
The pictures.
We'll get to that. Right now, I want to find out if Nick here knows something we ought to know. Hey, Buster, snap out of it. Come on, sit up in that chair.
George, he's...
Yeah. One of our friends fixed it so Nick will be stone cold on the hottest day in July.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jay Novello as Louvain, Ken Harvey as Roger, Frank Hale as Bertie, Lorene Tuttle as Sybil, Don Messick as Mr. Gumple, and Ralph Moody as Dr. Adams. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. One Chance at the World, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If life is a continual dance with someone else calling the tunes, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, it's a great homecoming after you've been away several years to find your wife waiting for you, dead. But that's what happened to me. She died a week before I got to town. The chaplain said maybe I was crazy to even come back here. But now that I did, I'm glad. Because my wife was murdered, Mr. Valentine. And what do I find? The guy who killed her still sits at home eating squab and drinking champagne.
Well, that's what you said in your letter, Mr. Evans. Murdered.
It's what I meant. And the name's Nard.
Oh.
I'm not used to being called Mr.
Okay, Nard. Your wife's name was Verna.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, the newspapers indicated Verna Evans was hit by an automobile when she was walking across an intersection out by the edge of town.
Yeah, a week ago Saturday night.
And it said the driver was exonerated.
Sure. Dismissed with a couple of words, like she was. About the size of a death notice way back on page 7. But did the article say who he was?
But
no.
look, you...
Probably knows the editor, that's why. It was Mr. Farrell Paulson. Now what do you think?
Look, Nard, I know that Mr. Paulson's important. He's a big man. And the kind that doesn't like to have his name in the paper, but...
I'll say he doesn't. Not unless he's kissing a baby or
But
something.
I also know that the police in this town don't play favorites. And I know they must have looked into this case thoroughly.
I was afraid that that's what you'd say. I went to the police. They said the whole story was in the papers. So I went to Mr. Paulson himself. You'd think he'd at least feel sorry about killing a woman, but he wouldn't even see me, Mr. Valentine. Not even see me.
Oh, he wouldn't, huh? Hey, look, Nard, tell me a little more about yourself, will you? In the letter you mentioned chaplain. Where have you been, the Army?
Prison.
Oh, I see.
You're pretty young, aren't you?
23.
How long were you there?
Good behavior. Only 2.5 years.
What for?
Assault with a deadly weapon.
Want to tell me about it?
No, why should I? It's over with. I paid for it.
Okay, Nard. Being bitter never helps, you know.
I try not to be, Mr. Valentine. I know I shouldn't be. I know Verna wouldn't want me to be.
But it's not so easy when things like this happen.
We were always so close. Married when we were just kids. We started our own little business, laundry and cleaning. I even worked out some new machines, fast presses. No, we had big plans. But I haven't even got that anymore.
What do you mean?
She had to sell out while I was away. I told her not to, but I guess she had to eat somehow. Grofay Laundry's got everything I own. I don't know why I'm telling you all this, except, well, I haven't got a penny to pay you with.
Who says I'm going to do anything I need pay for?
You mean you won't help me? You mean I get the brush from you, too? Sorry, jailbird, it's just tough,
now,
that's
look,
all.
Why don't you, kid, will you hammer something into that head of yours? The world is not against you. I know maybe it looks that way to you, but it's not.
Yeah, sure. That's what the chaplain kept saying, and I believed him, too. And
All I'm trying to tell you is I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to prove it to you.
I'm not trying to evade my responsibilities, if that's what you're thinking, Mr. Valentine. Or my conscience.
All right, Mr. Paulson. All right, I believe you.
It's just that
Maybe it's just that you want time to plan what you're going to say to him a little more carefully.
I beg your pardon.
You were driving your car last Saturday night. Were you alone?
Yes.
Speeding?
No.
Drinking?
No.
Then what happened?
The police have this case. They have every bit of information. There's no sense in
Okay, Mr. Paulson.
Your client, the young man, the husband, he's not trying to cause any further trouble, is he?
Oh, no, Mr. Paulson. He's happy
I know I shouldn't have said it that way. I didn't mean it that way. The accident wasn't my fault. I slammed on my brakes, but she was running across the street, and... I bet he'd like to kill me. I don't like myself very much either.
It wasn't your fault, and yet you don't just feel upset. You feel guilty, too, don't you? Why?
See here, I have to get back inside.
It wouldn't be you've held something back, would it, even from the police?
No, of course not. But what's your name again?
Valentine.
Yes. Perhaps we'll meet again, Mr. Valentine.
Lieutenant Riley, what's homicide got to do with Verna Evans' death? And how did you know what we're here for anyway?
Paulson called me.
Oh.
But as regards your first, homicide has nothing to do with it. Just Riley, the sucker. Good old Riley, everybody's friend.
Just what are you talking about?
Oh, never mind. Wait a second. Hewitt, this is Miss Brooks and Mr. Valentine.
Well, how do you do, Hewitt?
I'm Nard's cousin, miss. Sure pleased to meet you.
Oh, Hewitt. What brings you down?
Well, Nard's staying with me, you see. I guess he doesn't like to go back to their old apartment. We don't mind having him. It's the least we can do.
Now, remember what I said, Hewitt. And remember, it's got nothing to do with you blaming yourself.
Well, how can I help it? I mean, at least we could have had her over once a week, regular. But Saturday night was the gin rummy club, and... Well, the wife did her best getting her for meals. And I saw Verna several times helping her sell that cleaner stuff to Johnny Grofay.
I said don't blame yourself. Now, just try and think about what I've been telling you so you can help.
No, all you've been saying is a lot of police department stuff.
Huh?
I know how you work. I'm not actually saying this guy Paulson did any fixing or anything, but I am saying I know what Verna was like. You guys better make up something better than that for Nard. That's all I'm saying. So long, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Police department stuff. What's the matter with people? What do they think we do? Sit down here plotting against everybody?
Oh, remember your blood pressure, Lieutenant.
Well, that's what you're here for, too, isn't it? To say, Riley, what's the big idea of brushing the poor kid off? Big, hard-hearted police department. Oh, don't mind me. I've had a bad morning, that's all.
Start at the beginning, will you, Riley?
Yeah, sure. Traffic referred the case to me because I was the one who sent Nard Evans up 3 years ago. I was a sergeant then.
Oh, the assault with a deadly weapon.
Oh, it sounds worse than it was. Nard was just a kid, went after a couple of sailors with a tire iron because he thought they insulted his wife. Well, he deserved to be punished, all right. A man can't let his temper fly any time he wants,
But he was really just a hot-headed boy who loved his wife too much.
Oh, he idolized her. She was cute, too. Blonde. Not too bright, but very nice. And that's why traffic referred this case to me.
Hey, clear up that one, will you?
Well, point A, Farrell Fulson's not at all to blame for the accident.
You sure?
Not according to my evidence. Point B, Verna Evans was.
What?
Huh?
Oh, yeah. The hard-hearted police department thought it might be better if Nard didn't know the truth. That's why we gave the kid the stall this morning. That's why we had his cousin in, hoping he might be able to ease the blow.
The blow? What do you mean, Lieutenant?
The accident happened last Saturday night out by the edge of town. Crowded highways, crowded roadhouses.
Go on, Lieutenant, go on.
Well, we don't know whether she was with anybody or not, but we do know she had been other nights the same week. About a dozen witnesses in a joint called Springer's Shack remember seeing her. Then some guy took her arm and she went outside. Tried to walk across the highway when Paulson and a lot of other cars were coming, and, well, Paulson couldn't help himself.
What else, Riley?
Well, the kid's beautiful, wonderful stand up straight.
Well, hello, Nard. I thought you'd gone home over to your cousin's.
No, Well, I had to know what was going on. I came back up. Your office was locked, but...
Yeah, well, let's go inside, kid. We can talk.
No. Tell me right now. What did you find out?
Well, Nard, Mr. Paulson isn't guilty of anything. And the police didn't mean to give you a brush off. They just didn't seem to think you'd understand. I think they were wrong.
What do you mean?
Well, Miss Brooks means... I understand that you're being in prison. Well, it was pretty hard on your wife, too.
Verna? What are you trying to tell me?
Nard, the other night that accident was just unavoidable. Verna had been out. She'd been having a good time. She'd Well, she'd had a few.
You're lying to me. Verna never drank in her life.
We looked over the evidence ourselves, Nard. Statements from people who saw her. There's no question about it.
You're lying to me. You're trying to hide something.
You take it easy, kid. Now, come on inside.
No, let go of me. You're the one who was going to help.
Nard, please.
Oh, you're all like the rest of them. A guy's a jailbird. Give him a kick.
Hey, Nard, easy.
I'll show you what it feels like. Here's your payment for doing nothing.
Hey, now, easy now.
Wait a minute, Nard.
No, let him go, Angel.
Oh, George.
Maybe that sock got some of it out of his system.
Oh, golly. Your cheek's bleeding.
That's okay.
Here, give me the key.
Hey, wait a minute, Brooksy. He said the office was locked. But I don't remember locking it.
Huh?
Not the outer room. No, you see, it's not. What in the name of... Yeah. Farrell Paulson.
Oh, golly.
Yeah, here's the gun. With a silencer. And Brooksy, I guess he's about as dead as 6 bullets will make a man.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Good evening, car owner. Did you know that the most severe wear in your car's engine starts the moment you cut the ignition off? It's caused by condensation of acid-laden moisture on vital parts. The result is corrosive rust, which is responsible for 80% of engine wear. But there's a sure way to stop this high-cost corrosion. Use premium quality RPM motor oil. RPM contains special compounds that prevent rust. One compound in RPM is an adhering agent which keeps a moisture-proof film on the cylinder walls of your engine. And RPM stays on the job, preventing rust, even though your car stands idle for days or weeks. No wonder RPM is first choice in the West. It's the oil that stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You meet a boy just out of prison whose wife was killed a week before. Yes, Verna Evans was struck by an automobile driven by a Mr. Farrell Paulson. The police tell you that Mr. Paulson was not to blame, that the only reason for the accident was the difficulty Mrs. Evans was having with her own navigation. The boy, Nard, quite understandably, refuses to believe such a thing about his wife and socks you when you try to tell him about it. So, like George Valentine, you have a pretty sore jaw, and it's not helped any by the fact that you've now found Mr. Paulson dead in your office.
Well, stop looking at me, Valentine. I didn't say Evans killed him, did I? People always point at the cop and say, there he goes, accusing somebody.
My, aren't we touchy today?
Oh, well, it's just that I can't help kicking myself for being so gooey-hearted this morning.
Gooey-hearted?
Maybe if I told Nard the facts straight out, but no. I had to protect his dream about his wife.
Hey, look, Riley, I had the feeling Paulson hadn't told his whole story yet. Something bothered him. Subconscious, maybe.
Yeah? Well, try this on your subconscious. My boys ran the gun down.
Yeah?
Yeah. It was bought this morning from a hock shop on 3rd Street. Purchaser signed his name John Smith. But he had brown eyes, 5'10", about 160 pounds, complexion a little pale.
Nard Evans.
Yeah, to a T. Well, I've got to put out an all points for him.
Okay, Riley. But while your cops are looking for the boy, I'm going to go out and find him. Come on, Brooksy. Excuse the gate crashing, mister. We're in a hurry. You own the Grove Fay Laundry, don't you?
Yes.
Well, I'm looking for Nard Evans. Have you seen him?
Who?
Yes, you have seen him, haven't you? And you're scared to death.
Why would I have seen anyone named Nard Evans?
Huh? Oh, I played you for just a long shot, but I guess you're not. Nard's a boy who thinks the world's against him. I thought he might have been here to file a complaint. You bought some machines or patents or something from his wife, a fast presser.
Oh, yes, I remember now, but there certainly would be no reason to complain.
Yeah, for a long shot, you sound more and more like a sure thing. Now, come on. When was he here? There's a murder involved.
It was 15 minutes ago.
George, after the murder.
Keep talking.
Well, he was talking wildly, made a lot of threats. He had the ridiculous idea that his wife had been put upon.
I guess she was. I guess that's why you're so scared.
Are you implying that I swindled the girl? Now, you see here, you know she came to me alone. She did. Absolutely alone. It was her idea to sell. She needed money, she said, and... Well,
And you were glad to oblige, huh?
Mr. Grofay, did Verna Evans impress you as the kind of girl who'd spend a good deal on parties or maybe liquor?
Oh, well, I don't know. Perhaps. Perhaps, yes, now that you mention it. Why?
That's a good question, Mr. Grofay. Why a lot of things? Like, why believe everything we hear?
Sure, that's us, mister. Springer's shack. Been here for 25 years, me and Pa.
Well, I guess it's your husband we want to see, Mrs. Springer. He was one of the main witnesses in that Evans accident. You know the girl who was hit by the car when she walked out of here last Saturday night?
Oh, yes, I know. Poor little thing.
Well, tell me, is your husband... I said, is your husband a...
You don't have to yell, mister. I'm so used to trucks backfiring, I can hear myself think by 'em. Well, Pa'll be here any second. Been taking a nap in the house out back.
Mrs. Springer, do you remember Verna Evans?
Well, not much. See, I'm busy on the cash register and cooking, too. We're mostly a restaurant, you know.
Yeah, it gets a little noisy around here on Saturday nights.
Well, we got 2 jukeboxes. Sure it does, mister. No, Pa was the one told the police about, well, you know, about the condition she was in.
What sort of condition was she in?
Well, Pa's pretty strict. He wouldn't serve her more than the one drink, and she didn't touch that. She couldn't.
Why not?
I guess other places aren't so particular. She'd been filled up, lady, before she ever got here.
Huh?
Oh, Lordy. I don't know. Some folks thought so, some folks didn't, but Saturday nights, mister, well, you better just ask Pa.
Oh, what's that? I
said you better...
Hey, that wasn't a bad...
Oh, sure.
Come on.
Around this way. Look out for the puppies. Springer Spaniels.
Yeah,
but they're really Airedales. Pa, where are you? Pa, what are you... Hey. Oh, no. No! Oh, Pa!
Roxy, take care of her. It was a shotgun. Mr. Springer, can you hear me? Hey, Mr. Springer. Who did it? Can you hear me? Who did it?
That Evans fella.
Mr. Springer. You were out there, Lieutenant. You saw Mrs. Springer. She doesn't lie.
And we told you what she said about just one drink.
Now, traffic can't come up with any other bars where Verna Evans was seen drinking. Just a lot of corroborating stuff on her weaving around in that one place.
Yeah. The doctors will let us know in a couple of minutes. They're already re-examining the body. Do you know how many orders it takes to get an exhumation? Oh, never mind. What I keep thinking about is poor old man Springer was the girl's big accuser. He threw the first rock. From Nard's standpoint, he called his wife names in public. Motive.
Lieutenant Riley.
Oh, there we are now.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah.
Sergeant Johnson. A couple of patrol cars located that Evans boy.
What?
Got him cornered upstairs of a garage on 73rd Street. He's daring them to come on up after him. They say a homicide has a hold on it, waiting for instructions. The Evans boy is armed with a shotgun.
Okay, Johnson, tell him...
Riley, get in there and ask the doctors to hurry, will you? And tell those guys to keep the kids surrounded until we get there.
He's up here, Lieutenant. His room over the garage. Stairs are inside.
Yeah, okay, Sergeant.
Oh, hello, Hewitt.
That's my shotgun he's got, Mr. Valentine. I came home from work and found he'd been there and it was missing. I live over in the next block.
Yeah, anybody tried to go in yet?
He says he'll shoot if we stick our heads in. Says make him an offer and let Hewitt here deliver it. Guess Hewitt's the only one he'll trust.
Gosh, I feel like a heel. I'd like to help, but I've got a family to think about. I know what he's like when he's like this, when he loses his temper.
Did you ever let go with the tear gas, Lieutenant?
No, just stand back from the door. I'm going to have a talk with him first.
George,
relax,
no.
Angel, relax.
Okay, Valentine. All clear.
Is that you, Hewitt?
Not, it's me. Valentine.
You got 2 seconds to get out before I blow your head off.
Tough, aren't you? The jailbird. The guy who used a tire iron on 2 sailors. Keep your buttons on. I haven't got a gun.
Keep your buttons on. I can shoot yours off. You bet I can't.
Yeah, you really have got the world against you now, haven't you? Everybody hates you now. The police, me, Johnny Grofay, the whole world.
I'm not kidding, Mr. Valentine. Get out of here. Hewitt's the only one I'll talk to.
Nod, did you ever hear of a man named Springer?
Who's he?
Now listen, kid, I got news for you. I asked the police to exhume the body of your wife, Verna.
What? Why, you
Listen to me, will you?
Soldier.
The doctors can't tell about alcohol after a day or so. But they could tell about something else that was in her stomach. A drug, a dope.
What?
Drugs, dope. When Paulson's car hit her, when all those people saw her in Springer's shack, she acted like she'd had a few too many. Now, she could have been made to act that way by a drug.
I guess so. So what?
Listen to me, Nod. A couple of years ago, you went to prison. You told your wife not to sell that fast pressing machine thing of yours. But she needed money.
Yeah, I know all that.
Verna was young. She could have been persuaded to sell. Only when she found out later she'd been taken, that Grofay was really making hay out of his purchase, she got frantic. Her last week, she tore around, seeing people maybe, seeing men maybe.
There's always wise guys to put on the wrong interpretation.
Sure. But who was in a position to persuade Verna?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Who was in a position to collect a rake-off from Grofay? Who told me he'd seen Grofay with her, when Grofay was so careful to say she'd been alone? Who would have gotten scared to death because he knew how rough you could be?
Cut it out, will you? Get out of here, I'll pull this trigger.
Who could have gotten panicky and drugged her and shoved her out on the highway and been scared to death Paulson saw something funny? Scared to death of Paulson and Springer, too, because he might remember his face from being at Springer's.
Mr. Valentine, stop it. I'm warning you.
Only Springer remembered a name. That Evans fella, he said. But he never met you. He could have meant Hewitt Evans.
No, you're nuts. Get out of here.
And the reason I know I'm right is because you want me to get out of here and Hewitt to come in. So you, jailbird, can kill him.
I didn't know about Springer. I went to your office and found Paulson dead. I tore out after Grofay. I tore all over town and everywhere there was cops. And Hewitt hid me. Later on, he brought me over here. I never got wise until I saw that here there was a shotgun and it had been fired so you could smell it. He stole the gun I bought in the pawn shop. He picked me for a patsy. There were extra shells. He wanted me to shoot it out and get killed by the police. Well, I'm going to blast a hole in him. Get out of here, Valentine. I'm going to... You know, I told you a long time ago that my wife didn't drink.
Yeah, kid. Yeah, you did. I guess I figured if you had that much faith in her, maybe somebody ought to have some faith in you. Now, you still want to kill him?
Here's the gun, Mr. Valentine.
George, why do you suppose Mr. Paulson came up here to the office? What do you suppose he was going to tell us?
Oh, I don't think he'd actually been hiding anything he'd seen at the time of the accident, Brooksy. He didn't actually see Hewitt push her. Just a suspicion, tinge of doubt. And, well, all of us feel it's so much easier not to get mixed up in things.
I know. Like it's so much easier to make a flat-footed accusing statement. Like Mr. Springer must have about Verna Evans.
Yeah.
Oh, people are so careless and selfish when they tell things they see. When they tell things they've been told. They forget that somebody might suffer. Somebody might be robbed of his chance at the world.
Well, Nod Evans has a pretty good chance now, Brooksy. You see, I think that...
George, I love you.
For a happy vacation trip, and indeed for your everyday motoring, take a tip. Go on Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's blended perfectly to give your car's engine ping-free power under every driving condition. Faster starts for cold engines, quicker pickup in traffic, and extra power on hills with never an engine knock. Ping-free power means more economical motoring, you know, for a knocking engine is a strained and laboring engine that's wasting both power and fuel. So make sure you get Chevron Supreme, a premium quality gasoline. Remember, it's climate-tailored according to the West's different altitude and temperature zones. Gives your car its best performance wherever you buy it. In fact, you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when we find George Valentine trying to solve a new riddle on a country estate, we'll hear...
I did see him, George. Right over there, through the fog.
Okay, Angel, let's take a look. I'll turn on the flashlight.
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Look at that, Brooksy.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
He didn't even reach his car to get away.
That makes two of them, Angel. And our job is to see that somebody doesn't make it three.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Walter Burke as Nard, Ted Von Eltz as Paulson, Clayton Post as Hewitt, Bob Griffin as Grofay, and Martha Wentworth as Ma. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Four-Sided Triangle, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, changes my stock and trade. If life's tossed you into a barrel of trouble, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm here briefly on a visit from Canada just to make certain of one thing. Was Dr. Kenneth Sterrett, my best friend, murdered, or was it really an automobile accident? As a novelist, I admit the situation is trite. The older, successful man, the restless, beautiful wife. And if my suspicions are right, even the inevitable other man. If you care to interest yourself in something you may dismiss as an obsession on my part, I'll be at my hotel all day. Sincerely, Owen Marby.
I checked every angle, Marby, and there's no reason to suspect that Dr. Sterrett's death wasn't an accident.
But, Mr. Valentine, my stubbornness about Ken being murdered isn't exactly groundless.
Yeah, well, maybe. But there are a lot of dangerous hairpin turns coming down Eagle Canyon Drive. The Sterrett house is practically on the mountaintop, and there's always a fog rolling in there at night.
I knew Ken very well. He was my roommate when he was going to medical school at the University of Toronto. He was the most exasperatingly careful, methodical man I've ever known. He drove a car the way old ladies used to drive electric buggies.
But that night he received an emergency call from a hospital. He may have been in a hurry.
And there's something else.
Yeah?
Last year, on my way to a lecture engagement, my plane had to stop over for a few hours. I had a drink with Ken, and he showed me a picture of Juliet, his wife.
Go on.
He implied, and very definitely, that they weren't happy. He suspected there was another man, though he didn't know who it was. Later, at the airport, by the merest coincidence, I saw Julia and that other man. They were in the cocktail bar.
But how can you be sure that was the man, Mr. Mark?
Well, they're seen almost constantly together now. His name is Charles Dallison. But this is the important point. They're very careful to give the impression they didn't meet until after the so-called accident. Why?
Well, that's an interesting question. Now, tell me, Julia Sterrett doesn't know you, does she?
No. Ken may have mentioned me casually, but that's about all.
Huh? Then I could be Owen Marby.
Well, you sound as though that imagination of yours is going into action.
Well, just like you, Marby, I'm flying blind at the moment. But I'll see what I can do to put your mind at rest. Okay, now, Brooksy, you're on your own. Don't let the head waiter steer you anywhere but the booth next to Julia and Dallison. It's all reserved for you.
But how do you know they're going to show up for dinner tonight?
Well, I checked that, too. Just try to overhear as much as you can. Now, I got to get going. Julia Sterrett, isn't it?
I beg your pardon.
Well, I recognized you at once from the picture Ken sent me, and the head waiter assured me I was right. I'm Owen Marby.
Oh, yes, I remember. Ken used to speak about you. Charles, this is one of Ken's friends from Canada.
Dallison's the name.
How do you do?
Won't you join us, Mr. Marby?
Oh, well, thank you, but worse luck, I have to meet a book critic in a few minutes.
Oh, that's right. You are a novelist, aren't you?
Yes, Mrs. Sterrett. But I still manage to find life infinitely stranger than fiction. For instance, running into you at Henri's like this tonight. But I was going to look you up anyway, Julia.
I should hope so.
I thought it no more than right to apologize for making it more difficult for you after Ken's death.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, I must confess that when I first heard what happened, I was convinced there was foul play.
You don't write mystery novels by any chance, Mr. Marby?
No, I don't. It sounds like it, doesn't it? No, I should have known that if there were any suspicion in that direction, the county autopsy surgeon would have cleared it all up.
Autopsy? But why...
Well, you see, in a rash moment, I even wrote your district attorney what seems now to have been a melodramatic and slightly hysterical note.
I think you can be forgiven, Marby. You know, a tribute to your friendship with Dr. Sterrett rather than your zeal as a busybody.
Oh, but I won't consider myself really forgiven, Julia, unless you have dinner with me tomorrow. Of course, the invitation includes you, too, Dallison.
Sounds delightful. But why so formal? I think you two can find your way to my mountaintop. Suppose both of you just drop in tomorrow evening.
Oh, fine, thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be running along. Nice to have met you, Dallison.
Thank you.
And I know we'll have a lot to talk about, Julia. Good night.
Good night.
I don't like it, Charles. I don't like it at all.
No, now, please, Julia.
The man is lying. I'm sure Ken never sent him any picture of me. This was no coincidence tonight. I tell you, he staged it. He's up to something.
Shut up, Julia. Do you want the whole place to hear you?
He's the only one who never believed it was an accident.
I could tell by the tone of his letter of condolence. He still doesn't believe it.
Julia, we'll have to do something about your nerves. If you let a little thing like this upset you...
Let's get out of here, Charles.
Brooksy, for the love of heaven, where you been? What happened to you? Do you know what time it is?
Well, if you'll stop lathering me with questions, Johnny, I'll give you all the horrendous details.
Okay, come on.
Oh, my feet. Let me sit down.
Oh, here, sit down.
Well, how did I know those two were going to park halfway up Eagle Canyon Drive and get into a gab fest?
What? How the dickens did you get way up there on Eagle Canyon Drive with them?
Well, in that booth, I could hardly hear anything they were saying, except that they were going to leave in a few minutes.
Yeah?
Well, so I beat it out and wrapped myself in the blanket in the back of their car.
Oh, great. All they had to do was spot you, and then you'd have been...
not a chance. It was too dark, and the back of that custom job is a half a block from the front seat. I had all I could do to hear what they were talking about.
Well, for the moment, I won't inquire how Claire Brooks, girl Gumshoe, got away undetected, but just what did you overhear?
Well, nothing and everything. See what you could make out of this conversation.
I can't help it, Charles. There was something about Marby. I can't explain it. It was as though he were laughing at us all the time.
You're going to make life very difficult for yourself, Julia. If you go to pieces every time you bump into a visiting fireman who once knew your husband.
Oh, darling, let's not wait any longer. It's been 8 months now since Ken. There's no reason why we can't be married.
It's simply not the way I planned it. We're to wait 1 year. That morally approved period for widow's weeds to blossom forth again into passion flowers.
You and your plan. I want to be able to laugh again.
And I want you to, Julia. We'll laugh together. And wherever we go, we'll have the orchestra play something fitting. Say the Merry Widow Waltz.
Isn't there anything you can't joke about? Didn't you feel any qualms at all when Marby went babbling on about writing in district attorney? That nonsense about an autopsy? Didn't you...
Wait a minute, Julia. Yes, autopsy. A term so blithely used by policemen when they suspect poison in the case.
Charles.
Come to think of it, Julia, maybe you're right. We ought to know more about our guest from Canada. It'll help us decide the best way to entertain him tomorrow night.
Well, what do you say, George?
Well, give me a minute, will you, Angel? See, incidentally, how did you get back without being seen? It's 4 miles from that eagle's nest to the boulevard, and not a house or a gas station in between.
Oh, when I took off my high heels, it was a snap. Got an extra pair of arch supports on you, mister?
Oh, brother. A mere man salutes you, Brooksy.
At ease, Buster. I still say, what do you make of it?
Oh, not a thing you could stick a pen in. All which they couldn't deny having said. But it wouldn't be going out on a limb to assume that the suspicions of Owen Marby are far more fact than fiction. Okay, Lieutenant, don't blow your top. I'm not asking you to exhume Dr. Sterrett's body.
Well, thanks, Valentine. That's real white of you.
Just the same, I bet the medical examiner would find traces of something to show the doctor was poisoned, and it was no accident that he lost control of the car,
Miss
and I'll bet
Brooks, the ME might even find the lost cord, but I can't go asking for an autopsy order on just a lot of hearsay evidence and vague suspicion.
Well, I was only trying to help you
It's a pretty generally accepted thing that once people are dead, you ought to leave them alone.
Oh, really?
Unless there's a darn good reason to dig them up.
Look, please, both of you, what's all the shooting about? I didn't even suggest anything like that.
Well, you might have.
After all this time, even if we found anything, it wouldn't clinch the case against either Mrs. Sterrett or Dollison. It'd be too circumstantial.
Oh, now, look, don't get me wrong, Valentine. If you came up with something tangible, I'd be glad to play ball. As it is, what do you want from me?
Okay. Tomorrow, I'd like you to put a man on Charles Dallison's tail and report on everything he does.
All right. I guess I can do that.
Brooksy can keep an eye on Mrs. Sterrett.
Within reason. I'm not at my best climbing up and down mountains.
Just as they want to be prepared to receive me, I'd like to hold a few top cards myself.
Darling, you're not only going in the wrong direction from the Starrett house, but you're going there a little too fast. I don't recall any 60-mile-an-hour zones within the city limits.
Would you mind going over your day with Mrs. Sterrett again, Angel? There's one part of it that intrigues me.
Oh, I don't know why. Beauty parlor at 11. Lunch at Miranda's tea room alone. Visit to a Dr. Rayford on Barton Street. A stop over to Rexall Drugstore, and so to home.
I think I'll have a few words with Dr. Rayford on the way out.
Well, why, George?
Old operations always make stimulating conversation. But right now, I'd better take care of this little matter.
George.
Sorry, Brooksy.
Well, of all the dopey things, what are you trying to do?
You'll see, Angel. All right, Buster, get out of that car.
What's the idea of stopping that way? You want to kill somebody?
Come on. Step out, friend, outside.
Hey,
Don't get bug-eyed. You've seen a gun before.
What is it, George?
Just a minute, Brooksy. All right, now, Bud, you've been on my tail all day.
Well, you're nuts.
You ought to know better than to try to shadow somebody with that beach umbrella jacket you're wearing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'll break it down into one-syllable words. Dallison hired you, didn't he? Have you reported to him yet? Okay, I don't have time to play games with you. But you present a very vexing problem, fella.
Yeah, I see what you mean. What are you going to do with him, George?
I think we'll drop him off at headquarters and let Lieutenant Riley keep him company.
Yeah, but if he doesn't call Dallison, they're bound to wonder why.
And it may even cramp their style tonight. I hope. Because it looks like those two will be playing for keeps. Okay, Buster, start moving. I got a very important date.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Whether you're driving a brand new car or one of the older models, there's one way, and a sure way, of getting the very best performance out of it. And that's to depend on Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this carefully blended high-octane gasoline puts command performance in your car. It commands fast starts, smooth, steady acceleration, all the extra power your car needs on steep hills. No matter where you motor in the West, you can be sure of command performance from your car when you have Chevron Supreme in the tank. That's because this premium quality fuel is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. Makes no difference if you're driving in the Northwest, in the desert, the Rocky Mountain country, or in the coastal cities. Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored to your region. And that's why you can count on it. So to get the best out of your car, get Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Every 45 minutes, a murder takes place. Every 2 hours, said murder is a perfect crime. So, if you're in George Valentine's business, you can just take it in stride when you have to impersonate a Canadian novelist to prove an 8-month-old accident was a homicide. But then you find yourself being shadowed, so that as you set out to meet the suspected couple, you're really quite grim. Meantime, a minor crisis is taking place between Brooksy and Lieutenant Riley in the latter's office.
A fine thing, Miss Brooks. I agreed to cooperate with you and Valentine, and what happens? What happens?
Well, you did manage to keep this Eddie Thorpe under wraps for the night.
Well, sure, on a vagrancy charge. But one of these days, I'm going to get caught up the creek without a paddle messing around with you two.
Well, I wish I knew what George expected to find stopping off at Dr. Rayford's office. Mrs. Starrett only dropped in there for a few minutes today.
Don't you know by now that when he gets a brainstorm, it's like an act of nature? You don't know what he'll do next or why. I tell you, one of these days I'll... Hello, Riley. Oh, Valentine, where the devil are you? I thought you'd be with them by now.
Oh.
What? Shh, quiet. Okay, I'm listening. Go on.
Where is...
Huh? Now, look, you. I'm not going to be a party to anything like that. Now, don't be a fool.
What's he going to do?
Quiet, will you? No, not you. You know what it'll mean if it doesn't work? Now, wait a minute. Sure, I can get the ME's office to make up that prescription, but listen to reason. You can't... Yes, I understand, but... Okay.
What does he want you to do? You can at least tell me that.
He wants you to park on Eagle Canyon Drive, just around the first turn, coming down from the Starrett home. You're going to have a little package to give him.
Package?
Yeah. I'll be waiting down on the boulevard for the both of you.
But George never keeps me in the dark like this. Why now? Why?
Hello. Let me have the medical examiner's office. Well, find him wherever he is. It's an emergency.
How about another drink, Marby?
Soda, wasn't it?
Yes, thanks. You know, I'll be glad to get back to Canada so I can tackle my new novel again.
Four-sided triangle. What an odd title.
Yeah, the story's been giving me quite a bit of trouble.
Oh, really? What's the plot? Maybe we can help.
Well, frankly, nothing very original. The usual triangle. But the lovers are completely successful in doing away with the husband in the case.
I'm sorry.
You've already begun to intrigue Julia, but go on, Marby.
Well, they do it so neatly, in fact, there's no suspicion of crime. Not a shred.
Then what seems to be the trouble?
I can't decide whether to let my hero and heroine, if you can call them that, live happily forever after, or let them face retribution.
Here you are, Owen.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I was playing around with the notion of introducing a character who won't believe the husband's death was an accident.
The fourth side of the triangle, I presume.
Yes, that's it exactly. He's one of those virtuous, pig-headed men. He doesn't rest until he ferrets out the truth. And, well, so on and so forth. How does it sound to you, Julia?
He sounds like such an exemplary character. Would you say he was quite true to life?
Oh, well, just take me, for example. My first impulse when I heard about Ken. I kept seeing in the accident more than there was. And I imagine I'm fairly typical.
Was that your only problem with the book, Marby?
No, but I was thinking of introducing something more subtle. You know, try to find some little, almost meaningless thing my two scoundrels might have overlooked in their planning. Say a matter of coincidence.
I thought novelists always tried to avoid coincidence.
Well, now, why should they? It happens all the time. Now, you and Dallison here, Julia.
What about us?
Well, I doubt if anyone's aware that you knew each other before Ken's accident.
Well, as a matter of fact, we didn't.
Let him go on, Julia. This is very interesting.
But you see, by the merest of chance I was talking about, I happened to see you together in the cocktail bar at the airport.
What?
Yes, it was last year, and I only stopped over in town for a few hours.
Goodness, we're out of ice. I better go in the kitchen and get some.
Excuse me, Marby. There's always a running feud between Julia and the ice trays.
Oh, I understand. I have the same trouble.
Julia, you realize what you have to do.
Charles, another...
He knows. The three of us know now. The business of us being together at the airport can lead to a lot of other things.
And why is he toying?
Because, fortunately for us, he's a ham. At the right moment, see that stuff gets in his drink.
Couldn't we wait till that man you hired calls?
Whatever he found out following Marby isn't important now. Now listen carefully, Julia. He has to have enough liquor in him so that when he's found, it'll be obvious why he went over the side into the canyon. There'll be no questions.
But I can't. Oh, Charles, I can't.
The timing has to be just right. We'll have to get him out of here so it'll happen when he's halfway down the mountain, where the curves are the worst. So you wait till I give the signal.
I wish I could be the one to give the signal. Just for once.
When I think he's had enough, I'll raise my finger like this. I'll say, "This has been great fun, Marby. Let's do this more often."
All right, Charles.
And for heaven's sake, try to control yourself. The rest of our lives depends on how we act in the next hour.
Well, it's about time, Ferris.
I did everything but fly, Lieutenant.
Okay, I'll take that. Here you are, Miss Brooks.
I'll ask you again, Lieutenant. What is this? What have I got here?
I told you before, Valentine made up the rules for this little game. I didn't want any part of it. You heard me on the phone. Now there's no choice but to play it his way. Just give him that package.
For 2 cents, I'd call a cab, just so I could tell somebody where to go.
Go on, get in that car and get started. And remember, park just this side of the last big turn before you get to the top.
And you know why none of my novels made any of the book clubs?
Why, no, Marby, why?
They've never been long enough. They got to be at least 900 pages before they're even considered. They don't bother reading them. They just weigh them.
You sound bitter, Owen.
Oh, thank you very much. Gin and bitters. Don't mind if I do. It's a very fine drink.
Oh, say, look at the time. You know, this has been great fun, Marby. Let's do this more often.
That's right. We must do this more often. And let's make it soon.
Oh. Hey there, Julia. What are you doing all the way over there?
Just getting a little nightcap. We can all do with one, I think.
Oh, good.
Here's yours, Charles. And yours, Owen.
All right, thank you. What do we drink, Joe?
Why not to your new book?
Oh, yes, that's very good. The Four-Sided Triangle. All right. tastes funny, doesn't it? I'll tell you a secret. I can't even taste it at all.
Well, old man, I'll see you to your car, eh? I'll put on the floodlights. It's beginning to fog up in the canyon.
All right. Good night, and sweetest dreams be thine through all thy shining way. Poetry.
Yes. And watch yourself driving, Marby. We wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
George.
Have you got it, Brooks? Let me have it.
Oh, darling, I saw your headlights
Quick,
weaving down the...
Angel, quick.
Well, here, but...
Now get inside and take the wheel.
Okay, George.
Here's to you, Brooksy. Happy days.
Oh, darling, you know you're scaring me to death, don't you?
That makes a couple of scared people. Step on it, Angel.
Okay, Miss Brooks, we'll take care of him
She
now.
fainted. I didn't dare stop.
Yeah, I know. Come on, boys. Come on. Get him into the ambulance.
Got a hold of him, don't we?
Yeah. All right, let's go.
I'm going with him,
You'd
Lieutenant.
only be in the way, believe me.
In the way? Well, you don't expect me to
Now,
stand...
boys, don't wait for the hospital. Start pumping him out now.
Pumping him out. You knew this was going to happen, and you let it. And now you're going to tell me.
There was no stopping him.
What did he do?
He found out Dr. Rayford gave Mrs. Starrett a prescription for some poison today.
Poison?
Presumably to make a solution to use on her flower beds. Being a colleague of her late husband, he didn't even think twice about it.
And George walked into this and purposely
The
let himself
stuff in
be...
the bottle you gave him is supposed to be the antidote for the poison. If he got it in time.
Oh, that big, crazy, stubborn
Well,
loon.
that's what your boyfriend calls getting evidence that'll stand up in court. He just naturally likes to do things the hard way.
You must forgive me, Lieutenant Riley. This has been a great shock. Mr. Marby was my husband's best friend.
Yes. Just when did he leave? What time was it?
Oh, hours ago. About 10:30. You see, he was feeling rather, gay. We felt that if he was going to drive, he oughtn't overdo it.
Even so, I suggested that he stay over. Oh, this is terrible.
Yes. Well, like they say, liquor and gasoline don't mix. I guess it'll be the same routine report. Do you mind if I sit down?
No. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Sometimes I wish we could make some of these fool drivers take a look at what we saw when we found Marby down in the canyon. Oh, believe me, it would make them think he wasn't a pretty sight.
Lieutenant, please stop it.
Now, Julia, we know you're upset, but this isn't going to help any.
Nothing's going to help now.
Marby!
Hello.
No!
Julia.
No! Don't come near me! We killed you, didn't we, Charles? We killed him!
Shut up!
Just like we did Ken. We're only imagining this. Everything's going to turn out all right. Tomorrow we're going to laugh and be happy. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way.
That's it, Lieutenant.
Hey, say, Valentine, were you serious about the way you wanted me to dedicate my next book?
I certainly was serious about the way you dedicate your next book. Sure was, Mr. Marby. To Mr. and Mrs. George Valentine.
Mr. Darling!
So you just let us know, Marby, and we'll make a special trip down to City Hall the very day your book comes off the press.
Oh, golly. I just don't believe it.
I like your other suggestion, too. I should be more commercial. Aim for the book clubs. Write something 800-900 pages. Of course, it'll take years before I get it to my publisher, but it may be worth it.
Oh, years, huh? Oh, why doesn't one of these build-ups ever pay off for me? Well, maybe I just don't live right.
return of spring means, for most folks, the time for another house cleaning. And speaking of things attended to at regular intervals, how long has it been since your car's oil has been changed? You know, for the life of your car's engine, nothing is more important than a crankcase drain and a refill with RPM motor oil at regular intervals. Like any other piece of equipment used daily, your car's engine is bound to accumulate a certain amount of harmful, contaminating material. RPM motor oil was compounded to take care of these troublemakers, to keep them from building upon interior engine parts during the oil service period. When the oil is changed, this harmful material is drained out. That's how compounded RPM keeps your engine clean mile after mile. And that's not all. For RPM also protects hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. It stops corrosion and rust-proofs as it lubricates. Why not see about that oil drain and refill tomorrow? And for protection you trust, be sure you refill with RPM motor oil, first choice in the West. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, we'll pick up George Valentine in Mexico, in a house as mysterious and sinister as its name, Casa Diablo.
George, if Bixby had somebody in this house to see that none of us left here alive, whoever it is must have turned on him. You know, like Frankenstein turning on his... George, you're not even listening to me.
Angel, if there's a grammar school around here, I think I'm going to enroll in the kindergarten.
Huh?
We're right down to the oldest outdoor sport in the world, Brooksy. The hunter and the hunted.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Barton Yarborough as Marby, Doreen Tuttle as Julia, William Woodson as Charles, and Mark Lawrence as Ferris. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Your money or your life. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're on a spot where a step forward drags you 2 steps back, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm taking for granted this is confidential, so here goes. A couple of days ago, I got so desperate, I stole to get some dough to pay off a debt. What I want most is to see the guy I borrowed from get what's coming to him for running a racket that smells to high heaven. Maybe you heard of him. His name is Douglas Harger, and I want to see something happen to him.
If this hits you right, you've got a job. The only time I can talk to you is between 12 and 1 at Molly's Cafe on Pierpont Street. Signed, Fred Dundee.
Give it a look, Fred. Don't you see I can't play ball with you?
Why not? You'll be getting paid for it.
Well, I can't take that kind of money.
Who did you steal it from?
That's my business, Miss Brooks. And if you're worried about me making it my life's work, forget it. It was my first and last time.
I know, Fred. I'd like to help you, but...
Oh, sure.
Bowl of chili, Mike.
I suppose that's what you fellas call ethics, huh, Valentine?
Well,
But it's all right for Harger to make all the dirty money he wants without anybody saying a word.
How can you be so sure it's Harger who's running this loan shark business?
I borrowed that money from Phil Pagano. He's always going in and out of Harger's Melody Club. He works for him.
Yeah?
You should hear his line. Go on, kid. Your credit is good. If the wife's going to have a baby, let her have the best.
Huh?
You got a whole month to pay back the $250. Of course, there'll be a $100 service charge. But then we don't ask for no security, which you don't have. I tell you, I can...
Hold it, Fred. Take it easy.
I know you think I was a schnook to take his money. But I wanted Peg to have everything good when she was having the kid. I couldn't borrow anywhere else because I'm in hock up to my ears now.
But think of the chance you were taking when you decided to steal.
Don't I know? But they wouldn't give me any more time. They didn't just threaten me. They said things would happen to Peg if I didn't raise the dough.
Uh-huh. You know, there may be an answer to this.
There's got to be, Valentine. It's not just myself. Think of all the other people who get squeezed and do things they never would have done to pay Harger back. That's why I couldn't just pay up and forget it. I
know. You want something to happen to him. All right, tell you what, Fred.
What?
I'll take the job and see what I can do.
Oh, that's swell. There's a little money left. I'll give you...
No, Fred, no. You just make sure you hold on to that. No, I'm working for free.
Well, good to see you again, Mr. Valentine. The Melody Club doesn't have many interesting visitors during the day.
Come off it, Harger. And tell this musclehead to get off the couch and get out of here. I want to talk to you alone.
Did I hear you call
You
me
should be more careful in your choice of words, Mr. Valentine. This gentleman is supposed to be my bodyguard, although you'd hardly tell it to see him lying around reading comic books.
Come on, boy. Stir up your cum outside.
Let go of me.
Put the gun away, Marty. We don't want to give our guest the wrong impression. You'd better go sit at the bar and soothe your chagrin.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you are as friendly as ground glass today.
Never mind the patter. I want $350 from you, and I want it now.
Oh, a little strapped, eh? Well, I think you're a good risk. Glad to oblige.
Oh, no, you got me wrong. I'm not borrowing it. You're giving it to me. For keeps.
Oh, come now. Just as you have your principles, I have mine. I'm a businessman. I never give anything unless it's for value received.
Yeah, well, you're going to make an exception. This is for someone who got hurt on one of your loan shark deals.
What are you talking about?
Your boy, Phil Pagano, bore down so hard on a friend of mine he had to go out and steal. Now, this is to square things for him.
Ridiculous. If out of the goodness of his heart someone I know lends money and collects it in his own way, that has nothing to do with me.
$350, Harger. Let's have it.
I could have you thrown out.
Well, why don't you?
You know how violence unnerves me, Mr. Valentine. But as long as the sum is so paltry, I'll let you play Santa Claus.
If you had a conscience, Harger, I might be tempted to say it should feel better.
Here you are. Well, may I ask, is this a single commission for a client, or do you have more quixotic and ambitious plans in the same direction?
Why do you ask? Just curiosity?
No. I just want to be prepared. As much as I despise any form of physical conflict, Mr. Valentine, I may be forced to make another exception to my principles.
Valentine, you may not have noticed, but the word on the door says homicide. Don't come to me about loan sharks.
Riley, how can Harger operate a racket like this without your worthy colleagues putting the arm on?
You say it's Harger. I suspect it's Harger. It might well be Harger, but when we pick up one of those strong-arm bankers, he says it's a personal deal.
Yeah?
There's nothing in writing. The victims are too scared to say anything, and there's no mention of Harger. Now, go ahead. You arrest somebody.
Lieutenant, you should have talked to Fred Dundee.
Look, Miss Brooks, we don't like the idea either, seeing the little people in this city being pushed around.
A question, Lieutenant. One simple question.
Oh, I know your simple questions. They take till doomsday to answer.
Wouldn't you say it'd take a lot of cold, hard cash to supply what you call these strong-arm bankers? There must be dozens of them covering the city. And they're ready to lend dough right on the line. You just name the amount.
What are you driving at?
Harger isn't headed for the poorhouse, but neither does he get his mail in care of Fort Knox.
And he has so many other interests that take cash to run. Christopher Arena, his nightclubs, and all the rest of them.
Yeah, in other words, somebody else has to be furnishing the wherewithal, the financier, the angel. Now, have you ever heard of anyone connected with him who could even vaguely fit that description?
Not even vaguely.
Oh, great. Well, there's nothing like being a pioneer and trying to find the answer to my own question.
There's Pagano in there at the bar, Valentine.
Yeah, I see him, Fred.
He always hangs out here at Maloney's, 8 to 12 every night. So any sucker like me who wants money, I know where to find him.
I think I can charm him out so you can talk to him alone, George. Or do I sound like I'm confusing myself with Betty Grape?
Oh, he'll fall for you like a ton of bricks. He thinks he's a ladies' man, Miss Brooks. But you be careful of him. He's an oily little rat who carries a knife.
A knife, huh? Hey, look, Angel, maybe we ought to forget this. Look, I'll find another way to get you. Hey, Brooksy, wait.
Drop dead, mister. I've got an appointment with a gentleman.
What can I get you, lady?
Oh, nothing, thanks.
Oh, hey, sweetheart. I'm good for it around here. And when they come like you, I can do better than that. Much better.
No, I only wanted to talk to you. Alone.
Oh?
Yeah. I need money. Need it real bad.
Why me?
Oh, names get around. You hear things. Somebody said I'd find you here.
What seems to be your trouble, sweetheart?
Probably nothing new to you. The show I was dancing in folded up. I held out as long as I could, and now I've got to borrow money.
What's your name? What show?
Vivian Dupre did a solo in Gals Can Be Pals, the Morrison circuit.
Your real name, I mean, Mr. Prey.
Oh, okay. Mary Sullivan. Do I get the money? I'll pay it back. Usually I work regular.
All right. Don't get so nervous, Mary. Bill Pagano will take care of you. How much do you call money?
Well, I'm afraid it's got to be at least $300.
Bill Pagano can still take care of you.
Oh.
And he's happy to.
Oh, when can I have it? What do I have to sign, Mr. Pagano?
Well, this is no joint to talk about something personal, sweetheart. Suppose we go over to my place and set up the deal.
Well, I don't know.
You trust me, don't you, kid?
Oh, you know I do, Mr. Pagano.
What are we waiting for? Here we are, sweetheart. Well, I got my key.
Yeah.
The way you're looking around, you think he was expecting somebody.
Oh, no. No, it's just that, well, the hall is so dark.
Well, we'll take care of that right now. Go ahead in, Mary.
Oh, no, you first.
I don't know who you are, Bud, but I'm going to...
Shut up. And you, babe, sit down over there.
What? Oh, yes, sir.
Copper?
We'll talk when you take your hand off that knife in your pocket.
So you heard about me, huh? Well, then you ought to know I let this knife do my talking for me.
Now, wait a minute. Listen to me, handsome. Harger sent me to see you.
Huh? You're lying.
Yeah, I started working for him today. It seems he lost his respect for Marty as a bodyguard.
You think I'm going to believe that?
Harger says you've been charging extra interest on loans and holding out on him. You've shaken his faith in mankind, Phil.
I never held out a cent in my life.
Now snap that knife closed. I want to have nice things to report about you.
Well...
That's a good boy.
Before we do any talking, what about the babe here?
Oh, well, I wouldn't want her to miss this for anything.
Oh!
All right. You're working for Hargay. But I want to know more than that.
Hey, get off me. Take your knee out of my chest.
Now, who finances the setup? Who's the top man on the totem pole?
I don't know. I don't know nothing.
Don't. Who really runs the racket? Supplies are ready, cash. Come on, talk.
All right. I'll tell you. Stop it.
Yeah?
Leslie.
Leslie who?
Leslie Remsen. Out in Compton Hills.
Okay. Thanks, Phil. You've been very helpful. I don't want to seem ungrateful, but I gotta do this. Sweet dreams, handsome.
Well, what do I do? Cheer or just fold up like an accordion?
Sorry I had to expose you to that bit of rough stuff, Angel. But even if it takes more of the same, I'm going to clean this thing up.
Compton Hills? But there's nothing out there but fashionable estates.
Yeah, I know. But that's the next stop, Brooksy. We're getting up in the world.
See some of my books?
Huh? Oh, sure, all right.
May I get your drink? I'd ring for one of the servants, but it's their night off.
No, thanks. Did you mention it was important?
Yes, I told Leslie. You know, Mr. Valentine, I suppose most people would say that my life is an unpardonable waste. So much of it given to collecting books, living with them. But then, what is important, young man?
In college, they drummed me out of my philosophy class, Mr. Remsen. Now, would you mind calling upstairs again and see if...
That won't be necessary.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, have you met my wife?
Huh?
Leslie, dear, this is the young man who has been waiting for you.
Yes. I'm Leslie. I'm sorry I'm not wearing a mustache. I understand you have some business you want to discuss with me, Mr. Valentine.
Well, yes.
Why don't you two stay right here in the library?
Thank you, Paul.
I have to phone my book dealer anyway. You know, Mr. Valentine, Leslie just can't understand my passionate interest in books.
No?
But then again, I'm often baffled by her interests, even though I understand them. Well, good night.
I received a very enlightening telephone call while you were waiting, Mr. Valentine.
Then you ought to know why I'm here, Leslie. Or I suppose I ought to start calling you Mrs. Remsen.
No, I like Leslie better. You seem to think I'm masterminding some sort of minor crime wave.
Aren't you?
That was a melodramatic way of putting it. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Did you know that in the early 30s, the oil industry had to meet the challenge of new, high-powered cars? A plain mineral oil just couldn't lubricate the new, powerful engines properly. Engineers at Standard of California met the problem with compounded RPM motor oil, the oil that won't run away from internal engine hot spots, that keeps a protective film on all parts when a car is standing cold, and that cleans your engine as it lubricates. One motorist quick to see the advantages of RPM motor oil is F.B. Stormont of Tombstone, Arizona. Mr. Stormont started using RPM in 1936. He states that he has been a constant user of this premium motor oil for the past 13 years. He's driven the same car all these years, driven it close to 100,000 miles with only one major overhaul job in all that distance. Well, that's really protection you can trust. And to give your own car this superior protection, stick to RPM motor oil. Ask for RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're not surprised to find a hard-bitten operator like Douglas Harger mixed up in the loan shark racket that has victimized your client. You're not surprised when you run into assorted forms of mayhem. What does rock you back on your heels is that the beautiful and wealthy Mrs. Leslie Remsen is apparently the banker and kingpin.
But if you have George Valentine's recuperative powers, you counter with a surprise of your own.
Now, Leslie, what does Harger have on you?
I could see my husband took an immediate liking to you. I can't say I blame him, George.
Okay, be evasive. I'll do the talking.
I don't mind listening.
He has to be blackmailing you one way or another. You wouldn't get mixed up in a filthy deal like this if you weren't forced into it. It can't be the money.
Maybe I just like the excitement.
You know what this shuffle means in human misery.
Maybe I'm a psychopathic case.
Oh? Well, maybe it's as simple as this.
It's almost worth being an arch criminal. To be kissed like that.
Huh? That's all it is, Leslie. You've got a low melting point. Well, the kiss was worth the slap. But it is the truth, isn't it?
Leave me alone.
A beautiful woman married to a man years older. That could be dynamite. Now, what was it? Letters you wrote to somebody? Is that what Harger's holding over you?
Yes. They were quite inflammatory. In fact, I remember them more vividly than the man I wrote them
Then
to.
you'd better find a way to get him back, sister, or you're a gone gosling.
No one can prove anything, not even you.
I beat it out of one of Harger's mugs, and the police can, too. The point is, there will never be any mention of Harger, only you. He'll make like he never heard of you before in his life.
How did I get into this? George, you've got to get those letters back for me.
Now you're frightened, aren't you?
You can have whatever it's worth to you. Money, anything.
No promises, Leslie. But I'll give it a whirl.
I'll live up to my end of the bargain.
You won't have to. It's all part of services rendered for another client. And a lot of other people like him. Now, look, Fred, I've got an idea. A way to take all the pep out of Harger.
And if it works, what happened to you and Peg won't ever happen to anyone else.
Let me have it. I'll do anything.
I've got to get some letters out of Harger's safe at the Melody Club.
Huh?
Letters signed Leslie Remsen.
I don't know much about blowing safes.
Now, I could try to scare him into giving them to me at the point of a gun, but he knows I wouldn't shoot him.
Yeah?
But, and this is where you come in, if someone with a nervous trigger finger and a man-sized grudge walked in, Harger would really sweat.
I see what you're driving at.
Sure. You put on an act. You don't like the way you were taken for a ride. You're going to get even. You want him to open the office safe so you can help yourself.
I'll put on an act that could get me a Hollywood contract.
Now, Fred, you know there's a risk involved. But we've got to have those letters.
You've got them. But there's just one thing.
What's that?
That gorilla, Marty. He's always following Harger around. He never lets him out of his sight.
Okay, that's my job. I'll get Marty off the scene. At 9:30 tonight, Harger will be alone at the Melody Club. That's when you walk in.
Pick up Marty Harris for questioning.
That's right, Lieutenant, and keep him under wraps overnight.
What am I supposed to sweat out of him?
I want him out of the way, Riley. It's important.
I suppose it would be rude of me to ask why, huh?
Oh, not rude. I just don't want to bother you.
Huh? Since when?
Don't you remember, Lieutenant? This isn't in your department.
George, down the alley. There's Fred now.
Yeah, good. Hop in, Fred.
They're all right here.
Good boy. Have any trouble?
Just trying to act nervous. I had to slug Harger to give me time to get out.
That must have thrilled you no end.
Drive around the block, Angel.
Well, I don't want to sound faint-hearted, but wouldn't it be a good idea to put some distance between us and the Melody Club?
Drop me off at that cab stand on you, Fred.
Yeah?
Beat it home to Peg. You did a good night's work.
Well, I'll take a bow when it pays off.
I hate to think I'm just supposed to keep driving around the block.
Park just before you get to the entrance of the club, Brooksy. I got a hunch Harger's going to come streaking out of there in a few minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Now, you stick on his trail. I got to know where he goes. You can call me at Leslie Remsen's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine, but you just missed Leslie.
Oh.
She seemed rather in a hurry, too.
Well, do you know where your wife went, Mr. Remsen?
Well, let's see. It could be the Dolphin Room, the El Dorado, Antoine's, or possibly Le Coq d'Or.
For a bibliophile, you know your night spots.
As a husband, I know my weak spots.
Not being able to keep up a hectic social pace, I try to substitute patience and a modicum of wisdom that comes with the years.
Meaning just what, Mr. Remsen? Let's not spar.
Meaning, all things come to him who waits. I'm quite able and willing to wait for Leslie.
You're okay, Remsen. All right, I'll kick around those spots you mentioned and see if I can find Leslie.
Oh, just a moment, Valentine. You probably think it's strange I never questioned you about your business with my wife.
Well,
Of course, I have sensed that she's in some kind of trouble. I'll even venture to say that you're here to deliver that little package.
Huh?
Would they be ill-advised letters? Leslie's very impulsive.
Well, as a matter of fact...
Don't be embarrassed. I'm not going to ask to see them. They don't matter. It was foolish of her to get in trouble because of them.
Mr. Remsen, why are you telling me this?
Because I know you're trying to help her. That being the case, you ought to know how I feel. Oh, pardon me. Hello. Oh, yes, he's right here. It's for you. It's a Miss Brooks.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Brooksy? Uh-huh. Both of them, huh? He met her there, the Gramercy room. No, use your head, Angel. No matter how many of Hager's men are staking out the place, I gotta do this alone. Okay, I'll be right there.
You must think I'm a fool, Douglas.
You have no choice but to sign it, Leslie.
You never asked me to sign receipts for money from any of your collectors before.
I've decided we should be more businesslike. Yes, and to avoid any stigma of blackmail, I'm going to let you have your letters back.
Well, what's this gentleman trying to sell you now, Leslie?
George.
Sorry, we can't ask you to sit down, Mr. Valentine.
Why, thanks, I will. A business conference?
George, Douglas said that if I sign these receipts, he'd let me have my letters back.
Letters? What letters? Have you any letters belonging to the Lady Hager?
I made a mistake some time ago not teaching you to keep out of my affairs. I never make the same mistake twice, Mr. Valentine.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if these were the letters you meant.
George, you did get them.
Uh-huh.
So, that's why you wanted me to sign these, Douglas. You had to find some other way to keep me under your thumb.
Nice try, Hager.
You don't think you're going to keep those letters very long, do you?
Oh, I know you've got your private goon squad sprinkled around.
It seems quite a shame that my long-cherished principle of nonviolence should go overboard this way.
I'll take them, George. They won't dare touch me.
Take it easy. Buster's playmates don't know the meaning of the word chivalry.
You're a realist, Mr. Valentine. I admire that in a man.
Why, Georgie, what a lovely surprise.
What?
The most wonderful thing just happened.
Brooksy, why didn't you do as I told you?
Well, fancy seeing you here. And as I live and breathe, my old friend Douglas Hager.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
It's a funny thing, George, how I ran into Lieutenant Riley. You know, there's a big policeman's ball tonight.
No, I didn't know.
Sort of a spur-of-the-moment affair, you know.
Yes, and he wants us to come along as his guest, darling. He's even got a squad car outside.
A squad car?
Yes, sir.
Oh, swell. You'll join us, won't you, Leslie?
Yes, I'll be happy to.
We'll be with you in a minute.
Well, don't be long now. We'll wait for them at the bar.
Why, you bet we will.
You wouldn't care to go to the policeman's ball, would you, Hager?
I'm afraid I shouldn't be very good company. You know, Valentine, I relish having you as my private nemesis. If it weren't for you, my life would be much too pallid and uncomplicated. I look forward to our next meeting. Good night.
Yeah.
I won't forget what you've done for me, George. May I have those letters now?
No, Leslie. Finders keepers.
What?
Yep. I think I'll just hold on to them now. Oh, incidentally, your husband is waiting for you. You know, I do a lot to keep Paul from getting hurt. He's a very nice guy.
Wait a minute. Oh, I get it. Blackmail. With a good housekeeping stamp of approval.
Oh, George, before you burn those letters, you might at least have let me peek at one of them.
You know, that's what I like about you, Angel. You're so unscrupulously feminine.
Yeah, but seriously, George, do you think Leslie and her husband will make a go of it now?
Oh, maybe. As long as she thinks I still have the letters. She doesn't suspect that Paul knows about them.
Darling, you should run a column of advice to the lovelorn. Dear editor, my young man, who shall be nameless, keeps putting off popping the question, what shall I do? Signed, Anxious.
Oh, I get it. Dear Anxious, after seeing your beautiful pictures, I'm convinced your young man is a half-wit. By no means marry him. Insanity is hereditary.
You can't win.
If your car's battery begins to act a bit feeble toward the end of winter months, nobody's surprised, for the extra use of lights and short, stormy weather trips are an added load on battery juice. But one way you can be sure of giving your battery longer life is by using Chevron Supreme gasoline. This premium quality fuel puts command performance in your car. Fast starts with little or no drain on your car's battery, smooth acceleration, extra power, high-octane power that makes it great on hills. And it's a battery saver wherever you drive in the West because it's climate-tailored. That means fast starts for your car in each different altitude and temperature zone. So for economy and for all-round command performance from your car, be sure to say Chevron Supreme gasoline. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. In the course of next week's adventure, we find George Valentine in a cheap rooming house.
Okay, Walt. I never play AC-doocy with a .38.
And now you're being smart.
Well, I see you've been packing.
Yeah, leaving town. All on account of that crazy bottle. I should have thrown it down a sewer, but no, I gotta go be nice to somebody, a guy I never seen before.
Who gave you the bottle, Walt? And why?
You're getting nothing out of me, mister. Nothing but this. Oh! That crazy bottle.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Larry Dobkin as Harger, Gene Bates as Leslie, Ted Von Eltz as Paul, Don Diamond as Fred, and Eddie Marr as Pagano. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Every shot counts. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, sir. I'm a cowboy movie star. I'm sure you must have seen me sometime, even if it's only on television. Well, anyway, I know how silly it sounds, but I need help. There's a most desperate situation that requires the action of a hero. And while I'd like to qualify, this same situation requires certain proficiencies that I haven't got. Notably, there's a mystery. Mysteries aren't my longest suit. You see, I met her. But just barely. And Mr. Valentine, this lovely young lady I refer to, she's in distress. She is.
But, Mr. Disbrow, in your letter you didn't tell us.
Daphne. That's who she is.
Oh.
Daphne.
Daphne, huh?
Yeah. I met her just the other day, you realize. I was talking to a man I know, a song plugger. That's like a Fuller Brush man, only with music, you see. He pointed her out. You know the type, Miss Brooks, a little school teacher type that's always having westerns, you know, big, bashful blue eyes and hair like honey and a heart just as big as all out of doors, you
With
know.
a head to match. I know.
Who cares if she's smart? I don't. Anyway, I find this little girl lives all alone, way up in the Imperial Crest Apartments.
Uh-oh. I take it back.
Daphne does all right, doesn't she?
Oh, she has money, but she's nervous, if you know what I mean. So nervous she'll hardly talk. And afraid? Oh, yeah, I think somebody's watching her up there.
Well, I'm not surprised. A big bad wolf, maybe.
Me? No, this is different. No. It is. She didn't even want to meet me, and most women do.
Oh, now look, cowboy.
Yeah, and today when I tried to talk to her on the street, even after I'd been properly introduced, she just walked away.
So am I.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Valentine. Now, she wanted to talk, and she would have, if the man she walked away with hadn't been carrying a gun.
Oh. So maybe it is a case, huh? What man?
Big. Bigger than both of us. Black hair and sour face.
Her husband, maybe.
No, she told me she wasn't married. I don't know who he is, but she's afraid of him, all right.
Uh-huh. And what do you want me to do, scare him away?
Now, figure it out, Mr. Valentine. Go meet her. Protect her before something worse happens. And then let me know before it does.
Oh, I see. That's it. I do the dirty work, hand you the answers, and then you step in to scare away the rustlers.
And win the girl, of course.
Well, that's right, honey. And having keep my public name intact, my fans and all, you know, I'm a beautiful patsy.
Okay, partner. But don't think you got a corner on the market. Hey, what the...
I put your cigarette out, didn't I?
Well...
One shot at 30 feet, that's pretty good. Oh, but I missed the sandbag again. Look at them holes in my wall.
Hey, lady, you got holes in your head.
Oh, now
What?
don't be angry. I'm practicing here on my roof garden. See that clay pipe down there? I never miss.
Oh, fine. You must make a big hit with lots of people.
Well, my landlord and neighbors do complain once in a while. See the other pipe?
Hey, you...
But I talk them out of it.
Well, now, look, I don't talk so easy.
Don't you?
No, he doesn't.
Not when you're around, you mean?
All right, Annie Oakley, so you're nice to look at.
Daphne Crockett, girl type Davy.
Crockett? Oh, of course. The Club Paris.
Mm-hmm. I've been there 5 years, longest run of any act in nightclubs. Everybody likes my shooting.
Oh, so that's it. Little Red Riding Hood turns out to be Two-Gun Nellie, professional bullseye artist.
Mr. Valentine, where are you going?
To see the bull about some black eyes. No, wait a minute. I'm here now. I might as well speak my piece, even if it's only for laughs.
Speak your piece. Like Miles Standish?
In a way. Only John Alden's name this time is Rafe Disbrow.
Oh, him.
Yeah, he's funny, all right. He thinks you're in danger. The cowboy says you're being watched up here.
He says what?
Well, there's the building next door. I guess from that one apartment over there, you could
Oh,
probably...
no. No, of course not.
All right, lady. But the rest of my recitation says you're afraid of a big man, black hair, sour face. How about that one?
Mr. Disbrow has quite an imagination, hasn't he?
Maybe. And maybe not.
I suppose he sent you over here to protect me.
That was a general idea. And think twice before you say no.
I'll show you what I think of Mr. Disbrow in spite of that lovely Texas accent. You see those 3 little dolls in a row?
Lady, I said think twice.
And there are 3 bullets left in this gun.
Oh, now look, if you are in trouble,
3
Daphne...
answers you can take back.
Okay, lady, never mind. We get the idea. This is where we came in, Angel. Hey, that was 4.
Miss Crockett, Daphne.
No, I'm all right. Oh, gosh, it missed me.
What missed you? Where'd that extra shot come from?
No, there wasn't one. Get out of here, won't you? Please leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Don't waste your breath, lady. We've already gone.
George, shall I telephone Lieutenant Riley?
No, he's on vacation. Ask for Clary and tell him to get up there fast.
Yeah, but
I got a
George-
date next door, Angel. See you in the second reel. There's a card outside this apartment. Says R. Seaver. You him?
I don't know. Are you?
Now look, Bright Eyes, I want
What's
some...
to look? The guy comes busting in, upsets my equilibrium. I'm teaching myself canasta. Now go away.
All right, don't mind me. I won't tell if you cheat.
Your manners get worse. The door's back that way. Remember?
Yeah, just call me a building inspector. Come to take a look at your window, that's all.
Don't fall out.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it, all right. The only apartment from which you can see the roof garden.
You don't say.
The only apartment from which you could take a pot shot at a woman across the way there.
Sit down. Maybe we could both learn canasta.
You always wear a hat when you play cards?
Sure. What woman?
What's it cover up? Black hair to match your sour face?
I said what? We don't like each other much, do we?
Daphne Crockett. I was there when it happened. Now we like each other less, huh?
I don't know. Friendship begins slow sometimes. Sit down, will you? I'll deal out a few.
What do you use for chips? The bag there?
Huh?
The black bag there by your foot. The one you're trying to keep me from seeing.
A real observant boy, aren't you?
Oh, wait a minute. I can see a hand when it starts to move, so stop moving it.
I'm dealing this, Inspector.
Oh, no, you're not. You're...
Too bad nobody can argue with a blackjack, Inspector. We might have had a nice little game.
Hey, you know what? Everybody's got the atom bomb.
Oh, George, your head hurt.
Shall I tell you what hit you, Valentine?
No. But don't tell me that's Lieutenant Clary's voice, not at last.
At last. Valentine, if you'd wait for the police once in a while, or better yet, if you wouldn't get mixed up in cases like this.
All right. You sound just like Riley. My headache's bad enough.
His name was Curly. Curly Blackson, the strong boy, wanted for ducking out of prison back east.
Yeah, what was he in for?
He was serving time for shakedowns. He was a blackmail artist.
Blackmail? Hey, is there a little black bag still around here anywhere? Never mind, of course not.
No, there isn't, George. And this Curly may have been the man Rafe saw once with Daphne, but I don't think he took the shot at her across the way.
He didn't talk like he did.
Not to mention the small fact he had a gun, but it was still loaded and hadn't been fired for some time.
Say, you know an awful lot, don't you, Lieutenant?
Come on, wake up. Open your baby blue eyes wide.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Curly's dead, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know I didn't do it.
No. You just slept through it, that's all. First you get mixed up in it, but then when you might be useful, you take a rain check while Curly takes a bullet.
Bullet?
One shot, clean as a whistle, right through the heart, from a short distance.
Yeah. And he was armed. Somebody outdrew him or surprised him. And a marksman, too, huh?
Or a markswoman.
Yeah, where is she?
Where is she? Where do you think she is? Gone, of course. And while we look for her, there was all the time in the world for this to happen. All the time for...
Listen, take it easy.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Yeah. And remember, Lieutenant, the girl didn't shoot it herself out there on the roof. And if Curly hit it... Shh, wait a minute.
Keys.
Sure, it's the guy who lives here, R.C. You want to bet?
All right, friend, that's enough music. You can notice us now. Grab him now. That's it.
Okay, put down that stick, Buster. That's better.
Well, a little surprised, that's all. You can let me go. I'm all right.
You're all right.
Sure. Da-da-da-bum, you're breaking my heart. Never leave a tune unfinished. Had to finish it, that's all. Say, didn't expect a room full of roses. Sit down. Roses are in 7th place this week, you know that?
My name's Clary. Homicide.
All right. Sit down.
Sit. Listen, my friend.
Hold it, Lieutenant, just a minute. Rose is a number 7, huh? How's Jealous Heart?
A little raise on records, down in sheet sales, though. Oh, but you ought to hear the blues number I've got.
Song plugger, huh? Maybe even the same song plugger who once introduced a cowboy to a girl.
Maybe. I don't know. Play piano down at the Club Paris, too.
The club. Oh, all begins to tie together, doesn't it?
My friend, we're going to pull up our chairs for a nice long talk.
Be careful, don't stub your toe.
What?
Chairs are all nailed down. Keeps the maids from moving them around.
Keeps them in. Look, Looney, Daphne Crockett was being watched from here, and I doubt if Curly did it. She was shot at from here, but he didn't do it.
Did it, do it, did it. My name's Seaver, Lieutenant, not Looney. Seaver. Dick Seaver. Dead-Eye Dick, they call me.
Dead-Eye? And Curly was murdered by a Well, brother, if you're crazy enough to
Wait a
admit
minute,
it...
Lieutenant, wait a minute. Chairs nailed down, that stick you carry. You haven't even noticed the body yet. You haven't been watching Daphne, have you, Deadeye?
Of course not. I couldn't. I'm blind. Dee-da-dum. Ba-dee-bum-bum-ba-dum.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. How good are you at predicting the weather? Standard of California knows what the weather's going to be like in your area months in advance. They use this knowledge to blend Chevron Supreme gasoline according to the varying climatic conditions in your region throughout the year. Further, Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored according to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. That's why you can depend on it to get the best out of your car every month in the year, wherever you drive in the 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. Try a tankful of premium quality Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Watch how much better your car responds to its climate-tailored power. Faster starts, faster pickup in traffic, and ping-free power on hills. You'll find you can't buy a better gasoline for today's high-compression engines. Ask for Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Murder by a marksman. Yes, the big, dark-haired, sour-faced guy, Curly Blackson, was killed by a single, neat shot aimed directly at his heart. The only trouble is it happened in the apartment of a man who was blind, Dick Seaver. Across the way, however, lives a girl who was afraid of Curly, Daphne Crockett, and Daphne can really shoot. But if your name is George Valentine, you also remember that Daphne was once shot at. And while the police go looking for her, you go to see the man who talks as though he'd seen too many of his own movies, Rafe Disbrow.
Gosh, Mr. Valentine, that's all I can say. Gosh.
Well, you should try harder, Mr. Disbrow.
Usually there's just the good men, the bad men.
And the little school teacher in between, I know. Well, this isn't the plot of a Western. But why you really wanted us to meet Daphne, you didn't say. So suppose you start saying, Buster, right now.
Why? I told you she was in distress.
Are you being blackmailed, cowboy?
Uh-huh.
That was Curly's business, you know. And I saw a little black bag once. Blackmailed, I said.
No, not me.
Not you?
Well, I'm always cautious about those things, but... Well, Daphne, she has another suitor besides me, is Mr. Michael J. Martin.
Martin?
Yeah, one of those millionaire fellas. This is strictly confidential, you understand.
And you figure Martin's a better sucker than you are, huh?
He is a married man, yeah, and I've never taken that step.
Uh-huh. And you really hired us to look into Daphne because you were afraid she was going to knock you over, too.
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. You totally misrepresent me. No, I mean nothing of the kind. The little lady is always innocent.
Okay, Disbrow. When you decide to tell me the truth, let me know, will you?
But I am. I'm just a bystander who...
Or better yet, let the police know. This is still a murder case, Rafe. And they tell me cowboys are pretty good shots.
What? Oh, I'm just a singing cowboy, Miss Brooks.
That's the last straw.
No, I'm not proficient except with a guitar. I don't shoot guns. Well, my fans wouldn't like it. Well, listen, I'll show you.
Come on, Angel. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, I'm on records. They play them on the radio night and day. They drive people crazy. I'll show you. Any station. Hey, what's that? Oh, Daphne. Listen, Mr. Valentine, it's a Club Paris broadcast. Daphne's shooting at. There, you see? She didn't run away. She's there. I told you the little lady is always innocent.
Here we are, George. Dressing room number 4, 3, 2.
Sure. She's number 1 with a star on the door.
Just a moment, please. I'm very sorry, but no one's allowed inside.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Shorty, but we want to
Miss
see...
Crockett isn't receiving any callers this evening. She hopes you understand.
Well, now, that's real thoughtful of her. Just step to one side.
You
will
needn't raise your voice, but if I haven't made myself clear...
Oh, George, just pick him up and throw
And
him.
I really don't feel like arguing about
Shorty,
it.
get out of the way.
Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine. Goodbye.
Oh, no, you don't. Stand still, sister.
Well, I've really got nothing to say. Come along, Mike.
Okay, get out of my way. Shorty, wait a minute, you.
Please don't be difficult, Mr. Valentine. Mac, Fred, Joe.
Slow down, I said. Would you... Hey, quit.
Oh,
Let
George.
go. Let go, will you?
Bye-bye, Mr. Valentine.
Will you... All right, Mac, Fred, Joe, she's gone. You can let go.
Sure, don't get sore. Let me brush your coat.
The boys, huh?
Stagehands, that's all. Don't want to see you getting in trouble.
Buster, I'm not the one who's going to be in trouble.
Oh, yes, you are. Little guy's important, tough, too.
The what?
Little guy went with it, Michael J. Martin.
Martin? You mean that little shrimp was Martin?
Lucky we saved you, huh? Lion hunter, you know. Toughest little guy in the world. Best marksman, too.
No, Miss Crockett isn't here. Of course she's not here. Don't expect her to show up. I even had one of our own men tailing her, and Martin shook him off, too.
All right. So she's not here. You said that, Lieutenant.
Little schoolteacher type, caught in the middle.
Martin's not much to look at, only 5 feet tall.
$2 million you could look at.
Maybe blackmail does make sense.
I told you that a long time ago. But nothing else means sense. Why did Curly come out here? Why did he get killed?
Oh, stop asking questions.
All right, you want an answer? Curly was Daphne's husband.
What?
It's in the record. They used to be married.
Sure. Now she was afraid of him.
Sure. Let me ask you, what kind of an answer? Does it tie together a cowboy, lion hunter, Annie Oakley? Does it tell which one of those marksmen put a bullet through a man's heart with one shot?
Let's not leave out Seaver. He'd be a nice guy to get caught in the middle, too. I mean, this happened up at his place across the way from Daphne's. People know that, and they know a little black bag still missing.
Yes, George, and Seaver's reputation isn't so good. People might imagine he managed to get his hands on the bag somehow.
All right, so he's tied in. He's a friend of Curly's, too. But let me
Angel,
tell you something.
When we were at the Club Paris, who was playing the piano?
Huh? Well, it was... Oh, George, it wasn't Dixie.
Uh-huh. See what I mean? He's missing, too. And you know, Lieutenant, a blind guy who's a heel could get into trouble easily. Now, his heart's beating. He's just unconscious, I think. Come on, Seaver. Come on. Snap out of it now.
His door's still open. Somebody must have slugged him when he was running out before he could get away.
Oh, Daddy beat me. My head.
Oh, he's okay. Take a look inside.
That's what I'm doing. It's quite a mess.
It's been ransacked. All the drawers, the only thing still in place are the furniture. Michael J. Martin. Dead.
Would you look at that? Another one-shot victim. Sharpshooting. Even about the same distance.
Yeah. Got Martin a little higher up, though. Yeah, look here. Hit him right in the neck.
So what? He's as dead as Curly, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. I'm just...
What is it, George?
The window. Lights just went on there, opposite.
What? Yeah, so they did.
The roof garden.
Little Nell has finally come back home, huh?
And, Lieutenant, if you work a process of elimination...
Come on, let's get over there.
I'll stay here.
But, George...
Go on. I'll take care of Seaver here. Now, I'll take you 5 minutes to make it from building to building anyway.
All right, we'll keep our eyes open, but you watch from here.
Don't worry. I've been wrong before. I'm not going to be wrong this time. Get going.
Oh, Daddy, what a head. What's happening? What's happening, Mr. Valentine?
Here. Come here now. I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. That's my chair. By the poker table.
Okay, careful now.
There she is. Whew. Sit down yourself, Valentine. It's good for the rocks in your head. From the chair opposite me, the wing chair there, you can see out the window.
Yeah, thanks.
Already there, aren't you? I tell by your voice. What you doing now?
Nothing. Taking off a coat.
Take off your coat. Take off your hat. Cigarette? Got some right here on the table.
No, thanks. Going into the kitchen now.
I bet you can't cook.
You've never seen her, huh?
Nope, blind since I was 21. Lost him in a stick-up I got messed up in.
Stick-up? Nice guy.
I've been around. But I'm straight now.
She's back on the roof now. Why do you say you're straight, Seaver, when you were all mixed up with Curly?
I didn't know he'd taken a hop from prison.
He was up here all the time watching his wife, wasn't he?
Sure. It's a cinch I wasn't.
You were in on the blackmail with Curly, too, weren't you? Somebody must have tipped him off that there was a good touch going, that Martin here was a pushover.
All right, so what? What have I got to lose?
Conspiracy to blackmail, but everybody's dead. You're right, we can't prove it.
I've been around.
You're not.
What's that?
Oh, she's just practicing, that's all. Funny, isn't it? Everybody's a marksman. You know, poor Martin there has a gun in his pocket, too, but he was outdrawn, just like Curly.
That cowboy can shoot, too, Mr. Valentine. I don't believe that stuff he says, do you?
No, I'm not talking about murder anyway. I was thinking about when Daphne over there was practicing early and somebody took a pot shot and missed.
What about it?
Well, that couldn't have been a marksman, could it? So it must have been somebody who just stuck a gun out the window and shot to attract attention.
You've been around, too, haven't you?
You knew somebody'd come running over like I did and find Curly and lock him up. He was a fugitive. Good way to get rid of a partner, huh, Seaver? Well, she's going to work on the clay pigeons now. Good shot.
Never mind her. Then what happened?
Well, it didn't work, obviously. Curly knocked me out instead, so when you ducked back into the room to pick up the dough in the black bag, you found Curly alive and plenty suspicious. So you had to kill him, I guess.
Oh, is that it? Now, how could a blind man do that?
Then maybe later Michael J. Martin figured out who'd been in on the blackmail and came up for a little talk. So you had to kill him.
Well, I guess you can't be blamed. Lots of people think I'm not really blind, but I am, see? Look at the match in front of my eye.
Never mind, skip it. It's because you are blind that I know you killed both of them. Who else but a blind man would shoot two men at the same height? A big man in the heart and a 5-footer like Martin in the neck.
What are you talking about? It killed him, didn't it?
Like a marksman would? No. Just by luck. Oh, you wanted it to look like sharpshooting, using only one bullet. But, of course, you didn't know how short he was. How could you? And who else but a blind man could have outdrawn those two guys? A blind man they never even think of defending themselves against.
Oh, look. Somebody knocked me out and ransacked my place.
Sure, you put on a good act, Seaver. You had to, because we almost got here in time to catch you moving his body.
You're crazy, Mr. Valentine. I'm blind. I don't even know where people are.
You can tell by the sound of a voice, can't you?
What? But not close enough to...
Tell what chair they're sitting in? The chair that's always in the same place because it's nailed down? Well, come on now. Tell me the rest, Buster. What happens? Have you got a gun rest built someplace under the table, maybe? With a gun where you can reach it when you reach for cigarettes? Is that how it works?
Shut up! Yeah. You'd like to know how it works, wouldn't you? You'd like to know which chair. Well, I'm not going to tell you. I'll show you. It's the chair you're sitting in. Simple, isn't it? The blind man can fool them all. A little heavy on the downbeat, maybe. Won't look like a marksman this time. But the coroner won't care. I'll just move him out of the chair and... Valentine! Valentine, where are you? Where are you?
Just where I was, Seaver.
Huh?
Standing by the side of this chair.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. I can't tell you how grateful I am for apprehending that barman.
Yeah. He was a little twisted, I guess.
George, we've got to be going.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I asked you out here to explain about her. Oh, boy. She's really nice. She was afraid of her husband, she was, afraid of what he might be up to. And she wasn't really mixed up much with that rich man, Mr. Martin.
Oh, we know, Rafe. You told us. She's a school teacher type. I hope you'll be very happy.
Oh, I'm sure we will, Mr. Valentine.
Well, this is the last reel, Angel. So look out for the cactus while we mount up and ride off into the sunset, leaving the little ranch house behind.
Huh? Well, George, at this point, doesn't the hero usually kiss the girl?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Huh?
He always kisses the horse.
Oh.
When damage shows up inside your car's engine, it's a little late to think of the wear-saving motor oil you might have used. So let me remind you now, it's a fact. RPM motor oil stops 80% of engine wear. That's the wear that happens after you turn off your car's ignition. Acid-laden moisture promptly moves in on cylinder walls, results in corrosion and rust. But it never happens when you rely on RPM motor oil. For this premium quality oil is specially compounded to keep a moisture-proof film on vital parts at all times. Even though your car stands idle for days or weeks, corrosion and rust can't harm it when RPM is in the engine. Better get it tomorrow for the car you love. Remember, RPM motor oil is first choice in the West because it stops 80% of engine wear. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, here is Robert Bailey.
Who cares about the crippled lady down the road, neglected and alone? Your neighbor who needs medical attention but can't afford it? You care when you give all you possibly can to your community chest. For the money you give helps pay for visiting nurses, medicine, surgery, helps thousands of people enjoy healthier, happier, more wholesome lives. So give proudly. Enough for all community chest agencies. Enough for a full year.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Leo Cleary as Lieutenant Cleary, John Daner as Rafe, Virginia Gregg as Daphne, Clayton Post as Curly, and Walter Burt as Seaver. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Roundabout Murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, changes my stock and trade. If trouble is a noose around your neck and it's getting tighter, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, they say I killed Cleo Dawson, and I did kill her. But I didn't murder her. There is a difference. My story may sound weak, even ridiculous, but it's true. Yet what chance do I stand? My own lawyer doesn't believe me. My wife turns away when I try to explain. The police say I'm not even a good liar. I don't know why I should expect
you not only to believe me, but help me do something about it. Let's say right now, I'm just grabbing at straws. It's signed Arnold Kyle.
You don't have to look at me like that, Miss Brooks. I know all about that letter. I saw it before it was mailed.
Oh.
I don't get it, Lieutenant. This may put us on opposite sides of the fence.
Since when does that bother you, Valentine? Anyway, just between you and me and that blindfolded lady called Justice, I want you to see what you can do for this guy.
Well, I've never known you to undermine your own case, Lieutenant.
Miss Brooks, you haven't met Arnold Kyle. He looks at you with those big, blue, innocent eyes, and he makes you feel all dirty all over for even questioning that simple-minded story of his. I tell you, I can't sleep. I wake up dreaming about his open-faced mug, and
Okay, you sentimental Irishman. Pull up your suspenders and tell me what's making this such a hassle for you.
The facts. You can't beat them, Valentine. Now get this picture and tell me what you do.
Yeah?
We're up in Cleo Dawson's cheap hotel room. The coroner had just examined her body. Arnold Kyle's been standing there all the time, taking it all in. All right. You heard the coroner, Mr. Kyle. This isn't suicide. This girl was killed by some quick-acting poison in whiskey. Now, what do you know about it?
Nothing, I tell you.
Who is she?
Cleo Dawson, here from somewhere in the Middle West. I just met her 2 days ago.
Well, you work fast, don't you? What were you doing up here in this room tonight?
She came out here to get a job with a carnival. It didn't pan out. She was stranded without a cent.
And so you decided to play the Good Samaritan.
Well, what's wrong with that? If my kid sister were in a jam like that, wouldn't I be glad if someone tried to help her?
Never mind that. Go on.
I got Cleo this room and even fixed it with a friend so she could start working today at a drive-in downtown.
Come on, what about tonight?
Well, she didn't show up at the job, so I dropped by to see what was the matter. She had a rotten cold, so I told her she ought to take a drink and stay in bed.
Kyle, why did you poison this bottle? Did Cleo threaten to make trouble between you and your wife?
Don't be crazy. It was nothing like that. I was going to take a drink myself. Except all of a sudden, she keeled over, just like that.
Okay. Where did you buy this liquor?
I didn't buy it.
Huh?
Some fella gave it to me. A guy down at Donovan's Tavern, name of Walt. I never met him before.
If I told you that story, would you believe it?
But it's the truth. Why would I call downstairs for a doctor? Why didn't I run away? Nobody knew I was here.